This guy has no talent, no magic, and no bloodline. What he has is a curse that restarts the day every time he dies, and he is going to use it to become a knight. Welcome to the Cyprus Division. Meet Encrid. He just woke up to another miserable morning, and like every morning his squad mate Rem is dealing with a crisis. Encrid tries to tune the noise out. The crisis is a massive bug inside Rem's boot. He holds it up in disgust while the rest of the room laughs. Jackson just ignores them. After causing too much trouble, Encrid was demoted to squad leader for these absolute dimwits. Nobody respects him, and nobody wants to be here. But they do not have a choice. The horns blow, and the army marches forward under a blood-red sky. The battle begins. Encrid has absolutely no special powers to rely on. Just a sword, a shield, and a crowded, chaotic battlefield where men are dying by the second. He only made it this far through endless, grueling training. He blocks a heavy blow with his shield, but an enemy soldier kicks him squarely in the chest and sends him flying into the dirt. He is instantly outmatched. The enemy soldiers surround him. This is his end. A blade swings down. He had no talent. He crawls desperately through the mud, coughing up blood. His dream is completely out of reach. The battlefield rages on without caring about one fallen soldier. A spear flies through the smoke. Encrid screams in anger. Even if everyone laughed at him, he always hoped for one thing. He swings his sword with everything he has left, as long as there was a sword in his hand. He swore he would become a knight, and then a spear goes straight through his spine. The dream was worn out. He stands completely frozen as the blood pours from his chest. His eyes go wide in pure shock. He drops his sword and falls to his knees. He did not even know his death would be this pathetic. A single blue flame floats in a dark, empty void. Encrid is sweating. He looks exhausted. A blue vortex swirls in the darkness. He weakly opens one eye. He is kneeling on a platform of glowing blue rings. And then he gasps awake, back in his bed, back in the morning. Someone is yelling to wake up. Rim is sitting across from him, complaining about something in his boot. He dumps the bug out again. Encrid stares blankly. He is completely terrified. He thinks it is just déjà vu, until he is back on the battlefield raising his shield, and someone slashes him again. The second death. An enemy weapon takes him clean through the neck. The third time, he fights harder in the smoke. The fourth time, the camp cook bangs a frying pan. This is his new alarm clock. He sits in bed clutching his throat. He remembers the sword piercing his neck. He remembers the burning pain and the blood, and yet he always ends up right back here. He stands in the middle of the fighting with his sword drawn. This exact day keeps playing. He faces a guy with dual swords. The enemy lunges. It just keeps repeating. But this time Encrid raises his shield. His eyes shine with a cold blue light. He is finally paying attention. An elite enemy knight in heavy plate armor lunges right at him. Encrid watches the tip of the blade come incredibly close to his face. It is a perfect stab. He has watched this exact sword come at his throat 17 times. The knight skewers him right through the chest. Blood sprays everywhere. The 17th death. He grits his teeth in pure agony. He falls backward into the dirt. He wonders if he had just tried a bit harder. If he had just swung the sword with a bit more effort, maybe he would not have died here on this patch of dirt. Once again, he falls backward through the dark, empty void. A blue lantern hangs in the middle of nowhere. A voice asks him if he really believes that. Encrid closes his eyes. A glowing white spirit floats above the water, watching him fall.
Try struggling. Feel it properly and give up.
The ferryman tells him to feel the despair of a wall he can never cross. But Encrid just grits his teeth. A blue light flares in his left eye. He is not breaking yet. The metal ladle hits the frying pan. Encrid sits up in his bed, rubbing his temples. Rem is already cheerfully greeting him, noting that he woke up immediately today. Encrid casually mentions there is a bug in Rem's boot. Rem recoils in total surprise. He dumps the beetle out onto the floor and stomps it flat. Rem furiously asks if Encrid planted it there. Encrid just tells him to shut up. This is his 18th time looking at that exact crushed bug. He wonders how many more times he will have to see it before this day finally ends. He has wielded a sword since he was a kid, swinging a wooden blade with everything he had. He learned from a retired one-legged mercenary who passed through his village. The old man told him he was incredible. He told him he could become a knight, and young Encrid believed it. He imagined a knight who could slay 1,000 enemies alone, an invincible hero who could change the tide of war just by raising a flag. He thought he was the main character of a minstrel song, the Knight of the End. So he left his village to chase it, only to get mocked by drunks in a tavern. They called him a coward. They laughed at him for being scared of a stray dog. Joining a mercenary crew taught him very quickly that he had zero natural talent. He sits alone in a dim room staring at his heavily bandaged hands, but he refused to give up. He trained through the nights. He threw himself into brutal sparring matches. He swung his sword in the pouring rain. He believed hard work would beat talent. He hunted beasts in the mud. He built up endurance and finally started getting acknowledged. He screamed to the heavens that he was getting stronger, but that hope did not last. His sword gets violently knocked out of his hands. He looks down in absolute shock. A little blonde kid just parried his best strike like it was nothing. The kid challenged him to a duel and called him weak. The boy was 12 years old and had been holding a sword for 6 months. Incrid had wrecked his hands over a decade of practice just to be infinitely more pathetic than a literal child. He drops to his knees in the dirt, completely broken. He grits his teeth in pure agony, wondering if it was all for nothing. Under a beautiful starry sky, he still wanted to be a knight, so he kept swinging at a scarred tree trunk in the dark. He cut his sleep. He skipped meals. He just kept swinging, screaming through the pain, swinging until his muscles tore, slicing the air over and over again, panting and dripping with sweat, until morning broke over the mountains. His eyes are bloodshot but totally focused. The tree is shredded from thousands of strikes. He leans against it, totally drained. He decides that even if he cannot be a knight, he can at least be an experienced soldier. He raises the blade high and takes another chunk out of the wood, screaming out his frustration, forcing himself to accept his new reality. 3 years later, the Cyprus Division. He is the commander of a second-rate squad, the absolute ceiling of his endless training. But right now he needs a favor. He walks up to Jackson. He tells her to take his morning duty rotation today. He is totally serious. He needs the time. She agrees but tells him to repay her later. The orange-haired guy laughs at Jackson's glare. Incrid ignores him and calls for Rem. Rem turns around expecting to get assigned chores. Instead, Incrid demands to be taught the heart of the beast. Rem stares back at him, then smiles smugly, asking if Incrid actually thinks he can handle it this time. Back to the battlefield. The Battle of Aspen. The blender that keeps killing him. Every time he comes back, he learns the heart of the beast from Rem, but he still keeps flinching when the sword comes for his neck. Today has to be different. The massive army lines up at sunset. The screaming and the slaughter begins again. This is loop 21 on this exact field. He has completely memorized the timing. A spear comes right for the back of his head. He ducks it flawlessly. Step 1 complete. He raises his shield to block the next guy. He tracks his surroundings perfectly. He knows Vel from another squad is fighting nearby, and he knows Vel is about to die. A spear flashes through the air. Too late. Vel takes it right through the chest. He looks back in total shock as his blood sprays the dirt. Incrid rushes forward, deflecting another strike. He uses his leg to block. He saved himself from the arrow, but Vel still kicked the bucket. First goal complete. Now for the real problem. He watches an enemy drop an allied soldier. Incrid is on the ground. A sword hovers right over his face. The elite enemy knight is waiting. The guy with the glowing red eyes who murders him every single loop. He has stabbed Incrid in the neck 20 times. Incrid lets out a breath. He is ready. The knight lunges downward with his blood-stained blade. Incrid swears he will survive this. He remembers Rem tossing his axe during training, gripping the handle tight, pointing it directly at Incrid's face. Rem warned him that closing his eyes in dangerous situations will get him killed instantly.
Become a bastard who does not know anything about death.
Like a beast, Rem showed him the fierce animalistic eyes required. Back in the present, the knight is poised to strike. Incrid stares directly at the lethal tip of the sword. He asks himself if he is afraid to die. No. Death just gives him another try. He fights back fiercely, screaming in anger as the blade comes within an inch of his face. His heart beats like a beast. They clash in the dust. He tracks the movement. The knight's eye widens in surprise, and it works. For the first time in 21 loops, our boy watches the blade come in and steps entirely off the line. He does not blink. He does not flinch. He just reads the lethal trajectory and moves his body out of the way. He plants his feet firmly ready to counter. He screams with pure bloodlust, raising his sword. His eye burns with blue energy. The knight just sidesteps and thrusts his sword right through Incrid's neck anyway. Incrid spits up a massive geyser of blood, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. The paddle dips into the dark, glowing water. He is back in the void. He kneels at the edge while the ghostly ferryman waits on the boat. The spirit tells him to acknowledge his weak self and just get on the boat. Incrid holds his head, devastated by the repeating pain, but he refuses. He looks up with a manic grin and tells the spirit that day will never come, you piece of garbage. Because this time he finally saw the tip of the sword and dodged it. The ladle hits the pan again. He sits up calmly. Rem is surprised he is awake so fast. Incrid is moving forward one step at a time. He looks down with absolute focus. Day 22 starts now. The battlefield is a hazy, chaotic mess. This is loop 33. Incrid locks blades with the elite knight once again. He plans to dodge before the sword even reaches him. He strains against the heavy strikes. Blood splatters his face. The guy is just too fast. He falls backward with his throat opened up again. A round metallic charm hangs from his collar. He does not lose progress when he dies. He keeps the muscle memory. What he loses is time, and every death hurts exactly as much as the first. The blue charm hits the dirt. He remembers his time as a mercenary taking monster subjugation requests. He used to help random villages for free, simply because protecting the weak is a knight's duty. He carries a dead beast on his shoulders. The village elder offered him the only reward they could afford, a laughable blue charm for risking his life. The old man promised it would grant him what he desperately prayed for. As Incred bleeds out on the battlefield, he wonders if that cheap trinket is the reason the day keeps resetting, just so he could finally become a knight. The elite knight stands over him, noting his pain. Here is some mercy. Incred glares up at him, coughing blood. Mercy, my ass. The knight stares coldly through his visor. His eye glows red as he smirks. He plunges the sword down. Incred realizes this guy is just a complete sadist. The metal ladle strikes the pan. Incred is already standing up. Rem yells in surprise at his speed. Rem complains about Incred playing tricks right at the start of the day. Incred crushes the beetle without even looking. He turns to Rem with a glowing blue eye and demands to be taught the heart of the beast. Rem looks up, totally intrigued. Out on the training field, Rem swings his heavy axe with insane force. Incred watches it come in. He crouches low to block and gets thrown violently backward through the air. Rem squints at him suspiciously. He takes a drink and asks how Incred's nerves suddenly got so thick overnight. Rem knows his family's secret technique cannot be learned this fast, but Incred has already done this lesson more than 10 times. He learned the sensation directly from dying. Incred brushes it off, claiming he just learned it by chance. He draws his sword. He holds it vertically, ready for more. Rem smiles smugly. He loves the enthusiasm, but Incred knows that even with the heart of the beast, he will still die if he cannot land a hit. Rem swings down and Incred ducks. He dodges to the side, leaving after images. Rem yells at him to stop running. Rem lunges again. Incred focuses. His only weapon is the Valen mercenary technique. He balances his stance. It is an anomalous style most people call a petty trick. He plants his boot. Rem leaps high into the air, mocking his lower body strength. Incred slides across the grass. It is the most decent technique he has. He lunges from a low posture for a rapid thrust. Rem is genuinely shocked. For a split second, Incred sees the elite knight's red eye. He executes a flawless horizontal strike. Rem has to leap backward to avoid getting cut. The sword path leaves multiple white trails in the air. Incred looks at his hand. He just perfectly imitated the sadist's lethal stab. He died to it so many times his body just memorized the mechanics. Rem rubs his neck, admitting that was a pretty decent attempt, but he lectures Incred that a real strike needs impact. He points at Incred's hands, saying they should be bleeding from the force. Incred is startled. Rem tells him he is too doubtful of himself. Incred realizes he is always worried about what to do if his attack gets blocked. Rem tells him to stop overthinking.
Say you are dead meat now. That will make sure you do not lose the grip on your sword.
Rem is a terrible teacher, but Incred finally understands. Back on the battlefield, he clashes with the knight again. He gets stabbed right through the chest because he did not have confidence in his sword. The knight stands over his coughing body, offering his signature twisted mercy. Another loop, another sword through the neck. He realizes he must stab with absolute intent to kill. He screams, swinging his training sword. Reem blocks it, sparks flying everywhere. The knight smirks again on the battlefield and skewers him again, taking it one step at a time. Rem blocks another heavy strike. Incred forces himself to advance even a quarter of a step while bleeding out. The knight readies his finishing blow. Day 111. The same death. Day 123. Still dying. The blood-stained blade comes down over his head. He parries it fiercely. Finally, on day 124, he lunges forward in training, screaming with maximum effort. His bandaged hands grip the hilt so tightly that blood gushes out from his palms. Rem swings his heavy axe down. Incred steps right inside the guard and thrusts his sword directly at Rem's chest. Rem looks at him like he is completely insane. Incred's hands are bleeding profusely down the guard of the blade. Rem points out that his hands are wrecked, but Incred is just smiling wildly through his messy hair. Because he finally mastered that pervert's stab, he needs to be a little faster. He charges with pure murderous intent. The elite knight charges back across the dirt. Incred holds his sword perfectly vertical. They clash in a shower of sparks. Incred executes his hard-earned vertical stab, but the knight deflects it. Blood splatters across Incred's face. The first attempt is a failure, but he refuses to blink, and he refuses to let go of his sword. Every single clash is burning into his memory. The knight kicks him brutally in the chest. He looks down at Incred, mocking his suffering. He prepares the finishing thrust, but he pauses, confused by Incred's glare. Incrid looks right at the blade and tells the knight he is going to die tomorrow. Because Incrid has everything he needs in his head, the knight just laughs. He stabs Incrid through the chest, reminding him there is no tomorrow for a dead man. The blue charm glows in the cosmic dark. The beetle crawls across the floorboards. Incrid steps on it again. He ignores Rem's confusion. He tosses his guard duty to another soldier and walks right out. Rem cannot figure out why he is acting so commanding, because this is day 125. Incrid walks right up to the orange-haired guy. He places a highly specific order: shin armor, a shield, and a dagger. The guy complains but agrees because Incrid has never been this pushy before. Jackson defends the boss, which nearly starts a fight with Rem. The rest of the squad just sweat drops at the sudden change in attitude. Incrid is totally locked in. A blade thrusts forward at blinding speed. He remembers the incredible pain of every single death. He wonders what happens if he never wins even after 10,000 tries. Or what if he just runs away? He stands alone in the void, wondering if he should just be content with the strength he has gained. But that is not an option. He has to surpass this wall. He learned how to stab, piercing deep into the wood, carving heavy marks into the tree. Sweating and grinding, he refuses to abandon this blessing. He straps on the leather arm guards. He buckles the metal shin guards. He grips the circular wooden shield. His eye glows blue. He is ready. The army raises their weapons under the sunset. Incrid leads his squad into the meat grinder. The chaotic clash begins. He survives because of 3 things: preparation, luck, and a cool head. He blocks a heavy blow. He remembers day 46 when a spiked mace shattered his shoulder, and day 47 when he dodged it only to get his skull crushed. This time he adds a spin and slashes the guy first. He remembers day 71 when a soldier cut off his foot so he could not even reach the boss. His new metal shin guard perfectly blocks the low sweep. He counters by slamming his shield into the guy's face. He remembers day 89 when his head was split open by a thrown axe. He does not have time to deal with the axe thrower manually, so he pulls the dagger he bought this morning and throws it straight into the guy's face before he can even wind up. Problem solved. Vel charges in right behind him. Incrid uses his shield to block the arrow from the sniper known as Claw of the Hawk. He smoothly dodges a spear from below. The warm-up is over. The elite knight walks through the crowd toward him. The glowing red eye locks onto its favorite target. Incrid is totally unfazed. They square off in the dust. The knight lunges at high speed. Incrid blocks the thrust with his shield, creating a massive shockwave. He slides backward, gritting his teeth. Dodging is not enough. The knight is practically a genius, but he is surprised that a regular soldier just blocked his best opener. He lacks real fighting experience. Incrid capitalizes, immediately bashing him with the edge of the shield. The Valen mercenary style is perfect for this. The knight stumbles backward off balance. Incrid lunges, aiming straight for the neck. The knight barely dodges the downward strike. His red eye goes wide in panic. He leaps back defensively. Incrid follows up with another rapid slash. The knight spins away, resetting his stance. He prepares his ultimate counterattack. Incrid's eyes narrow. He has seen this exact move so many times. He knows everything there is to know about this stab. They clash in a massive vertical strike. Incrid screams, gripping his sword with both hands and pouring everything he has into the swing. The blades cross in a flash of white light. Incrid's strike completely shatters the knight's sword into pieces. Across the field, a bow is drawn. A volley of arrows rains down. The elite knight stands defenseless, reaching out with an empty hand. Incrid stands victorious with his blade pointed down. He won. Then a heavy spear flies straight through the air. It pierces cleanly through the elite knight's chest, pinning him. He coughs up blood, totally defeated. Rem runs over, furious, screaming about killing the sniper, but Jackson tells him it is too late. Rem stands over the fallen knight. The guy is bleeding out rapidly. The battle rages on around them. Incrid steps up to the kneeling sadist who killed him over 100 times. The army cheers in the smoke. Incrid pants heavily, dripping with sweat. The knight looks up weakly. Incrid stands right next to him. He raises his sword high. This is mercy. Incrid swings his blade down and takes the knight's head clean off. This is it, the payoff for 125 loops of pure torture. No magic, no special bloodline, just a man who stubbornly refused to stay dead until he memorized every single way this fight could go. His face is covered in blood, but he looks deeply relieved. He finally broke through the wall, until something massive strikes him from behind. He is launched violently across the battlefield. He hits the ground, coughing up blood. Rem and Jackson look on in complete horror. A massive, muscular green beast stands in the dust.
To be continued.
Incrid writhes in pain on the ground while the blue frog warrior towers over him. The beast looks down, complaining that he invested a lot in raising that knight. He cannot believe a weakling like Encred killed him. Rem stands near the decapitated body, breathing heavily. He grits his teeth in pure exhaustion and rage. The frog raises his massive double-headed axe, telling Encred to die. The blade comes down like a meteor, but Rem intercepts it. Sparks explode from the clash. Rem strains to hold back the ridiculous weight of the weapon. The frog just holds the handle with one hand, looking entirely relaxed. Rem screams, pushing back with bulging veins. The frog stares down coldly. They trade lightning-fast strikes across the chaotic battlefield. The slaughter continues around them. Rem slashes an enemy soldier across the chest with a spray of blood. He slides backward across the dirt, catching his balance. The frog lands gracefully now, dual-wielding curved daggers. They square off again.
If you want to cut off our squad commander's head, you need my permission first.
The frog tilts his head, confused that Encred is the commander and not Rem. Rem knows frogs are a warrior race born to fight. He figures he will have to pierce its heart in one strike. The frog wonders why a guy as strong as Rem is wasting time on this trivial battlefield. Rem braces himself to put his life on the line, but the frog just steps back, deciding this fight is not worth the effort. He turns his back and walks away, leaving Rem totally stunned. Rem lowers his axe, bewildered. He calls the guy a coward. Boots pound across the dirt. Jackson flips backward, dodging a lethal slash. She lands smoothly with her dagger drawn. Rem unleashes a massive circular swing, clearing the area. A montage of clashing blades and blood sprays as the squad fights to survive. Finally, they stand together among the fallen, totally drained. Encred can barely keep his eyes open. An allied flag waves as someone shouts for a full retreat. Encred finally blacks out. The army marches away under a bright orange sunset. A blue drop hits the dark water. The void again. Encred floats peacefully. The ferryman admits he survived a day, but claims that is all he gets. The spirit warns him that he will not be able to withstand the new walls that keep appearing. He smiles mockingly, saying Encred's fate is just to despair and give up. Encred kneels on the glowing platform, questioning the word fate. He is done listening to this ghost. He stands up tall. For him, walls only exist to be overcome. The ferryman just grins, saying he will eagerly wait for those ambitious eyes to completely lose their light. Encred wakes up in a bed. His chest and arm are heavily wrapped in bandages. He stares up at the canvas roof and the oil lantern. Rem tells him he is in the infirmary tent. Rem sits by the cot, smiling in relief. Encred has been asleep for 2 straight days. Rem brags about saving him from the frog. Encred barely remembers the beast. He groans, clutching his chest, amazed he is even alive. Rem tells him his bones are fine, but his head got scrambled. He jokes about being best friends forever. Encred turns away, annoyed, saying he never agreed to that. Rem slaps a hand over his mouth, laughing. Rem helps wrap his bandages as they bicker about who owes who. Outside, the sun shines brightly. A new day beyond today. For the first time in over 4 months, he actually made it to tomorrow. Crace sits on a nearby cot, demanding Encred pay him back triple for getting him into the infirmary. Encred stares blankly, finally understanding why a regular grunt like him got a bed. He points out that Crace was nowhere to be found during the actual battle as usual. Crace just smirks and offers a special discount of paying double. Evening falls over the quiet camp. Jackson stands at the tent entrance, looking stoic as always. Encred asks what she wants. She tosses him a small wooden jar of healing ointment. She tells him to apply it twice a day and not ask where she got it before walking away. Encred looks at it. It is Jackson's personal ointment. She usually hates sharing. Next up, Auden stands by the bed, weeping tears of joy. He leans over, getting incredibly emotional. Encred sighs heavily, telling him to leave because he is not dead yet. Night settles in fully. Encred lies awake, wondering why his lazy, selfish squadmates are taking shifts to check on him. He smiles weakly, realizing they might actually be worried. Then the tent flap opens again. Ragna steps in, illuminated by a candle.
Why are you here in the infirmary, Commander?
He just strolls right past, chewing on an apple without a care in the world. Encred's warm thoughts instantly vanish. Ragna absolutely does not care. Besides Encred, there are 2 other guys in the tent. One is a muscular platoon commander who used to pick fights with him, and the other is a mysterious, handsome blonde soldier who just stares blankly into space. The blonde guy tilts his head, observing Encred. Encred stares back in silence. The guy looks entirely serene. Suddenly, a tall female elven commander with long platinum blonde hair enters the tent. She carries a polished rapier on a white belt. She stands tall in ornate leather and plate armor.
Who is the commander of the 444th Squad?
Encred looks over, completely startled. The real trouble is just beginning. The muscular platoon commander sits in his hospital cot, completely paralyzed by fear. He stammers out a miserable greeting. Vengeance is sweating profusely. He is terrified of the high-ranking officer standing in their medical tent. The elven commander demands to know which unit they belong to. Vengeance fumbles through an introduction for the 3rd platoon. Incrid watches from his bed in total silence. She stares down at him with an icy gaze. She asks if his company normally teaches soldiers to state their race when addressing a superior. Vengeance bows his head deeply. He trembles in his cot and stammers out a desperate apology. Incrid observes the exchange carefully. He realizes this must be the new commander of the 4th company. He sits up and calmly introduces himself. He states his exact squad and platoon without a trace of fear. The commander appraises him with a cool expression. She mentions hearing about his success leading a difficult squad. She expects good things from him. She turns on her heel and begins to stride away. Her crimson cape flutters behind her. Incrid is left wondering if she really came all this way just to say that. Her white-trimmed boots suddenly stop on the wooden floorboards. She turns her intense gaze directly onto Krang. She demands to know his name. Krang looks completely startled. He rubs the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. He stutters for a moment before finally offering his name. Incrid narrows his eyes. He is highly skeptical of this display. Krang looks like he just invented that name on the spot. His complete lack of military discipline in front of a commander suggests he might be a noble in hiding. The elven commander stares ahead in heavy silence. Her face gives absolutely nothing away. She sweeps out of the infirmary tent without another word. Incrid watches her leave with deep suspicion. He looks off to the side. His mind is racing through the implications of her visit. The military camp sits quietly under a dark blue sky filled with stars. Inside the tent, a hand forcefully clenches into a tight fist. The hand relaxes and stretches out wide. The tension leaves the muscles. Incrid stands shirtless in the dim light. The pain from the battle has finally faded. He decides it is time to start training again. He gets dressed. Krang sits up and asks where he is going in the middle of the night. Incrid replies that he is heading to the training grounds. He steps out into the cool night air. Vengeance mutters insults from his bed, calling him a tough-acting idiot. Krang remains propped on his bed. He watches the tent exit with a silent and thoughtful gaze. The next morning, the sun glints brightly off a drawn sword. Incrid stands in an open field. He prepares to run through his visualization exercises. It is a costly method he learned in his youth to replay past battles. He mentally replays his desperate final stab against the elite enemy knight. He realizes how incredibly lucky he was. He stands poised with his blade. He knows relying on one suicide attack is a terrible strategy. If the single strike fails, he is dead. He visualizes Rem swinging his massive axe. He needs a follow-up move for when his initial stab does not end the fight. A voice suddenly interrupts his focus. He looks back in surprise. Krang is sitting on a nearby log. He asks why Incrid is spacing out in the middle of a field after twitching in his bed all night. Incrid explains his process calmly. He was training his grip strength in bed. Now he is mentally replicating the battlefield to find his flaws. Krang asks what the point of all this effort is. Incrid replies bluntly that he prefers not to get killed. Krang presses further. He asks if Incrid is trying to preserve his life just to become something specific. Incrid stares down at his squad mate. The question hits the absolute core of his being. They stand together on the open field as the sun sets. Incrid thinks about his impossible dream. It is a goal everyone has mocked him for. A goal his lack of talent should have buried years ago. He squeezes the hilt of his sword. His resolve hardens. He lifts his blade toward the sky and finally says it out loud. Incrid shouts that he will become a knight. Krang looks up at him with a surprised expression. His eyes go wide. Incrid looks down at the grass. He expects the usual mockery. Instead, he is met with silence. He tells Krang that this is a first. It is the first time anyone has heard his dream and not immediately laughed in his face. Krang stands up and dusts off his trousers. He claims he simply forgot to laugh because he just remembered something important. He turns to walk back to camp. He tells Incrid that watching him just helped him figure out what he needs to do. Incrid watches him go. A rare look of genuine peace crosses his face. This is a massive first for our guy. Krang looks back over his shoulder with a warm smile.
If you become a knight, remember my name, friend.
For the first time in his life, Incrid actually feels supported. The squad gathers outside, cheering wildly for the wandering minstrel. Incrid rubs his temples inside the tent. Vengeance is screaming his lungs out about the morning rations being delayed again. Incrid takes a leisurely walk through the camp. He stops to chat with Jackson, who asks about his injuries. He smiles warmly and thanks his squad mate for the medicine. Jackson looks away with a slight blush. She tells him to hurry up and recover if he is so thankful. Night falls. A single candle burns in the dim hospital tent. Incrid sits on his bed. Krang wishes him a good night from across the room. Incrid returns the sentiment. He pulls his blanket up and lies down. He plans to get a full night of uninterrupted sleep. Sleeping early is truly all he wants to do. The hospital tent is peaceful and quiet. A completely uneventful day comes to a close. Incrid sleeps deeply. He jerks awake in a panic. The cheering of his squad echoes from outside. He wonders why the wandering minstrel has returned for a second day in a row. Vengeance starts screaming at the top of his lungs about the delayed morning rations. It is the exact same complaint from yesterday. A terrifying realization dawns on Incred. Sweat beads on his temple. He stares down at his trembling hand in utter disbelief. He knows what this means. He walks outside and meets Jackson. She repeats her exact greeting, asking about his injuries. Incred replies with the exact same thanks. His face is pale and tense. Jackson looks away with the exact same blush and delivers the exact same response. There is no longer any doubt. He is back on day 126.
Another wall will stop you, so try to survive.
Incred realizes he must have been killed in his sleep without even waking up. This is the 126th death. He stands in the dark void looking down at his hands in sheer panic. He looks up at the towering walls of the arena. He refuses to collapse into despair. He knows he is stronger now. His eyes glow with a fierce blue energy. The invisible death only makes him more determined to climb. He views this as just another challenge to overcome. He lies awake in his cot staring at the ceiling. He tries to deduce how an enemy bypassed the entire camp security to kill him. His eyes are wide open in the candlelight. He reasons it must be a hidden assassin, someone already inside the camp. The assassin clearly knows the layout of the medical barracks and knows how to conceal their presence. His mind goes straight to the one person who fits the bill perfectly. A fairy has the nimble feet required for completely silent assassinations. He remembers the elven commander walking through the camp. He suspects her earlier visit was just to scout the location. He imagines her standing right outside the tent flap waiting to strike. The tent curtain sways in the wind. Incred decides he just needs to wait and scream the moment he sees her. He stares into the dark. He waits for the slightest movement. A tiny metal needle shoots out of the blackness and buries itself deep in his neck. His pupil shrinks to a pinprick. Sheer terror floods his system. It is a poison needle. He struggles to sit up and clutches his throat. He tries to scream, but only a choked gasp escapes. He never even saw the attacker. He crashes heavily to the wooden floor. His entire body locks up, completely paralyzed. The numbing poison takes full effect. He realizes this is exactly how he died the previous night without waking up. He forces his eyes to move. He sees Vengeance lying dead with a needle through his throat. A dark hooded figure stands silently over Krang. A silver sword is raised high. Incred bites his lip in pure helpless rage. He cannot move a single muscle to save his friend. The cloaked assassin prepares the killing blow. The blade is driven straight down into Krang's chest with brutal force. Krang lies completely still. A thin trail of blood leaks from his mouth. Incred stares with wide eyes. His teeth grind together in absolute fury. Suddenly, a second hooded figure leaps into the tent through a cut in the canvas. The two assassins immediately clash. Their blades spark in the dark. Incred is stunned by the arrival of a second intruder. A pointed ear is exposed beneath the second assassin's hood. The newcomer wields a beautifully crafted, slender rapier. Incred watches the duel. He realizes his theory was partially right. The second figure pulls back her hood. It is the Elven Company leader. The minstrel shouts his morning greeting under a clear blue sky. The squad cheers wildly for Cyprus again. The loop has reset. Incred sits on his cot hunched over in defeat. This is the third time he has woken up to this exact same morning. He rubs his face in frustration. Even fully alert, he could not detect the assassin's approach. This wall is going to be incredibly difficult to climb. He remembers the elf commander stepping in to fight. Even if he stops the first killer, he still has to deal with her immediately after. He feels utterly helpless, trapped in the corner of the medical tent. He grips his hands tightly. The crushing weight of the loop threatens to break him again. He forces himself to remember the elite knight he faced on the battlefield. He reminds himself that he was the one who walked away from that fight. He won against impossible odds. He steps outside into the sunlight. As long as he does not give up, there is always a path forward. He draws his sword with a sharp metallic ring. Vengeance shouts from his bed, calling him crazy for drawing a weapon in the hospital tent. Incred ignores him and sheathes the blade. He reasons that the assassin must strike from outside. Vengeance smirks and asks if Incred is hunting cockroaches. He adds that it would be fitting work for a lowlife. Incred stares back coldly. He tells Vengeance he did not realize the commander cared so much about him. Vengeance explodes in anger. Incred deadpans that he was just being sarcastic. Vengeance screams at him to screw off. Krang steps into the tent and asks if they are arguing again. He offers a gentle smile and asks if he should come back later. Incred tells him to come in. Vengeance groans about annoying soldiers. Incred watches Krang's back with deep suspicion. He knows the assassin prioritized Krang as a target. He wants to respect Krang's privacy. He does not normally pry into secrets people want to keep hidden. He resolves not to force an answer from his friend, but he is not dealing with normal circumstances anymore. He thinks of Rem resting comfortably across the camp. The squad of lunatics has rubbed off on him. He calls out Krang's name. He looks Krang dead in the eye and bluntly asks what exactly he is. Krang freezes. Sweat drips down his cheek. He avoids eye contact. Incred wonders if his conversational skills have deteriorated to Rem's level. The direct approach was incredibly awkward. Krang stammers out a weak deflection. He tries to laugh it off. He finally admits that his identity is not something he can talk about. Incred pushes for a reason. Krang just says it is a long story. Incred stares at him in quiet disappointment. He sighs and crosses his arms, accepting the non-answer. Vengeance watches the exchange in complete disbelief. Vengeance screams at Incred for backing down so easily. He points an accusing finger at Krang. He declares that Krang clearly lacks the manners of a local citizen. He demands to know which country sent him as a spy. Krang stares back, completely unbothered by the wild accusations. Vengeance grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. Krang turns his leather boots toward the exit. He walks away calmly, leaving Vengeance fuming with suspicion. Before leaving, Krang states with quiet dignity that he has never betrayed the kingdom and never will. Incred catches his eye. He believes Krang completely. The way he moves speaks volumes. He remembers the legendary knights of the kingdom. Krang carries a similar weight. Vengeance continues to yell about respect. Krang just laughs it off with a polite sir. Incred analyzes the situation objectively. Krang cannot be a hidden knight. He died instantly to the assassin just like the rest of them. But he is absolutely hiding something massive. Night falls again. The candle burns low. Krang wishes Incred a good night. Incred returns the sentiment. Vengeance clears his throat awkwardly in the dark. Incred lies awake. He wonders if Vengeance is keeping quiet because he is actually intimidated by Krang. He stays perfectly still, keeping his senses dialed to maximum. The tent flap sways in the night breeze. He knows if the killer gets inside, they are all doomed. He sits up and looks over at Vengeance's cot. He stands over his commander. Vengeance asks what he wants in the middle of the night. Incred whispers an urgent warning. He tells Vengeance that assassins are coming, and they need to cooperate to survive. Vengeance stares up at him in utter disbelief. He rolls over and pulls his blanket up. He tells Incred he has completely lost his mind. Krang sleeps peacefully nearby, totally unaware of the impending doom. Incred stands in the middle of the room and sighs. That was exactly the reaction he expected. Suddenly a thought hits him. How did the assassin notice he was awake last time? A tiny needle strikes his neck. His eye shrinks in terror. The hooded killer moves swiftly through the shadows of the tent. A sharp blade slices cleanly across Incred's throat before he can even fall. He collapses backward. Blood sprays from his neck. The 127th death. Vengeance is stabbed through the throat while lying in bed. Krang is impaled directly through the chest. Incred bleeds out on the floorboards. His vision fades to black. He wakes up in a cold sweat clutching his face. The squad cheers for Cypress again. This is loop 4 for the day. He realizes he cannot rely on his tent mates for help. He considers warning the higher-ups to get reinforcements, but he has no proof. He remembers trying to warn Rem on a previous run. Rem just glared at him and threatened to end his life if he did not screw off. Warning people is useless. He stands near the tent wall later that night. He decides to predict the exact moment of the attack and scream for help right before the killer strikes. The curtain flutters. He waits in agonizing tension. Sweat drips down his face. He tries to time it perfectly. He opens his mouth to shout. The poison needle hits his vocal cords mid-sentence. His throat is violently slashed open. Blood arcs across the room. He collapses, clutching his ruined neck. The assassins are simply too fast. Death 128. On the next loop, he draws his sword early. He plans to ambush them the moment they enter. A needle cuts through the darkness before he even swings. He collapses against the tent canvas, pinned by multiple strikes. He realizes fighting an invisible enemy is impossible. The assassin stands over his paralyzed body. While Incred is blind, the killer sees everything perfectly. He is struck down again. As long as he cannot dodge the needle, he has no chance. The killer turns and walks away, leaving him to die on the floor. The minstrel shouts his greeting to the camp. Incred sits on his bed, gripping his sword handle. It is the 20th morning of this loop. Death 145. He has accomplished absolutely nothing. He hunches over, gritting his teeth in raw frustration. He stares at the floor as the anger boils over. A slow, determined smile spreads across his face. His eye glows with brilliant blue light. It is only the 20th death of this checkpoint. He has plenty of time. He marches across the training grounds. He needs a way to dodge a projectile he cannot see. He watches Jackson carving wood in the distance. He needs someone who understands how to strike faster than the eye can follow. He focuses on the quiet rogue. Jackson is the key. He approaches his squad mate with a calculating look. Rem walks past with his axe resting on his shoulder. He asks why Encrid calls Jackson a perverted wildcat. Rem explains that is his own nickname for the rogue because Jackson is a dirty combatant. Encrid recalls Jackson delivering lethal surprise attacks on the battlefield. He never fights head-on. He only backstabs and vanishes. Jackson looks up from the wood carving and greets his squad leader. Jackson asks about his injuries. Encrid knows Jackson could easily kill the assassins, but he cannot drag Jackson into the hospital tent without authority. Even if he could, it would not solve his fundamental weakness. The faceless death is a wall he must climb himself. He calls out Jackson's name. He decides he will just learn to become like Jackson. He asks a direct question. He asks how he can stop a backstab from someone with Jackson's skills. Jackson stops carving. He looks up in quiet surprise. Jackson states calmly that no one has ever survived his ambushes. Encrid stares back with unshakable resolve. He fully intends to be the first. Jackson crouches on a wooden crate on the training field to deliver the lesson. He rests a hand on his collar. He tells Encrid that surviving a perfect ambush requires having eyes on the back of your head. Encrid looks confused. He asks what that means. A group of soldiers carries supplies past them. Encrid wonders if Jackson is being literal. Jackson points out toward a distant dirt path. He tells Encrid that his timing is perfect. He points out a wagon moving far away. Encrid looks over his shoulder. The wagon is barely visible behind the tents. The wooden cart bumps along the road. Encrid wonders how Jackson even noticed something at that distance. Jackson closes his eyes. He states calmly that the wagon is about to fall apart. A split second later, the heavy wooden wheel cracks and splinters completely off its axle. Jackson lowers his hand. His expression is completely unbothered. Encrid stares with his jaw practically on the floor. He asks if Jackson is a prophet. Jackson mocks him for spending too much time with Rem. Encrid demands to know the trick. Jackson taps his ear. He explains that he heard the axle creaking from all the way across the camp.
If you can hear what is around you, you can predict what is going to happen next.
Encrid analyzes this impossible feat. He did not even hear the wagon approach, let alone the creaking of its wood. Jackson tells him that sight is unnecessary if the other senses are sharp enough. Jackson stretches casually. He advises Encrid to practice honing his senses and isolating specific noises from the background chaos. Jackson turns to walk away. Encrid thanks him for the rare, serious explanation. Jackson waves lazily over his shoulder. He admits he only explained it to keep Encrid from bothering him later. He notes that Encrid has become incredibly stubborn lately. He simply refuses to give up. Night returns to the camp. The sky is deep blue and dotted with stars. Encrid lies in his bed. He knows he has hit his second major wall. The wall takes the form of faceless, silent death. He knows he can survive if he can just sense the killer's approach. He focuses all his attention on his ears. He tries to isolate the sounds outside. He identifies the regular footsteps of the patrol and the crackling of the torchlight. High above, the killer leaps silently from the tent roof. Encrid's eyes dart around the dark room. He searches frantically for a sound out of place. The assassin crouches at the base of the canvas, completely silent. Encrid grits his teeth. The silence is deafening. The assassin lands gracefully on the soft grass without making a single sound. The poison needle pierces Encrid's throat before he even realizes the attack has begun. He chokes on his own blood. Loop 21 is another total failure. He sits up in bed on loop 22, holding his head in despair. The squad cheers outside. He stares at his hand. He feels like he has not taken a single step forward, but his body still retains every piece of muscle memory from his previous deaths. He remembers the exact feeling of learning the heart of the beast. He remembers grinding out the perfect stab. He replays Jackson's lecture in his mind. He needs to determine location by the intensity of the sound wave. Once his hearing is sharp enough, his ears will become a second set of eyes. Jackson snaps his fingers in the memory. Encrid blinks. Jackson explained that sound is a wave that rings out in all directions. The trick is to isolate one single wave from the chaos of thousands. Encrid stands in the middle of the bustling camp. He closes his eyes and lets the noise of his squadmates wash over him. He tries to categorize and separate the tangled layers of noise. He listens to the military flags flapping in the wind. To him, it just sounds like one massive sheet of cloth instead of 7 individual banners. He listens to the marching boots. He tries to count how many are close and how many are far away. He tilts his head back. He focuses on feeling the waves of familiar sounds. High above, a hawk glides on the wind. Encrid searches for the unfamiliar noises. Krang walks over and asks what kind of training he is doing. Krang smiles gently, carrying his tunic over his shoulder. He calls him Ensi. Encrid is entirely thrown off by the sudden nickname. Krang asks if the nickname is okay. Encrid tells him it absolutely is not. He sighs and calls Krang an idiot. Krang laughs and notes that this does not look like real training. Krang adds that he knows Encrid is not the type to waste time. Incred stares back quietly, appreciating the trust. That night, the needle drops vertically from the black ceiling. It strikes him perfectly in the neck. He spits blood as the agony rips through him again. He watches helplessly as Krang is run through with the sword. The killer wipes the bloody blade clean. Krang lies dead on his cot. Incred's eyes fade to black. The 33rd attempt of the day is a failure. Death 158 overall. The 34th attempt. The killer leaps over the tents. The landing is completely silent. Incred hears nothing. Krang is killed again. Failure. Failure after failure. The cycle repeats relentlessly. Loop 37. He marches through the camp with a cold iron focus. He realizes he does not need combat experience to beat this. He keeps his eyes closed as he walks, forcing his ears to do the work. He does not need divine intervention. He does not need a sudden magical awakening. He just needs to repeat the process until he breaks through. A hawk lands silently on a wooden post. He just needs to do what he always does. The bird's talons grip the wood without shifting a grain of dust. On loop 48, the assassin crouches at the tent wall. Inside, Incred keeps his eyes firmly shut. His concentration is absolute. The memory of Krang sneaking up on him plays in his mind. Krang was surprised that Incred knew he was there despite having his eyes closed. The training had finally worked. He had successfully isolated the sound of approaching footsteps. Incred sits in the dark tent. The memory fuses with the present moment. He remembers the exact trajectory of the lunging assassin. He maps the exact arc of the falling dagger. He traces the path of the horizontal slash. He remembers the exact spot on the floorboards where he bled out 50 times. He remembers the killer standing over Krang's bed. The pieces finally click into place. The assassin realizes something is wrong. Incred smiles fiercely. His left eye blazes blue in the dark. The killer is no longer a faceless death. The hooded killer grits his teeth in sudden frustration and curses the target. He leaps backward into the shadows to dodge Incred's lashing blade. Incred analyzes his opponent's movements. This guy is fast, but his pure combat skills are nowhere near Jackson's level. He can win this. He shoots a glance toward the other cots to check on his squad. Vengeance is already deeply asleep and entirely useless. Krang is resting peacefully right in the line of fire. Incred locks back onto the killer. He cannot afford to let his guard down for a single second. They clash fiercely in the cramped space. Incred blocks rapid strikes, knowing the enemy is still a seasoned professional. The assassin sweeps his arm and launches a silver dagger at blinding speed. Incred remembers the battlefield, the brutal surprise attacks that drop men instantly. He deflects the dagger and dodges a flurry of close-range slashes. The enemy blade cuts the air inches from his face. Incred roars and swings his sword with everything he has. From the shadows, the Elven Company leader watches the fight unfold. Incred readies his sword for a direct thrust. He knows he has to end this fast. If he does not land the first hit, he will die for the 51st time today. He lunges. Suddenly, the Elven commander intervenes. Her rapier clashes against the assassin's blades. The killer is stunned to find a guard waiting. She moves with terrifying speed, pushing the intruder back with a flurry of strikes. Krang finally wakes up. He grabs his sword and prepares to join the fight. The Elven commander maintains absolute focus as she drives the assassin toward the exit. She leaps gracefully over the hospital beds. Her cloak flutters wildly in the dark. She lands lightly on her feet, keeping her blade perfectly poised. Krang sits frozen on his bed. He assumed she was working with the killers, but she just saved his life. Incred does not hesitate. He capitalizes on the massive opening she created. He drives his sword downward in a brutal two-handed overhead strike. The assassin grunts in heavy strain as he raises his daggers to block. The weapons collide, throwing a shower of bright orange sparks across the room. The killer sweats under his hood. The combined assault is too much to handle. He leaps swiftly backward and dives through the torn canvas wall, escaping into the night. Incred stands by the ripped tent, breathing heavily. The fight is over. He peers out into the empty darkness. The killer is completely gone. Krang steps up beside him. He notes that the assassin was definitely aiming for him. Incred agrees. Krang is surprised and asks how he figured it out. Incred points out that nobody pays professional assassins to kill low-level grunts like him in vengeance. The elf commander steps forward and confirms his logic. She stands tall, holding the hilt of her rapier. She praises Incred for being quick on his feet. Incred watches her hand rest casually on her weapon. She helped them survive, but she is still a high-ranking officer operating in secret. His eye glints with deep suspicion. He knows she cannot afford to leave witnesses to her unauthorized midnight activities. He quietly shifts a dagger behind his back, preparing for a second fight. Krang diffuses the tension instantly by stepping forward to ask a favor. He addresses the commander with a polite and respectful bow. He smiles gently and requests that nobody else dies tonight. Incred watches them negotiate. The power dynamic here is way above his pay grade. The commander lowers her head in a slight bow. She agrees to Krang's terms without a fight. She points out Vengeance lying paralyzed on his cot. She asks if he is still alive. Krang assures her they have the antidote to the poison. Ingrid realizes she brought antidotes specifically because she anticipated the poison needles. She planned this perfectly. Krang rubs his chin. They need to clean up the mess before the rest of the camp discovers the infiltration. Traces of a professional hit will cause massive problems. He asks Ingrid if destroying the evidence will solve the issue. Ingrid nods. He knows a very easy way to remove all traces from a battlefield. 5 minutes later, the entire medical tent is completely engulfed in a raging inferno. The camp erupts into chaos. Soldiers run screaming toward the blaze with buckets. The rescue squad finds Ingrid and Vengeance lying safely on the grass outside the burning ruins. Ingrid coughs loudly, playing the part of the exhausted survivor. The fire has successfully destroyed all evidence of the fight. Soldiers hurl water onto the flames. The aftermath is entirely out of Ingrid's hands now. Far from the camp, Krang walks side by side with the elven commander down a quiet forest path. She asks if he changed his mind about leaving because of Ingrid. Krang admits that he did. He finds his friend incredibly interesting. The commander looks down in quiet thought. Krang smiles as he carries his gear. He admits he has been trying to avoid his true responsibilities for a long time. He remembers his past life swinging a blindingly bright sword as a legendary warrior. He walks off into the woods, leaving his squad behind. He smiles warmly and admits that Ingrid's stubbornness must have rubbed off on him. He promises they will meet again when they have both grown into their proper roles. Deep in the dark void, a broken wooden shaft floats on the surface of the water. Ingrid stands in the endless starry space looking down at his reflection. The ferryman closes his eyes. He assures Ingrid that he will definitely see his friend again. Ingrid stares forward with absolute resolve. He is ready for whatever comes next. The next morning, the sky is bright blue and filled with puffy clouds. The time loop is finally broken. Day 127 has arrived. He marches through the camp carrying his gear. He survived the silent death and finally woke up to a true tomorrow. He kneels to pack his bags. He admits to himself that while he improved his hearing, he still could not sense the elven commander at all. He has a long way to go. He drapes his cloak over his shoulder. Vengeance asks why Ingrid saved him from the fire. The platoon commander is deeply confused. He wants to know why the guy he insulted relentlessly carried him to safety. Ingrid ignores the tone. He wonders why Vengeance has such a massive issue with him. He simply states that they are comrades. He asks if he really needs any other reason to save a life. Vengeance looks down, entirely silenced by the genuine answer. As Ingrid walks away, Vengeance mutters under his breath, calling him a selfless bastard. Jackson spots him returning to the living quarters. He asks if Ingrid is heading back to the squad. Jackson warns him that the atmosphere in their tent is currently complete garbage. Ingrid asks what happened. Jackson explains that rumors are flying around claiming the entire military base is cursed. Inside the tent, Auden is screaming at the top of his lungs, calling someone an underdeveloped monkey. Rem lunges forward into a brutal close-quarters brawl. The barbarian grins with sheer primal joy as he throws a punch. Other soldiers flee in terror, screaming that the crazy squad is fighting each other again because their squad leader was gone. The brawl spills outside. The crowd panics as tents are trampled in the crossfire. Auden throws a massive right hook, completely unhinged. Rem counters with a crushing strike that sends a man flying across the grass. Rem hefts his battle axe and threatens to decorate a skull. The crowd screams to evacuate. Auden draws his sword and threatens to split the barbarian in half. Ingrid stands on the path watching his squad tear the camp apart. He deadpans that he does not believe in curses. He lets out a deeply exhausted sigh. He realizes these absolute lunatics are his actual curse. He orders them to knock it off. Rem stops mid-swing, surprised to see him. Auden is shocked he is still alive. Ingrid mutters that these two are going to drive him insane. The sun sets over the distant mountains, painting the sky in soft twilight. Ingrid lies awake on his cot. 4 full days have passed since he returned to his squad. His eye snaps open. He focuses instantly on a faint sound near the entrance. Jackson slides through the tent flap as quietly as a ghost. He apologizes for waking him. Ingrid sits up and assures him he was already awake. He grabs his gear and announces he is heading out for his morning workout. Day 131 begins. Jackson compliments his progress. For a beginner, his hearing has improved dramatically. Ingrid credits his relentless practice. Jackson flashes a rare supportive smile. He promises the skill will save his life someday. Winter is approaching quickly. Real battles have become few and far between. A hand locks in a vice grip onto a rough tree branch. Ingrid grinds out pull-ups in the freezing morning air. His muscles burn with the effort. He refuses to waste the downtime. He needs to close the massive gap in physical stats before the next engagement. The sun rises over the camp, casting long shadows across the training field. Auden greets him cheerfully as he finishes his set. Incrid wipes the sweat from his neck with a towel. He stares at Auden in disbelief. Auden is doing push-ups with a literal boulder balanced on his bare shoulders. He casually asks if Incrid had a good workout. Auden drops the boulder and notes that staying busy is a good thing. Incrid stares quietly. The sheer physical freakishness of his squad is intimidating. He looks down at his own calloused hands. He knows a well-trained body is the greatest weapon of all. Rem struts over shirtless and flexing. He advises Incrid that he needs to bulk up if he wants to survive a real hit. Rem flashes a wild grin and insists Incrid is still way too skinny to take a kick. Incrid deadpans that Rem is just excessively large. He promises to keep trying anyway. Rem continues his lecture on combat resilience while the camp wakes up around them. Moments later, Rem is dragging Krace out of bed by his ankle, screaming at him for oversleeping his duty shift. Rem is absolutely furious, calling the swordsman a lazy failure. Krace faceplants onto the floorboards, completely disoriented. He pushes himself up onto his knees, glaring absolute daggers at the barbarian. Krace grabs a wooden club and swings wildly, shouting for Rem to eat his ass. Rem casually deflects the weapon with his bare hand without even breaking a sweat. Krang steps into the tent and asks with a tired sigh if they are fighting again. Incrid physically steps between them. He tells them to drop it because wanton violence solves absolutely nothing. Rem turns his complaints to Ragna. He warns her that Kreis is going to starve them all with his incompetence. He demands she start cooking immediately. Ragna agrees with supreme lazy indifference. Rem yells at her for accepting the order without an argument. Ragna tells him to back off because he smells terrible. She pushes past the massive barbarian, completely unbothered by his shouting. Incrid demands Rem stop picking fights just because he is bored. He knows the barbarian is just restless. Rem rubs his neck with a massive grin. He admits the lack of battles is making him itch for a fight. Incrid draws his sword and tells him to leave the squad alone. He offers to duel him right here and now. The sky turns gray and cloudy as they take their positions on the field. The training weapons clash with explosive force. Incrid grunts under the heavy impact of Rem's strikes. Rem laughs wildly, telling Incrid he needs to learn how to take a hit better. Incrid falls back on his training. He activates the heart of the beast to kill his fear and keep his cool under pressure. His focus narrows to a razor edge. He tunes out everything except his opponent. Rem's wooden axe swings down in a blur of motion. Incrid closes his eyes. He relies entirely on his newly trained hearing to track the weapon's arc. He blocks the strike perfectly. He absorbs the impact and waits for the exact opening. He prepares the one technique he paid for with hundreds of agonizing deaths. Rem lunges forward. His eyes widen as he realizes he overextended. Incrid launches the perfect straight stab directly at his chest. Rem barely manages to intercept the wooden point with his axe handle. The impact sends shockwaves through his arms. Rem recovers instantly and delivers a brutal front kick to Incrid's chest, launching him backward. Incrid grits his teeth as he hits the dirt. The physical gap is still enormous. Rem follows up with a heavy overhead smash, forcing Incrid to block defensively. Rem rests his axe on his shoulders. He complains that he expected more since Incrid's skills had improved so much recently. He whines that Incrid has become boring. He claims he is already sick of that one single stab technique and demands to see something new. Incrid stares from under his messy hair. Rem is wrong. He knows he is fundamentally different now. He has the ultimate grind mechanic. He can repeat this exact fight thousands of times if necessary. He tells Rem to come at him again, promising to completely destroy him. Rem's expression drops into dead seriousness. He analyzes the weak soldier standing before him. He knows Incrid's physical skills are entirely lacking, but those eyes are different. A feral grin spreads across Rem's face. He realizes he will never get sick of seeing that unyielding look. He drops back into a combat stance and tells Incrid to prove it by leaving a dent in him. Suddenly the sky opens up. Heavy rain starts hammering the tents. They stand drenched in the middle of the field. The duel is called off on account of the storm. The rain pours relentlessly over the medical barracks. Incrid stands at the tent entrance watching the downpour. The weather in this region is wildly unpredictable. Rem dries his feet with a towel, complaining that mushrooms are going to grow on him if this keeps up. The rest of the squad lounges on their cots waiting out the storm. Krace storms in soaking wet. He wrings out his orange hair, screaming about his cancelled duels. He furiously claims he would believe it if someone said the entire camp was cursed. Incrid asks what he means by a curse. Krace is shocked the squad leader has not heard the rumors. Incrid remembers Vengeance making the exact same claim right before the fire. The memory is crystal clear. Vengeance sat in his bed and declared the encampment was cursed. Krace lists the evidence. Fires breaking out, injuries skyrocketing, and the scout squad taking massive casualties out of nowhere. He rests his chin in his hand, admitting that the temperamental weather is probably just fueling the paranoia. Incred analyzes the situation. If the scouts are dropping like flies, the higher-ups will absolutely take action soon. Crace asks why he is just standing at the entrance. Incred replies that he is training his senses. Crace thinks he is crazy for trying to listen through a downpour. Incred states that the heavy rain is exactly why it works as training. Rem grumbles, calling him a stray cat. Krang steps up and praises the method, assuring him he is doing great. Reem immediately turns over in bed and screams at Krang. He yells about Krang suddenly caring for the squad leader. Incred tunes out the argument, entirely focusing on the sound of the rain against the canvas. Auden offers to help Krang with his exercises since they are stuck inside anyway. The tent settles into a cozy, familiar chaos. The squad bickers like a dysfunctional family. Jackson quietly reads a small book in the corner. Auden watches the others with a content-soft smile. Ragna rests her head in her palm, enjoying the peace. Rem grins at Krang, knowing full well they have all noticed the change in their leader. Incred stares out at the rain. For the first time in over 100 loops, he actually looks at peace. Meanwhile, across the storm-battered camp, the military brass holds a meeting. The commanders stand around a map table. They need to send a scouting party out before winter hits, but they are drastically short-handed due to the recent injuries. The elven commander stares coldly at the map. She suggests assigning the leader of the 444th squad. The bearded commander balks at the idea. He calls Incred a useless idiot who will only hold the scouts back and get them killed. She defends her choice with absolute calm. She insists Incred could bring unexpected results to the mission. The bearded commander demands to know her reasoning.
A fairy's instinct.
The storm clears, leaving a bright, pristine sky over the camp. Incred stands at attention in the command tent, receiving his new orders. His eyes go wide in shock. He repeats the order back, completely stunned. He has been drafted to the scouts. The elven commander watches him process the news with a cold, analytical stare. The next brutal arc is about to begin. Back in the tent, he packs his travel gear. Crace sits on a stool and watches him sheathe his sword. He asks what Incred could have possibly done to make the elf commander single him out for a suicide mission. Incred thinks about the cold face of the elven leader. He narrows his eyes. He is pretty sure she does not want him dead. At least not right now. Rem watches the packing process from his bunk. The big barbarian smiles warmly. He offers to make the whole problem go away with a little violence. Incred tells him absolutely not. Rem has a history of settling disputes with his axe, and they do not need a court-martial right now. Rem drops to his knees in mock grief. He begs the heavens not to take their precious little squad leader away from them. Ragna sits up in his bed. The lazy genius looks at him with total sincerity. He offers to go in his place. Incred shuts that down instantly. Ragna would just get lost in the woods within 5 minutes. Jackson quietly whittles a piece of wood in the corner of the tent. She tells him to pay attention to the changes in the grass. Noticing disturbances in the ambient noise is the first step in surviving an ambush. Tuning out the chaos to identify hidden threats is a critical skill. Rim immediately starts screaming at her for teaching Incred weird rogue tricks again. Incred looks at his chaotic squad. If he leaves, they are definitely going to murder each other before the week is over. But he knows the elf commander is right. He is the most expendable person here. Ever since he enlisted, he was constantly moved around to fill in for other people due to his total lack of talent. He remembers Rem swinging that massive double-headed axe. He remembers Jackson lunging forward with her curved dagger. He remembers Ragna delivering a perfect high kick in training. He remembers Rem and Crace constantly at each other's throats. He remembers breaking up their massive barrack brawls. The only place he ended up being useful was keeping these absolute rejects from killing one another. He calmly catches Rem's incoming strike with his gloved hand. He tells him to give it a rest. Rem looks at him with a mix of mild respect and total annoyance. He asks if Incred is brave or just stupid. Rem glares at Jackson. He tells her she should be thanking Incred for keeping her alive. Jackson calmly replies that Rem would have lost his head first. Incred watches them bicker. These goons are highly skilled assets. Compared to them, his own combat power is basically a rounding error. He snaps out of the memory. There is no time for sudden contemplation. He knows exactly where he stands in terms of skill. The small scouting party rides horses down a grassy hill toward the forest. He just needs to get better. He plans to spend this mission training his senses. The squad leader walks ahead in silence. Incred looks up as the guy suddenly stops. Andrew Gardner is a rich kid with a massive ego. He proudly announces that they might share the same rank, but he is the one in charge here. The other scouts laugh. They ask if the useless outcast even knows how to hold a sword properly. Andrew smirks. He calls Incred a useless burden who only survives because his squad carries him. Andrew shouts to his team that if they meet the enemy, they will bash their skulls in. The men cheer like absolute amateurs. Incrid shakes his head. They are screaming in a forest during a stealth mission. This is going to be a disaster. One of the scouts finds deep footprints in the mud. Andrew crouches down and declares they belong to a new beast. He grins and tells the men they are having barbecue tonight. Incrid stares at him deadpan. He wonders what is actually going on inside this guy's head. A scout named Henry laughs quietly. He whispers that it is just a gazelle track. Incrid looks over. Finally, someone with actual brain cells. Henri smiles softly and admits their new leader is a bit obnoxious. Henri used to be a mountain hunter. He and Incrid quickly become friends at the back of the marching line. Henri explains the basics of animal paths in the forest. Incrid takes mental notes. Every bit of knowledge is a tool to survive. Night falls over the dark forest trees. Someone curses loudly in the distance. They wasted the entire day searching for monsters that were not even there. Andrew stands alone on the path. He mutters to himself that it was definitely a new track. Later in the tent, Andrew sits on his cot holding his head. He is desperate for any kind of result. Incrid watches him silently. Morning breaks over the lush green forest. Leather boots step carefully into the tall green grass. They reach the edge of a massive field. Andrew proudly announces they have arrived at the Green Pearl. An endless ocean of thick, tall green blades stretches to the horizon. Andrew gives another loud, passionate speech. He promises rewards and prisoners. The men cheer again. Henri leans over and whispers. He asks if they are really going into that dense nightmare. Incrid just shrugs. Orders are orders. The squad marches in a single file line through the deep grass. Henri figures the rich kid will give up soon because pushing through the thick leaves is exhausting. But Andrew does not complain once. He pushes through the field drenched in sweat but fully committed. Henri whispers that there are no animal droppings here. He looks highly suspicious. It means there are no animals in a place filled with food. That is a massive red flag. They step into a quiet, muddy clearing. A massive clawed paw sinks heavily into the mud. The first time he hears it, Incrid's eye goes wide in pure terror. A giant black beast with glowing blue eyes stalks silently out of the grass right behind them. Incrid screams at the top of his lungs. He tells everyone to hit the dirt. The soldiers turn around in complete shock. The beast moves like lightning. It takes a soldier's chest open with a single swipe of its claws. Andrew screams in terror as his man goes down. Then the real threat appears. Heavily armored soldiers emerge from the dense foliage. Andrew orders a full retreat. The squad breaks and runs in blind panic. An aspen soldier slashes a scout across the back. Blood sprays over the green leaves. Incrid draws his sword and tries to cover the rear. Another teammate gets dropped. From above, the field turns into a slaughterhouse. Chaotic paths are carved into the grass as the ambush claims them one by one. A distant figure hides in the thick grass. Someone pulls back a crossbow string. Incrid drops low. The sound isolation technique he learned from Jackson is working perfectly. He can hear the tension of the strings over the wind, but hearing an ambush and surviving it are two completely different things. An enemy soldier's eye goes wide. Andrew is sweating and furious. He cannot process the noise around him. The technique is only helpful if you have the speed to react. A massive flurry of arrows rains down around Incrid. He crouches as the dirt explodes. A soldier takes 3 bolts to the back and collapses. Blood splatters across Incrid's face. He knows exactly where the ambush is coming from now. He tries to warn Andrew. The rich kid threatens to cut his head off for speaking out of turn. There is absolutely no way these guys are going to listen to reason. Incrid considers cutting his losses and escaping alone. Another massive volley darkens the sky. The screams start all over again. The aspen soldiers block every single escape route, but it does not matter. Incrid has the repeating todays on his side. He can just try another path. A blood-soaked spear thrusts out of the dark. Death 160. He catches 20 crossbow bolts to the chest in the tall grass. The pain resets his brain. Loop 161. He tries running north to avoid the arrows, and a squad of spearmen guts him instead. His hand grips the dirt as his vision fades to black. The aspen soldiers hunt him down no matter where he hides in the field. Loop 162. Assassins in green masks cut his throat from the shadows. Loop 163. An arrow in the back. Then he does it again, and again. 20 more times. Same grass, same blood, same morning. He spends dozens of lives just mapping out the ambush routes. A tattered battle flag burns under the dark sky. He watches his allies die over and over. A hooded soldier drives a spear straight through a fallen scout. Blood pools onto the green leaves. Loop 184. Andrew yells aggressively. He wants to push forward and grab prisoners. Andrew tells Incrid they have tried retreating before and it is suicide. Incrid knows the aspen soldiers are hiding something deep in this field. He could just walk away. He could abandon the mission and survive the day. But he refuses. He is not going to run from this wall. Andrew turns around and screams at him to move. Henri tries to defend Encrid. He points out they are all dealing with a bad situation. Andrew says there is a limit to how much garbage he can tolerate from an idiot. He asks Henry if he is tired of licking boots yet. Henri glares at him. The friendly hunter is finally angry. Encrid steps forward. He raises an arm to block Henry from doing something stupid. He announces he is done playing this game. Encrid walks right past the rich kid. Andrew demands to know if he is disobeying orders. So what does he do? He decides to fundamentally reframe the entire situation. Encrid looks at him with absolute calm. Disobedience is impossible here. He knows he cannot survive this field alone. He tells Andrew he is taking command of the squad from now on. He is going to use every single person in this unit to break out alive. Andrew grits his teeth in pure rage. Encrid notes that this rich kid always survives the longest. He survives alongside Henri and a scarred soldier in the back. That scarred guy is built like a tank. He is obviously a bodyguard sent to babysit the noble brat. Andrew draws his silver sword. He demands a duel right there on the path to settle the leadership. Encrid analyzes his stance. The kid has perfect posture. He has received incredibly expensive training, but his experience is zero. A textbook stance with no real blood on the blade. Encrid realizes the kid is not just some lazy noble. He is desperate to prove himself. Andrew lunges forward. He talks down to Encrid the entire time. Encrid just rests his hand on his pommel. He cannot keep following bad orders. Andrew screams about his grand mission. Encrid tells him he talks too much. He raises a single finger. He tells the kid to come at him. He will not even need his sword. Andrew charges forward with his blade raised high. Encrid shifts into a hand-to-hand stance. He would normally struggle against this level of skill, but the kid is completely careless. Andrew swings down hard. Encrid simply ducks underneath the arc. The first time he completely shuts down a superior officer. He steps inside the guard and delivers a crushing punch straight to the jaw. Andrew stumbles back. His eyes cross in shock. Encrid grabs him by the collar and slams him face first into the dirt. The rich kid lies defeated in the grass, spitting up saliva. Encrid stands over him. The fight took exactly 2 seconds. Henri and the bodyguard look on in absolute disbelief. They heard Encrid was the worst soldier in the company. Encrid turns his back. He tells the squad they answer to him now. Henri swallows hard and stays completely silent. The scarred bodyguard looks down. He makes no move to defend his young master. Andrew sits up holding his bruised jaw. He curses under his breath. The bodyguard lowers his head respectfully. The transfer of power is complete. Step 1 is finished. Encrid leads his new squad deeper into the tall grass. The sun begins to set. Andrew glares at his back the entire march. Encrid asks Henri what his dream is. Henri blinks in surprise. Henri admits he wants to marry a girl who runs a flower shop. Encrid tells him he needs to survive today to do that. He asks the next scout. The man says his lover just had a baby. 2 more scouts chime in. One wants to open a business. The other just wants to go home. Encrid turns to Andrew. The bruised rich kid says he needs to fulfill his mother's last wish. Andrew looks deadly serious. He needs to revive his fallen noble house. Encrid tells them all the same thing. None of those dreams matter if they bleed out in this field today. He walks beside them. The silence is different now. They are listening. He looks at the warm sunbeams. He promises to get them all out alive. Suddenly the squad stops. They hear rustling up ahead. He needed them to react proactively. Nothing motivates a man like imminent death. He knows exactly when and where the enemy appears. He points to a patch of empty grass. He tells Henri to shoot an arrow at head height. Henri is confused because he cannot see anything. Encrid does not look back. He barks the order to shoot. Henri releases the bowstring. The arrow tears through the leaves. A hidden aspen scout takes the wood straight through the skull. Blood sprays into the air. The rest of the enemy ambush party panics. They have just been counter-ambushed. Encrid draws his sword and charges. He orders Andrew to follow him. Andrew curses but draws his blade. He throws himself into the fight. The enemy spearmen scramble to form a line, but they are too slow. Encrid dives through the grass and takes the first man down with a clean horizontal slash. He moves with absolute focus. They need to reduce the numbers fast before the noise draws more. The Aspen soldiers scream in confusion as the scouts rip through their stealth formation. Encrid opens another throat. Blood splatters against the green stems. He steps past the falling body and locks onto the next target. He knows Andrew's bodyguard will enter the fray to protect the kid. A hooded soldier gets dropped from behind. The scarred bodyguard moves like a machine. He butchers 3 scouts in a flurry of brutal motion. Encrid calculates the numbers. 12 enemies are already down to 8. The Aspen squad leader screams for reinforcements. He demands to know how many troops are hitting them. Heavy boots crush the dirt as they push the advantage. Henri and Andrew run side by side. Their weapons are drawn and ready. Incrid tells them to finish the job. The scout squad hits the remaining enemies like a tidal wave. Swords flash in the dim light. In this dense field, finding a target is nearly impossible. But Incrid knows why they were discovered first in the previous loops. A massive feline beast leaps through the grass. An aspen scout screams as the beast bounds right over his head. The soldiers panic. The wild animal tears through their lines and destroys their coordination. A spearman blindly stabs at the dirt trying to hit the creature. He gets slashed in the back while distracted. The beast's glowing blue eyes lock onto Incrid. This is the exact monster they ran from on Loop 1. Incrid follows right behind it. In previous timelines, the enemy chased this beast and bumped into the squad by accident. This time, Incrid uses it as mobile cover. He is not going to let it die. The scouts cheer as the last aspen soldier falls. They actually won a skirmish. Incrid does not let them celebrate. He orders them to move immediately. The dark feline beast looks back at him once before vanishing into the brush. Loop 185. It is impossible to save everyone, but this is the most survivors he has ever managed to keep alive. They keep pushing forward. An enemy scout peers nervously through the leaves. The squad hits him before he can shout. Incrid knows every single patrol route by heart now. He orders a hard right turn. Going straight means running into 30 crossbowmen. He learned that the hard way. They execute flawless hit-and-run tactics. They bypass the heavy spearmen and slaughter the isolated patrols. Andrew leaps forward and brings his sword down in a heavy vertical strike. The rich kid is panting hard. Henry worries he is overexerting himself. The sun is dropping fast. They need to find the exit before it gets completely dark. Andrew starts shouting again. He complains they are moving deeper into the field instead of away from it. He tells Incrid he is taking command back. Incrid just stares at him. Henri flinches as the kid raises his voice. A heavy hand clamps down on Andrew's shoulder. The bodyguard tells his captain to act right. Andrew glares at his own man. He points out that the retreat path is already swarming with Aspen troops. The bodyguard rests a hand on his sword. He asks if Andrew really thinks turning back is an option. Incrid touches his own hilt. He decides to make this very clear. Andrew looks at the bodyguard. He just wants to survive. He admits he thought Incrid was just useless trash. He remembers his own father wasting away in a dark room surrounded by wine bottles and ruin. But Incrid is different. Andrew remembers sitting by his dying mother's bed. She told him their noble house might be finished. She begged him to become a real leader, someone who earns trust instead of demanding it. She wanted him to rebuild their family name with honor. Incrid looks him dead in the eye. He promises they will survive this place if they trust him. Andrew lets out a long breath. He finally nods. He calls Incrid captain. The title is earned this time. The bodyguard tries to intervene, but Andrew cuts him off. He says the squad follows the captain. He looks completely resolute. He will follow orders. The bodyguard falls silent. He accepts the decision. Incrid crouches low. He tells them to stay quiet and wait for his signal. The squad drops into a low crouch and creeps through the deep grass. The first step was ambushing the ambushers. Now comes the second step. The wind rustles the tall blades under a red twilight sky. A boot steps silently onto the dirt path. The vast sea of grass sways gently. Henri freezes as a massive rumbling sound approaches. Andrew and the bodyguard hold their breath. Incrid knows exactly when this happens. It only occurs at this specific time and location. The squad stays buried in the foliage. They press themselves into the mud as the earth shakes. They just have to let the enemy pass without a fight. A massive armored battalion of Aspen troops marches right past their hiding spot in tight formation. Andrew sweats bullets. A single sneeze would get them all slaughtered. Incrid keeps his eyes open. He is completely calm. He has watched this army walk past him dozens of times. The soldiers march away into the distance. The squad lets out a collective gasp of relief. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Now for the final step. The sun sets completely. The field goes pitch black. Incrid leads them to the edge of the grass. They have finally reached the destination. Henri and the others stare in complete disbelief. They curse under their breath. They just walked straight into the Aspen main encampment. The enemy is killing everyone in the field to protect this base. They are hiding something massive here. Wooden watchtowers and dozens of tents are lit by torches. A tattered battle flag flies high in the center of the camp. A pile of skulls sits at the entrance of the main tent. Incrid knows the only way out is to create a distraction bigger than a few lost scouts. He tells the men to get ready. A path to escape is about to open. Incrid lays out the strategy. He tells them they are going to burn the camp to the ground. Andrew thinks he has completely lost his mind. The bodyguard steps up. He warns Incrid that they will get surrounded instantly. The scarred bodyguard finally introduces himself. He tells Incrid to call him Mac. Incrid does not even blink. He tells Mac he will not tolerate disobedience. Mac glares at him with pure hatred. Andrew tells his bodyguard to stand down. They slip through the wooden barricades into the camp. Mac keeps his hand on his sword. He knows they are walking blind in the dark. The clouds cover the moon. They have to put all their trust in their crazy squad leader. Mac hugs a wooden wall and prepares for contact. He almost trips in surprise. Incred just slices straight through a tent wall instead of using the path. They step inside. The massive tent is completely empty. Andrew is bewildered. Incred is navigating the base like he built the place himself. Mac thinks moving this fast through hostile territory is pure suicide, but something is bothering him. The tents are empty. They have not seen a single guard on this specific route. They sprint toward the brightly lit center of the base. Incred holds up a fist. He tells them to wait. He peers around a barrel. He has infiltrated this base dozens of times. He knows exactly what happens when you touch the main flag. He remembers a previous loop where the entire garrison swarmed him the second he got close to it. He tells Mac that the flag is what they are protecting. The Aspen soldiers value that piece of cloth more than their own lives. If that flag catches fire, the whole base will panic. Mac wonders how Incred even knew it was here. He stares at Incred in awe. Mac wonders if the elf commander gave Incred a secret map. Maybe this nobody is actually a Black Ops asset. Incred ignores the staring. He states that the enemy will be too busy saving their pride to chase them. Mac is fully convinced now. This whole mission was a setup to burn the base. Incred tells them they will escape during the chaos. He splits the squad in two. One group draws aggro as bait. The other sets the fire. Andrew volunteers for the bait group without hesitation. Incred is genuinely surprised. The kid complained non-stop all day, but now he is throwing himself at the most dangerous job. Incred has dragged squads into this camp before, and they always died, but he has never made it this far with this many able bodies. This is the best run yet. He can actually feel the victory. A guard gets dropped in the dark. The alarm sounds. An Aspen soldier spots the intruders. Heavily armored troops rush the perimeter screaming for blood. Incred sprints the other way with a lit torch. The wood burns bright in his hand as he runs toward the objective. He just needs to light the fabric and he can finally move on to tomorrow. Suddenly a dark shape drops from above. A blade flashes toward his neck at blinding speed. Incred barely brings his sword up in time. Sparks shower the dirt as the heavy strike lands. His eye goes wide. The impact was entirely silent. He did not hear the guy move at all. The force throws him backward into the dirt. The attacker lands smoothly. A massive warrior in a heavy cloak stares down at him. This guy has never appeared in any of the previous loops. Incred grits his teeth. His arms are vibrating from the block. The enemy glares at him with hollow, glowing eyes. He calls our boy a rat. This dude is on a completely different level than the standard soldiers. Incred glances sideways. The distraction team is running late. The curly-haired warrior looks confused for a second. Right on cue, the camp erupts into raging yellow fire. The guards scream that the tents are burning. The Aspen commanders completely lose their minds as the flames spread. The garrison scatters in a panic trying to find the arsonists. Andrew yells for his men to keep moving. Mac pulled the heavy guards away perfectly. Incred locks in. He just needs to slip away now. He plants his boot into the dirt. Every attack starts from the ground up. He lunges forward to create an opening. The enemy effortlessly swats his blade aside like he is fighting a child. Incred pivots and throws a blistering horizontal slash. The warrior counter thrusts instantly. The tip of the blade grazes Incred's cheek. He barely dodges death by a fraction of an inch. He hyper-focuses on the enemy's shoulder. Incred sees a tiny gap in the defense. He steps in and executes his signature stab. The blades cross in the center of the burning camp. The enemy commander's eyes widen in genuine shock. For the first time ever, he lands a flawless, perfect strike on a commander-tier enemy. The blade sinks deep into the shoulder. Blood sprays into the ash. This is the payoff of dozens of painful deaths in the grass. The warrior stumbles back, clutching the wound. Incred knows that was the absolute best attack he has ever thrown in his entire life. He watches the enemy closely. The warrior stands back up. He looks at the bleeding hole in his shoulder. Then he looks at Incred and calls him weak. The commander draws a massive broadsword. Incred realizes he cannot beat this monster. Not with his current stats. He remembers the armored soldiers slaughtering his men. He remembers the endless cycle of ambush and death in the fields. He remembers the bodies piling up in the grass. He sacrificed hundreds of lives just to reach the middle of this camp. He realizes this curly-haired freak is the actual final boss of today. If he fights, he is going to die horribly. He will have to start the day over. He will have to beat Andrew up again, navigate the field again, and repeat the whole miserable grind. The warrior readies his heavy blade. He looks like a demon in the firelight. He pauses. He asks why Incred is laughing. Incred smiles wildly with a soot-stained face. He declares he is going to beat him. The commander swings down with enough force to cleave a horse in half. He promises to feed the scout to the dogs. Incred dives under the ark. He is going to climb this wall even if it kills him 1,000 times. Back in the firelight, the two swords clash in a blur of sparks. The warrior pushes hard against Incred's guard. Incred is stunned. The guy parried a strike from an impossible angle. A heavy overhead chop forces Incred to raise his blade. The raw physical strength throws him backward across the dirt. He backflips to create space. He cannot believe the enemy generated that much power from a static stance. He barely lands on his feet. The commander pursues relentlessly. A storm of steel forces Incred into a desperate retreat. The movements are too fast and entirely too precise. There is zero gap for a counterattack. He is just fighting to survive the next second. The warrior leaps off a wooden post and brings the sword down like an executioner. The impact nearly rips Incred's sword out of his hand. He stumbles backward, completely off balance. The commander steps in for the kill. Incred blocks it, but the guy follows up with a brutal backhand strike with his bare fist. The commander winds up a two-handed swing to finish it. Incred barrel rolls through the dirt. The blade craters the ground where his head just was. Someone screams that the fire is spreading to the center. The commander glances over his shoulder. He realizes someone poured oil on the tents. The blaze is completely out of control. The wooden towers are engulfed in towering yellow flames. A panicked Aspen officer screams for his superior. The officer begs him to save the flag. It is the only thing that matters. The warrior looks back at Incred. He knows this stubborn rat is not going to go down quick enough. Incred holds his sword low. He is panting heavily but refuses to break eye contact. The commander points a finger at him through the smoke. Mitch turns back to the burning flag. He promises they will see each other again. Incred watches him retreat into the inferno. He lowers his sword. He cannot believe the boss just walked away. The guy prioritizes a piece of cloth over a confirmed kill. Incred realizes this was not the true wall after all. If he does not have to beat this guy to survive today, then the loop remains unbroken. He grips his hilt tighter. His eye glows with blue energy. He desperately needs to get stronger. Andrew and Henry emerge from the thick smoke. Andrew screams that they have to move right now. The kid grabs Incred by the arm and drags him away from the burning camp. The Aspen commanders watch their base burn to ash. The firelight illuminates their absolute rage. Andrew's eyes are locked forward. He is fully committed to the escape. He screams for a full retreat into the darkness. He waves the remaining men forward into the brush. Behind them, the massive wooden watchtowers finally collapse into the flames. The squad sprints through the dark forest under a purple night sky. One scout realizes they are down to just 5 men. He prays the enemy does not send a large pursuit team. 2 massive search beasts with glowing eyes watch them from a cliff above. Incred calmly states that a small group is definitely coming. Henri stumbles over a root and coughs hard. He is pushing his absolute limit. A squad of Aspen soldiers bursts through the trees with swords drawn. The chase becomes a desperate sprint through the dark woods. Incred drops from a high branch and splits a pursuer's skull open with a heavy slash. Andrew drives his silver blade straight through a soldier's chest. Henri recovers and cuts down another enemy with a clean horizontal strike. Incred tells them to stop fighting and keep running. He orders them toward a habitat filled with toxic snakes. A scout complains that it makes it harder for them too. Henri smiles. He knows a safe route through the snake pits, a hidden hunter's path. Incred trusts him completely. He tells the hunter to lead the way. The sounds of the pursuit party finally fade into the distance. Their boots hit a steady rhythm on the muddy path. A wild fox watches them run safely past the danger zone. Thanks to Andrew and Mac, they broke the encirclement. Thanks to Henri, they navigated the deadly forest. It took every single member to survive the night. Incred wipes the soot and sweat from his face. The exhaustion is bone deep. He steps out of the tall grass and looks up. For the first time in over 180 loops, he watches the sun rise over the mountains. Day 186 finally dawns. The vast field is bathed in bright, warm light. The loop is broken. The battered squad limps back into their own military camp. The resting soldiers stare at them like they just came back from the dead. Andrew slumps his shoulders. He announces he is going to pass out right there in the dirt. Incred stands in the morning light. The profound satisfaction washes over him. Another today has finally passed into tomorrow. A new day shines on the camp. Back in the ruins of the tall grass field, a tattered aspen flag flies over a pile of bodies. The elven commander stands beside a senior officer. She notes they need to prepare for war again. An older blonde commander scoffs. He cannot believe the famous Grey Dog Company let a few scouts slip through their fingers. An elite Aspen Knight stands guard. The troops stationed here were the best of the best. The Grey Dog Company is an independent Black Ops unit. They are named after a wild beast that never lets go of its prey once it bites down. A massive black wolf roars under a blood-red moon. Their persistence is legendary. That is why they are called the Persistent Lovers. The Grey Dog Company commander asks his subordinate if the intruder was actually strong. The curly-haired warrior stands at attention. Platoon Commander Mitch Hurrier states that if the fire had not spread, he would have killed the boy. His boss chuckles. He says the kid got lucky. Mitch replies that luck is a skill. Mitch grits his teeth in cold fury. He promises it will not happen again. Back in his own tent, Incrid sits on a stool and quietly sharpens his sword. His eye glows with blue light. It bothers him deeply that he met a wall he could not climb over. He grips the handle. He knows they will fight again. Mitch Hurrier stares into the distance. He vows to kill the scout with his own 2 hands. Incrid looks forward calmly. He promises to overcome this new enemy too. The Persistent Lovers have locked on to their next target. Back at the camp, Rem is bored out of his mind. He tosses his training axe hoping for some kind of news from the recon mission. He wonders if Incrid finally bit the dust out there. The kid was getting better, but he is still a small fry in the grand scheme of things. It would not be surprising if he got himself killed. Rem admits to himself he actually liked the guy. But dead is dead, and there is nothing interesting to do about it. Across the barracks, Ragna wakes up with a massive yawn. He catches Rem staring into space. Ragna asks what he is looking at. Rem responds with a calm, bandaged middle finger. A manic grin spreads across the barbarian's face. He stands up, gripping his axe, and cheerfully announces that he thinks he wants to kill the swordsman. Ragna draws his daggers with zero hesitation, calling him a crazy bastard. Normal morning routine. Meanwhile, our boy is very much alive and getting a severe dressing down from the Elf Company commander. She reviews the facts. He stumbled onto an ambush, infiltrated a base, and burned the entire place down. Incrid maintains absolute stoicism and says he just made the best choices and got lucky. The commander is highly skeptical but dismisses him to rest. She watches him leave, wondering who the hell this guy actually is. She hoped for a minor disruption, not a complete tactical victory. Outside, Incrid walks through the camp, still trying to read the commander. Andrew Gardner intercepts him. The arrogant noble scout actually bows deeply. He apologizes for acting out before and says he is only alive because of the squad leader. Incrid gives a calm, friendly reply. Gardner and Mac watch him walk away with newly found respect. Incrid continues his stroll, soaking in the morning sun. He looks at the ground. Gardner is alive. He managed to bring back the 4 scouts, but he knows it was not his best. If he were just a little stronger, he could have saved the others too. He realizes that by repeating his days, he has the power to look past his own limits. The desperate struggling is just a stepping stone toward his true goal of becoming a knight. His eye sharpens. To stop repeating the same miserable day over and over, he needs real strength. He arrives at his squad to find them trying to murder each other. Again, Ragna backflips away from a heavy axe swing. Rem is having the time of his life trying to cleave his teammate in half. Incrid watches them completely unfazed, but he notices something. He has sparred with them dozens of times, but he has never seen them make those faces. Crace is sweating bullets next to him, calling them animals. Incrid sets his priorities straight. Step 1. Make them look at him with that exact same fighting intensity. He steps right between them, blocking Rem's heavy strike in a shower of sparks. Ragna is genuinely surprised to see him. Reem immediately starts yelling at him for not reporting in. They surround him, pretending to be annoyed, but clearly relieved he is not dead. Ragna notices his injuries. Incrid brushes it off as a scratch. Rem smiles warmly and tells him to go wash up and rest. Ragna walks away. Incrid calls out to him about the attack he just blocked. Ragna pauses, wondering if the guy seriously wants to do this right now. Incrid stares a hole through him and asks why he held back. Ragna dismisses it and keeps walking. Incrid figures he will talk when he is ready. The sun sets. The battalion commander has moved the entire force closer to the tall grass field after the ambush. Incrid spends his time healing, reflecting on his fights, and relentlessly training. Crace tells him to rest since they move out tomorrow, but Incrid refuses to stop. Ragna lies in his cot watching Rem stir soup. Rem mutters that the kid is going to die if he keeps pushing his broken body. Night falls. Ragna sits up. The squad leader is still out there. He lets out a massive yawn. He grabs his wooden training sword. Ragna knows he is good with a sword. Getting stronger was never difficult for him, and because it was easy, it became completely boring. He has no desires as a knight, no reason to spend energy on it. He could never find any meaning in the blade, so he simply stopped moving forward. He came to a standstill. Out in the field, Encrid is swinging his sword so fast it leaves a trail of white light. He grits his teeth, putting everything he has into every single slash. He leans on his sword, panting heavily. Ragna watches from the tree line, diagnosing the problem. The guy learned the fundamentals completely wrong. He relies on shortcuts to make up for terrible basics. At this rate, he will never get stronger no matter how much he sweats. But something bothers the genius. He looks at Encrid's intense, focused blue eye. Why is he putting his body through hell? Why is he trying this hard? Ragna steps out and asks him point blank, why do all this? Encrid gives the simple truth. He wants to become stronger, to become a knight. Ragna is skeptical. A knight is just a guy who fights well. Does it really mean that much? Encrid looks him dead in the eye. The knight he aspires to be decides for himself what is right. He raises his sword for honor, for the sick, for the poor, and for those he loves. Ragna looks down, deeply moved by the absolute conviction in those words. He always thought strength was just a tool. He questions what a sword even is, what he actually wants. He rests his wooden blade on his shoulder. He realizes he will not know unless he walks the path himself. Ragna stops and looks back at the exhausted scout. With a calm, serious smile, he asks the golden question. Does he want to learn the sword? We stay right here. Ragna repeats the offer. He looks at Encrid, waiting for an answer. Encrid does not even blink. Of course he does. He sheathes his steel blade and steps up. Ragna immediately regrets his life choices. He takes a drink of water, cursing his own sudden burst of motivation. He is already feeling lazy, but he looks at that insane determination in Encrid's eyes. It might be worth it. Ragna lays down the law. He knows Encrid uses the heart of the beast and that weird stab. He holds up 2 fingers. He tells him to get rid of absolutely everything else, especially that janky mercenary sword technique he relies on. If he keeps his old habits, he will revert to them under pressure. He might as well give up right now. He gives him an ultimatum. Ditch everything and start fresh or walk away. Encrid agrees instantly. He will start fresh. Ragna is caught off guard by how fast he threw away his only life preservers. Encrid demands to know what to do first. Ragna sighs. He hands over his wooden training sword, saying a longsword suits him better. He instructs him on the grip, right hand above the left. Then he notices something terrible. Encrid is gripping the wood so hard his knuckles are white. He says it is so he does not lose his weapon. Ragna asks who taught him that. Encrid says Rem. Ragna calls the barbarian a useless monkey bastard. He tells Encrid to get in position. Ragna casually swings his sword down. The wooden blades clash violently. Ragna easily breaks through, hitting Encrid right on the hand. Encrid stumbles back, clutching his bruised fingers. Ragna says it is supposed to hurt. He demonstrates a relaxed, firm grip. If you stiffen up, you break. You have to be like a branch. Encrid is completely lost. Why is everyone in his squad terrible at explaining things? He runs the metaphor through his head, trying to decode the genius speak. He realizes he needs his movements to be more malleable. He tries a strike. Ragna sidesteps and sweeps his leg, dropping him instantly. Encrid lunges again. Ragna dodges, asking where his foot is even pointing. He blocks another stiff strike, asking if Encrid wants a broken wrist. Encrid is sweating bullets, trying to keep up. Ragna stands completely fine, while Encrid sits exhausted on the grass. Ragna realizes it is worse than he thought. The guy literally has 0 basics. This cannot be taught in a day. But Encrid's hand grips the wooden hilt again. He stands back up, his expression fierce. Ragna looks at him with a shred of respect. He calls for another round. Encrid charges. Ragna points his sword forward, deciding to take baby steps. Rem wanders into the clearing, asking if they are playing picnic. He instantly starts threatening Ragna for bullying the squad leader. Ragna threatens to cut his hands off. Normal squad dynamics. Encrid asks why Rem is geared up. Rem drops the attitude. They are being summoned. Across the camp, soldiers scramble. The enemy forces are gathering. A massive army lines up under the sky. The scout squad falls into formation. Ragna glances at Encrid, wondering if teaching him was a mistake. He figures the guy will need babysitting now that he abandoned his old style. Encrid is just annoyed his training got cut short. An allied commander stares at the enemy lines. Their formation makes no sense. Far away, a dark hooded shaman raises his hand. A massive cloud of thick gray fog sweeps across the battlefield instantly. The elf commander realizes it is a spell. The soldiers panic as visibility drops to 0. Encrid goes on high alert. He cannot even see the guy next to him. The entire battlefield descends into blind chaos. He strains his ears, listening past the shouting. Soldiers hear a strange whistling noise from above. Encrid screams a warning. Arrows. A massive volley rains down from the white void. Allied soldiers are slaughtered, completely blind. The elf commander barely gets her shield up. This is not normal fog. She screams for everyone to take cover. They walked right into a trap. The shaman cackles in the shadows. It took massive sacrifices to cast this. The fog of annihilation obscures all vision unless you are standing directly under the spell's flags. On a distant ridge, Mitch Hurrier watches the slaughter. The Grey Dog commander says it would have been a cakewalk if the flag had not almost burned down earlier. He remembers the scout who set the fire. That asshole. Back in the fog, arrows keep dropping. Incrid crouches low, trying to survive the barrage. He hears Ragna's voice shouting from behind him. Then Rem's massive silhouette appears in the mist, cursing the spell. Incrid realizes he cannot fight like this. He cannot even identify his own squad mates. He holds his sword up, but his body is locking up. His breathing strains. His legs will not move. He cannot use a single thing Ragna taught him. Then he remembers exactly what kind of story he is in. He never gets it on the first try anyway. He recalls Ragna telling him not to fight until he learns the basics, and his own reply that he will die if he does not fight. Death. The clash of weapons echoes around him. Ragna steps up behind him, offering cover. Incrid knows exactly what to do. If he cannot figure it out in one try, he just sprints straight into the blind fog. Ragna screams at him, asking if he is insane. A massive spear immediately impales our boy through the shoulder. But before he dies, he lands his own strike right into the enemy's throat. Blood spills from his mouth, but his eye glows blue with a manic smile. With this, he can go back and learn more from Ragna. The armored enemy finishes him off, driving the spear through his chest. The sky is blue. The camp is quiet. Incrid is back on the training grass. He realizes Ragna is an incredibly terrible teacher. To a genius, everything is obvious. Putting it into words is impossible. Ragna frustratedly asks why it is so hard for Incrid to just swing the sword downward. Incrid asks where his center of gravity should be. Ragna looks at him like he just spoke another language. He awkwardly tries to explain his posture, confirming Incrid's suspicion. The guy has no idea how he does what he does. But Incrid is a master of observation. He will just memorize Ragna's stance no matter how many deaths it takes. The arrows fall. Back in the fog, Incrid deflects them with bright flashes. He notes his body is still too stiff. A spear runs him through the back. Death 31 of the day. He gets violently launched backward. Reset. By the 31st death, he finally unlocks flexible movement. Ragna praises his footwork, asking where he learned it. He decides Incrid is ready for the basics. Cutting, stabbing, slashing. Use the edge for defense. He explains the line of attack, the shortest distance between two fighters. Swordsmanship is about blocking their line while extending yours. Back in the fog, an enemy lunges. Incrid parries perfectly. He steps smoothly through multiple spear thrusts. His feet are light. Arrows whiz past his face. A volley catches him in the back. Reset again. Little by little, he changes his day. Back on the grass, the wooden swords clash. Ragna's eyes go wide. For the first time in their training, Incrid tracks his sword and actually parries him. Back in the fog, Incrid dashes forward, slicing through the mist. Ragna's past advice echoes in his head. The diagonal slash needs work. Those tiny corrections stack up. Ragna yells at him for charging alone. Incrid parries a spear, causing sparks to light up the white void. Blood drips down his chin as he smiles. Steady progress. Ragna swings hard. Incrid meets him blow for blow. He steps inside the genius's guard. The 100th today. Ragna stands completely frozen. He looks at this talentless scout. He asks who he really is. Incrid stares back. The genius no longer looks at him the same way. Back in the fog, Incrid stands alone. He thought he hit his talent cap a long time ago. Ragna panics, trying to find him, but Incrid leaves him behind. He has surpassed his previous level. He evades a spear thrust effortlessly. He charges forward. His goal is clear. He ducks under another strike, closing the distance. He runs a soldier straight through the throat. The road to becoming a knight exists beyond all this pain. His blue eyes are wide with adrenaline. He is having so much fun he could go insane. The timeline snaps back to the sunlit field. Ragna asks the golden question again. Do you want to learn the sword? Incrid smiles. Of course. If he can become stronger, he will die as many times as it takes. Ragna scratches his cheek, looking puzzled. There is no way Incrid should be this good already. He asks if Incrid was fighting terribly on purpose before. He has all the basics down now. He just needs more combat experience. Back in the fog. Loop 200. He slides through the swirling mist. He parries an unseen spear. He wants to see exactly how far Ragna's techniques will take him. He slips past a soldier who barely has time to react. A horizontal slash opens the man's neck. The fog is blind to everyone else, but Incrid has run this map 200 times. He knows exactly where the spawn points are. He executes a two-handed sweep. Another soldier drops. The enemies start to panic. A spearman stares into the empty white void, sweating bullets. Incrid drops him with a downward slash from behind. The enemy ranks fall into chaos, shouting about attacks from the ground. A crossbowman gets launched by a sudden upward strike. Ragna's voice echoes. Eyes, feet, hands. Look with your eyes and predict. Move with your feet and finish with your hands. Incrid cuts down another man. He grins through the blood. It feels completely different now that he has the foundation. He sprints over the discarded weapons, wanting more. He slides into a combat stance. A squad of crossbowmen stand waiting for him. The enemy leader smirks, praising him for infiltrating this far but assuring him he will die. Incrid pants his sword held low. He plants his boot and demands they fight with swords like men. He just wants to keep testing his new skills. The enemy leader stares at him in disbelief, calling him a crazy fucker. He orders them to fire. Incrid rolls through the volley. A ripple in the cosmic void. The ferryman speaks. Incrid wakes up on the dark, glowing surface. The ghostly face grins mockingly, telling him he walked into his own grave. Incrid opens his eyes in the dim hospital tent. He sits up, highly annoyed. Did the ferryman seriously pull him into the void just to trash talk him? Rim asks why he is blanking out. Incrid looks at the barbarian. He remembers the enemy shaman on the battlefield, and the enemy formation. It lacked any tactical foresight. They were just guarding the flag. He asks Rem if he knows anything about spells. Rem is surprised, but Incrid plays it off as curiosity. Rem smiles and asks if he knows the difference between magic and spells. Incrid guesses magic is more common. Rem raises a hand. Spells require a medium, and that medium is a whole lot more important. Without a medium, the spell collapses. Incrid connects the dots. The dark flag in the fog was the medium. If the flag breaks, the fog ends. He asks if Rem's tribe used spells. Rem grins, showing his teeth, explaining that real spellcasters are rare, mostly hexers. But Incrid is already dressed and walking out. He tells Rem he is going to train. Back on the sunny field, Ragna holds his wooden sword. He says they actually have the same training background. The Oniak sword technique. 500 years ago, a prodigy killed 12 bandits with a fireplace poker. A noble took the orphan in, Leonesis Oniak, but he was cursed. He became fully paralyzed at age 12. By 20, he immortalized himself anyway by compiling all sword techniques into 5 categories: the righteous, the heavy, the flowing, the fast, the gentle. Incrid listens intently. Those categories became the foundation of all swordsmanship. Ragna explains his own technique branches off the northern heavy sword. He mentions the conscience of the beast. Incrid corrects him to heart of the beast. Ragna ignores him and says his technique is more useful. Concentrate on a single point. Forget everything else and focus only on your sword and the enemies. Ragna launches a lightning-fast slash to demonstrate, but his eye goes wide in absolute shock. Incrid perfectly parries the high-speed strike. The tip of Incrid's blade grazes right past Ragna's collar. Ragna stumbles back, sweating. It was faster than Rem's axe. He nearly just died in training. He asks Incrid if he felt anything. Rem storms onto the field, screaming. He glares fiercely, asking if Ragna is trying to assassinate the squad leader. Ragna defends himself, saying people concentrate better facing death. Rem loses his mind, yelling that you cannot learn anything if you are decapitated. Incrid watches deadpan. Both of them are honestly terrible at teaching. Rem accuses the northerner of being a barbaric degenerate. Ragna calmly points out Rem is a literal southern barbarian. Incrid sighs and tells Rem they need to go get the departure orders. As he walks away, Ragna tells him to remember the alertness he felt moments before death. If he successfully concentrates on a single point, everything around him will fade, and the sword will do his bidding. Back in the fog, Incrid processes the lesson. It is similar to the heart of the beast, but inverted. One makes you numb to death. The other makes you hyper-alert. He needs more experience to recalibrate it, and he knows exactly what the spell's medium is: the flag. The fog rolls over the allied ranks, sending them into panic. Incrid adds a new objective to his grinding. He is going to destroy that flag. He lunges forward, slashing a soldier in half. He cuts down another one. He slides past the falling body. His eyes glow with manic blue energy. He will keep grinding until he physically cannot. He dies again and again. Concentrating on a single point is useful, but he still gets caught off guard. To survive the assassin, he trained his ears. To survive the battlefield, he learned the heart of the beast. Back on the training field, he remembers the tip of Ragna's blade hovering an inch from his eye. Ragna asks if he felt the blade slow down. Incrid shakes his head. He wonders if the boldness from the heart of the beast is messing with his concentration. Ragna explains that everything else should fade so he can predict the path. Incrid realizes throwing away his fear of death is the wrong move here. He asks Ragna how he learned it. Ragna shrugs. He never learned it. He could always just do it. Incrid sighs heavily. Asking a genius to explain their talent is completely useless. He has to figure it out himself. His first priority is knocking the flag down, minimize allied casualties, and penetrate the enemy lines. In the fog, the arrows fall. Someone yells for shields. Incrid and Ragna brace themselves. Loop 300. Incrid flips backwards, deflecting arrows with his shield. He knows exactly where they are coming from. He charges forward, catching a spearman completely off guard. A horizontal slash takes the man's throat. He rips through the enemy ranks in a flurry of blood. The surviving soldiers panic, realizing it is just one guy doing all this damage. They try to surround him. He steps inside a spear guard and splits the guy open with a downward strike. An enemy commander desperately tries to restore order, telling them to kill the crazy fucker. Incrid is smiling. Sparks fly as he clashes with another soldier. He drops him and dashes past. He finally closes in on the dark battle flag guarded by a knight. It took him 10 loops just to navigate this deep into the fog. He looks up at his prize, and then he freezes. He destroyed it, but the fog is still here. A spear punches straight through his chest from behind. The enemy mocks him. He knew a little about spells, but he got played. The soldier twists the spear. There is only one real flag. The other 5 are decoys. Reset. He realizes he has to find the real one. Back in the fog, he charges forward, ignoring Ragna's shouts. He figures he has a 1 in 5 chance now. He deflects arrows on the run. He screams for everyone to get down and raise shields. The soldiers are confused by his sudden command. They hesitate and get dropped by the arrows. Incrid realizes his timing was off. He needs to give them a second to breathe before shouting the order. 3 loops later, he reaches the second flag. It is a fake. An enemy swordsman puts him down. 4 left. 5 loops later, he reaches the third flag. Fake again. He dies riddled with arrows. 7 loops later, he hits the 4th flag. It is exactly the same. He gets skewered by multiple spears. Reset. 2 flags left. He calculates the odds. If someone wants to hide the real medium, he assumes the furthest one must be the real one. The fog descends again. The order for shields goes out. Incrid spots Rem and tells him to follow. Rem thinks he has lost his mind. The real flag is planted deep in enemy lines. If Incrid fights his way there alone, he will be exhausted before he reaches it. So he turns the barbarian loose. Rem crashes into the enemy lines, swinging his axe like a demon. Incrid uses the massive distraction to slide right past the front line. Rem cleaves a guy, demanding to know who cast the spell. He talks to the corpse before moving to the next victim. Meanwhile, Incrid sprints through the chaos. It has been over a year of repeating this exact same day. Loop 365. He charges the final dark flag. It is time to end this fog. With one powerful horizontal sweep, he cuts the flag in half. The fog clears. A voice asks if this is a dream. Sparks fly as 2 blades clash. Mitch Hurrier parries the strike, looking wide awake. The Grey Dog commander says God has finally answered his prayers. He stares with cold, intense hatred. He tells the scout he really wanted to kill him with his own hands. Incrid stares back calmly and asks him who he is. Mitch freezes, completely stunned. He grits his teeth in pure rage. He asks if Incrid seriously forgot about him in just a few days. He did, because for Incrid it has been over a year. Incrid asks who the hell he is. Mitch tells him he will remember once he gets stabbed. The platoon commander lunges with a brutal vertical swing to finish this quickly. Incrid locks on. His left eye flares with bright blue energy. Their blades clash violently in the thick white fog. Mitch tears past him, leaving a trail of white light in the mist. The commander slides back across the wet grass with sweat already beading on his face. He cannot believe this is the same talentless grunt he saw just a few days ago. The improvement is genuinely terrifying. Mitch grits his teeth and goes back in. Incrid leaps backward, easily dodging a rapid downward strike. Sparks light up the whiteout conditions as they trade heavy blows. Incrid is absolutely calm. He analyzes every single movement. The commander is loyal to the basics, using the righteous sword technique, and he mixes in the flowing sword technique to cleanly deflect counterattacks. They lock blades with immense force. Incrid knows he has to focus all of his senses on the inches separating their steel. One single distraction and our boy dies. He has to pour absolutely everything he has into what is directly in front of him. He trades rapid strikes in extreme close quarters, relying purely on muscle memory. He forgets the spell flag. He forgets the outcome of the war. He forgets specific sword forms. Everything around him fades away into a dark, empty space, leaving only the sword. Mitch stares back, completely startled by the sudden shift in pressure. Then the commander delivers a sudden, powerful strike that paints the fog red. Mitch drives his sword straight through Incrid's chest. A clean, lethal hit. Mitch stands over him, coughing in pain from a deep wound on his own shoulder. As blood spills from his mouth, Incrid looks up calmly. He says he remembers him now. He is Mitch Hurrier, the guy who was blocking the flagpole on the grass. Incrid rests his chin on his crossguard and introduces himself right back. The enemy soldiers rush up asking if this dying man is an enemy spy. Mitch just stares down at him. He asks Incrid what is wrong with him, because Incrid is smiling softly as he passes away. Death teaches him everything. He realizes Ragna was right. It was not the fear of dying that brought out absolute concentration. What he needed was a good rival, someone who would put absolutely everything on the line to fight him and push him to his limits. The day resets. Back to morning training. Ragna explains that concentrating on a single point feels exactly like the nervousness right before death. Incrid just nods, completely unfazed, holding his wooden sword. Ragna wonders if the guy is just giving up. Rem calls them to gather up. The battle is starting again. Incrid tells Ragna to let us go. Ragna is genuinely confused. The squad leader actually looks full of energy today. Our guy thinks about going a little harder during warm-ups. Fast forward to the ambush. The fog rolls in and the allied soldiers start panicking. Volleys of arrows rain down from the white mist. Incrid yells for Rem to follow him. Rem curses but blindly charges in to back up his squad leader. Ragna follows too, telling Rem to look forward if he does not want an arrow lodged in his skull. Incrid slides right past the chaotic frontline defenses. He opens the exact same path through the enemy ranks as he did before, leaving a bloody trail, until he is standing right back in front of Mitch Hurrier. Incrid grins like a total maniac with blood already splattered on his chin. He welcomes his friend and tells him to fight. Mitch glares at him with absolute hatred, asking if he came specifically looking for him. Incrid deadpans that he came because he fell in love at first sight. Mitch calls nonsense and lunges. Incrid tries to force the state of absolute concentration he felt against Mitch in the previous timeline. He manages a single spark-filled parry and gets immediately dropped to his knees. Mitch looks down, disappointed that he lost this easily. Incrid bleeds out, realizing his attitude was completely wrong. You cannot force a flow state intentionally. It has to come naturally. So what does he do? He restarts the day and goes right back to the meat grinder to find the feeling. Loop 18. He dies trying to find the rhythm. Mitch lunges and takes his head. Loop 28. The timing starts to click. He can finally see the strikes before they land. Loop 48. Over a month of waking up and getting butchered by the exact same guy. Back in the morning training camp, Ragna offers to teach him a few tricks. Their wooden swords clash in a flurry of sparks. Ragna suddenly goes wide-eyed. He completely freezes up on the training field, absolutely stunned. He asks Incrid if he just deflected by concentrating on a single point. Incrid confirms it. Pure concentration. Total control over body and sword. After repeating today 50 times, his power and technique are on an entirely different level. Ragna asks where he is going. Incrid looks back quietly. To meet the platoon commander. It is time to overcome this day. Before the battle begins, Incrid visits the blonde elf company leader. He warns her about the weird-looking spellcaster he saw during reconnaissance. She narrows her green eyes and demands he elaborate. He tells her everything she needs to know to win the battle. Then the fog rolls in. The ambush starts. Incrid slides through the panic. He charges straight for his target, hoping command is competent enough to handle the rest. He knows exactly what he has to do. Overcome Mitch Hurrier. He calls out his name through the mist. Mitch is stunned that a random soldier knows who he is. Incrid says he wanted to fight him from the start, and today he is going to beat him. They clash hard in the fog. Sparks light up the whiteout conditions. Incrid dips low for a lightning-fast counterstrike. Mitch leaps for a heavy downward blow which Incrid effortlessly parries. The commander grits his teeth. He is actually getting frustrated. He unleashes a flurry of heavy strikes, forcing Incrid on the defensive. Their blades lock violently in mid-air. Mitch demands to know if this guy was hiding his skills. Incrid stares back with glowing blue eyes and says, as it turns out, yes he was. Mitch asks for his name. Incrid finally gives it to him. Mitch leaps back to escape his range and says he will remember it. Incrid says there is no need. He will just remind him if he forgets. Because our boy is never forgetting this face again. Concentrate on a single point. Incrid watches Mitch shift his weight to his right foot. He predicts the high-speed diagonal slash before it even starts, and parries it without breaking a sweat. Every death, every reset, every trick he learned culminates right here. He can read the man like an open book. Mitch swings a massive vertical downward slash, leaving a trail of white light. Incrid catches it right on his sword hilt. Mitch starts sweating. He thought he would end this in a few moves. Now he is genuinely struggling against a nobody. He refuses to accept it. He shifts his stance. His parrying techniques are not working, so he needs a proper attack. He leaps into the air, preparing his ultimate technique, a massive upward curving slash designed to cut a man in half from the ground up, the wheel cut. Incrid's right eye flares blue.
I see it.
This is the exact move that has gutted him dozens of times. He always died to it because he could never track the windup. Now he does. And he grins with his own blood smeared across his teeth. For the first time in 50 loops, he perfectly catches the wheel cut on his crossguard. Absolute perfection. A flawless read on a boss-tier ultimate. Mitch's brain short-circuits. He just parried an ultimate technique. The Hurrier family recruited anyone with raw talent for the sword. Mitch was their undisputed prodigy. He proved himself early. Fought 2 adult knights at the age of 15. Beat a champion swordsman at 18. Became a top-tier fighter in the Greyhounds entirely on natural skill. He used to watch recruits train until their thighs bled and laugh at them. He thought swinging a sword until your hands bled was for people with no talent. He was satisfied, he was complacent, and that was his fatal mistake, because talent has limits. And Incrid just spent 50 lifetimes grinding against this exact fight. He delivers a brutal horizontal slash right through the prodigy's chest. Incrid parries the desperate counter-strike and strikes Mitch down for good. The commander stumbles back, coughing up blood, and hits the dirt. He looks up, choking on his own pride. He admits Incrid is weaker in both strength and technique. Incrid just stares down at him and says that might be true, but he still won. Mitch curses his own arrogance. Incrid stands over his first real boss kill and quietly says this was fun. Mitch realizes a lifetime too late that he should have trained instead of coasting on raw talent. Enemy soldiers rush into the fog, screaming to protect their leader. They grab the bleeding commander and drag him away. A blonde enemy commander barks orders to get Mitch to safety. Mitch stares back stunned that one single man caused all this chaos. The blonde commander glares at Incrid and promises he will not have a peaceful death. Incrid agrees. He is never going to forget this timeline. But right now, he is completely surrounded. He still has to break the spell flag to secure his exit. That is the final wall to overcome today. Allied crossbows fire a warning volley into the mist, and Incrid lunges right back into the meat grinder. He squares up against the heavy hitters. He knows he cannot dodge everything. He is just going to take the hits and keep advancing. A soldier in a green cloak drops a massive vertical swing on him. Incrid catches it with a burst of sparks, but the enemy's sword technique is ridiculously heavy. To win this duel, he would need to die a dozen more times to learn the patterns. But he does not need to win the duel. He just needs the flag. Spells require a physical medium to anchor them. Damaging the flag dispels the magic. He cannot throw a dagger at the cloth directly because it will just pass through harmlessly. He leaps backward to buy half a second and draws a throwing knife, locking onto the physical rope connecting the flag to the pole. The thrown blade slices clean through the tether at extreme speed. The dark banner slides down the wood, and the dense white fog immediately begins to burn off the battlefield. Over in the main clash, the elf commander parries a strike. She is furious. She warned High Command about the spell, and they gave her absolutely nothing to counter it. She looks at the dead soldiers thinking they are going to get wiped out, until she looks up in bewilderment and realizes the mist is completely gone. The enemy troops panic, looking around for their invincible cover, and get stabbed straight through the chest for their distraction. The elf commander does not waste a single second. She raises her sword and screams for a full counterattack. The allied line surges forward with a deafening roar to redraw the map. She watches the tide turn, wondering who actually managed to destroy the medium. She has a pretty good guess. Meanwhile, Incrid is bleeding out. He retreated too far into enemy lines, and now he cannot find his squad. Until a familiar voice speaks up from the tall grass. Rim stands there, hefting his battle axe. He tells the enemies to hand over the spellcaster or die. An enemy officer, platoon leader Vengeance, just stares back quietly. Ragna pops out of the brush, yelling at Rem that Vengeance is not the enemy they are looking for, and asks if he wants to get executed. Incrid hobbles over, riddled with arrows. Vengeance commends him for trying to survive in that state, but tells him to just give up. Suddenly, a dark feline beast with glowing blue eyes launches out of nowhere and rips out a crossbowman's throat. Incrid recognizes it immediately. It is the puma he saw in the tall grass fields dozens of loops ago. The enemy line breaks into total panic, screaming at the monster. The lake panther moves like lightning, slashing through the archers. The archers stare at their cleanly cut bowstrings in pure horror. Incrid steps up beside the snarling beast and tells the enemies they had better leave right now. Vengeance steps forward, drawing his sword, admitting this is a little special. Rem shoves Incrid back, calling him a dumbass. Vengeance says he will save them the trouble and lunges at blinding speed. Rem catches the blade with his axe, and a shower of sparks explodes. Rem stumbles back, swearing that this guy is way too strong. The enemies scream to just shoot them all while they are distracted. Vengeance swings a horizontal arc of white light that forces everyone back. Hands grip leather hilts tight. Blades clash in midair. Incrid's blue eyes lock onto the motion. He stands dead still, waiting for the strike. Vengeance drops a heavy chop. Incrid knows he cannot block it with raw strength, so he does not try to. He lets the energy flow exactly like Mitch Hurrier taught him. The blades slide off each other harmlessly with a sharp clang. Vengeance snaps his head back in total shock. He recognizes Mitch's signature defense. Incrid smiles. It actually worked. He just stole a boss mechanic and used it on another boss. Rem grabs Vengeance's arm and yanks him back before he can recover. Enemy reinforcements flood out of the fog. Vengeance glares over his shoulder and says he will not forget him. Incrid tells him as he wishes. The allied commander finally screams the order to retreat. Rem hauls Incrid away, barking that he does not have bandages. Incrid stubbornly insists they bring the puma too. Rem calls him a crazy bastard and tells him to worry about his own blood loss first. The platoon scrambles back through the woods. Incrid's vision starts to blur. Rem is screaming at him not to close his eyes, but there is too much blood. Everything fades to black. He floats backward into the starry void. The ferryman watches him drift in and wonders if the persistent bastard accomplished what he wanted this time. The pale spirit smiles in the dark, wondering exactly what drives a man to suffer this much. The army marches on under a blood-red sky. Incrid wakes up in a dim hospital tent, listening to his squad mates bicker outside over who lost the squad leader. He feels a heavy weight on his bandaged hand. He sits up and finds the dark puma curled up fast asleep on his chest. Rem, Krace, Auden, and Ragna crowd the cot, visibly relieved to see him awake. Krace admits he thought he died this time. Auden praises the Lord while Incrid just asks what is going on. Auden hands him water, explaining he lost a massive amount of blood. Krace says the medic cleared him of any lasting damage. The goddess of luck is apparently on his side. Incrid drinks, realizing he passed out during the retreat. But more importantly, he survived. He got through another day without resetting. Day 552 is officially on the books. Rem sits by the cot staring at him with a deadly serious expression. Incrid asks if he wants to pet the cat. Rem says he is not interested in beasts. He wants to know exactly how Incrid knew it was a spell. Incrid weighs his options. He cannot explain the time loop, but Rem has been fiercely loyal to him. He owes him the truth, so he tells a half-truth. He suspected it based on what he heard from a settler during patrol. It is technically true. That settler was Rem in a previous loop. Rem accepts it, but warns him not to get too interested in magic himself. He turns to leave, asking what Incrid was even doing during the battle. Incrid admits he went to kill the guy who set up the flag. Rem flashes a smug grin. He says he did not like the guy's face, so he sent his head flying instead. A memory clicks. Rem was the one who actually killed the spellcaster while Incrid was busy fighting Mitch. Krace creeps up, trying to touch the sleeping puma's paws. The beast instantly wakes up and snarls, showing off razor-sharp fangs. Incrid warns him he might get ripped to shreds. Krace cries that his heart will be ripped to shreds if he gives up 10,000 krona. Because these blue-eyed beasts are lake panthers, they hold the energy of the land inside them. Their claws naturally shed and regrow, and a single set is worth a solid gold coin. Way more than Incrid's military pay. The squad settles in. The battle was a massive victory but inconclusive overall. The camp has not marched anywhere since. Incrid thinks back to the flowing parry he stole from Mitch. He wonders if he could execute it again without the adrenaline. He starts stretching his bandaged shoulder, much to Auden's horror. Ragna walks in, telling him to just get some sleep. Rem shoves past him, sparking their usual bickering match. Incrid ignores the noise and asks a genuine question regarding the sword. He managed to use a technique he never practiced before. Is that normal? Rem shrugs it off. He says using the heart of the beast lets you see exactly what the enemy is doing, so obviously he just copied it. Ragna adds that since Incrid mastered concentrating on a single point, his kinetic vision is vastly improved. But he still admits Incrid must have gotten incredibly lucky because pulling that off usually takes hundreds of real battles. Incrid just smiles. The day that just passed was not a single day. It was hundreds of days of overwhelming slaughter. He got stronger through actual blood and sweat, not just memorizing attack patterns. He can keep climbing. He calls out to his two strongest squad mates and asks for a duel. Rem calls him a madman. For once, Ragna agrees, asking what he hopes to achieve, half dead in bandages. Suddenly, the elf company leader steps into the tent. She walks right up to the shirtless Incrid and asks if he was the one who broke the spell. Incrid confirms it. He knew command would come, asking eventually. She asks how he found the real flag among 5 decoys. He lies smoothly, saying he just guessed. She accepts it and turns to leave. When he asks if that was all, she says she also just wanted to see his face. She looks out at the twilight and mutters that fate has brought them together. She walks away, leaving Encrid incredibly confused. His squad immediately crowds him, making kissy faces and asking for his secret to picking up the boss's boss. Crace offers to start a host bar with him for a favorable cut. Encrid tells them all to shut up. Crace snaps his fingers, remembering actual news. A squire from the Scarlet Cloak Knight Order has arrived. The entire division was named after a knight from that order. Knights are essentially walking demigods. They transcend humanity entirely, so they bring massive entourages of squires and servants. Squires rarely fight without their knight present, so if one is here, he is probably preparing for his final promotion to a proto-knight. Shouts ring out across the camp. They are heading to battle. Rem tells Encrid to get some rest, but Encrid's blue eyes are practically glowing. He wants to see this squire. Rem sees the absolute desperation in his face and sighs, agreeing to let him tag along. The allied army lines up under the setting sun, and Encrid finally gets to see the peak of strength he has been dying for. A lone man in heavy plate armor and a red cloak charges an entire army by himself. Encrid watches, completely mesmerized. The squire stands alone on the open plain, facing the massive enemy vanguard. A massive line of enemy archers draw their strings and unleash hell. The enemy commanders scream for blood. The sky turns black with falling iron. The squire does not even flinch. The volley rains down on him like a monsoon and shatters against his plate armor without leaving a scratch. He drops into a sprint, and his boot craters the earth with explosive force. Ragna watches in awe. He realizes the squire is using raw determination infused directly into his legs. The man breaks the sound barrier, leaving a shockwave of dust in his wake. He crashes into the enemy front line like a meteor. A single horizontal sweep clears half a dozen men instantly. He wades into the chaos, turning soldiers into red mist, and Encrid burns every single motion into his memory. The squire is a one-man natural disaster. Encrid tracks him through the dust storms, barely blinking. The heavy armor moves faster than light cavalry, tearing across the battlefield. He carves curved shockwaves through the enemy ranks. Men are sent flying in pieces while the survivors scream for a retreat. An officer on horseback tries to rally them and immediately loses his head. The squire uses the riderless horse as a springboard, coming down on the next cavalryman with the force of an anvil. Rem rests his axe on his shoulder, admitting the guy lives up to the title of war specialist. Crace grins, wondering if he could reach that level. Ragna just criticizes the enemy commander for missing 5 separate opportunities to stop the charge. Auden prays for the souls about to be processed because the Narilia army has not even swung a sword yet. But Encrid is not looking at the destruction. He is looking at the technique. He wonders if it is the righteous sword. No, it has elements of the heavy and swift swords too. The righteous sword is just and intricate, luring the opponent in. The heavy sword uses sheer weight to break defenses. The confounding sword uses tricks and ambushes. The swift sword overwhelms with speed, and the flowing sword softly parries and retaliates. The heavy and swift paths naturally contradict each other, but this squire is using both simultaneously. And then it clicks. The 5 paths have different characteristics, but they all start from one single source. If a fighter can understand the invisible thread connecting all 5 styles, they can wield a blade like a living, breathing extension of their own arm. Encrid closes his eyes as profound understanding washes over him. This is a massive leap in his combat theory. The rest of the allied army finally gets the order to charge. Rem and Ragna ready their weapons to join the slaughter, but Rem stops the squad. He tells them to form a circle around the squad leader and kill anyone who comes close. Encrid is about to overcome a massive hurdle, and they are not letting him get interrupted. In his mind, Encrid realizes that mere understanding changes nothing physically. Understanding is just a map. He imagines himself standing at the bottom of a dark abyss, looking up at a sheer infinite stone wall. It exists to show him exactly how much further he has to claw up. His bare bandaged hands grip the rough stone. He starts climbing. He will drag himself to the top no matter how many times he falls. Outside, the battle rages on. The allied commanders scream to slaughter the routing enemies and redraw the maps tonight. Encrid clenches his fist under the twilight sky. The victory cheers echo across the blood-soaked dirt. The long war is finally over, but the winter is going to be busy. Far away in a stone fortress city nestled in a mountain valley, the Principality of Aspen licks its wounds. The sovereign King Aspen clutches his crown, screaming that the enemy broke a gentleman's agreement by bringing a knight. Commander Hurrier Mitch's father stands in the throne room, boiling with rage. The royal administrator Atkins notes that they used the rogue frog general as an excuse to deploy the heavy hitters. Hurrier points out this massacre would not have happened if their spell had succeeded. The king swears the Grey Hounds will pay for their failure. Hurrier promises it will not end well for them. Back in the real world, the victorious Narilia army marches home. Incrid leads his squad with a newfound weight to his steps. They arrive at Border Guard, the kingdom's heavily militarized remote fortress city. The command throws a massive victory rally to reward the soldiers who proved their courage. The announcer calls Incrid to the stage to receive a massive bounty for destroying the Aspen spell. The crowd immediately starts whispering. They all know him as the useless, talentless squad leader. Some assume he is just taking credit for his men's work. Two idiots start joking that he must have kissed the commander's ass before a bearded veteran cuts them off with a death glare. He warns them they are talking about a man they cannot even comprehend. The veteran's scarred bodyguard Max smirks quietly from the crowd. He knows exactly what Incrid is capable of. Incrid takes the heavy leather pouch of gold on stage, completely unfazed by the murmurs. Crace drools over the pouch, begging Incrid to blow it all on expensive drinks and women in the city. Incrid looks back with dead serious eyes and tells him to bring him to the best blacksmith in town. Crace is devastated. He screams that standard-issue weapons are fine and battlefield loot is free. But Incrid is done scavenging off corpses. If he is going to become a knight, he needs gear that will not snap on the first parry. He draws a gleaming, flawless new blade from its sheath. His time as a lowly meat shield is over. He is going to take the promotion exam. Crace is stunned by this sudden burst of ambition. Incrid tells him he cannot stay at the bottom forever. Crace rubs his chin and agrees to set it up.
Highest rank, high rank, medium rank, low rank, lowest rank.
The military ranking system is a simple ladder. Special ranks sit at the very top. To climb up a tier, you have to publicly duel 3 soldiers of your target rank and win. For everyone else in the camp, it is just an excuse to gamble. Crace takes bets while standing in the stands. The first opponent walks out looking incredibly relaxed. He mocks Incrid for trying to jump straight to medium rank. The crowd jeers at the arena floor. They tell the veteran not to make the little girl cry. Only one single copper coin goes into the betting box for Incrid. Crace smiles nervously, holding his ledger. Incrid tunes out the noise. He reminds himself that this is a safe fight, but he refuses to let his guard down. He knows the limits of his own pathetic talent. The medium-rank soldier stands tall and leaves his posture wide open. Incrid zeroes in. He tells himself to treat this like a real battlefield. The opponent charges in with a wild, screaming overhead swing. Incrid reads the angle perfectly. He prepares the flowing sword parry he stole from the Grey Dog commander. A massive crescent of force sweeps across the sandy arena. The veteran watches his own sword spin harmlessly into the sky. Incrid pauses. He is genuinely confused. The opponent screams and clutches his trembling fingers. The parry completely destroyed his grip. Incrid stands holding a practice dagger. He processes what just happened. He steps in and drives his elbow straight into the crying man's face. The veteran folds backward and eats the dirt. Incrid stares down at him with absolute bafflement. Why is this guy so weak? The entire crowd goes dead silent in shock. Crace sweats bullets. He was the one who put the pity copper in the box. Incrid assumes it was a fluke. A medium rank cannot possibly be that fragile. A massive gray-haired soldier from the heavy infantry steps up for the second round. This guy wields a heavy spear. He is considered the strongest in their battalion. Incrid watches the spear tip. The veteran twitches the weapon to distract him. Then he lunges forward with a massive thrust. Incrid simply sidesteps it. The heavy infantryman looks utterly bewildered. Incrid is equally confused. He waits for the feint. He waits for the trick, but the man is just off balance. That was his entire attack. Incrid brings his sword down hard on the veteran's shoulder and drops him to his knees. The second opponent hits the dirt. The crowd loses their minds. Spectators whisper frantically to each other. Taking down 1 medium rank is luck. Taking down 2 is a pattern. Crace proudly asks for the next challenger while the soldiers hesitate. A blonde soldier sneers at the crowd for underestimating the squad leader. 2 other men from the scouts recognize Incrid from the fog battle. They realize he has gotten massively stronger since they last saw him. A guy with a goatee tries to push his buddy into the ring. Rem materializes behind them, grinning like a demon. He asks if they are scared. The soldier stammers and violently denies it. Down in the arena, Incrid finally puts the pieces together. Struggling was so normal for him that he lost his sense of scale. His very first fight was against an elite royal knight. Then he fought a specialized hidden assassin. Then he fought Mitch Hurrier, and every single day he trains with the absolute monsters in his own squad. He looks up at the sky. He did not get lucky. He has just been fighting the most dangerous people on the continent. The third opponent steps up and asks if Incrid is distracted. Incrid closes his eyes. He always thought the advice to never underestimate an opponent was meant for other people. The third guy screams and charges. Incrid opens his eyes. He smiles. a genuine relaxed smile. He tells the man it is just interesting to finally dominate an opponent. Our boy bursts off the line before the guy can even blink. He smashes through the man's guard with a brutal parry. Incrid wins up a two-handed swing. His face is completely deadpan. He drops a heavy strike right onto the crossguard. The third opponent stumbles backward in a panic. Incrid raises his blade for the finisher. He cleaves right through the desperate block and sends the man flying. The third challenger hits the sand flat on his back. He stares up at the sky in a total daze. Incrid stands victorious. He has proven his rank. The entire arena is stunned. The defeated man sits up. He looks at Incrid with pure awe and calls him the Spellbreaker. As Incrid turns to leave, the crowd erupts. The rumors from the fog battle are true. The soldiers finally admit he earned his medals. They yell at the doubters, reminding them that half of them would be dead if Incrid had not shattered that flag. The chant starts in the back and sweeps through the stands. They scream his new title, Incrid the Spellbreaker. Incrid looks up. He admits to himself that it does not sound terrible. Crace runs up with the betting box to celebrate the medium rank promotion. Incrid tells him to hold the applause. He is going for high rank next. Crace nearly drops the box. A gray-haired veteran in an ornate cloak watches them from the shadows. He steps out into the light. The crowd spots the golden eagle patch on his shoulder. He is part of the border guard, the special forces directly under the crown. The veteran calls out to Incrid. He smiles and points a gloved finger. He asks for a duel. The arena clears out to make room. Up in the stands, Rem and Crace watch. Crace admits this is going to be rough. Incrid does the math. The border guards are the exact equivalent to the Aspen Greyhounds, which means this man is on the same tier as Mitch Hurrier. Incrid grips his sword. He genuinely wants to know what it feels like to fight someone at that level without the guarantee of a brutal death. He steps into his stance and tells the veteran to come at him. Torres smirks. He likes the total lack of fear. He draws his sword and decides to test the kid properly. The infantry crowd goes wild. They scream for Incrid to show the special forces who really runs the battlefield. Torres looks annoyed. He mutters that the border guards are technically infantry too. He bursts forward with terrifying speed. He aims to humble the new hero. Incrid's eye flares blue. The world slows down. The sword comes in as a streak of white light. Incrid ducks beneath it. Sparks shower over his shoulder as the blades grind together. Torres swings again. He realizes Incrid is tracking his micro-movements perfectly. Incrid snaps a counterpunch straight at the veteran's face. They lock into a high-speed close-quarters clash. Torres grabs Incrid by the wrist. He draws a hidden dagger and drives it down. For a split second, Torres realizes he moved too fast. It is a killing blow. Incrid does not panic. He rips his sword upward. He smashes the flat of his blade into the dagger and shatters it to pieces. They lock swords dead in the center of the ring. Torres grits his teeth. The kid is incredibly strong. The veteran leaps backward to reset the distance, but Incrid pursues him instantly. Incrid stays glued to his target with total focus. They exchange a flurry of blows. Torres is forced to block with his broken dagger hilt. Incrid steps in and slams his elbow into Torres's chest. The veteran's sword flies out of his hand and sticks into the dirt. Torres stares at his empty hand in disbelief. Incrid stands ready with his own dagger. They lock eyes. The playful test is over. They are both about to go for blood. The elf company commander suddenly steps between them. She catches both of their blades on her own sword with a blinding flash of sparks. She tells them to stand down before they accidentally murder each other. Incrid exhales and lowers his weapon. The commander keeps her blade near Torres's throat, just to be safe. The rest of the squad runs down to the arena floor. Rem laughs and calls Incrid a lucky bastard. Torres warns him not to get a big head. In a real fight with no rules, there would have been holes in him, but internally Torres admits that Incrid nearly caught him. The crowd is in absolute awe. Torres turns to leave but gives the kid his respect. He offers his hand and introduces himself properly as a platoon commander of the border guards. Incrid shakes it and gives his own rank and squad. The crowd processes the math. Incrid just fought a special rank to a total standstill. That means he is undeniably at the high rank level. They scream his name again. Incrid looks at them silently. Torres laughs at the deadpan reaction and promises they will meet again. Incrid watches him go. He is one step closer to becoming a knight. The sun sets over the fortress city. Back in the wooden barracks, the recruitment offers start pouring in.
1st Company Commander Heavy Armored Infantry, the Turtles Graham.
Graham of the Heavy Armored Infantry demands Incrid join his company. Incrid knows it is a massive honor. The heavy infantry are the elite corps of the battalion. Accepting would instantly place him among the best in the regular army, but he turns it down flat. Graham is disappointed but respects the unbothered attitude. Incrid offers to send him Rem instead. Graham respectively declines that nightmare. Other platoon commanders stop by just to thank Encrid for saving them in the fog. Crace sits on his bed counting the missed opportunities. He asks Encrid why he is rejecting guaranteed comfortable lives. Encrid hesitates. Heavy boots stop at the doorway. Torres leans against the doorframe with his arms crossed. He cuts right to the chase. He tells Encrid to join the border guards. Encrid is genuinely shocked. Working directly for the crown is a massive leap. The rest of the squad listens in silence. Torres smiles. He knows this is an offer nobody in their right mind would refuse, but he also knows what Encrid really wants, a harder fight. Torres tells him that if he comes to them, he will bestow upon him hellish training and insane challenges. He extends his hand and promises Encrid will reach his full potential. Encrid looks at the hand. He looks at Ragna sleeping on his cot. He looks at Rem and Auden. He stays quiet for a long time. Then he tells Torres that if he wants hellish training, he does not need to leave this room. He looks back at his squad. He realizes he does not want to reach his full potential. He wants to overcome it. Winter hits the military encampment hard. Rem huddles under a massive blanket, cursing the cold. He wishes he could fight the weather with his axe. Encrid bundles up for patrol. Rem begs him to bring back hot stones. Auden, wearing absolutely nothing above the waist, drags Rem out of bed for morning exercises. Rem screams for his life. Auden offers to thaw Encrid's muscles too. Encrid declines and heads out for duty. Rem continues screaming about hot stones as the door closes. Day 553. Encrid walks out into the snowy forest path. He enters the bustling marketplace. With no active battles, the soldiers are assigned to city patrol. 2 guards in cloaks flag him down. They introduce themselves as Jack and Bo. They are his patrol partners for the day. Encrid recognizes the names. They were part of the scouting mission that got ambushed. Jack kisses up to him instantly. He calls it an honor to walk with the Spellbreaker. Bo praises him for the rapid promotion. Encrid deflects it as luck. Jack asks for a duel when their shift is over. Encrid agrees. The wind howls through the snowy roofs. Jack and Bo walk extremely close to Encrid, complaining about the cold. Encrid wonders why they are crowding him. A merchant yells out, selling dried fruits. The patrol walks past the stall. Encrid catches a glimpse of a hooded figure brushing past him. A quiet footstep hits the snow right beside his boot. Jack pats Encrid on the shoulder and asks if he is okay. The hooded figure spins and drives a blade upward. Encrid's eyes widen. The dagger sinks deep into his chest. Blood sprays across the snow. Encrid coughs violently. He has no idea what just happened. Jack and Bo catch him. They laugh loudly, pretending Encrid is just drunk. They use their bodies to block the crowd's view of the murder. The assassin stands over him and asks if he is surprised. The man pulls back his hood to reveal a manic grin. Rotten tells him that a persistent lover never forgets his target. Encrid chokes on his own blood. He realizes this is Aspen's retaliation for breaking the magic flag. Rotten drives a second blade into his chest. Encrid's legs give out completely. Jack and Bo drop the body and casually walk away with the assassin. As his vision fades, Encrid puts the final pieces together. Jack and Bo were wounded on the recon mission. They must have sold out the camp to Aspen in exchange for their lives. Death 601. A citizen finally notices the body bleeding out in the snow. She screams in pure terror. The market descends into panic. Encrid snaps awake, gasping for air in his bed. Day 554. Crace asks what is wrong. Encrid says he just wants to start the day with energy. He marches straight out to the yard and finds Auden. Auden is casually dumping buckets of freezing water over his chest. He asks what his brother needs. Encrid asks to learn the bare body training method to heat up his muscles. Auden explains that keeping the body warm in winter is essential for sudden ambushes. Encrid asks him to teach it right now. He remembers watching Rotten draw the blade. He saw it coming, but his frozen body could not react in time. He needs his muscles primed the second he steps into that market. Minutes later, Encrid is trembling under a massive wooden log doing deep squats in the snow. Auden tells him his muscles will be sad if he quits. Encrid grunts that his muscles are already screaming. Later that morning, Jack and Bo run their exact same introduction script. Encrid keeps his hand resting near his hilt. He politely tells them it is nice to meet them. They walk through the market. Jack notes that Encrid does not seem cold at all today. Encrid ignores their complaints about the weather. His body is perfectly warm thanks to Auden. He clenches his fist. He is ready. He zeroes in on the exact spot where Rotten will appear. He scans the crowd from the corner of his eye. The hooded figure emerges right on schedule. Encrid moves his hand to his sword. He spins and blasts Jack in the face with a brutal punch. Bo panics and draws his weapon, realizing they have been made. Encrid plans to execute the 2 traitors first and then deal with the assassin. He drops into a combat stance. Rotten sprints out of the crowd with his daggers drawn. Encrid hears a strange whistling sound. Suddenly there is a sharp pain in his chest. A small curved throwing knife is buried perfectly in his heart. He looks past Rotten. There is a second assassin standing far away in the crowd. Incrid spits blood. The guy threaded the needle through a moving crowd with pinpoint accuracy. The second assassin grins under his hood and delivers Rotten's exact line about a persistent lover. Death 602. He was dead before he even saw the knife fly. The market panics again as Incrid bleeds out. He realizes he has to fight melee and ranged attackers simultaneously. He needs a strategy for the throwing knives. He dies with a defiant glint in his eye. Day 555. Incrid analyzes the wall in front of him. Rotten stabs up close. The second guy throws from afar. It is a simple setup. Back in the barracks, Incrid trembles through Auden's flexibility training. Auden bends him backward. Incrid groans that he is actually going to die this time. Jackson watches from her bed and asks if this is torture endurance training. Rem scoffs from under his blanket. Jackson opens the door to head out for patrol. Auden tries to drag Jackson into the stretching session. Crace warns them to keep the noise down in his territory. Jackson gives Auden a look of pure disgust. Incrid ignores the noise. He has to figure out how to block the projectile. The throwing knife was curved with holes in the blade. It moved faster than a normal dagger. He walks over to Jackson. He asks her about a whistle dagger. Jackson explains that it is designed to hit the target before they even realize what the sound is. She advises staying far away from anyone holding one. Incrid nods. He commits the information to memory. Back in the market, the loop plays out again. Incrid spots Rotten reaching into his sleeve. He spins and punches Jack just like last time. Bo panics again. But this time Incrid grabs Bo and violently wrenches him around to use as a human shield. The distant assassin throws immediately. The knife punches clean through Bo's chest. The kinetic force throws Incrid backward. A second knife hits Jack in the throat. A third knife buries itself in Incrid's side. The thrower unleashed 3 blades in the blink of an eye. Rotten walks up casually to finish the job. He flashes his manic grin. The crowd screams as all 3 guards bleed out on the cobblestones. Incrid realizes the assassins do not care about friendly fire. Rotten looks down at the dying squad leader and admits the human shield trick was admirable, but he repeats his favorite line. Incrid smiles through the blood. He croaks out a single word, thankfully. Rotten is completely thrown off. He asks why the kid is joking on his deathbed. He drives the dagger through Incrid's heart. Death 603. Incrid admits to himself that he underestimated the puzzle. A wall is still a wall. He just has to climb it. The dark water of the void. The ferryman hovers on his boat holding the blue lantern. He tells Incrid to laugh while he still can. The ferryman promises that the despair waiting at the end of his little game is what makes the time loop a curse. Day 556. Incrid stares at the ceiling. He steps out into the cold and decides the ferryman is wrong. This is a blessing. He finds Jackson and demands she tell him everything about the whistle dagger. Jackson is suspicious. Incrid pulls a practice dagger to force the conversation. She sighs and explains that the blade is made of multiple thin layers pressed together which causes the sound. It was originally designed to be invisible to the human eye. Incrid asks what he should do if he absolutely has to see it and dodge it. Jackson tells him it is impossible. She asks if he is actually planning to fight someone with one. He looks at her dead seriously and says yes. Jackson wonders where this farm boy keeps finding these legendary threats. She drops into a stance and explains the trick. You do not watch the blade in the air. You watch the hand. The trajectory is locked the millisecond it leaves the fingers, but she warns that you can only read the hand if you understand the throwing technique yourself. She offers to teach him properly so his form stops being garbage. Incrid's eyes light up. Jackson preps her practice knives. Incrid agrees instantly. Several loops later, day 560, Incrid walks through the market with Jack and Bo. The traders run their script. Incrid replays Jackson's lesson in his head. Focus on the moment the blade leaves the hand. To dodge a throw perfectly, you have to know exactly how to throw it. He scans the market stalls. He plants his boot. He draws his sword in a blur. He caves Jack's face in before the trader can even speak. Bo panics and scrambles backward. Bo tries to draw his blade. The crowd screams murder. Incrid ignores Bo entirely and faces the incoming threat. Rotten sprints out of the crowd. Rotten executes a vertical slash. Incrid keeps his eyes locked on the distant thrower's hand, just like Jackson taught him. He parries Rotten with the hilt of his sword while dodging the incoming throw. The knife grazes his cheek. Incrid sweats. He actually saw it, but he moved too slow. A second knife sinks into his shoulder. Death 604. The window to read the hand is incredibly small. He hits the dirt hard, but he grins with a bloody lip. He cracked the code. The moving shine of the blade leaving the fingers is all he needs. Rotten stands over him and starts his monologue. Then Rotten freezes. He realizes he has already said this to Incrid in a previous loop. Incrid smiles warmly at him. His eyes glow bright blue. He promises Rotten he will see him again soon, and next time he will know all his tricks. Next loop. Incrid draws instantly. He slashes bow down immediately. No human shields this time. The market panics. Incrid's eyes flare. He is done just surviving. Rotten charges in. Incrid deflects the strike perfectly. The distant thrower unleashes a massive volley of knives. Incrid moves like water. He parries 3 throwing knives simultaneously. Rotten is absolutely terrified. He screams that this kid is insane. Rotten leaps backward and yells for the thrower to dodge. The second assassin realizes Incrid threw one of the deflected knives right back at him. He curses the trick. Incrid closes the gap and cleaves the thrower in half with a brutal downward slash. The thrower hits the ground dead, but Incrid feels a sharp pain. Rotten adjusted his timing and landed a delayed throw. Incrid lunges forward through the pain. He smiles maniacally through the blood. He decides he absolutely has to steal this weapon. Back to the training yard. Incrid spins a practice dagger on his finger. He sinks it perfectly into an apple on a post. Jackson asks what he is doing. He says he is practicing for whistle daggers. She points out he is holding a normal knife. He smiles and says he will have a real one soon. Jackson casually throws a blade and snips the string holding his target. She looks at him with a deadpan expression. They stare at each other in total silence. Back in the loop. Rotten launches another volley through the air. Incrid slides low and dodges effortlessly. He has Rotten's timing completely downloaded. Suddenly his eye catches movement from a new angle. A crossbow bolt tears through his shoulder. Death 605. He realizes Rotten swapped the ranged weapon to mess with his timing. Day 561. The 9th day of the winter loops. Incrid leaps through a flurry of daggers. He snipes the crossbowman off the watchtower with a return throw. He throws a second whistle dagger straight at Rotten, cutting his cloak. Rotten screams at him for looking away. Back in the training yard, Incrid hits the apple again. He asks Jackson to critique his form. She tells him he needs to throw with his whole body, not just his arm. She whittles an apple and asks where he learned the basics. He says he just copied someone he saw on the battlefield. Jackson is deeply suspicious. Learning this specific grip just by watching is absurd. She hands him a real whistle dagger. She asks if he has ever heard of the throwing blade technique. Incrid is surprised. Jackson explains the history of the legendary assassin George, who invented the whistle dagger because silent blades were too brittle. Incrid plays dumb and asks why she thinks he would know that. Jackson tells him his stance is a perfect replica of the technique. Back in the loop. Incrid decides he is done playing on the assassin stage. He walks right past the market. Jack and Bo frantically point out they are going the wrong way. Incrid tells them he is the ranking officer and to shut up and follow. The traders whisper in a panic. They have to follow him or blow their cover. He leads them into a dead, silent, empty alleyway. Jack begs to return to the market. Incrid turns around with a freezing glare. He asks exactly how much Aspen paid them to betray their country. The traders freeze in pure shock. Jack draws his sword and screams to kill him. Incrid moves faster than they can process and slashes Jack open. He pivots instantly and drops Bo. The traders bleed out in the snow. Incrid turns his head. The market was a trap designed for crossfire. Here it is a straight line. Footsteps crunch in the snow. Rotten and the crossbowman walk into the alley. They are completely out of their element. Rotten stammers. Incrid tells them they are late. He readies his blade and invites them to try. Rotten leaps into the air and unloads a volley of knives. Incrid dodges perfectly. He tracks the hands exactly like Jackson taught him. The number of blades does not matter anymore. The crossbowman fires. Incrid deflects the bolt effortlessly. He surges forward and closes the distance on the ranged attacker. He smashes the crossbow out of the man's hands with a heavy strike. Rotten screams in frustration at his useless partner. Incrid easily parries Rotten's desperate counterattack. Rotten sweats under his hood. He is completely outmatched. Incrid sheathes his sword. He does not even need it anymore. His blue eyes glow with fierce absolute confidence. Rotten backs away in terror, demanding to know who the hell he is fighting. Incrid tells him there is no need to know. He pulls out the whistle dagger he just stole from the crossbowman and spins it on his finger. He smiles and asks Rotten exactly how many of these he brought today. Rotten looks completely shocked as Incrid catches the weapons with perfect spinning precision. The assassin demands to know how he can possibly wield those. Incrid just smiles and gives him the number 2. He says he is actually a little jealous since he only managed to steal 1. Rotten thinks he is bluffing. He warns Incrid that the moment he tries to throw that dagger, he is a dead man. Incrid keeps the blade spinning on his finger. He says they will only know that once they fight it out. Incrid locks his focus. The trick to dodging the whistle daggers is not watching the hidden hands. The sound hides the visual of the throw, but an assassin cannot hide the movement of his entire arm. He watches Rotten launch a rapid strike, but Rotten throws two at once. The twin blades tear through the freezing mist side by side. Incred launches himself horizontally, the blades sliding past him by a fraction of an inch, and because he has already died to this exact setup in previous loops, he knows exactly what comes next. Rotten is already preparing a second volley, holding 3 more daggers between his fingers with a manic grin. Before Rotten can release them, Incred snaps his arm forward and throws his own stolen dagger. Rotten widens his eyes in sheer panic as his own signature weapon flies straight at his face. The assassin leaps violently backward, abandoning his attack to barely dodge the flying steel, which is exactly what Incred wanted. He bridges the gap instantly with his sword raised. Rotten scrambles to get his own sword up, sweating and screaming that Incred lied about being a ranged fighter. Incred lands perfectly balanced and tells him the feeling is mutual. He waits to see if Rotten has any new tricks. Rotten drops into an unfamiliar low posture, sliding rapidly across the snow for a horizontal slash. He tries to slip right under Incred's guard. He executes a swift vertical slash from below, aiming to open Incred from the waist up. Incred reads the angle perfectly and knocks the strike aside without even shifting his stance. Rotten stares at his deflected blade in absolute disbelief. Incred does not give him time to process it. He brings his heavy blade down hard. He stands over the staggering assassin and declares that this is the end. A clean horizontal slash finishes the job. Rotten collapses, coughing into the snow, while Incred smoothly sheathes his sword. Incred looks down at the body. It took him exactly 10 tries to overcome this wall. 10 loops of getting his throat opened in this alleyway just to figure out the timing. He stands alone in the marketplace, surrounded by the bodies of the Aspen assassination squad. The feeling of finally clearing a hurdle that killed him repeatedly is insanely exhilarating. He looks up at the sky and takes a slow, peaceful breath. Then he crouches down and unstraps the rest of the whistle daggers from Rotten's chest. To the victor go the spoils. Back at the military camp, the winter storm breaks into a gray afternoon. Incred stands in the company commander's office delivering his report. The elven officer asks if he genuinely expected the ambush and led them away. Incred claims it was just a coincidence. The commander does not buy a single word of it. She demands to know if it is also a coincidence that he fought 4 professional killers and walked away with a minor scratch. Incred says the goddess of luck must be on his side. The commander stares at him with an intensely skeptical silence. Incred stares back with his signature deadpan expression, refusing to crack. Realizing she is not going to get the truth out of him, she dismisses him back to his post. Incred returns to the squad barracks and pulls the heavy wooden door open. A heavy wooden training club immediately flies straight at his head. Incred casually ducks to the side, letting the weapon sail harmlessly past him. Auden laughs warmly, praising him for dodging the sneak attack. Incred angrily lectures him for almost taking his head off. Incred pulls a baked stone out of his pocket and tosses it to Rem. Rem catches it with delight, right before the searing heat burns his hands and sends him screaming. Incred ignores the chaos and runs a hand through his overgrown hair. He walks over to Crace and asks for a haircut. They haggle the price down to 5 coppers while Rem continues screaming in the background. Crace sits him down outside in the gently falling snow and gets to work with a pair of scissors. Crace complains that Incred should just go to a barber in the city, but Incred refuses. The city barbers suck. The snowfall begins to pick up, making the air freezing cold. The rest of the squad gathers on the porch, shivering and complaining about the devil's powdered weather. Incred uses the quiet moment to think. The assassins had to have inside help to get into the border guard. He asks Crace if he knows where the 3 turncoats originally came from before they enlisted. Rem chimes in, listing off their criminal records: pickpocketing, insulting nobles, and mercenary work. Crace notes that they all joined within the past year. They must have been in a guild together. Incred pieces it together instantly. There is only one thieves guild in the city that flushed out its members a year ago. It is a guild in name only, operating as a pure den of criminals, and a thieves guild would know every blind spot in the city. Incred walks over to Jackson and asks what she knows about the local thieves guild. She gets defensive immediately. After a moment of thought, Jackson admits that after the guild restructured, her contacts went completely silent. She has no leads. Crace brushes the snow off Incred's shoulders, proudly declaring the haircut finished. Incred runs a hand through his freshly trimmed hair, looking up at the worsening snowstorm. Jackson stands up and announces she is heading into the city for the night. Rem furiously accuses her of trying to skip snow shoveling duty. As the two of them start screaming at each other, Encred calmly sheathes his sword. Jackson offers a compromise. Why don't they all go on a mission into the city instead? Rem instantly changes his tune, screaming in excitement that they should leave right now. Crace runs out fully packed in his winter coat, completely thrilled to avoid manual labor. Encred points out he still needs to get permission from the company commander. Ragna calls him lazy for not doing it already. The squad marches through the snow, begging Encred to get the approval. He realizes they are completely unified on this one specific issue. Encred stands in the commander's office again, officially requesting permission to go bust the Thieves Guild. The elven commander steeples her fingers and stares at him. Encred stares back, holding his ground. She asks if he is doing this purely because he wants to skip snow shoveling duty. Encred sweats profusely but holds his deadpan face, insisting that is definitely not the reason. Out in the city, the winter storm is raging over the rooftops. The full squad marches through the freezing streets. Jackson admits she still has no information on the Gilfin Guild's whereabouts. Encred tells her the rest of them will wait in a warm inn. He orders Jackson to go find the hideout. When Jackson asks how she is supposed to do that with 0 leads, Encred just tells her to figure it out. Crace looks completely dumbfounded at the vague and impossible order, but Jackson just nods calmly and walks off into the snow. Crace starts sweating, wondering if he is the only normal person left in this squad. Inside the cozy tavern, the squad warms up with hearty bowls of soup. Auden asks what happens if the guild is innocent. Crace points out they are all criminals regardless. It is about time someone cleaned them out. Crace waves over a pretty waitress named Lisa. He leans in and whispers something to her, while Encred watches suspiciously from across the table. Encred chews his food, wondering what is taking Jackson so long. He starts feeling a little bad, wondering if his orders were too vague for her to actually follow. Meanwhile, out in the freezing streets, Jackson walks silently through the snow. She stops in the middle of the road, her eyes scanning the shadows. Something catches her attention. 2 suspicious cloaked figures are moving quietly down the alleyway. Jackson slips into the shadows to follow them. Back in the tavern, Crace explains to Encred that the waitress is a shoemaker's daughter trying to save up for her own inn. The heavy tavern door swings open. Jackson stands there covered in snow, announcing she found the location. She looks completely unfazed by the impossible task she just completed. Encred looks up in genuine surprise, still chewing his meat. She tosses him a piece of bread and tells him to eat. Encred declines. He stands up and sheathes his daggers, deciding there is no point in waiting. Rem whines that it is too cold to leave the tavern. Ragna helpfully suggests that showering in their enemy's blood will keep them warm. Crace tries to act as the voice of reason, arguing that their mobility is ruined by the snow. He suggests waiting out the storm. Encred stares out the frosted window at the howling blizzard outside. He turns back with absolute determination and says they are leaving right now. He has been careful enough for one lifetime. He steps firmly out into the snowy streets. The squad grumbles and marches behind him, pulling their cloaks tight against the freezing wind. They walk past a group of homeless beggars huddled on a street corner. Suddenly, one of the beggars draws a sharp knife from beneath his cloak. 2 of them spring forward from the shadows, launching a lethal surprise attack. Rem just smiles fiercely. He swings his massive fist, easily knocking the incoming blades aside. He follows up with a devastating punch that sends the first attacker flying backward into the snow. Auden grabs the second attacker by the hood and violently slams him face first into the icy ground. Rem asks Crace if these are the Gilfin Guild guys. Crace nods. They are using beggars as gatekeepers. Jackson brushes the snow away to reveal a locked wooden trapdoor leading down into the darkness. Jackson notes that the door is locked. Auden steps up with a warm smile and volunteers to knock. He winds up his bandaged fist, grinning broadly. He punches the heavy wooden door with explosive force, shattering the wood into hundreds of splinters. Auden smiles happily and asks if they shall enter. Rem asks if Auden even knows what a knock is. Encred deadpans that it counts as long as the door opens. The squad descends into a dark, torch-lit corridor. Rem asks what their interrogation plan is. Encred says they will subdue everyone with force first and ask questions later. Deep inside the hideout, the guild guards are nervously discussing the rumors of a border guard squad approaching. They had hired the Aspen assassins to take Encred out, and reporting the failure is going to be a pain. The heavily armed thugs draw their weapons, deciding to just kill the squad themselves. The bearded guild commander tells his men not to worry about a few military nobodies. That is when the heavy wooden doors of the inner sanctum explode inward into a shower of splinters. Auden stands in the doorway, holding his smoking fist with a massive grin. The guild commander stares in sweating shock. Rem screams excitedly to kill them all, but Encred calmly steps past him and holds up a hand. Incrid walks into the room, his voice echoing off the stone walls. He drives his sword vertically into the ground. He gives them one chance. Throw down your weapons and cross this line. All others will die. Rem looks disappointed that they are not killing them immediately, but Incrid says he changed his mind. Internally, Incrid is desperately hoping he looked cool just now. The guild commander sneers, clutching his sword. He asks why a military grunt thinks he can order them around. Auden whispers that their judgment is clouded by demons, and they will only listen to force. Incrid draws his sword and asks who the strongest fighter in the room is. The commander gives a cold, mocking smirk. He summons a tall, muscular warrior named Wyvern, declaring him their strongest swordsman. Wyvern steps up, looking calm and lethal. He tells Incrid he has never been beaten and wonders if the soldier can even block his sword. Wyvern leaps through the air for a devastating strike, bragging mid-sentence. Incrid moves with blinding speed, executing a flawless vertical slash that bypasses Wyvern's guard entirely. The blade cuts deep, spraying blood across the stone floor before Wyvern even lands. Incrid holds his stance perfectly. He recognizes that move. It is the Valen mercenary technique, the exact timing that killed him repeatedly in his earlier loops. Now it is effortless. The guild commander stares in horrified disbelief. Wyvern bleeds out on the floor. Incrid sheathes his sword and says if that was their best, he does not need to see the rest. He repeats his demand. Surrender or die. The entire border guard squad stands menacingly behind him, radiating overwhelming killing intent. Krace looks at Incrid and wonders if their squad leader is just doing this to act cool. The room falls dead silent as the squad waits for an answer. A metal mace clatters onto the stone floor. One of the guards throws his hands up and surrenders. The bearded commander snaps. He screams in fury, calling his men cowards, and charges wildly at Incrid. The surrendering guard watches in terror as his boss rushes to his death. The commander's eyes widen in sudden agony as steel flashes across his vision. Incrid does not even draw fully. He just flicks his wrist and lets the momentum do the work. The commander hits the floor, blood spraying from his ruined neck. With their leader dead in seconds, the rest of the guild drops to their knees in absolute surrender. Rim looks deeply annoyed that Incrid stole the kill right as he was about to jump in. Auden and Krace are thoroughly impressed. The squad leader is actually pretty terrifying when he wants to be. Even Jackson admits it was a clean strike. Rim furiously kicks a wall while sheathing his axe. Incrid catches his breath, quietly satisfied that the intimidation tactic worked flawlessly. The remaining thieves panic, begging and crying for the soldiers not to execute them. Rem steps up and suggests they just butcher everyone now to save themselves the paperwork later. A bald guild member crawls forward, weeping that they have sick mothers to care for. Incrid tells him that does not excuse armed robbery. The bald man bows his head and begs them to only kill him. He reveals his name is Gilfin. Incrid pauses in confusion. He asks if this guy is the Gilfin from the Gilfin Guild. He points at the dead commander, assuming he was the boss. Gilfin explains the dead guy was the boss, but his own name is Gilfin. Incrid's brain short-circuits. Krace laughs and explains that thieves' guilds name themselves after random low-level members on purpose. That way, if the law comes knocking, they just sacrifice the namesake and run. Gilfin weeps that their boss was a monster, but the rest of them are just trying to survive. He offers his life for theirs. The rest of the guards start crying hysterically, begging to die in kind-hearted Gilfin's place. Rim immediately turns on Incrid, calling him a cold-hearted devil for wanting to execute such loyal friends. Incrid points out Rem was the one who suggested it 30 seconds ago. Seeing a sliver of hope, Gilfin screams that he will give them the entire guild treasury if they let them live. Incrid considers it, while Krace smiles like a shark smelling blood. Gilfin leads them to the vault, explaining the dead boss hid the key. Auden does not need a key. He shatters the heavy iron safe door with a single bare-handed punch, sending gold coins exploding outward. Incrid stares at the ruined safe and tells them to go ahead and loot it. Rim cheers at the top of his lungs. The squad starts stuffing their pockets with thousands of krona. Incrid ignores the gold. He opens a wooden chest in the corner of the vault. Inside is a beautifully tailored set of dark, flexible leather armor, the perfect gear for maintaining mobility while adding defense. He claims it immediately. Krace walks over to Incrid with a sly smile. He proposes that instead of arresting these guys, they just take over the guild themselves. Incrid asks if Krace is seriously telling him to become a thief. Krace clarifies. A guild of thieves that does not kill. He explains that if they destroy this guild, another one will just replace it in a month. It is better to use Gilfin as a puppet to control the city's underworld. Incrid realizes this was the plan all along. This was why Krace was whispering to the tavern waitress earlier. She fed him the intel. Krace admits it happily. They cornered the whole market in one try. He promises Encrid a massive monthly payout of krona and a steady stream of intelligence on their enemies. Encrid does not care about the money, but an information network is exactly what he needs to survive the coming loops. He gives Krace permission to run it. Krace excitedly announces the new rules to the terrified thieves. They are going to purge the worst criminals, send them to prison, and slowly reform the organization. He warns Gilfin that if they disband, they will all be hunted down anyway. Gilfin shivers. He confesses that the dead boss was working for the Aspen Kingdom. Twice a year, a monstrous frog agent comes to check on the guild's profits. When that frog realizes the guild has been compromised, it will slaughter them all. Krace just smiles and points his thumb back at Rem and Auden. They have even worse monsters on their payroll. With the underworld secured, Encrid orders them to pack up and head back to base. Back at the barracks, Rem stretches out in his warm bed, thrilled to be out of the cold. Encrid walks in and freezes in surprise. The other platoons finished shoveling the snow hours ago. They went on a lethal raid for nothing. Jackson stares out the window and quietly mentions she has some unfinished business in the city. Auden suddenly decides he needs to go preach the word of God in the red light district. They all quickly excuse themselves, promising to return by morning. Encrid realizes he is the only one left to give the official report. He notes that they were all suddenly very busy. Out in the snowy yard, Encrid delivers the mission report to the commander, confirming the Thieves Guild is destroyed. The elven commander asks if he had fun skipping snow shoveling duty. Encrid sweats heavily and claims he has no idea what she is talking about. She ignores the lie. She notes that he has a reputation for never turning down a duel. She draws her beautifully crafted, incredibly thin rapier and challenges him to spar. Encrid accepts, assuming she is just testing him rather than punishing him for the unsanctioned raid. The commander attacks with blinding speed. Her rapier slices through the freezing air as Encrid barely manages to dodge, stumbling backward. His sword is knocked high into the air, and he falls hard into the deep snow. The commander calmly tells him to get up. He reaches for his weapon, but her blade pins his arm down instantly. She delivers a swift, punishing strike that knocks him flat onto his back. Encrid is completely shocked. Her sword is so thin it moves like a whip, bypassing his static defense entirely. Without his sword, he is completely helpless. The commander orders him to stand up and try again. He lies defeated in the freezing snow, gasping for air. The elven commander looks down at him in disappointment. She has seen him fight with supernatural reaction time before, but today, he fights like a blind man. She still has no idea who he really is, but she cannot deny he killed 4 Aspen assassins on his own. She looks up as the snow begins to fall again. She turns her back and walks away, warning him that she will be watching his progress. Encrid realizes the devastating truth. His footwork relies on perfect conditions. The deep snow ruined his balance, and without his sword he had 0 martial arts to fall back on. He has spent hundreds of loops mastering the blade, but his bare body is fundamentally weak. He looks across the yard and sees Auden standing shirtless in the freezing wind. He knows exactly who his next teacher is. Auden hikes through the deep snow carrying a massive, freshly uprooted tree trunk across his back. He slams the immense weight down onto the freezing ground. Steam rises from his heavily muscled body as he declares that a trained physique is the absolute foundation of martial arts. Encrid stares at the fallen tree, wondering what he just signed up for. In the background, soldiers scream about someone destroying the camp's landscaping. Auden ignores them and offers to teach Encrid his personal training method. Auden grins broadly. He warns that this method pushes the body to the extreme and will be incredibly painful. Just think of yourself as a dead man. Encrid stares back without an ounce of hesitation. He tells Auden that is his specialty. Within an hour, Encrid is crawling through the snow with a gigantic boulder strapped to his back, screaming that he is going to die. Auden walks casually beside him, explaining that the fundamental principle of physical growth is overload. Muscles only get stronger when they are torn to shreds. Auden literally pushes down on the boulder to increase the weight, cheerfully stating he knows Encrid's limits better than he does. He asks if Encrid regrets not starting this brutal conditioning sooner. Encrid grits his teeth and says he does not have time for regret. He flashes back to his very first loops. If he stopped to regret every death, he never would have survived day 1. He demands Auden teach him something else while he holds the stance. Auden looks up at the sky in pure awe. He cannot believe someone can possess such an undefilable work ethic. He smiles warmly and tells Encrid he genuinely respects him. He decides to move on to the next phase of the torture. He informs Encrid he will be returning to his post on all 4s today. Encrid screams in absolute agony. Up on the roof, the mysterious dark-furred puma watches him suffer. He forces him into a wide horse stance, holding heavy sandbags straight out in the freezing air. Encrid's face is a mask of pure exertion as his muscles scream. Night falls by the time Encrid finally drags himself into the barracks on his hands and knees. Rem asks if someone is bullying him, wondering why he keeps coming home half dead. Encrid manages to pull himself onto his bed, gasping that he is just training normally. He reaches out and pets the puma, which immediately hisses at him. Rem asks if he plans to keep the beast and suggests giving it a name. Encrid looks at its glowing eyes and decides to name it Blacky Blue. The puma snarls in sheer offense. Rem deadpans that giving it a name that's stupid borders on animal abuse. Encrid lies back, exhausted, admitting he needs to workshop the name a little more. The puma settles onto the bed, staring at him silently in the dark. Encrid drifts off into a deep, exhausted sleep. He opens his eyes and finds himself standing in a surreal, glowing field of purple flowers under a starry aurora. He pushes himself up, completely disoriented. The vast ethereal dreamscape stretches out endlessly in all directions. He realizes it must be a dream. Usually his dreams involve the ferryman mocking him by the river of death, but this place is far too peaceful for that spirit. A gust of wind scatters glowing petals into the air. He senses a presence behind him. A woman in a dark cloak stands quietly among the flowers. She has long, straight dark hair and keeps her eyes closed against the wind. When she opens them, she looks at him with a serene, beautiful expression. Encrid stares back, completely caught off guard. She stands several meters away and speaks a single word, Esther. She tells him her name is Esther. Back in the real world, Encrid lies awake in the dark barracks. He stares into the gloom, processing the incredibly vivid dream. In his half-asleep state, he imagines Esther is curled up right next to him under the blankets. He can feel her head resting gently against his chest. The room is dead quiet, bathed in moonlight. The phantom of Esther looks up at him with a slight blush. Encrid smiles gently in the dark, whispering goodnight to her. He pulls the blanket tighter, holding on to the comforting illusion, unaware that the puma is exactly where he imagines the woman to be. Morning breaks over the snow-capped peaks. Encrid is already fully dressed and heading out the door for more training. Rem wakes up and calls him insane. Rem asks how he isn't completely paralyzed from yesterday's torture. Encrid flexes his hands, surprised to find his body feels incredibly light. The puma watches him from the bed, internally noting that of course he feels fine. The beast needs Encrid to free her from her own curse, and she cannot allow him to die while throwing his body around like a maniac. Rem asks if Encrid got blessed by a priest last night. Encrid admits he just had a very strange dream about a woman. Rem laughs, saying he never took Encrid for the type to have wet dreams, and asks what she looked like. Encrid remembers her glowing eyes and softly admits she was pretty. The puma rests her head on her paws, relieved that at least his eyesight works fine. We see the truth. The puma is Esther, a powerful magic user trapped in a beast's body by a terrible curse that bound her powers. Drawn by the scent of another powerful curse, she followed the trail straight to this man. Out in the yard, Encrid lifts a massive boulder straight over his head. Auden cheers, stunned that a body torn to shreds healed overnight. Encrid leans against a rock, catching his breath. He spots the puma sitting on a nearby roof. Out loud, he addresses it as Esther, before catching himself and calling it Blacky Blue again. The puma curses him for being an idiot. The world of magic is bound by names. If she gets called by a ridiculous nickname, her powers weaken further. She used what little magic she had left to enter his dreams and tell him her real name. She made a slight mistake in the illusion, leading to the awkward bed scene, but she is thankful Encrid is too dense to realize it was real. As Encrid wipes the sweat from his neck, Esther confirms what she suspected. He is absolutely under a curse. It hasn't fully set into his flesh yet, but whatever magic is resetting his timeline is infinitely more powerful than the spell binding her, and a massive curse slowly eats away at weaker ones in its proximity. She realizes that if she simply stays by Encrid's side, his time loop will eventually consume her curse and restore her true form. 1 month quickly passes. The heavy winter snow finally begins to melt. Encrid's training never stops. He spars relentlessly with Auden, trading heavy blows. He crouches low, smoothly dodging a strike that would have broken his ribs a month ago. He blocks a massive punch with his forearm, his bones no longer cracking under the pressure. He ducks under a high hook, his eyes wide and tracking every micro-movement. Auden clips him across the jaw, reminding him that a trained body is useless if it cannot react in time. Auden grins, holding his guard. The physical strength is there, but he demands more speed. He notes that Encrid is still slow, but his physique has completely transformed. He praises the squad leader for never knowing when to quit. Encrid stares back with an iron gaze. The hundreds of deaths have given him the mental fortitude. Now his body is finally catching up. As the first green sprouts push through the snow, Encrid spends every waking hour solidifying his gains. He locks blades with Rem in the open field. Rem screams in delight. He praises Encrid's vast improvement, thrilled that they can finally fight properly without Incrid getting instantly crushed. At lunch, Ragna drops his wooden spoon into his bowl. Incrid immediately demands a duel to work off the meal. Ragna complains he isn't even done chewing yet. They spar under the setting sun. Ragna notes that Incrid's adaptability is still his weak point, but his fundamentals have reached perfection. Ragna says his muscle memory alone should be able to win fights in his sleep, but to make it instinct will require endless, agonizing repetition. Incrid pants heavily, sweat dripping from his face. He smiles confidently. Endless, agonizing repetition is the only thing he is good at. That night, the military camp falls quiet under a full moon. Incrid sits on his bed examining his sword. He knows sparring is great, but he desperately needs real-life combat experience to test his new body. Suddenly, he hears a faint rustle from the rafters. Jackson drops from the ceiling, plunging a dagger straight at his neck. Incrid raises his arm and catches the strike without even looking. Jackson steps back, genuinely impressed. For the first time, he survived her ambush on pure instinct. Rem complains from his bed that they are kicking up dust and tells them to take it outside. Esther the puma snaps at Rem, startling the massive barbarian. Rem screams that the cat probably shed a claw somewhere, frantic to find the 10,000 krona drop. A sharp knock at the barracks door interrupts the chaos. The Elven Company commander stands in the moonlight, ordering Incrid to come with her. As they walk through the quiet camp, Incrid tries to make small talk about the snow melting, but she cuts him off. She has a new mission from the mercenary board, and she wants him on it. The mercenary policy allows wealthy citizens to hire off-duty soldiers for private security, paying a premium for military discipline. It is exactly the kind of real combat experience Incrid was just wishing for. From the shadows, another soldier watches Incrid and the beautiful elven officer talking privately in the moonlight. Incrid asks how many men they need. The commander says 3. He can bring 1 squad mate, and she will be the 3rd. She states she is handling this one personally. Incrid is baffled. A company commander never takes low-level mercenary escorts. The eavesdropping soldier connects the dots. The two of them have been spending a highly suspicious amount of time together lately. The commander notices Incrid's hesitation and asks if he finds it uncomfortable to work directly with her. The soldier in the shadows overhears the intimate phrasing and his eyes go wide. By the next morning, the rumor mill explodes. Whispers tear through the camp that the Spellbreaker and the Fairy Commander are secretly dating. Some soldiers claim it started before they even enlisted. While Incrid drags his training boulder through the mud, he overhears men saying he is incredibly lucky to pull an elf officer with his average face. Incrid freezes, his face flushing red as he realizes he is the center of camp gossip. He storms into the barracks, looking deeply annoyed. Rem greets him with a massive mocking grin, shouting that Papa is home and asking when the baby is due. Incrid forcefully shuts him down, demanding the rumors stop. Ragna laughs and tells him to just marry her and train together. Auden offers them both a holy blessing. Rem asks when they are going on their date and offers to tag along as a third wheel for the mission. Incrid glares at him and states firmly that Rem is absolutely not coming on this job. Rem is shocked and demands to know who else is qualified. Jackson steps out from the shadows, fully geared up and ready to leave. Without another word, Incrid and Jackson walk out the door. Rem screams in betrayal, asking why he picked the cat over him. Incrid yells back that Rem would probably axe the client the second he got annoyed. As they walk to the rendezvous, Jackson asks if she was chosen just because she won't cause trouble. Incrid admits her stealth skills are perfect for escort work. Jackson stops in the street and offers him a very serious piece of advice. Don't give too much of your heart to one woman. It will come back to hurt you. Incrid sighs heavily, utterly exhausted by the relentless teasing. They meet up with the Elven Commander in the city square to wait for the client. Incrid stands rigidly, praying she hasn't heard the insane rumors spreading through her command. She turns to him and calmly asks if they ever did anything that would make people think they have kids together. Incrid screams a denial, his face burning up while Jackson tries to muffle a laugh. He glares at Jackson, who pretends she didn't just snicker at his misery. The commander presses the issue, asking if her questions make him uncomfortable or if he secretly liked the rumors. Incrid stammers completely helplessly. They are saved by the arrival of a massive red carriage guarded by heavily armed escorts. Jackson announces the commissioner has arrived. The commander clicks her tongue in annoyance, whispering that it was just getting fun. Incrid stares at her in absolute horror, realizing the stone-cold officer was actively messing with him. Their job is to protect one of 2 heirs to the massive Roguefried trading company to ensure a peaceful succession. Incrid expected the heir to be some greedy, arrogant merchant sitting in a vault, but as the carriage door opens, he is proven wrong. A beautiful blonde woman in a fur cloak steps down into the muddy street. She introduces herself as Leona, heiress to the Roguefried company, and the person they have to keep alive. The group makes their way into a sprawling stone town under the midday sun. Incrid marches silently beside Leona and her hooded maid. He keeps his posture relaxed but his grip ready. Not a single word has been spoken since the initial greeting. The maid finally breaks the silence, telling the guards they will secure a room at the inn first and wait for the other heirs. Incrid realizes they are here purely as meat shields. The merchants have zero interest in getting to know them. He uses the quiet to practice. He remembers Auden drilling into him that age, stance, positioning, and gaze are all weapons. Figuring out an enemy before they draw is a skill our boy desperately needs. His blue eyes dart across the plaza, observe and analyze. He picks out a guard ahead of them. He notes she is left-handed. Her footsteps are heavy, meaning hidden armor. The wear on her sword hilt says she has real physical strength. None of them feel like special rank threats. It is a sloppy analysis, but he is learning. Jackson drops back to walk beside him and casually asks if he wants to play a game to kill the boredom. The game is sound isolation. They walk through the noisy market. Jackson picks apart the chaos. A rustling paper bag, a woman haggling, a blacksmith hammering near an alleyway. She closes her eyes and isolates a tongue clicking against teeth, tracing it instantly to a man standing near a shoe store. Incrid stays completely silent, realizing how far out of his depth he is. They reach a large wooden inn. Leona and her maid head upstairs while the guard detail takes over the common room tables. The blonde elf commander pulls up a chair and says she wants in on the game. Jackson calls out a knife being ground. The commander tracks it to the second floor next to the stairs. Jackson catches a dagger, leaving a leather sheath at the front entrance. Incrid closes his eyes. He tunes out the overlapping conversations and focuses entirely on the ambient noise. He picks up someone breathing through clasped hands right outside the window. Jackson points out someone crouching silently beneath a table to the right of the entrance. The elf commander sits quietly, realizing her squad is entirely composed of absolute monsters. Incrid opens his eyes. The game is over. He loudly announces that someone is quietly observing them. A masked assassin lunges from the shadows directly behind Jackson. Incrid yells a warning. Total chaos erupts across the inn. Multiple masked figures burst from cover. A heavy steel blade splits a wooden table right down the middle. Jackson draws her twin daggers with a completely bored expression, casually noting that she suspects an ambush. The elf commander stands up and slides her rapier free, dryly agreeing with the assessment. The normal guards panic and start shouting about assassins. Incrid is already moving. He catches a heavy downward strike on his longsword, letting the kinetic energy travel down his arms. He shoves the blade aside and opens the attacker up with a clean return strike. Blood paints the wooden floor. He blocks another blow, sweat flying from his chin. A terrified scream echoes from the second floor. The commissioner comes first. He looks up at the balcony overlooking the brawl. He has to get up there. An assassin leaps through the air with a dagger aimed right at Incrid. Jackson spins and buries 3 throwing knives into approaching enemies before they even take a second step. The elf commander becomes a blur. Her rapier leaves bright blue motion trails in the air as she elegantly dismantles half a dozen men. The remaining assassins start sweating. They yell at each other to press the numerical advantage. Jackson caves a man's face in with a high kick. The elf commander watches her squad work, highly amused that she is commanding soldiers who vastly outclass her. She notes that despite their lethal skills, they all follow Incrid without question. She stands casually over a pile of bleeding bodies as another brave idiot lunges at her back. A cold smirk touches her lips. She finds this whole dynamic deeply interesting. She parries the strike without looking and opens the man up with a single backhand slash. Across the room, steel violently grinds against steel. Incrid stands firm with his sword in his right hand and a dagger in his left. After surviving Mitch Hurrier and the half-fairy assassin, generic thugs like this do not even raise his heart rate. He ducks past a wooden cabinet as an attacker tries to box him in. Auden told him he was still too slow, but Incrid can feel the difference. The muscle tearing and the heavy rock training are paying off. He pivots beautifully and brings his sword down in a heavy arc. The force of the blow sends the assassin crashing backward over the furniture. Incrid lands in a perfectly balanced combat stance. His eyes are dead focused. Upstairs, a killer looms over Leona and her maid, screaming praise for Aspen. The maid throws herself over the blonde heiress, screaming in terror. Incrid measures the gap. He is too far away for the whistle daggers. A throw might not drop the man in time. He looks at the balcony. He needs a way to cross the air instantly. He remembers the explosive footwork of the elites. He knows he cannot replicate it perfectly, but he only needs a fraction of that speed right now. He channels everything into his right boot and kicks off the floorboards hard enough to crack the wood. He turns into a projectile. He slams into the assassin at high speed, bodily throwing the man away from the women. The killer's eyes go wide in absolute shock as he is lifted off his feet. Incrid plants himself firmly between the target and the women, casting a long shadow. The assassin scrambles back and blindly lashes out, dragging a blade across Encrid's shoulder. The man freezes in terror when Encrid does not even flinch. The brown cloak is ruined, but the flexible dark leather armor he looted from the Gilfin Guild stops the edge completely. The impact bruises, but there is no blood. Incrid looks down at the man and calmly suggests they take the conversation downstairs. He grabs the assassin by the hood and shatters his nose with a brutal straight punch. Without breaking momentum, he hurls the man bodily through the wooden balcony railing. The assassin plummets through the air and craters into the first-floor common room in a cloud of dust and splintered wood. The man's mask rips away. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, his face twisted in agony. Incrid casually drops down through the broken railing, noting that the guy made a decent landing cushion. Leona and her maid peek through the shattered wood, watching this absolute madman at work. Incrid stares down at his target. The second floor is clear. Now he just needs to finish the trash. The unmasked assassin stubbornly forces himself up. He uses his sword as a crutch. Incrid silently respects the grit. The man spits blood and asks if Incrid is a border guard. Encrid says no. The man pulls a second sword, smirking that a regular soldier is an easy kill. Incrid notes the mismatched blade lengths. The assassin promises to kill Encrid and then torture the woman. Encrid sighs and asks if anyone ever tells him he talks too much. He stands ready, his long sword and dagger both stained red. The killer charges with a deranged smile, thrilled to finally have a real fight. They collide. Sparks shower the tavern as Encrid checks the man's physical strength. It is decent, but nothing he cannot handle. Their boots tear up the floorboards as they trade high-speed blows. Incrid shifts his grip, bringing his sword vertical. His blue eyes lock onto the target, deciding how to end this. The assassin lunges with explosive speed, swinging both swords simultaneously in a deadly pincer strike. Incrid recognizes the form instantly, two swords moving in tandem. The Valen duet. He drops into a low, focused stance. He has died to this exact style before. He knows how it breathes. He effortlessly parries the dual strike, knocking the blades wide and completely disrupting the man's rhythm. The assassin desperately throws a horizontal slash. Incrid casually ducks right under it. He steps inside the guard and delivers a heavy counter that sends the killer stumbling backward. The man skids across the floorboards, dropping into a defensive crouch and panting heavily. He charges again, throwing a wild flurry of slashes. Incrid barely even moves his feet, dodging every single strike with minimal head movement. The assassin stops, utterly bewildered. He cannot comprehend how some random soldier is dancing through his ultimate technique. He grits his teeth in pure frustration. Incrid smiles warmly and admits he is impressed. He says he could never learn that style because he lacks the talent. Internally, he acknowledges the guy has speed and accuracy on par with the stabbing pervert. The killer loses his mind. He screams insults and launches himself into the air for a heavy descending strike. Time slows down. Incrid's left eye ignites with a brilliant crackling blue light. He enters the Oniak sword technique. The tavern, the noise, the dust all fade away. The only thing left in the world is the opponent's sword and his own. His glowing eye tracks the exact trajectory of the falling blades. He sees the path perfectly. He steps completely off the line of attack. He becomes a blur, sliding past the falling assassin with zero wasted motion. He executes a blindingly fast upward thrust right into the blind spot. The steel slides cleanly through the assassin's chest. Incrid finishes the motion with a calm, stoic expression. The man screams in agony as a fountain of blood erupts from his chest. Incrid rips the blade free and lets the body hit the floor. He mentally critiques his own form, deciding he needs to train more with Jackson to get the speed right. He stands alone among the dead, his sword dripping red in the quiet tavern. The surviving assassins realize they are completely outclassed and scream for a retreat. Jackson walks up beside Incrid and watches them run. She points out that his flashy fight drew too much attention. Incrid asks if she is going to chase them down. Jackson gives him a flat look and reminds him they are paid to escort, not to play hero. She notes the commissioner is safe, which means the job is done. Incrid realizes she is a pure professional. The elf commander strolls up behind him, offering mild praise for his leadership. Incrid immediately asks if she is hurt. She just stares at him with an unreadable expression. She dryly observes that he is awfully worried about his lover. Before Incrid can process that, Leona walks downstairs holding her stomach, complaining about her nerves. She stops and looks between Incrid and the commander, directly asking if they are in a relationship. Incrid shuts that down with a very loud, very panicked no. The commander stares at him, Liana asks if their entire dynamic is just a joke to him. Incrid stands in the shadows, wondering what is wrong with literally everyone around him today. Leona ignores the weird tension and asks for his name. She bows gracefully, thanking him for protecting her life. She promises a proper reward, but Incrid cuts her off. He walks right past her without a second glance. He tells her it was just the job he was asked to do. Leona watches his back, her eyes narrowing in silent calculation. Night falls over the snowy mountain peaks. Heavily armed reinforcements arrive to lock down the town square. The captured assassins are handed over to the local army. Inside the quiet tavern, Incrid sits alone by candlelight. He runs the fight back in his head. They were too skilled to be simple robbers. He logically concludes one of the other heirs sent them. Someone walks up behind him. Leona appears at his shoulder, noting he is up early. Incrid nearly jumps out of his skin, quickly covering it by saying he is on watch shift. Leona pulls out a chair and sits across from him. She smiles a very dangerous smile and tells him to come work for her. She is offering him a place in her personal forces. She leans in, laying out exactly what the Rogue Fried Company can offer a talent like him. She lists their connections. The Shepherds of the Wilderness in the Beastlands, the Black Leather Guild, famous for hunting dragons, the Glacial Rangers who guard the permafrost. The company map alone contains trade routes valuable enough to buy a small country. She needs someone to protect all of this from her idiot stepbrother. She wants someone talented enough to pull her from the brink of death and humble enough not to demand extortionate rewards for it. She promises him anything he could possibly want if he joins her guard. Incrid looks her dead in the eye and refuses instantly. Leona is genuinely stunned. She asks why, but quickly recovers her pride, stating that begging a man who said no is beneath her. Jackson walks into the common room carrying her gear, loudly agreeing that begging is a terrible look. She heads up the stairs, leaving the heavy atmosphere completely shattered. Leona clutches her dress, deeply frustrated by the rejection. She stands up, switching back to business mode. The other heirs arrive at noon, and she needs to prepare. She walks away. Jackson immediately starts roasting him. She accuses him of seducing a rich heiress and asks if difficult women are his specific type. Incrid yells that he did absolutely nothing. Jackson tells him to stop breaking hearts across the kingdom. The elf commander appears from nowhere, deadpan, stating that his two-timing hurts her deeply. Incrid grits his teeth and apologizes. He stares straight ahead, sweating profusely, and loudly declares his tastes must have changed. Jackson's jaw drops. She lets out a confused noise. The commander smirks, enjoying the absolute mess he is making of this. Two regular soldiers peek through the window. They whisper to each other, absolutely horrified that he is throwing away the commander for a rich merchant. They brand him an irredeemable asshole. Incrid hears every word. The commander gives him a very warm, very evil smile. Incrid puts his head in his hand, wondering why he suffers so much when he literally just wants to practice sword forms. Later that night, the tavern is quiet under the full moon. Grace sits across from him, grinning like a maniac. He announces he heard everything about the rich heiress. The local soldiers are whispering that Incrid is not the spellbreaker. He is the heartbreaker. Incrid chooses violence through silence. He asks if Crace is just here to mock him. Crace drops the joke and leans in. He has news about the Gilfin Guild. Incrid's eyes sharpen. He tells Crace he has a specific job for him. He needs him to track down the ones who got away and figure out exactly what game they are playing. The entire succession crisis hinges on Renos Roguefried, the legendary founder of the Merchant Association. He raised his stepdaughter, Leona, intending for her to inherit everything because she actually possessed a brain, but he could not bring himself to fully cut out his biological son, Polide, an arrogant idiot. Renos died without naming a clear successor, leaving behind a power vacuum and a massive fortune. The next day, a heavy carriage rolls into town flanked by guards. Inside, Polide sits sweating while a goatee man informs him the assassination attempt failed. Polide whines that it was a missed opportunity. The goatee man assures him their agreement stands. If Polide gets the company, they get paid. Polide desperately promises them a handsome reward. A long-haired man sits quietly next to the goatee guy. His eyes are cold and dead. The carriage doors open. Polide and the long-haired man step out into the street. Jackson and Incrid are waiting nearby. Jackson complains about the dust. Polide walks past them, loudly complaining about his sister dragging him out to the middle of nowhere. Incrid locks eyes with the long-haired guard. The threat sensors in Incrid's brain instantly scream. The man is incredibly strong. The guard glances back, his eyes sharp and calculating. Incrid tenses up. The swordsman stares at him as he walks past. Polide rudely points a finger at Jackson, barking at her to go fetch Leona. Incrid realizes bringing Jackson was the mathematically correct play. If he had brought Rem, the barbarian would have immediately split the noble's head open with an axe and ruined the diplomatic mission. Jackson puts her hands on her hips, highly unamused. She screams right back in Polide's face, calling him a redhead and telling him to get moving himself. Leona appears at the top of the wooden stairs, calmly telling everyone to stop shouting. She notes her brother is late. She stares down at him with pure disdain. Polide yells back, demanding she educate her lowly bodyguards. Leona closes the distance and delivers a lightning-fast, incredibly violent slap right across his face. Jackson watches with a completely blank expression. Incred wonders if a single person in this kingdom is mentally stable. Polide clutches his burning cheek, screaming that she is crazy. Leona casually throws the accusation right back. She coldly informs him he just threatened a mercenary under the direct command of the border guards, and asks if he wants to rot in prison. Polide visibly shrinks, stammering that he did not know. The goatee man coughs loudly to remind Polide not to completely fold. Polly switches tactics, desperately claiming he had nothing to do with the assassination attempt and accusing her of framing him. He screams that as an outsider, she has no right to yell at him. Leona admits she is adopted, but she follows it up by coldly stating he cannot analyze trade routes or calculate basic finances. Polide grits his teeth, crying that is what servants are for. Leona calmly explains they are only having this meeting because their father's will demanded talks before a successor is chosen. Incred watches quietly. It is completely obvious Leona is the only one fit to run a business. He realizes the old man just wanted to give his blood son one last fighting chance. Leona tells Polide his only qualification is his bloodline. Polide demands to know what could possibly be more important than that. Leona grabs him by the chin. She tilts his head back and mocks his ignorance and his ugly face, asking exactly who he inherited it from. Polide loses his temper completely. He calls her a bitch and draws his sword. Incred moves instantly, his hand dropping to his hilt, but his eyes snap to the side. The real threat just moved. The long-haired swordsman steps in smoothly, drawing a rapier with a completely deadpan expression. His footwork is explosive. He lunges forward, aiming a blindingly fast thrust straight ahead. Incred's blade meets the rapier mid-air. Sparks shower the room as the heavy steel stops the thrust. Polide falls backward in terror while the two warriors remain perfectly deadlocked. Incred's face drips with sweat. He recognizes the stance instantly. The man is using one of the 5 paths. He wields the swift sword. Incred's mind races. He wonders if it is faster than Rem's axe, faster than a whistle dagger. His eyes glow blue. He smiles, a wild, hungry grin, and tells the man to show him his sword. The swordsman narrows his eyes, preparing to oblige. Incred is practically vibrating with excitement. Heavy boots slam into the room. A squad of fully armored border guards steps in. The veteran commander announces they answer directly to the crown, and anyone holding a drawn sword in 5 seconds is getting charged with treason. Polide squeaks in terror. Incred clicks his tongue in deep disappointment. He really wanted to fight that guy. He sheathes his weapon with a heavy sigh. Jackson puts away her daggers, staring at him. Incred again wonders why he is surrounded by weirdos. Jackson looks at him with absolute disgust and tells him he is by far the weirdest person in the room. The veteran guard takes control of the room. He reveals the captured assassins were foreigners, so the border guards are taking jurisdiction. He notes they already confessed to being hired by a merchant association. Polide panics and immediately denies hiring them for the inheritance dispute. The goatee man steps in smoothly, asking if they named a specific association, confident there is no hard evidence tying it to them. The veteran smirks and asks if the man thinks the border guards are stupid. He turns to Leona and proposes they gather more evidence to nail the true culprits. Polide protests, but Leona cuts him off. She suggests the guards lock both of them up until the truth is found. Incred is baffled. The victim just asked to be thrown in a cell. Leona calmly points out there are still grunts who escaped the scene. They were just taking orders from a boss. If they catch the stragglers, they catch the boss. She suggests they stay put while someone hunts them down. If no evidence turns up, the border guards handle it. She notes that if they leave the city, they drop out of guard jurisdiction and have to rely on their own escorts. Incred analyzes the play. Outside the city walls, his squad cannot protect her. Her private guard is no match for Polide's men, especially not the guy with the rapier. She would be dead in a ditch before sundown. He knows she is fully aware of this. He wonders what trap she is setting. Leona turns to Jackson and hands her a folded piece of white fabric. She says she is a merchant and pays fairly for services rendered. This is the bounty for catching the runaways. Jackson unwraps the cloth. Both she and Incred stare in absolute shock. It is a beautifully crafted silver dagger, Carmen's stiletto. Leona tells her to go get the guy. Jackson turns to Incred with blazing, deadly serious eyes. She announces she is taking this mission personally. Incrid has never seen her this motivated to do anything that involves effort. He stares at the silver blade, wondering what makes it so special. Polide screams in outrage that she is giving away Carmen's stiletto. He yells that she has no idea how much it is worth. Leona calmly replies it belongs to her, so she will do what she wants. Grace leans in and asks Jackson if the knife is really that big of a deal. Jackson is offended he does not know. She explains it was forged by the legendary weaponsmith Carmen. Carmen was a slave who turned assassin to get revenge. He forged 7 unique weapons for his crusade. The stiletto is the 4th weapon. She tells Grace people would happily sacrifice entire families just to hold it. The veteran guard lays down the absolute law. Everyone stays in the inn. No one leaves until the bounty is claimed. Incrid tells Jackson not to sweat it. He already sent Grace to tail the runners. They just have to wait for the report. Halide throws a massive tantrum while the swift swordsman stands silently behind him. Incrid stands in the hallway, running calculations in his head. His eyes narrow. The swift swordsman looks up. The man turns around, his cape swirling. Their eyes meet down the long wooden corridor. Mutual recognition of a threat. Inside a private room, Polide paces nervously. He whines that the border guards are going to trace the hit back to them. The goatee man tells him to shut up and wait. He explains that if the heirs deadlock, the decision goes to the investors. That is their win condition. Polide laughs nervously, saying he already bribed half the board. He only needs 50% to take the whole company. Out in the freezing, snowy courtyard, it is the middle of the night. Incrid is face down in the snow, carrying a pile of massive rocks on his back. He is doing push-ups. His teeth grind together as his muscles scream. The thick ropes binding the stones tremble under the immense tension. He drops the rocks and sits panting on one of them. Torres and Grace watch from the porch, asking why he tortures himself like this. Torres smirks and asks if this is not the perfect time to just take a night off. Incrid lowers his head. His breath fogs in the cold. He thinks to himself that he would take a break if time were doled out equally, but time is valued differently by geniuses. He has no talent. None. A technique that takes Ragna or Mitch Hurrier a week to learn takes Incrid a month, or a year. Every wasted second puts him further behind the people trying to kill him. He cannot waste time. He refuses to. He will use every single night to brute force a foundation his lack of talent denied him. Grace sighs, wondering if Incrid is insane or if they are just lazy. Torres watches quietly. Torres murmurs to himself. He steps out into the snow and tells Incrid to chill out. He says Incrid is already plenty strong. He notes their last spar ended in a draw only because Incrid caught him off guard. He wants to know how they stack up now. Incrid looks up, his face covered in sweat. A soft, genuine smile spreads across his face. Under the bright full moon, the sound of heavy wood smashing together echoes across the yard. Torres swings a heavy wooden club. Incrid blocks with a training sword. Torres shatters his guard and knocks the weapon away with a brutal impact. Grace cheers wildly from the sidelines, mocking Incrid for ending up on his ass 4 times in a row. Incrid gets back up and instantly demands another round. Torres yells that they have already fought 11 times and calls him a fiend. The swift swordsman steps out into the cold and watches from the shadows. Grace yells for next rotation. Upstairs, Polide complains about the barbarians making noise. Incrid and Torres clash again. High-speed strikes, zero hesitation. Incrid gets thrown backward, his boots skidding through the thick snow. The swift swordsman watches with a calm, analytical eye. Jackson joins the crowd, marveling at Incrid's sheer insanity. The swordsman observes carefully. He notes Incrid's pride does not take a single hit when he loses. He just smiles, like a kid who found a brand new toy. The swordsman realizes Incrid knows exactly how weak he is compared to the elites, but projects pure open hostility anyway. He is a deeply unique creature, but there is a glaring problem. Torres sweeps Incrid's legs and drops him into the snow again. The swordsman smirks. Incrid falls for the exact same feint 3 or 4 times before adapting. His combat talent is absolutely abysmal. Torres charges again. Incrid tries to read the timing. Torres plants a heavy kick right in his chest, sending him flying backward through the freezing air. Incrid hits the dirt hard. Torres follows through with a heavy downward smash. Torres raises his fists in triumph. He cheers that it only took Incrid 5 tries to figure out how to counter one move. Over by the crates, Leona casually asks the elf commander if she is dating Incrid. The commander says no, they are married. Incrid yells from the dirt, entirely panicked. The commander adds they skipped the ceremony, but she thinks there is a child involved. Incrid begs her to go to sleep. The swift swordsman steps out of the shadows and politely asks if he can get a turn. Incrid's eyes lock onto him. The swordsman stands casually, wondering what goes through Incrid's head. Torres scowls, instantly distrusting the guy. The swordsman thinks about Incrid's total lack of talent, and yet, despite that absolute ceiling, the swordsman feels an overwhelming desire to teach him. He cannot stop himself. He tells Jackson to sit this out, pointing out she is in a different league entirely. Incrid catches his breath, sweat freezing on his face, and refuses to step down. His eyes burn with absolute focus. The swordsman meets his gaze in silence. He says nothing. He just walks to the center of the yard while the squad watches. Jackson frowns. She knows exactly how fast this guy is. Even with a wooden stick, he is a lethal threat. The swordsman drops into a perfectly balanced stance. Jackson rests a hand on her dagger, ready to intervene if he goes for the kill. Incrid tightens his grip on the training stick. His expression goes ice cold. They face each other in the snow, waiting for the first move. The courtyard is dead silent under the night sky. The swordsman holds his wooden stick completely steady. The tension in the air is suffocating. Incrid grits his teeth. The pressure rolling off this man is overwhelming. It feels exactly like standing on a battlefield with death staring him in the face. The swordsman moves. He crosses the gap instantly, thrusting the stick forward. Incrid's left eye ignites with blue light. The Oniak technique triggers. He visualizes the blue path of the attack cutting through the dark. He sees the line clearly. He reads the slight feint. He knows it is aimed straight at his neck. He tries to step off the line and intercept. He tries to extend his own strike. He freezes. The wooden stick is resting lightly against his throat. He did not even have time to swing. Torres and Crace watch in stunned silence. The swordsman calmly notes that Incrid read the attack perfectly. He just did not have the physical speed to do anything about it. Sweat runs down Incrid's cheek. It was so much faster than he imagined. The swordsman sighs. He thought he had grown stronger, but he realizes he is still at the same plateau. To Incrid, the gap feels like an endless vertical void, an intimidatingly high wall he cannot scale. He stares at the man's back as he walks away. A thin line of blood trickles down Incrid's chin. He smiles. He raises his stick again and asks for one more. The swordsman looks back over his shoulder. He admits Incrid's attitude is exceptional. The beating resumes under the full moon. The crack of wood echoes endlessly. Torres sits on a crate wrapped in his cloak, watching the massacre. Jackson watches from above. She notes Incrid is making the exact same mistake again. Incrid grits his teeth, pushing his body to the absolute limit. Anyone who has ever held a sword knows the despair of fighting someone you simply cannot beat. The swordsman spins and casually smacks him into the dirt again. Incrid lies flat on his back, coughing up air. The swordsman looks down at him. He has demonstrated the unbridgeable gap between their skills repeatedly. He wonders why the hell this kid will not just stay down. Incrid pushes himself back to his feet, panting heavily. Jackson realizes Incrid's reaction speed is too slow to dodge by sight alone. He will never clear this wall with his current method. She decides she needs to teach him something more about reading intent rather than just speed. The swordsman calls it. He says they need to get some sleep. Incrid is practically vibrating with exhaustion and adrenaline. The swordsman smiles, genuinely impressed. Incrid looks at his wooden stick and confidently declares that one day he will learn the swift sword. The swordsman tells him he is a deeply impressive man. The sun rises over the snow-covered mountains. A border guard runs into the courtyard, yelling that they captured the runaway mercenaries. Cray stands next to the bound assassins. He takes the credit, though internally he admits they were just hiding in an alley. Incrid gives him a thumbs up. Cries rubs his neck, enjoying the rare praise. Leona walks down the steps, thanking the squad for their work. The veteran guard immediately kneels in front of the bound assassin and demands to know who signed the contract. He presses the man for a name. Halide sweats buckets in the background, clutching his chest in terror. The bleeding assassin finally cracks. He claims they were hired by Aspen. The veteran guard blinks. Aspen. Leona casually supplies that Aspen wanted to expand their merchant influence across the contested zones. Halide is completely lost. He stammers that he just got a letter and a down payment. He never knew exactly who backed it. Leona turns to the veteran and asks if the border guards are satisfied with the confession. She notes the old guard looks disappointed. He was clearly hoping to pin it on her ugly idiot of a brother. She admits she was hoping for the exact same thing. That is why she put the stiletto on the line. But she accepts the result and leaves the interrogations to the military. The red carriage of the Rogue Freed Association is prepped for departure. Jackson holds Carmen's stiletto. The silver blade catches the light perfectly. She tells Incrid not to unsheath it in public. Crace watches Incrid smile, noting he looks like a kid on his birthday. As they walk, Crace quietly warns Encrid not to fall in love with Leona. He calls her terrifying. Encrid ignores the dating advice. Crace points out the obvious flaw. The assassins were absolutely hired by Polide. This Aspen story is fabricated bullshit. He explains that Leona's people already had tabs on the Gilfin Guild. They knew exactly where the runners were hiding. Leona paid the military to let the mercs go with a fake story to protect Polide. Crace reveals he works for Leona now. He is incredibly confused as to why she would cover for the man trying to kill her. He asks Encrid why she would take the disadvantage when she had him dead to rights. Encrid analyzes it quietly. Leona speaks from the carriage window. She says it is a relief Polide was not behind it. She smiles serenely. If her brother was caught hiring assassins, it would have stained their late father's legacy. Encrid realizes she is completely ruthlessly protecting the brand value of the company above all else. Jackson jokes that Encrid does not care about any of this corporate warfare. Encrid looks at Leona. He asks if she will be safe outside the borders without them. If Polide tries again, she has no protection. Leona just smiles. She says that has already been handled. The carriage rolls out through the massive stone gates of the fortress city. A heavy-set warrior in white plate armor waits for them. It is Mattis, the commander of the Rogue-Freed Guard Corps. He announces he is here to escort the new, unanimously voted leader of the company. The entire guard detail bows to Leona. Encrid pieces it all together. She stayed in the inn for 2 days on purpose to stall. While locked down, she contacted the shareholders, proved Polide's incompetence, and stole the entire company out from under him via board vote. Loyalty, action, information. She is a terrifying weapon. Leona turns to Encrid. She says asking him to join again would be undignified, so she will respect his choice. She extends a gloved hand, noting he has a rare knack for making people root for him. She asks that they remain allies in the future, as friends. Encrid looks at her hand quietly. He takes it, shaking firmly. He agrees. Inside the carriage, Polide screams at Mattis for betraying his father's bloodline. Mattis looks at him like an insect and tells the dumbass to stop dishonoring the old man's name. Polide breaks down in tears. He lost everything. The goatee man sits opposite him. He says this was not a total failure. They learned exactly how cunning Leona is. The swift swordsman narrows his eyes. He got something out of this too. He looks back toward the gates. He now knows about the existence of a very peculiar, very stubborn soldier. Ragna stands in the moonlit training yard, telling our boy to lower his weapon. Ragna looks him dead in the eye and tells him the brutal truth. He deeply admires Encrid's raw effort and physical strength, but he simply does not have the innate talent required to back it up. Encrid lowers his wooden training sword, sweat cooling on his forehead. He takes the hit in silence. He has not heard those exact words in a very long time, mostly because his recent loops have been spent surviving. But a lack of talent has never stopped him before. He stares back with absolute determination. He has never listened to the talented people in the past, and he has managed to drag his talentless body this far entirely through bloody repetition. Realizing his advice is completely useless here, Ragna turns and walks away into the snowy night. Encrid just watches him go. He does not need a genius to approve of his methods. He just needs more repetitions. The castle walls loom over the freezing courtyard. Encrid immediately pivots to his next target. He finds Rem lying on a wooden bench, trying to get some rest. The massive barbarian groans, yelling at Encrid to go hang out with that dagger-throwing cat bastard instead. Encrid completely ignores the complaining. He walks right up to the giant, his blue eyes perfectly calm, and delivers the magic words. He wants to train, and he needs Rem to do it.
Right? You need me, right?
That is exactly what the barbarian wanted to hear. The two immediately clash in the snowy courtyard. Wooden training weapons slam together, sending a shower of sparks into the freezing night air. Encrid is not just swinging wildly anymore. He focuses entirely on his own internal efficiency. First comes the split-second decision-making, finding the absolute shortest and most optimal line toward his target. He prunes away every wasted breath and twitch. Rem swings his massive training axe horizontally with immense bone-crushing force. His eyes glow with the thrill of battle. Encrid tracks the heavy blade, waiting for the exact millisecond the opening appears. He drops his center of gravity incredibly low, channeling all his physical power into his legs. This is the explosive forward momentum he has spent loops trying to perfect. Encrid lunges inside the barbarian's guard at blinding speed. He completely bypasses the horizontal axe swing and executes a flawless vertical slash straight up toward Rem's chest. A clean hit. Encrid's eye goes wide as a sudden splatter of blood flies into the air. It is just a tiny trickle of blood from a light scratch on Rem's neck, but the implications are massive. For the first time ever, Encrid completely outpaced the fastest brute in the squad. Rem stands perfectly still, his heavy axe resting in his hands. He looks completely and genuinely bewildered. He blinks, utterly failing to process how the boss just bypassed his guard. Incrid resets his stance, holding his wooden sword at the ready. He looks down at the ground, quietly confirming the truth to himself. He is officially faster than Rem. This is the result of the grind. Countless loops of mastering fundamentals, building muscle density, and perfecting fluid flexibility have finally compounded into real, measurable physical progress. Rem touches the tiny scratch on his neck. Instead of getting angry, a warm, terrifyingly friendly grin spreads across his face. He congratulates the boss, realizing Incrid finally figured out how to swing a sword fast. Then the friendly atmosphere completely vanishes. Rem's eyes glow an absolute murderous crimson. If the boss is speeding up, the barbarian decides it is time to stop holding back. Incrid freezes. The sheer physical pressure radiating off Rem instantly crushes the air out of his lungs. He realizes he has made a terrible mistake. Rem comes down like a falling mountain. He unleashes an explosive downward strike that moves so fast it blurs into a solid wall of force. Incrid barely manages to throw his wooden sword up in time. The spiky impact rattles his entire skeleton, shoving him violently backward across the snow. The friendly sparring match instantly turns into a desperate struggle for survival. Rem unleashes a relentless flurry of high-speed strikes, his weapon creating dozens of motion lines in the dark. Incrid gets hammered backward, struggling to parry the sheer weight of the blows. He realizes the barbarian's axe was always fast, but this speed is on an entirely different tier. Rem swings his battle axe downward again, and Incrid spends the rest of the night getting ruthlessly beaten into the snow. It is a harsh reminder that raising your baseline just means your enemies hit you harder. The next morning, it is Jackson's turn to act as the drill instructor. She stands in the snowy courtyard casually holding her daggers, waiting for Incrid to make a move. Incrid lunges. Suddenly, his eye widens in pure shock as a blade completely bypasses his vision and stops a hair away from his face. Jackson effortlessly parries his sword strike with a single dagger. She does not even look strained. She calmly tells him that his raw eyesight and hearing are doing fine work, but she follows it up with a warning. He will not need to train those basic senses anymore. They have hit their absolute physical ceiling. Incrid is confused by the sudden performance review. He asks if she came all the way out here just to tell him he maxed out his vision. She cryptically replies that she is only telling him for now. He lowers his sword, muttering internally. He is starting to see exactly why Rem constantly refers to her as a manipulative cat bastard. Jackson immediately punches him square in the jaw with a sickening crunch. Damn, absolutely no notes. Incrid screams in pain, stumbling backward as saliva flies from his mouth. That is one highly effective way to command a student's attention. She twirls her daggers and introduces a completely new concept: murderous intent. The invisible, crushing physical pressure that naturally radiates from a person when they genuinely want to kill another living being. She explains the brutal reality of high-level combat. If an opponent is moving too fast to be seen or heard, a fighter cannot rely on their physical perception. They have to detect that killing intent instead. It is a skill that entirely supersedes the basic 5 senses. It is the elusive 6th sense, the only thing that keeps veterans alive against invisible threats and impossibly fast assassins. Jackson looks him dead in the eye and offers to teach it to him. She considers it fair payment in return for the rare stiletto he acquired for her earlier. For Incrid, this is exactly the kind of progression he lives for. There is always more to learn, and there is always a new wall to smash his head against. Jackson tells him to get ready. He grips his dual swords, his expression shifting into complete, deadly calm. An endless amount of agonizing fun awaits him, and he is fully prepared to endure as many failures as it takes to learn it. Jackson begins the lecture under a bright, cloudy sky. She explains that this 6th sense borders entirely on pure animal instinct. It cannot be calculated or reasoned out. Normal perception relies heavily on what the physical body can process in the exact moment a weapon is swung. But true murderous intent is read the way a predator tracks prey. A mountain lion does not calculate wind speed to catch a deer. It relies on a sense of direction, an innate ability to move, and raw survival instinct. She tells him the method is simple, but brutal. If he repeatedly forces his body into fights with all his basic senses pushed to their absolute breaking point, he will eventually start to feel that ill intent radiating off his enemies. She immediately starts launching sudden, unpredictable sneak attacks. She warns him that he will absolutely not grasp this easily at first. It requires rewiring the brain to feel danger before it happens. But Jackson promises him one thing. If he continues training through the failures, his 6th sense is absolutely guaranteed to open. Later that night, the squad gathers in the dark wooden barracks to wind down. Jackson looks our guy up and down while he holds his sword. She notes out loud that he seems a little different lately. Incrid completely misses the point. Assuming she means he finally put on more visible muscle mass, She shakes her head. It is not a physical change at all. It is something fundamentally wrong with his mental state. Auden laughs, flexing his massive chest. He points out that Encred smiles way more than he used to, especially when he is getting beaten into the ground. Ragna quietly agrees from his cot. Crace suddenly chimes in with the real diagnosis. He proudly declares that Encred is simply more insane than usual. He is broken in a way the rest of them are not. The entire squad instantly agrees. Rem nods emphatically, while Ragna and Crace validate the answer. They all recognize that their boss is a complete lunatic. Jackson sighs, shaking her head. She considers herself the only normal person in a room full of heavily armed lunatics. She wonders when Encred will finally realize that his obsession with grinding through pain makes him the craziest one of them all. As the squad settles down to sleep, Rem groans from his cot. He complains at Esther the Black Panther, annoyed that the cursed beast always ignores him to go sleep on Encred's bed. He wonders if the boss just smells like food. Esther ignores the barbarian and pounces up onto the sleeping recruit's chest. She curls up, noting internally how he puts his mortal body through absolute hell every single day without complaint. She watches his chest rise and fall. She realizes he trains hard enough to simply drop dead from exhaustion. He would have collapsed from sheer physical failure long ago if it were not for her secret interventions. Her paw glows with intense, bright blue magical energy in the dark room. She silently pushes her power into his body, slowly repairing his torn muscles, shattered nerves, and hairline fractures while he sleeps.
If this man does end up dying, I won't ever break my curse.
The beast continues to pump her magic deeper into his chest. She acts as the hidden safety net that allows his insane, suicidal training routine to actually function day after day. The next morning, the brutal grind continues under a heavily clouded sky. Encred treats the repetitive days exactly like his literal time loops. He spars endlessly with Ragna in the snowy courtyard under the crescent moon. Every clash of wood, every parry, every failure is just another repetition. He trains again, and again, and again. He collapses onto his knees in the snow, completely exhausted, struggling just to catch his breath while Rem and Auden watch him from a distance. He does not lose his muscle memory when he dies, but the agonizing pain of overworking his body is completely real every time. Knowing that this routine makes him sharper is enough of a reward, but continuously pushing a mortal body far past its breaking point eventually catches up to you. Encred wakes up in his bed with a violent gasp, cold sweat running down his temple. The daily training with Jackson has devolved into a frustrating routine of sudden ambushes. She stands in the barracks doorway, throwing objects at him and yelling for him to sense her presence. She constantly tests him, trying to force his dormant survival instincts to awaken by attacking him when his guard is entirely down. But no matter how many times she launches an attack, Encred just stands there in silence, completely failing to read her intent. The sixth sense refuses to open. Jackson, Rem, Auden, and Crace stand in a group, watching his failures with serious, concerned expressions. The progress has entirely halted. Back inside, the squad holds a meeting without him. Rem sits at the wooden table and bluntly admits that their boss has officially hit a solid wall. The barbarian rubs his temples, loudly complaining that Encred has not changed or improved at all recently. The explosive growth has completely stagnated. Auden is confused, pointing out that Encred used to improve massively overnight. Rem sighs heavily. He admits he once thought the guy was a hidden genius, but apparently he is just an average soldier who reached his limit. Jackson delivers the harsh truth directly to Encred. She tells him that if he is not improving with all this repetitive practice, then sparring is no longer enough. He needs the terror of real, life-or-death combat to force his instincts out. Ragna agrees completely. He suggests that taking a commission to hunt wild beasts or monsters outside the safety of the camp might be the only way to break his plateau. Encred stands in front of the local request board, staring at the bounties. He knows his squad is absolutely right. His controlled sparring sessions are no longer triggering the genuine fear required to awaken a predator's instinct. Rem, Auden, and Crace watch his back quietly from across the room. They are intentionally trying to push him out of the nest, forcing him to test himself against genuine, uncontrolled danger. Jackson walks up and hands him a folded parchment. She tells him that if he cannot find a bloody, life-threatening request on the board, he should take this specific one for her. Encred unfolds the paper, completely bewildered. The harrowing life-or-death mission she wants him to take to awaken his ultimate killer instinct. Investigating a shoemaker's basement. Back at the marketplace, he stares at the notice board, muttering about the shoemaker's basement. He shows the paper to a goatee-wearing soldier, asking if a simple recon party would not be enough for this. The soldier shakes his head. According to the shoemaker, he thinks there are undead in his basement. Encred considers this. Undead in the middle of the city is highly unlikely. The guy probably just heard a rat. Incrid needs real experience, and this feels too trivial. The soldier leans in and pleads with him. Nobody wants to take this job. The shoemaker is a good man, but he has a short temper. Furthermore, the man's wife went missing recently, so he is highly anxious. The soldier begs Incrid to just go check it out real quick. Incrid tries to hand the paper back, starting to refuse the request, but in the next loop, he accepts it. He stands in the snowy market street as a woman frantically pulls him toward the shop. He follows a braided-haired girl down a narrow alley. She warns him that her father is just digging into the ground and has a terrible temper. Down in the basement, an older gray-haired man points aggressively toward the floorboards. He points down into a massive collapsed hole in the wood, shouting that he was just digging and found it. Incrid looks down in complete shock. A full-sized tunnel hidden right in the middle of the city. He lights a wooden torch, the orange flames pushing back the gloom. They climb down into the stone-walled cave. Incrid realizes the cuts on the stone look completely man-made. The space is massive. He grips his sword, realizing there genuinely might be monsters down here. Looking ahead, he sees the cavern split into 6 separate roads. The torchlight flickers across his serious face. This is deliberately designed as a maze. The shoemaker marches ahead, shouting about a weird sound. Incrid yells for him to stop and stay back while he takes the lead. But the warning comes a second too late. The shoemaker's boot presses down on a stone slab. A sharp click echoes off the walls. Both men look up in sudden shock as the entire cavern is flooded with a blinding, glowing blue light. Incrid feels a wave of immense heat. A massive pillar of magical blue fire erupts straight from the floor, engulfing Incrid entirely. The entire cavern is consumed in the magical detonation. Incrid jolts awake with a massive gasp, sitting up in his bed drenched in a cold sweat. Death number 606. He realizes that the instant he detected the heat, he was burned to ashes. He could not even take a single step. He remembers Rem's advice about fighting magicians. Rem had told him that surviving a fight with a magician is usually a fate worse than death. The golden rule is to run. That same advice absolutely applies to traps created by magic. Sitting on his bed, Incrid rubs his chin. How does a man with no talent overcome an instant-kill magic trap? When Jackson hands him the shoemaker request in this loop, he looks at the paper differently. He knows this requires a magic specialist, or heavy support from the higher-ups. It is not a physical wall he can just smash his head against until it breaks. Walking out of the barracks, he decides the Elven Company commander would probably listen to his request for a specialist, but he has a timer. He has to act before that hot-headed shoemaker wanders in there alone. He narrows his eyes. He cannot let the man die. Incrid sprints full speed through the town square, shoving past the morning crowd. He does not bother with the stairs. He leaps straight down into the shoemaker's basement, crashing into the room. He grabs the terrified daughter by the shoulders, screaming to know where her father is. Without waiting, he dashes into the cavern, leaping over collapsed wooden beams. Torch in hand, he sprints down the dark stone path as fast as his legs can carry him. He kicks up a cloud of dust, sliding into the main junction. He spots the danger ahead and shouts in panic. Far down the tunnel, the shoemaker is standing right on the edge of the trigger plate. Incrid lunges through the air, screaming at the top of his lungs for the man to stop. The shoemaker turns in sudden confusion. His boot comes down. The sharp click echoes again. The cavern is instantly flooded with that same blinding blue energy. Incrid screams in absolute terror as the blue flames consume him a second time. The massive column of magic fire vaporizes everything in the corridor. 607. Incrid finds himself kneeling in the dark void of the ferryman, resting on glowing blue ripples. He realizes he needs a quicker route to the shop. He stares at his hands, completely devastated. He has to get there before the old man wanders in. The ghostly ferryman hovers behind him on his rotting boat. He notes that while the death may have only taken a moment, the pain was absolute. The spirit grins mockingly behind his lantern. He asks how it felt to have his flesh immolate and his entire body turn to ash. The ferryman asks if Incrid still intends to step toward that flame. Incrid admits the pain was like a million needles piercing his body at once. But as the blue light reflects off his sweat-drenched face, his voice hardens. He stands up, facing the spirit of death head-on. He declares that the burning hurts far less than watching idly as an innocent bystander dies. Incrid jolts awake in his barracks bed once again. He bolts out of the cabin so fast that Rem yells after him. His eyes are locked in pure determination. He is going to save an annoying old shoemaker. The next loop, Rem sits on his cot, highly confused, wondering if Incrid went to fight leather boot monsters. Down in the basement, Incrid pries the floorboards up himself. He realizes he can just stop the man from digging, but leaving a trap like this under the city is not an option. He orders the shoemaker to stay put. The old man protests, but Incrid shuts him down completely. He is going in alone. Walking down the dark tunnel, he weighs his options. Waiting for a magic specialist would take too long, and they might not even believe him. He has zero information on this trap. If he brings the squad, someone is bound to die. Even Rem or Jackson could easily fall to this. He needs to map it out and gather as much intelligence as possible. Staring at the 6 branches, he figures one must be safe, but is dying to find out the only way. Using his time loops as a brute force method is the easy way out. There has to be a smarter approach. He stands perfectly still, holding his torch. He needs a hint, a way to read the trap before it triggers. He searches his memory. Over 600 deaths. What did he feel right before the end every single time, when he knew he had lost? When the fatal blow was already in motion, right before a blade pierced his throat or an enemy shattered his guard. What was the absolute final sensation?
Murderous intent.
He remembers Jackson's lesson. It is the aura of something that wants nothing more than your death. Incred walks slowly down the dark path, testing his theory. Suddenly the air shifts. A giant stone axe swings rapidly out of the darkness. His eyes widen in shock, but he moves just in time. He drops low, the massive blade whistling inches above his head. His boot plants firmly on the ground to halt his slide. He leaps backward, dodging a second devastating swing from the trap. Landing lightly on his feet, he smiles. He definitely felt it. Before the trap even moved, the intent to kill was there.
The trap's murderous intent.
Standing over the triggered floorboards, Incred establishes his goal. Reading the exact murderous intent of this specific trap is today's wall. He decides not to just walk in blindly. He will pace back and forth until he gets a perfect read on the trigger radius. He tests the boundary, inch by inch. His eyes narrow in absolute focus. He stands just outside the danger zone. The path looks clear. He feels absolutely nothing. He wonders if this is the safe route. He takes one slow, deliberate step forward. He maps out the corridor in his head, marking the exact spot where the blades deploy. He tests another stone slab. The giant stone axe swings down violently. He stands perfectly still just outside its arc. He realizes he did not detect anything that time. He just dodged out of pure memory. That is not good enough. From the stairs, the shoemaker yells down, asking why he is just pacing back and forth. Incred barks at him to stay upstairs. He needs to conquer the paths he has not memorized yet. He will keep walking until his sixth sense picks up the hidden danger naturally. He steps onto a new stone. The full moon rises high over the city. Hours later, the shoemaker holds a candle at the top of the stairs, asking how long Incred plans to skip meals. Incred promises to return tomorrow, warning the man one last time not to go down into the trapped maze. The shoemaker pleads with him to solve this quickly. He admits he cannot sleep, terrified that his daughter might fall in. Incred asks if he has any leads on his missing wife. The old man shakes his head sadly. With so many missing persons lately, the guards are not looking. He asks Incred to keep an eye out for a brunette woman with freckles. He holds up his hand to show his golden wedding band. She wears one exactly like it. Incred nods seriously. He promises to let him know if he finds her. Back at the snowy base, the night is quiet. Incred sits on his bed, petting the black lake panther. His mind is still mapping the cave, the invisible triggers glowing in his memory. Rim mocks him, saying the shoemaker's weirdness is rubbing off on him. Rem yells at the panther to go to sleep. Incred suddenly realizes something incredible. This is the first time he has ended a repeating day without dying. Lying back on his pillow, he wonders what happens if the day ends naturally. Will the curse let him proceed to tomorrow? He closes his eyes to find out. The dark cosmic ripples of the ferryman's void wash over his vision. Morning breaks over the military camp. Rem stands over his bed, repeating the exact same dialogue from the start of the loop. Incred sighs. He is back to today. Down in the cave, he wonders what happens if he just stays awake through midnight. That night, he stands outside the barracks, staring at the stars. He watches the sun set behind the mountains. He stays intensely focused until his eyes betray him for a single heavy blink. He opens them instantly and finds himself staring at the ceiling of his barracks room, the sun shining outside. He just blinked and the day reset. Rem greets him with the exact same speech about needing more experience. Incred realizes the absolute rule of his curse. He cannot pass into tomorrow without facing the wall the day has presented. He must conquer the cave. Torch in hand, he descends into the darkness again. He has absolutely no intention of facing tomorrow without beating this anyway.
10 days, 20 days, this is different from simple fear. Feel it. The impending death. 40 days, 50 days, 60 days.
Deep in the corridor, a new threat emerges. Skeletal hands burst from the dirt floor, grasping at his boots. Incred readies his sword as multiple ghouls drag themselves out of the shadows. In a flurry of strikes, the ghouls are reduced to scattered bones. He stands in the quiet cave, processing the fight. A confident smile touches his lips. He remembers Jackson lunging at him with glowing eyes during their training. He remembers dodging a lethal shockwave. Back in the snowy courtyard, under the moonlight, he finishes a spar with Jackson.
The 72nd day.
She lowers her dagger, genuinely shocked. She asks how he figured the sixth sense out in just a few days. If only she knew. She asks if he is going to war at the shoemaker's place. Incred declares he will not come back until he has slashed through 10 boots. Rem calls bullshit, while Jackson remains silent. Down in the maze, Incred stares at the 6 paths. He used to think one was safe, but the architect of this tunnel is a true creep. There are traps in all 6 branches. A perfectly safe path does not exist, but there is still a way forward. He just has to step in the exact microscopic gaps between the trigger plates. A wrong step means instant vaporization. He walks with absolute cold precision. His boots slide into the narrow safe zones. A blue fire vortex erupts inches from his shoulder, but he does not flinch. He steps past it. Standing in the heart of the corridor, he prepares for the final stretch. Slowly, perfectly, his boots weave through the minefield. He focuses his breathing. In his mind, every single trigger plate lights up with a glowing blue aura.
6th sense.
His 6th sense is fully open. The murderous intent of the mechanical traps is as bright as daylight. He walks gracefully through the glowing blue spots, weaving through the lethal grid without a single mistake. He closes his eyes, trusting his newfound instinct entirely. Another perfect step. He opens his glowing blue eye as he reaches the end of the path. A large torch-lit wooden door stands before him.
I have overcome a wall.
Suddenly, a skeletal ghoul lunges from the dark, jaw unhinged in a scream. Incred spins, his blade carving a bright crescent through the air. The strike cleaves the monster's chest wide open. Blood splatters across his chin as he grins like a madman. He genuinely thanks the dungeon. He raises his sword as a dozen more ghouls pour out of the shadows. This is a great present. A mutated ghoul screeches violently. A single scratch from their fingernails carries a lethal poison, meaning one slip-up is death. Normally, it takes a whole squad of soldiers to subdue just one of these. Incred steps into their range and unleashes a massive horizontal sweep, cutting the first one in half. He swift steps, parrying a claw strike with a shower of sparks. The cavern echoes with the sound of rapid, brutal combat as he trades blows in the dim light. Launching himself into the air, he brings his blade down in a devastating overhead strike, splitting a skull completely. He flows seamlessly into a reverse slash, catching a ghoul trying to flank him. Blood and bone spray across the cavern walls as he completely dismantles the horde. Soon, the floor is littered with shattered skeletons. Incred stands alone in the center of the carnage. He pants heavily, sweat dripping from his chin. He admits to himself that he fought incredibly well just now. He wishes Rem, Auden, and Krace had been here to see it. But the dungeon is not done. A massive mutated wolf beast steps out of the dark, snarling with bared fangs. 3 more wolves join it, their eyes glowing a furious red as they charge him. Incred locks onto them. These are demon wolves mixed with other monstrous traits. He tightens his grip. Just what exactly is hiding deeper in this cave? Meanwhile, up on the snowy rooftops of the city, the black puma leaps gracefully under the stars. She tracks Incred's movements from above. She thought he was acting strangely today, heavily arming himself just to visit a shoemaker. She watches the shop door from afar. Esther's ghostly human form projects beside her. She mutters that it will be bad if the reckless idiot ends up getting himself killed. Suddenly the panther growls, her fur standing on end. She senses something foul. A dark, ominous, magical vapor is seeping up from the shoemaker's property. It is the distinct stench of a high-level spell. Esther glares down at the building. She knows exactly what that means. Back underground, Incred drives his blade straight through a mutated wolf's neck, ending its charge instantly. He yanks the steel free, his chest heaving as the beast collapses. Catching his breath, he strains his ears. Deeper in the cave, he hears breathing. It is incredibly faint, as if the person is clinging to their last moments of life. He wonders if it is another demon, or the architect of this sick maze. He steps forward cautiously. He steps into the final chamber, and the sheer horror of the room hits him like a physical blow. The massive cavern is a slaughterhouse, filled with scattered skeletons and mutilated corpses hanging from the ceiling on meat hooks. Incred stares in absolute shock. He has spent years on bloody battlefields, and normal corpses do not make him blink. But this is an abattoir. A weak, raspy voice calls out from above. A woman trapped in a hanging rusted cage begs for peace. She extends a pale, bruised hand through the bars, begging Incred to kill her. On her finger rests a simple golden wedding band, the exact same band the desperate shoemaker had showed him. The air around Incred drops 10 degrees. His eyes narrow into a glare of pure, unadulterated hatred. Dark smoke seems to swirl around his shoulders. A voice echoes from the dark corner of the room, noting the noise and welcoming the fresh material. A man in a dark green cloak steps out of the shadows. He admits he does not know how Encrid bypassed the traps, but he is thrilled to have him. He intends to use Encrid to make a friend for his creation. Encrid asks if all these corpses are his doing. The magician scoffs, asking who else could have done it. With hollow dead eyes, he dismisses the hanging bodies as failures. He gestures to a massive, horrifying flesh golem bound in chains behind him. He calls it Bamilo. He calls it art. He points a rotting finger at Encrid, promising to turn him into something beautiful too. Encrid does not flinch. This man is a magician. He remembers Rem's warning perfectly. Surviving a fight with a mage means a fate worse than death. The golden rule is to run, but Encrid draws a whistle dagger instead. Blue energy crackles furiously around his face. He swears to kill this bastard even if it takes tens of thousands of lives. He hurls the dagger with blinding speed. A glowing magical barrier flashes into existence, deflecting the blade in a shower of sparks. Encrid does not wait. He charges straight through a swirling vortex of ambient magic. He brings his sword down hard, clashing directly against the glowing shield. The mage releases a shockwave. Encrid is blasted backward through the air, shouting as the kinetic force hits his armor. He flips mid-air, landing squarely on his boots, his sword still raised. Sliding back, he analyzes the defense. From the shadows above, the black puma watches the fight. She notes that her foolish knight is fighting a full-fledged mage. She hasn't gathered much power yet, but as her paw glows with bright blue light, she decides that dumping everything she has into this nobody will be enough. Down below, the green-hooded magician prepares a lethal spell. He fires a massive beam of concentrated white magic directly at Encrid's position. Encrid raises his blade as the magic vortex detonates. The shockwave tears up the stone floor. Encrid cannot see or hear the spell's trajectory, but thanks to the maze, his sixth sense is wide open. He feels the murderous intent seconds before it fires. The magician stares in absolute disbelief. The soldier dodged it perfectly. Encrid's left eye blazes with sharp blue light. He is closing the distance. He executes a brutal horizontal slash, leaving a trail of white light in his wake. He remembers asking his squad how to beat a mage. Rem had told him to shoot them, or kill them when they aren't looking. Jackson agreed, adding that getting up close is the only way. Auden had grinned, telling him to make it personal. Ragna's advice was the simplest. Anything that breathes, Krace had finished the thought, can be cut down. The magician starts sweating profusely, panic setting in as the swordsman gets into melee range. He retreats behind his invisible magic shield, thinking he is safe from physical steel. Encrid raises his weapon, channeling every ounce of his strength. If it's a shield, he just has to smash it open with brute force. The magician smiles maniacally, daring him to try. Encrid lunges forward, bringing the steel down onto the barrier. Up in the rafters, the panther narrows her glowing eyes. Suddenly, Encrid's shoulder and chest armor glow intensely with blue magic. He is pushing far past his physical limit. The panther watches her blessing take effect. Her own chest blazes with the exact same blue energy, feeding him raw power. With a deafening crack, Encrid shatters the barrier into a million blue fragments. The magician screams as his defense collapses. The sword does not stop. It crashes through the falling shards. The blade cleaves straight through the mage's arm and chest. He screams in absolute horror. Without missing a beat, Encrid rips the blade horizontally across the bastard's throat. Blood geysers into the air.
To be continued.
The green cloak lies motionless on the bloody stone. Encrid stands over the corpse, breathing heavily. He looks down at his blade and notices a hairline crack forming near the hilt. He is thankful only the steel was damaged. He remembers the explosive impact of breaking that shield. The feedback alone should have torn his arms apart. He grips his chest armor, wondering if the Gilfin leather is just that incredible. Completely unaware of the panther's intervention, he turns away from the corpse. He looks up at the rusted cage hanging in the shadows. The woman's pale hand hangs limply between the bars. The golden ring catches the dim light. The faint breathing has finally stopped. Encrid lowers his head, a heavy silence falling over the slaughterhouse. He has trained his sixth sense to perfection, and he has slain a rogue magician in single combat. He sheathes his cracked sword. He is not happy, though. He leaves the tomb behind. After he departs, the black puma drops down from the shadows. She looks at the dead mage, mocking him for losing while possessing such a powerful toy. She looks up at the massive flesh golem chained to the wall. It was designed to supplement a magician's frail physical abilities, and it only needs a few final touches to wake up. Her paw flares with blinding blue magic. She decides she will be taking this for herself. Back on the surface, the bright sun shines over the city. In the Elven Company leader's office, she reviews the report. A magician's torture tunnel hidden right under a shoemaker's store. She speaks calmly, noting that if news gets out about civilians being kidnapped and experimented on in the city center, there will be utter chaos. She advises keeping the entire incident strictly under wraps. Incred agrees instantly, much to her surprise, saying the peace of the people matters more than him getting credit. He lowers his eyes. The lives lost weigh heavier than any metal. Outside the store, soldiers are already shoveling dirt, burying the dark tunnel forever. The crowd gossips, buying the cover story that it was just a smuggling tunnel dug by the Thieves Guild. The older shoemaker approaches Encred on the street. He is relieved it was only thieves and not monsters. He hands Encred a heavy leather pouch of reward money, insisting he take it. He also gifts him a brand new pair of brown leather boots, noting that Encred's current ones looked quite worn out. The shoemaker forces a hopeful smile, saying that is one worry off his chest. He just hopes his wife finds her way back safely soon. Incred remains completely silent. He knows the truth lying dead in that cage. The shoemaker begs him to keep looking for her. Incred turns and walks away in his new boots, quietly promising to do his best. Later that evening, he stands alone on a cliffside overlooking the vast valley. Leaning on his sword as the sun sets, he questions his decision. Was it really the right move to give that man false hope? Would it have been better to tell him his wife was butchered and let him despair? He stares at the orange reflection on his blade. He wonders if becoming a knight will actually give him the power to stop these tragedies from happening. Kneeling on the rocky path, he admits he does not know the answer yet. The melancholy does not last long. In the fields, 3 mutated beasts snarl and charge forward, barking furiously. A shield wall of armored soldiers braces for the impact. Rem shouts for the men to hold their formation. Right after taking down the magician, the squad took on a monster hunting request to keep Incred busy. A wolf leaps high over the shields. Rem barks at them not to lower their guard. Incred realizes that simple beast hunting is not going to push him any further. An allied spearman impales a leaping beast. Another monster goes down in a spray of blood. Rem laughs maniacally, shouting his joy to the sky as Incred stands perfectly calm beside him. Rem complains that this is just standard military work. He notes that Incred looks thoroughly unsatisfied. Flashing a crazy grin, Rem hoists his massive battle axe and offers to fix that boredom right now. He charges headfirst into the pack of beasts, screaming with joy while the regular soldiers watch in horror, calling him an insane bastard. Rem becomes a whirlwind of steel, butchering multiple beasts in a single devastating flurry. A sweat-drenched allied soldier yells for Incred to rein his asshole squad mate in. Instead, Incred draws his sword and charges directly into the fray alongside him. The soldier screams in despair, realizing the spellbreaker is just as deranged. Incred delivers a perfect horizontal slash, dropping a beast instantly. The two of them fight side by side, entirely clearing the field of the remaining monsters in seconds. Wiping blood from his face, Rem tells Incred not to get things twisted. He claims the squad rubbed off on Encred's craziness, not the other way around. Incred sheathes his cracked sword, genuinely confused at the accusation. They stand together among the slaughtered carcasses, completely unbothered. The regular soldiers watch from a safe distance, thoroughly intimidated by the duo. One of them admits that despite being absolute lunatics, they are terrifyingly good at their jobs. As the dust settles, Incred remains quiet. Rem notices the silence. He realizes the massacre did not scratch the itch. Walking back to camp, Rem suggests that if Incred really wants action, he should go visit the armored battalion. They just mobilized to fight a massive herd of monsters. Cut to the armored unit's front line. Hairless, mutated beast humanoids sprint wildly across the plains. A commander screams for archer support. The heavy infantry lock their shields together as the beasts crash into the line. The soldiers grit their teeth, holding the line against the sheer weight. But the real threat comes from above. A massive winged harpy hovers in the sky, flexing its razor-sharp talons. A massive flock of them dive bombs the formation, screeching as they tear into the men. Heavy armor means nothing. The harpies rip soldiers and horses alike into the air, dropping them to their deaths. A thick steel shield is crushed like tin foil. Rem arrives on the ridge, whistling at the sheer brutality of it. He remarks that it looks like it hurts, but Incred freezes. He stares up at the sky, his blood running cold. Harpies. In a flash, he is transported back to his brief stint as a mercenary years ago. A young, terrified Incred gritting his teeth in the mud as those exact monsters tore his squad apart. His old squad mates lying butchered in a forest clearing, people who had been genuinely kind to him. Incred snaps back to the present. He grips his sword with both hands, his eyes blazing. He charges directly down the hill toward the hovering nightmare. No more people are going to die today. Incred meets the flock head-on. The monsters unleash a deafening screech designed to shatter a normal soldier into a panic. It hurts his ears, but it is not nearly as painful as dying. He braces his sword against a swooping set of talons and holds his ground. He slides back, absorbing the impact, right as Rem calls out from the side. The barbarian has grabbed a harpy by the leg and wants to make a game out of it. He demands a bet on who can get the highest kill count. Incrid completely ignores the game. He notes that they are not here to have fun. He leaps into the air, dodging a downward swipe. His blade cleanly bisects the monster in a bright flash of blue magic. The heavy infantrymen watch from behind their shields. They expect Rem to be a monster, but the Spellbreaker is operating on a whole different level today. Another beast dives for the line. Incrid opens it up before it even gets close. Up on the ridge, the veteran commander watches the slaughter. His lieutenant asks if they should step in to support the squad. The commander shakes his head. They are not needed down there. Incrid charges forward again, turning the battlefield into a meat grinder. He parries a heavy claw strike, the impact ringing out across the valley. He ducks a frantic lunge, and answers by taking off a wing. A final harpy tries to drop on his head from above. He casually raises his guard, his eyes tracking the movement perfectly. A rapid counter slash ends the threat immediately. The surviving harpies realize they are outmatched. They screech in terror and scatter back into the dark sky. The armored soldiers are in complete shock. Monsters do not usually run away. They realize Incrid and Rem are far more terrifying than the beasts. As he watches them fly away, Incrid remembers the dark forest from years ago, the harpies that slaughtered his old mercenary corps. He remembers kneeling in the mud, crying while the mercenary commander blamed him for being too weak to save them. The memory used to crush him. Not anymore. This time, he is going to be the one saving others. The support troops start packing up, assuming the job is done. But Incrid keeps his sword drawn. He tells them it is too soon to head back. They stare at his back like he is a total lunatic. The sun sets over the snowy fortress. Incrid spends the rest of the evening dragging heavy rocks across the camp just to push his limits. Rem and Ragna watch him work. Rem points out how hard our boy grinds and suggests the lazy swordsman should try doing the same. Ragna tells him to go first. Inside the tavern, Incrid claims another bounty off the board. The other soldiers ask if he has clones, because he never seems to stop moving. Night falls, and he is out in the snow again, swinging his sword until his muscles burn. A passing guard watches him with a mix of awe and pity, wondering if living like that is even fun. The next morning at the base, Incrid and Ragna cross wooden training swords in the grass. Sparks fly as Incrid pushes the genius swordsman back. Around them, the rest of the company is training harder than usual. The blonde elven commander watches the field with a cold, analytical eye. Her lieutenant notes that following the Spellbreaker has become a massive trend among the men. She sighs, realizing she cannot just ignore his influence anymore. She pulls Incrid aside by the fence. She tells him that command had a long meeting about him. Because of his ridiculous track record, his squad is being promoted to an independent platoon, and he is the new platoon leader. Incrid points out he only has 5 guys. She promises to reassign more men to fill the ranks. He thinks about how much of a headache it will be to manage a larger group of lunatics, but she throws in a perk. Platoon leaders are exempt from menial camp duties. That gets his attention. He immediately bows and accepts the promotion. More time to train is all he ever wants. But before he leaves, she smiles. She says it is a shame to let him go so easily, and asks for another duel. She draws her rapier and promises to only use the blade. Incrid remembers their last fight. She had casually swatted him into the snow like a bug, but he has spent weeks lifting heavy weights with Auden and dying repeatedly to learn close quarters combat. He draws his new sword. It is time to see exactly how much progress he has made. They face off in the clearing. He thinks back to Auden's bare body training. The commander lunges forward with incredible speed, but Incrid does not try to parry. He steps directly inside her guard. He locks his arm around hers, using his superior physical size to break her balance. With a massive heave, he slams her down into the grass. For the first time ever, he actually lands a hit on her. He pins her shoulders to the dirt, their faces inches apart. He catches his breath and claims the win. She asks if he is sure about that. She stares up at him, completely unbothered, and notes that a human proposing to her this way is quite aggressive. Incrid starts sweating. She is doing the weird flirting thing again. While he is distracted, she easily kicks him completely off her chest. She rolls gracefully to her feet. She praises his ability to analyze a weakness and use his weight advantage.
Great work, fiancé.
Incrid lies in the grass rubbing his jaw, flatly reminding her they are not engaged. He sheathes his sword and starts walking back to camp. As he leaves, she quietly apologizes to his back. She says she could not stop it. Incrid is deeply confused. Stop what? He gets his answer soon enough. The cold weather breaks, and the military machine wakes up.
All-out war.
The Aspen Kingdom mobilizes its forces to wipe away the stain of their previous defeat. A heavy armored man steps up to the command platform. Marcus, the new battalion commander, introduces himself to the gathered troops. The men whisper. Marcus is a known warmonger and a brilliant tactician. This war is going to be brutal. Marcus looks over the sea of mostly weak soldiers. His eyes land directly on Encred. He has heard the rumors about the Spellbreaker's heroic deeds. He intends to make the boy prove his usefulness on the front lines. Later that evening, the newly formed platoon gets its first orders. Andrew Gardner, one of the new transfers, panics. The battalion commander wants them to scout along the Penhanil River. Henri, another new transfer, explains that the area borders Crossguard, an Aspen fortress city built for war. Heading there right now is basically a suicide mission to gather intel. Crace begs him not to go, but Encred cannot refuse a direct order. Rem cracks his knuckles and says he is tagging along. Gardner puffs out his chest and announces that the commander ordered everyone to obey the new squad leader, which happens to be him. Rem unhooks his massive training axe. He sticks his tongue out with a completely psychotic grin. Gardner immediately starts trembling, screaming that they have to listen to his commands. Rem calls him a feisty little insect. Gardner draws his sword in absolute terror, yelling that he volunteered for this squad just to fight beside Encred. Rem offers to gently loosen up his joints. Jackson sits nearby, completely unbothered, calculating if he only needs one finger to end the noble. Encred walks over and breaks it up, noting that they all seem to be getting along great. Gardner begs him for help. Gardner realizes that offering a duel is just how these meatheads show affection. He decides to shut his mouth. Henri gets them back on track, asking if anyone actually knows the geography of the river. Encred tells him to lay out the map. Later that night, the base goes quiet under a full moon. Encred walks alone down to the riverbank. He finds Torres waiting on the dirt path. The border guard grins and congratulates him on the new platoon leader promotion. Torres points out they are the same rank now. Encred humbly says he cannot compare to the king's finest, but Torres tells him to relax. Then Torres asks how old he is. Encred says 30. Torres drops his jaw in pure shock. He thought the guy was a teenager. Encred deadpans, realizing the time loops have completely stopped him from aging. Torres recovers and explains the plan. They are going to cross the river first and meet the recon platoon on the other side. They walk out onto the wooden dock, but the boatswain is nowhere to be found. Torres sits down on a post and tells him to chill for a bit while they wait. Encred immediately draws his sword and starts running drills. He claims this is his version of resting. Torres rests his chin in his hand, watching him. He respects the persistence, but he realizes this guy just has way too much going for him. Encred stops mid-swing, feeling a sudden wave of murderous intent. Torres stands up, demanding to know what that look is for. He points out that his record against Encred at the inn is 14-6. He is still the better fighter. Encred calmly tells him that was in the past. He grips his newly purchased blade. He is more than happy to test how much stronger he has gotten. The sword comes down in a violent vertical blur. Torres catches it. The impact rings out across the water. They lock blades, staring each other down in the dark. They break and exchange a rapid flurry of strikes, lighting up the dock with sparks. Torres feels the weight behind the hits. The guy has gotten significantly stronger since the harpy fight. Torres grunts under the strain. He unleashes a barrage of continuous strikes, forcing Encred into a tight defensive guard. Then Torres winds up his left fist for a heavy punch. Encred's eyes widen. He tracks the fist coming in, but something is wrong. The punch lands on his shoulder, sending him staggering back. A sharp dagger blade slides neatly out of Torres's glove cuff. Encred stares at his shoulder in shock, asking where the hell that came from. Torres smugly shows off his hidden wrist knife. Most honorable knights would scream about unfair tactics. Encred just gets a crazy smile on his face and immediately demands Torres teach him how to use it. Torres realizes our boy is genuinely unhinged. They start practicing with flat stones right there on the dock, until the old boatswain finally shows up. The old man yells at Torres for having zero wrist snap, completely ruining the lesson. He deadpans at the two idiots and asks if they actually plan on crossing the river tonight. The wooden boat glides quietly across the dark water. They dock on the far bank. Torres says this is the rendezvous point with the recon platoon, but before they do anything, he insists they wash off the sweat from their spar. Torres wades into the freezing shallows with his shirt off, complaining about the cold. Encred unbuckles his armor to join him. Suddenly, Torres looks over his shoulder in surprise. He stares at Encred's ridiculously shredded physique and complains that he lost his will to compete. Encred just assumes he wants round 2. A short-haired woman in armor steps out of the brush, thoroughly unimpressed. She tells them they are late and wasting time in a bath. Encred completely freezes. He did not sense her approach at all. She orders them out of the water immediately. They need to reach Crossguard tonight. Torres shrugs, completely unbothered by being shirtless in front of her. Incrid steps out of the river, water rolling off his scarred, muscular torso. The woman's eyes go wide. She blushes furiously. She smiles warmly and admits there is definitely something worth looking at. As they get dressed, Torres complains that her gaze is way too lecherous. She introduces herself as Pin, the leader of the recon platoon. She shakes Encrid's hand while Torres pouts about his own abs being ignored. The combined unit marches through the grassy fields as Pin begins the briefing. An allied spy named Kitten was supposed to relay critical intel from inside Crossguard 4 days ago, but Kitten missed the rendezvous and went dark. They have to assume she is compromised. The mission is to infiltrate the Aspen Fortress city and extract her. Pin explains that Crossguard relies on the wild monsters in the valley for defense, so border patrols are light. They have 3 options to get inside. First, a smuggler's tunnel that the guards usually ignore. Second, physically scaling the massive stone walls at night. Exhausting, but safe. Third, walking through the main gates disguised as merchants. High risk, but low effort. Her platoon will head to the meeting point first, leaving only Encrid, Torres, and herself to actually breach the city. She tells them to pick a route. Encrid remains silent. He knows she is making it sound way easier than it is going to be. Torres tells her to just pick the best option. Pin confidently declares they will use the smuggler's tunnel first thing in the morning. That night, they make camp under a double full moon. Encrid spends the downtime relentlessly drilling his dagger throws. He catches the spinning blade with perfect precision. Torres watches from the fire, wondering how someone so bad at everything else is so dedicated to the grind. Pin walks over holding a piece of dried meat, asking why he skipped dinner. She tosses him some jerky made by one of her men. Encrid catches it and takes a bite. It is incredible. The spice blend is perfect. Pin tells him to visit the guy's parents' shop in Border Guard if they survive this. She points her stick at a flat brown stone near the edge of camp and warns him not to train over there. There is a viper hiding under it. Encrid asks how she could possibly know that. She proudly taps her chest, saying she learned a thing or two from the hunter in her squad. She smiles softly and admits she really likes him. She leans in and asks if he wants to try some adult training in the dark. Encrid gives her his signature deadpan stare. She spells it out for him. She is flirting. Torres begs them to stop doing this right in front of his face. Encrid flatly refuses. Pin pouts, remembering the rumor about him and the Elven Company commander. Encrid wonders when his reputation became common knowledge. Pin laughs it off and tells him they can talk casually from now on. She tells them to get some sleep. Torres continues to sulk about being ignored. Encrid lies in his sleeping bag, staring up at the starry sky. He closes his eyes and drifts off. A blue flame flickers in the dark void. The ferryman raises his lantern from the shadows. Encrid sits up in his bed in the spirit realm. The ferryman tells him that his instincts are trying to warn him about something. He remembers the elf commander apologizing to him before he left. He realizes this mission is not going to be a simple extraction. Morning comes. Boots hit the dirt. They arrive at the massive stone entrance to the smuggler's tunnel. He decides to put the basement on hold. Right now our boy is standing inside a massive cave entrance with Pin and Torres. Pin asks why they are moving in broad daylight instead of waiting for the cover of night. She points out that the local guards might be lazy, but they are not entirely blind to smuggler routes. Encrid tells her that is exactly the point. Catching them off guard means striking when they least expect it. Pin immediately praises his tactical genius and calls him handsome. Torres just sighs. He feels like he only exists in this trio to take all the blame, while Encrid gets all the compliments. Torres pushes past them and declares that the Rangers will lead the way into the dark stone tunnel. Encrid watches his squad mates move. Being a scout is a completely different world from heavy infantry. It demands traveling light. They have to move silently with the absolute bare minimum of equipment. They are the eyes of the army. They chart the paths long before the main force ever sees the battlefield. He zeroes in on how Pin walks. Every step she takes on the rocky path is perfectly deliberate. She moves like a phantom. Her footsteps barely make a whisper echoing against the damp cave walls. Encrid looks down at his own heavy boots. He wonders if he can mimic her technique. He tries to adjust his center of gravity to soften his heavy tread. A voice suddenly echoes from the darkness above them. An armored enemy soldier calls them little rats. The lights flare. They are completely surrounded in the narrow cave corridor. Armored guards block both ends.
Ambush.
She frantically orders a retreat. She looks back, but the tunnel is already sealed off by a solid wall of shields and iron spears. The enemy soldiers laugh. They tell the 3 scouts that there is nowhere left to run. The trap has been sprung perfectly. The enemy leader steps forward. His eyes glow a harsh white from behind his heavy steel helmet. He orders his men to kill them all. Pin draws her twin daggers. She yells at Torres and Encrid to fight their way straight through the blockade. Chaos erupts instantly. An enemy soldier takes a spear straight through the neck as the front lines violently clash. Encrid drops into a low combat stance. He grips both of his longswords tightly. He prepares to carve a bloody path for his team. The narrow corridor turns into an absolute slaughterhouse. Blood sprays against the stone walls as the three scouts engage dozens of armored guards in extremely tight quarters. There is no room to maneuver. Pin is blindingly fast. She ducks under a wild swing and slashes a guard straight across the chest. A bright arc of blood paints the cavern floor. Torres is struggling. He barely blocks a heavy downward strike. He is sweating profusely and looking overwhelmed by the sheer volume of attackers pressing in on him. Encrid notices the problem immediately. Encrid analyzes the battlefield as sweat rolls down his temple. Pin and Torres are elite recon scouts. They excel at stealth and surgical strikes. They are completely out of their element in a massive frontline brawl. They cannot use their mobility in this meat grinder. A crossbow bolt flies out of the dark and nearly takes Pin right in the face. She barely jerks her head out of the way in time. Torres is forced entirely onto the defensive. He frantically parries a vicious lashing spear strike but loses precious ground with every deflection. The enemy is simply wearing them down through sheer attrition. The battle rages on. The three scouts are being slowly crushed by the immense weight of enemy numbers pressing into the choke point. Encrid tightens his grip on his dual blades. He realizes this is a massive wall he has to climb. He has to take the pressure off his team before they break completely. He triggers the heart of the superhuman. He lunges forward at blinding speed. He swings both swords in a wide arc to clear the front line in a single strike. It is a terrible mistake. He leaves his center completely wide open. A spear violently punches straight through his chest cavity. He lets out a ragged gasp of sheer agony. The momentum of his strike still carries through. His blade finds the unarmored neck of an enemy soldier and drops him instantly. But it is not enough. The massive bodily trauma drops Encrid to his knees. He is bleeding heavily onto the stone floor as a dozen enemies step over their dead and completely surround him. The armored leader barks out a command to close the net. He wants the intruder finished off immediately. 5 heavy iron spears strike at exactly the same time. They pierce his neck and torso in a brutal display of coordinated violence. The force nearly lifts him off the ground. Weapons clash over his dying body. Blood rains down on the rocky path as his vision begins to blur and fade into the familiar cold darkness. He collapses flat onto his back in the wet mud. His body is entirely riddled with iron shafts. The battle continues to rage violently above his corpse. His lifeless eyes stare up at the cavern ceiling. It is his 1135th death. Loop 507 begins. Encrid is right back at the start of the day. He stares up at the armored soldiers patrolling the high walls of the enemy stronghold. He processes the failure calmly. The sun is shining brightly overhead. A strike force of that massive size hiding inside a random smuggler tunnel makes zero tactical sense. He sits on a boulder outside the camp and rubs his chin. Pin and Torres stand nearby waiting for his call. Encrid realizes the enemy force did not just happen to be resting in that tunnel. They were deliberately stationed there. The enemy commander already knows they are coming. They have actively fortified all the obvious stealth routes. Torres snaps him out of his thoughts by asking why he is just sitting there instead of gearing up for the infiltration. Pin announces that it is time to hit the smuggler hole. Encrid immediately shuts the idea down. He tells them he has a terrible feeling about that specific cave. He suggests a much more difficult alternative. They should bypass the tunnels entirely and enter the fortress by scaling the sheer outer mountain walls. Torres actually considers it. He reminds Pin that Encrid once shattered an enemy magic formation purely on blind instinct. He figures they should trust his gut feeling today. Encrid keeps to himself that it was not instinct. It was the brutal memory of getting a spear shoved through his heart 20 minutes ago. Pin agrees to the new plan but points out a major flaw. Scaling the outer wall requires total darkness to avoid the sentries. That means they have to sit around and wait for nightfall. She absolutely hates wasting time. She steps close to Encrid. She flashes a predatory grin and asks if he wants to go for a quick round to kill time. She blushes and teases him about wanting to do it while the sun is still up. Encrid completely ignores the bait. He clarifies that he just meant a normal sparring match. Pin immediately drops the act. She crosses her arms and sighs in pure disappointment. She really thought she had him flustered for a second. They relocate to a flat, grassy training field near the camp. Pin agrees to the spar but warns him she does not use swords. Encrid proposes a strictly bare-handed brawl. She smiles warmly at that. Unarmed close-quarters combat is exactly her specialty. Torres leans against a wooden fence to watch them fight. Encrid quietly analyzes the situation. The enemy knows they are coming. A massive fight is unavoidable tonight. Any extra training he can squeeze in right now is vital for survival. He squares his shoulders and asks Pin who gets to strike first. She drops into a low, confident combat stance. She smirks and generously offers him the opening move. He explodes off the grass. He clears the distance in a fraction of a second and throws a massive right hook aimed dead at her center mass. Pin brings both arms up in a crossed block. The sheer kinetic force of his punch hits her like a battering ram. Her eyes widen in genuine shock. The impact launches her backward. Her boots carve deep trenches into the dirt as she skids across the field trying to arrest her violent momentum. She recovers flawlessly. She uses the backward slide to load her hips and snaps a blistering high kick straight at his head. He ducks under the leg gracefully. He decides to test a new theory. He remembers the brutal grappling lessons he learned from his elf company commander. He steps inside her guard and attempts a massive full-body tackle. He plans to use his overwhelming size and weight advantage to crush her into the turf. Pin gasps as he violently grabs her waist. He drives her down into the grass. Their faces end up inches apart. Pin is not panicked at all.
That was the wrong move.
Before he can pin her shoulders, she twists her hips like a snake. She wraps her legs completely around his neck and locks him into a vicious joint lock. She uses his own forward momentum against him. She violently torques her entire body and uses her powerful leg muscles to flip him right over her head. He crashes hard onto the unyielding ground. The wind is completely knocked out of his lungs. Pin seamlessly transitions the throw into a dominant mount. She sits directly on his chest. Incrid is completely stunned. His eye is blown wide in shock. A woman half his size just effortlessly tossed him like a sack of grain. Torres frantically waves his hands and yells for them to stop the match. Torres points a finger at his own temple. He shouts that they have done enough training for one afternoon. He wants them saving their energy for the actual mission. Incrid lies flat on his back staring up at the sky. He takes a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Pin stands over him. He realizes her small frame is packed with incredibly dense muscle. She puts her hands on her hips and beams down at him. There is a very good reason she prefers bare fists over steel blades. She smugly asks him to admit defeat. Incrid does not feel defeated at all. He feels inspired. Who better to help him master close quarters grappling against smaller opponents? He calmly asks for another round. Pin smirks playfully. She pretends to think about it for a second. He clarifies that he meant another sparring round. Pin laughs and asks how he knew exactly what dirty joke she was about to make. Torres covers his face and begs them to stop flirting in front of him. The sun finally begins to set behind the distant jagged peaks. The sky turns a deep bruised purple. Pin announces that it is time to move out toward the fortress wall. Incrid shows up fully loaded. He is wearing his heavy leather traveling gear and carrying his dual swords. Pin looks him up and down in disbelief. She asks if he seriously plans to hike like that. She points out that he has way too many weapons strapped to his body. She warns him that the sheer weight of his gear will make him pass out from exhaustion before they even reach the halfway point. Torres complains that no one is worrying about his stamina. She completely ignores the complaint. She casually tells Torres to do whatever he wants because she truly does not care if he passes out on the trail. Torres whines that his feelings are genuinely hurt. Incrid ignores the banter completely. He adjusts the heavy leather straps on his pack. He confidently states that he can climb the fortress walls perfectly fine with this much gear. Pin shakes her head and sighs. She calls him hopelessly innocent. She looks up at the darkening sky. She explains that they are not just climbing a simple stone wall tonight. She points off into the misty distance. The fortress is built directly into the peak of a massive jagged mountain cliff. They have to scale the entire vertical rock face in pitch-black darkness just to reach the base of the enemy walls. Torres stares up at the sheer drop and groans in misery. Incrid stares up at the towering peak. His face remains completely serious. Climbing a vertical cliff in the dark with 80 pounds of steel and leather on his back will be an absolute nightmare. But he is not discouraged in the slightest. He has spent his entire life climbing impossible walls. This mountain is just the next one on the list. A quick memory flashes through his mind. The cavern filled with glowing raw magic stones he harvested during the previous battle. He remembers handing them to Crace, who nearly had a heart attack realizing they were worth enough to buy a full set of premium equipment. Incrid had just told him to spend it all on the best sword available. A sword is a lifeline. Going into a hostile city without his main weapon is completely out of the question. Back in the present, he scales the jagged red cliffs in the dead of night, carrying every single pound of his gear. Pin watches from a ledge above, gently mocking him for refusing to leave the longsword behind. His fingers dig into the cracked rock. It is crushingly heavy. Every pull demands a massive surge of effort, but he uses it to forge his endurance. He forces his body over the edge, completely drenched in sweat but absolutely locked in. A little gravity is not going to stop him. He stands tall on the flat grass. Pin points out he is only making things harder for himself. Torres stares at him in horror, realizing the absolute psychopath brought all that extra weight just to get a workout in. A wolf howls in the distance beneath the crimson moon. They look down into the valley and spot a massive pack of lycanthropes prowling the area. Pin warns them to stay low. Seeing them move in a pack this large means Aspen has fortified the borders. They finally spot the walls of crossguard through the trees. Torres curses. The approach is completely bare. There is zero cover between the tree line and the fortress. Pin tells them to relax. With 2 full moons providing this much natural light, the guards up top are completely blind to the shadows below. She gives the signal, and they break from the tree line. They sprint across the open grass fields toward the towering stone structure. A guard stands on the battlements holding a torch. They reach the base of the wall totally undetected. Pin smugly points out she was right. Encrid looks up at the torches nervously, swearing the guard just looked directly at them. Pin grabs the climbing rope and tells them the slums are just on the other side. Once they hit the slums, they disappear. But she tells Encrid to seriously ditch the sword before climbing. Encrid deadpans and says it won't be a proper workout without the weight. Torres officially gives up trying to understand him. They haul themselves up the ropes. Torres admits this route is exhausting, but safe. Encrid crests the top of the wall. His mind is racing. If Aspen knew they were coming to the smuggler's tunnel, there is a very high chance they stationed an ambush up here too. Torres climbs over, ready to drop into the slums. An armored boot steps out of the shadows. A pale woman with long purple hair smirks at them. She congratulates them on the climb, but says it is time to rest. Pin screams out a warning. A magician! Massive, thorny green vines explode outward from the stone walkway, tearing the battlements apart. Encrid and Torres run for their lives as the floor shatters beneath them. The purple-haired woman stands safely in the center of the swirling storm of thorns. Encrid grips his sword. An ambush trap. He is surprised to see a mage stationed on wall duty, but he has killed a magician before. He plants his boot and lunges straight for her. A thick vine smashes through the stone right in his path. He parries it violently, dust flying from the heavy impact. He calculates the distance, confident he can close the gap. He leaps into the air and slices through another lashing vine. The mage just stares at him with glowing green eyes. A memory hits him. The long-haired swordsman warning him that strong opponents, especially magicians, will fool his senses. Before he even lands, multiple vines snap around his limbs like iron cables. He is violently yanked high into the night sky, completely paralyzed by the thorns. Pin watches in sheer horror, screaming at him for rushing in like an idiot. Torres rushes the base of the plant, hacking at it with his sword, but the vines are too thick. Encrid struggles, but he cannot break the grip. A thorny vine slithers tightly around his throat. The magician smiles mockingly. She applauds his courage for not running away.
I am Retsha of the Rose Vines.
She clenches her fist, the red gem on her ring glowing with dense magical energy. The thorns constrict violently, swallowing him whole. A massive pulse of purple magic detonates inside the vines, instantly vaporizing him. Death 609. He wakes up kneeling in the dark void. He is furious with himself. He got too cocky with his recent progress and charged a mage without a plan. The ferryman floats in the darkness, carrying his blue lantern. He mocks Encrid for being an oddity, who tries to use the loop to get stronger, pointing out that against a truly tall wall, he is nothing but an ant. Encrid just smiles and thanks him. He stands up tall, looking over his shoulder. The impossible wall is exactly the challenge he was looking for. The spirit smiles subtly, eager to see if he can survive his third wall. Except, before he can even think about the mage, he has to actually reach the walls. Pin suggests waiting for tomorrow's merchant caravan to sneak in. Encrid shuts that down immediately. The time loop triggers the moment a wall blocks him. Tomorrow does not exist until he earns it today. Since they are stuck waiting, Pin and Torres decide to crack open a barrel of alcohol and kill some time. Our boy is completely baffled. They are deep in enemy territory, and these two are acting like it is a weekend vacation. He points out the insane risk, but Pin just laughs. She tells him that staying completely wound up only makes you lose sight of the forest. She offers him a drink and tells him to relax his shoulders. He realizes she is absolutely right. He has been tunnel visioning again, treating brute force as the only way to break his walls. He draws his blade, letting the relaxed mindset flow into his posture. Every single moment of today is going to become a part of his foundation. Torres watches the kid swing at the air and decides that is just how Encrid rests. Pin takes another sip, openly admiring the view. Night falls, painting the forest in the harsh light of the crimson moon. Encrid cleans his sword by the fire, satisfied with his revelation. Under normal circumstances, they would be arriving at the city walls right about now, but he knows what is waiting for them. The greyhounds in the smuggler tunnels. the mage Retcha on the wall above, and the massive gray lycanthrope howling at the red moon. Pin and Torres snap to attention as the terrifying sound echoes through the trees. Incrid's eyes widen. He did not sense a single thing approaching. 24 glowing eyes materialize from the dark tree line. It is the exact same pack of monsters they spotted at the city walls. Pin screams for everyone to run. They draw steel, forming a tight defensive circle around the dying campfire as the massive wolves close in. Torres does the math out loud. It takes 10 men to drop one lycanthrope. They are staring down 20, and there are only 6 of them. He lets out a dry laugh, a defiant smirk spreading across his sweat-drenched face as he declares them all dead. Pin is completely panicked. They scouted this entire area. There were 0 monsters for miles. Incrid puts it together. This is Retcha's doing. The mage completely masked their approach. He grips his sword tightly. He promised himself he would not just throw his body at problems anymore. But right now, he is not going down without a fight. He steps into a flurry of motion, deflecting a diving slash with a burst of white sparks. A massive, beastly jaw snaps right at his face. He blocks the razor-sharp teeth with bare steel, his mind racing. He knows he needs to zoom out and see the bigger picture, but the bigger picture is just a bloodbath. Allied soldiers scream in agony as claws tear through their armor. Torres takes a brutal, deep slash straight across the chest. A wolf stands over Pin's bleeding body. Incrid knows this day will reset. He knows the damage is only temporary. But watching his squad get butchered never stops hurting. He unleashes a desperate, furious slash, taking a wolf's head clean off in a spray of blood. Another heavy swing buries his sword deep into a beast's shoulder. Then a massive, mutated paw swats him like a fly, shattering his ribs. He spits blood, realizing this one actually threw a proper, calculated punch. It is not a mindless beast. It is smart. It is the golden-eyed pack leader. The alpha moves with terrifying lightning speed, opening Incrid's chest with a single swipe. He crashes into the dirt, using his blade to force his broken body back up. He does not make it. The pack swarms his fallen form, jaws wide. Loop 74, Death 610. The wolves tear him to pieces in the dark. The ferryman's voice echoes through the dark water. He asks if this is still fun. Every wall is hopelessly tall, and Incrid is doomed to repeat this exact slaughter forever. Incrid admits the situation is definitely not ideal, but in the real world, Pin and Torres stare at him in the cave, wondering why he just spaced out mid-conversation. He pushes himself up. He has absolutely 0 reason to give up. Even if all 3 paths are blocked, he is just going to carve his own. They take the smuggler's tunnel on the next attempt. He runs the tactical numbers in his head. He can beat the Greyhounds one-on-one, but in a narrow corridor, getting surrounded is an automatic game over. The only answer is to not get surrounded. He tries to use his 6th sense to predict exactly where the ambush will drop. It fails completely. He senses absolutely nothing. Death 611. Multiple spears gut him simultaneously the moment he turns the corner. Loop 75. He makes it to Retcha on the wall, but she is already waiting. She is furious that the tunnel traps were bypassed. Death 612. Massive thorny whips snatch him out of the sky and snap his spine. Loop 76. Torres mocks him for struggling to untie a knot, completely unaware of how many times Incrid has died today. He realizes his raw senses are entirely useless against a mage's interference. And on the field, the math is just impossible. 20 wolves against 6 humans is a guaranteed slaughter. He stops. He is doing it again. He is slamming his head into the brick wall instead of finding a ladder. He decides to slow down. Loop 77. He uses the mage as a live-fire training dummy for high-speed evasion. Loop 78. He intentionally botches a parry, letting the wolves tear into his shoulder just to memorize the exact angle of their lunge. Death 614. A chest wound drops him choking in the dark. Death 615. Whipped to death by vines again. He treats every brutal reset as precious currency to buy muscle memory. Death 616. A brutal bite to the shoulder ends it before he even swings. The ferryman swings his blue lantern, asking how much longer this dude is going to play around. If he wants tomorrow, he needs to pick a wall. Incrid looks up from the glowing void. He has spent dozens of loops testing them all. He smiles. They are all such excellent walls, it feels like a total waste to just pick one. Loop 91. Morning breaks over the hills. Incrid stands in a perfect combat stance on the field. Torres is stunned. Incrid is pulling off forms he could not even comprehend yesterday. When Torres asks how, Incrid casually mentions he figured it out 30 days ago. The math is finally right. He is ready to climb. Before they enter the tunnel, he asks a soldier to stitch him a simple leather pouch, just big enough to strap tightly to his wrist. Then he turns to Pin. He noticed she lined the inside of her boots with fabric to muffle her footsteps. He tells the squad to do exactly the same thing. Pin is skeptical. The area is quiet, and even with padding, moving silently is an art form. But as they descend into the dark, Pin realizes Encrid is walking like a ghost. She asks if he used to be a ranger. He hasn't. He just knows exactly where to place his feet after dying in this hole repeatedly. He asks Pin a hypothetical. What happens if the tunnel is guarded? Pin says they run. He asks what happens if the exit is blocked. Torres tells him to stop being so pessimistic, but Encrid just stares at them deadpan. He asks if that means they all die. He does not raise his voice. He just states it as a cold fact. They need to be careful. Pin falls completely silent. Encrid knows he lacks the rank to give orders. He remembers how Krang carried himself in the infirmary tent, that heavy, unyielding aura of absolute command that forced people to listen whether they wanted to or not. A forceful shift in tone is worth 100 calm explanations. He hardens his gaze and lets his killing intent bleed out just a fraction. It works instantly. Torres stands up straight, tightening his grip on his sword, and Pin quickly admits she was being way too lax. The dynamic of the squad just flipped. The air shifts. Pin takes the lead, her senses dialed to maximum. She spots it instantly. Muddy footprints on the cave floor, deliberately muddled to hide their numbers. She shoves Encrid and Torres back, screaming at them to secure the exit. Too late. Armored guards step out of the shadows, crossbows leveled. This is the exact choke point where the arrows always kill him. But this time, Encrid does not draw his sword. He sprints down the path, screaming at the top of his lungs that he has a message for Boss Roger. Pin and Torres think he has completely lost his mind. The enemy guards freeze, entirely confused by the sudden name drop. That half-second of hesitation is all Encrid needs. His left eye flares with blinding blue energy. Roger was the name Retcha complained about loops ago. In the pitch-black tunnel, uniforms mean nothing. Encrid shouts about monsters attacking the city. He gets close enough to see the whites of their eyes. Then he swings. A brutal downward strike cleaves through the nearest aspen armor. The guards finally realize he is hostile. Encrid grabs one by the collar, dragging him in front as a human meat shield. The hostage screams at his own squad not to shoot. Encrid mocks them, demanding to know how a whole squad of aspen dogs cannot take down one guy. Behind a rock, Torres is having a panic attack, wondering why this dude is provoking an entire firing squad. Pin screams at the aspen guards, insulting their aim and their intelligence, playing right into the chaos. Then she realizes she cannot hear a single thing over Encrid's shouting. Encrid just keeps screaming Roger's name, the sound echoing endlessly off the tight stone walls. He moves in a blur, executing a swift upward slash. He uses the noise, the darkness, and the confusion as weapons, carving through the squad without giving them a second to aim. Pin grabs a guard by the throat, realizing Encrid just engineered a masterclass in sound isolation combat. Torres joins the fray, dropping a soldier with a heavy horizontal swing. The tunnel is cleared in seconds, but Encrid is still screaming for Roger. He pins the last surviving guard against the wall with his blade and buries it in his throat. The playtime is over. He whips his sword around in a massive, glowing vertical arc, dropping 2 more reinforcements before they can even draw their weapons. They sprint for the bright opening at the end of the corridor, but the main force of the Greyhounds is waiting right outside. Encrid completely ignores the brakes. He screams that he has a message from Retcha. The Aspen soldiers flinch, bewildered that this intruder knows their mage's name. The commander grits his teeth, realizing he has been played. He orders his men to charge. The squad bursts out of the tunnel and sprints down the rocky cliff face as the sun sets. Pin looks back in panic. The entire company is on their heels. Encrid points toward their old campsite. Pin thinks he is crazy, but he refuses to explain. He calculates the time perfectly. The sun is dipping below the mountains. It is time to make some noise. He eyes a massive, flat, earth-colored boulder near the river. In a previous loop, Pin warned him that vipers nest under stones exactly like that one. Encrid winds up and delivers a crushing horizontal sweep directly into the rock. The boulder shatters, unleashing a furious swarm of vipers right into the path of the pursuing aspen guards. Screams echo through the forest as the vanguard gets swarmed by the venomous snakes. Torres is horrified. Making that much noise in these woods is a death sentence. Encrid just smiles. That is exactly what he is counting on. The red moon climbs into the dark purple sky. The night belongs to the monsters. Drawn by the screaming, the pack of lycanthropes crashes into the distracted aspen forces. They do not care about uniforms. They just want fresh meat. Encrid turns to his squad and orders them to move aside. Torres refuses to abandon him, but Encrid screams at them to run. They will only get in his way. The enemy notices the split. A splinter group of soldiers breaks off to chase Pin and Torres. Encrid stands alone at the top of the rocky slope. He He needs to draw the aggro of everything on this battlefield. He reaches deep inside and unleashes every ounce of murderous intent he has built up over hundreds of deaths. A suffocating blood-red aura explodes from his body. It is a beacon of pure hostility. Every wolf snaps its head toward him. The Aspen commander sweats through his armor. He screams for his men to kill Encrid first. Man and beast surge up the hill together, united by one single target. Encrid welcomes them. He parries a giant claw, completely unfazed. Friend or foe no longer exists. His eyes flare with blue energy as he retaliates. His third wall is finally complete. He dives into the center of the chaotic brawl, a one-man meat grinder holding off two separate armies. Pin and Torres sprint away, terrified that they just left their rookie to die. They look back from a distant cliff, expecting to see him torn apart. Torres freezes. Pin scratches her head, completely lost for words. She asks how on earth he is so good at dodging. Back in the meat grinder, Encrid slips under a high-speed slash with terrifying precision. He has adapted Ragnar's single-point technique. Instead of tunneling on one weapon, he spreads his awareness wide, mapping the entire chaotic battlefield through the raw killing intent radiating from his enemies. It is a massive level up in his situational awareness. A fraction of a second is all it takes to decide between a parry and a dodge. One mistake means death. He flashes a manic grin. After dying hundreds of times, mistakes are not really his thing anymore. The Aspen commander, Roger, tries to salvage the situation, screaming for his men to get into formation. Encrid knows that if the Greyhounds organize, they will slaughter the wolves. He needs to maintain the chaos. He remembers a random piece of intel he learned from a past loop. A guard taunts him, boasting that Roger never removes his helmet in battle. Encrid asks why that is. Then he swings his sword up and knocks the iron bucket clean off the commander's head. The Aspen guards gasp in absolute horror. Roger desperately claps a hand over his head. The great and terrifying Aspen commander is completely, aggressively bald. Encrid stares at him deadpan. He tells the man there is absolutely no shame in a shiny dome. Roger's eyes glow red with absolute blinding fury. But then Encrid immediately doubles down, screaming at the top of his lungs for the entire battlefield to hear. He calls out the man who sent his hair follicles to heaven, loudly demanding he reveal the desolate hellscape of his scalp. Roger completely loses his mind. His guards try to hold him back, begging him not to fall for the childish playground taunts. Encrid stands tall, his own thick brown hair blowing majestically in the wind. From the cliff, Torres mutters that Encrid really made him mad now. Roger charges, his strategic mind entirely replaced by rage. Encrid easily catches the heavy vertical strike, completely unbothered by the sheer physical weight behind the swing. Sparks detonate as their blades lock. He swift steps around a wild horizontal sweep, his footwork completely flawless. Every single movement the commander makes has been downloaded and countered. He steps inside the heavy guard and drives his elbow straight into Roger's exposed throat with explosive force. Before the man can even choke on his own blood, Encrid leaps and buries his blade straight downward, pinning the commander through the chest. Absolutely no notes. Without their leader, the Aspen formation shatters. The wolves tear through the remaining guards. The surviving soldiers break ranks and flee, screaming Roger's name. Encrid senses the shift. The smart bastard is making its move while the humans are weakened. He drops low, narrowly dodging a massive leap. The one-eyed alpha wolf has been hiding in the chaos this whole time. This thing is a bigger threat than the entire Aspen company. But Encrid is not the same rookie it butchered 50 loops ago. He declares it ends here. He lunges first, driving his blade deep into the monster's chest. The beast snarls, trying to rip him apart with its fangs. Encrid grips his hilt with both hands and brings it down in a brutal vertical arc. He slices clean through the alpha's neck, blood spraying under the red moonlight. He follows through with a massive diagonal gash across its torso. The giant lycanthrope collapses in a heap. Encrid sheathes his sword. The field is clear. From a distance, Pin and Torres watch in absolute awe. The surviving wolves will not even step near him. The sheer aura he is giving off is too terrifying. Pin decides it is safe to rejoin him. But the moment Encrid sees them running over, he screams. He tells them to get out of there. The remaining Aspen guards are fleeing blindly into the woods, dragging the remaining monsters right toward them. The three of them haul ass through the forest. Pin demands to know if he planned all of this. He casually lies, saying he just got lucky. Torres is losing his mind, screaming about how he knew the commander's name and when he became a god of war. Encrid obviously cannot explain the time loops, so he changes the subject. The mission is not over. His eyes sharpen. It is time to climb the third wall. Up on the battlements of Crossguard, Recha watches the dark horizon, entirely unaware of what is coming for her. Encrid scales the sheer stone wall of the fortress using a grappling rope, moving with the silent efficiency of a seasoned assassin. Below him, Pin and Torres are just entirely dumbfounded. They cannot figure out what his actual job class is anymore. He pulls himself over the ledge. His senses are muffled by the ambient magic. But it does not matter. He has died to this woman so many times he knows exactly where she stands. He hops the inner battlement, surprising Pin. He states there is an enemy ahead and charges in first without waiting for backup. He closes the distance in a dead sprint. Retcha turns just in time to see him coming. He brings his blade down in a brutal arc. Massive thorny vines erupt from the stone, shielding her from the blow. Incrid does not stop. He unleashes a relentless flurry of high-speed slashes, chopping the thick vines to pieces. Retcha backs away in a panic, demanding to know how he got here while her wolves are fighting the greyhounds. Incrid casually suggests she must not have trained her pets properly. Retcha screams in sheer rage. She summons a massive barrage of sharp, spear-like vines, hurling them all at once. Incrid parries every single one. He dances through the lethal thicket, his blade deflecting attacks from every angle. Pin and Torres finally catch up, stunned that he is boxing a high-tier mage in close quarters. But before they can assist, a squad of Aspen guards rushes the walkway to protect Retcha. Pin and Torres intercept them, slicing through the vanguard to keep Incrid's duel strictly one-on-one. Retcha raises her hands, summoning a giant, glowing purple barrier of reinforced vines. Incrid is entirely unfazed. He realized loops ago how to beat her. Magic shield or not, she is still human. If she gets stabbed, she dies. And he brought the exact tool for the job. Tied securely to his wrist is one of the blue magic stones he looted from the Gilfin Guild vault. He lunges straight at the barrier, raising his sword high. As his blade connects, he channels his energy into the blue stone. The magical feedback shatters her shield instantly. He follows through with an explosive left hook, sending the mage reeling backward. This was the exact trump card he prepared loops ago. When Krace asked if they should sell the leftover Gilfin magic devices, Incrid told him to hold on to them. Retcha stares at the glowing crystal on his glove, realizing exactly what it is a second too late. The stone detonates in a massive, blinding flashbang of pure magical energy. The Aspen guards drop their weapons, clutching their eyes in absolute agony. Retcha is completely blinded, crying out in pain. Incrid does not need his eyes. He has done this in the dark, and for the very first time in 91 loops, he closes the gap. His blade pierces clean through the mage's chest, burying itself all the way to the hilt. He feels the heavy physical impact of the strike. The final impossible wall just fell. When he finally relaxed his shoulders, he realized there was no reason to choose between the three death routes. He used the tunnel to isolate the soldiers, the wolves to break their formation, and the chaos to reach the wall. He conquered all three in a single, perfect day. As Retcha bleeds out, a soft, soot-covered smile spreads across his face. Pin cuts down the last-sighted guard, yelling that they need to move before reinforcements arrive. They drop down into the slum district, slipping past the torch-bearing patrols. They have officially infiltrated Crossguard. Now they just need to rescue their spy, Kitten. Pin leads them to a rundown cabin, Kitten's last known safe house. The place is completely trashed, chairs smashed, tables flipped. Pin's face falls. It is a massive ambush site. Kitten is definitely dead. The realization hits her like a truck. This entire operation was an Aspen trap. Incrid pieces it together. The letter claiming Kitten had important info was forged to lure the greyhounds into a kill box. Torres panics. They are deep behind enemy lines with zero intel and guards swarming the streets. Pin whispers that they need an exit strategy, desperately trying to think of a distraction. Incrid crouches down calmly. He tells them he has a method that has proven to work. 5 minutes later, half the slum district is engulfed in a roaring inferno. Guards scream in absolute panic as the fire spreads rapidly from roof to roof. Nothing draws aggro quite like massive structural damage, and Incrid uses the chaos to slip through the alleys undetected. He reflects that after looping so many times, he has picked up a genuinely concerning talent for arson. He promises himself he will focus strictly on sword training when they get back to camp. With the city in chaos, they make a clean break for border guard. Back in the burning city, the smoke rises to the highest towers of the fortress. Inside a grand study, a soldier reports the absolute disaster to the blue-haired Aspen strategist, Abner. Every trap they set was bypassed. The infiltrators escaped, and they lost Retcha in the process. Abner clenches his fist. His flawless master plan to exterminate the Greyhound Rangers just blew up in his face. But he buries his frustration under a cold, mocking smirk. He tells his guard it is fine, there are plenty of things they can still do. He turns on his heel, his pale eyes entirely dead. It is time to prepare the next move.
Aspen's genius strategist, Abner.
The boat ride back from the ruined city of Crossguard is quiet. The sun is shining and the water is clear. Pin and Torres sit in the wooden boat looking completely exhausted and drenched in sweat. Incrid stands calmly with his sword. He asks Torres for one more duel before they get off the boat. Torres loses his mind. He screams that they have already dueled over 10 times on the way here. The boatswain wonders why his passengers are always covered in sweat. They finally reach the wooden dock. Pin suggests they get some rest now that the mission is over. Incrid ignores the plea and tells Pin to follow him. Pin refuses to fall for the tricks of a dual demon. As they walk near the fortress fences, they hear someone screaming in the distance, begging to meet the platoon of lunatics. Torres spots a frantic bald man. Incrid recognizes him immediately. It is Gilfin from the Thieves Guild. He falls to his knees, screaming in sheer panic and relief as soon as he spots our boy. Gilfin cries out that Crace is in danger. He says the frogs are here. The Aspen military sent a spy to check on the guild during the spring. Incrid focuses. His left eye glows slightly as he processes the threat.
4 days ago.
Back at the Gilfin Guild office, Crace is admiring his piles of gold coins and gems on the wooden table. He sits back feeling smug. He figures this haul is enough to smooth things over with his higher-ups since he has been away from camp for a week. Gilfin walks in looking serious with a new report. The innkeeper is a nervous wreck because she thinks she saw an Aspen spy. Crace brushes it off and tells Gilfin to send the boys to check it out and handle it. Outside, a group of Greyhound Guild members pins a suspicious figure in a dark alleyway. Crace notes that his guild now guarantees the safety of the backstreets. His reputation has skyrocketed. The citizens are his eyes and ears, giving him more information than ever before. Gilfin waits by the desk as Crace plans his next move. Crace calculates that in half a year he can take over all the backstreets. Suddenly, a tall, muscular guard steps into the hallway looking around in confusion. The office door is violently kicked open. Gilfin and Crace jump in shock. The muscular guard yells out, trying to stop the intruder. A blue-skinned frog warrior lunges from the dark ceiling with his sword drawn. The frog warrior lands heavily. His eyes glow red under his dark green cloak. Dust fills the room as Gilfin and Crace watch in pure terror. Gilfin stammers, asking how the intruder got past their defenses. Sweat runs down the face of Crace as he realizes what is standing in front of him. The blue-skinned warrior towers over them in the dim office. The muscular guard lies bleeding on the floor. Crace backs away but notices the guard is still breathing. He thinks he can still talk his way out of this. Crace puts on his best warm smile and gestures politely. The frog warrior stares coldly. He repeats the polite gesture with a mocking tone. He smirks and asks who Crace thinks he is dealing with. Crace smoothly pivots and asks if the warrior has eaten yet. The frog warrior looks completely unamused. Without a word, he delivers a blindingly fast punch. Crace takes the hit directly to the side of his face. Blood and spit fly across the room. He is lifted clean into the air by his collar, while Gilfin cowers on the floor. The frog holds Crace high off the ground. He casually notes that humans need to be beaten up before they listen. Despite his bleeding lip, Crace keeps smiling. He asks what the frog is so curious about. The warrior is mildly surprised by the resilience. He demands to know where the last guildmaster went and where Crace came from. Crace answers that the previous boss died. The frog asks who killed him. Crace blames the border guard reservists. He is asked for a specific name. Sweat drips down his temple as he hesitates for a fraction of a second. He gives up Ragna. He says a soldier named Ragna did it. The frog warrior licks his lips. His red eyes glow with sudden interest. He drops Crace and orders Gilfin to bring him this Ragna. Crace screams for Gilfin to bring their true guildmaster instead. Gilfin sprints down the dark corridor to get help while the frog watches him go. Back in the present, Gilfin finishes his report on the grassy path. He explains that he tried to fetch Ragna, but the entire squad has been reassigned. Incrid thinks it over. Crace made a smart move. Waking up Ragna is a challenge on its own. The order was a coded message meant for anyone in the squad capable of killing a frog. Incrid asks if Crace is dead yet. Gilfin confirms he is still alive. Gilfin looks down sad and confused. He asks what Incrid means by all his limbs intact. Incrid clarifies he is asking if Crace is being tortured. Gilfin frantically says he is fine. Incrid considers his own progress. He has drawn blood from lycanthropes. He has fought the Greyhound commander. He has killed a mage. He is vastly stronger than his past self. Frogs used to take him down effortlessly, but now he thinks he can actually do it. More than that, his eyes glow with bright blue energy. He actively wants to fight one just to test his strength. This is Tira confidence from a man who used to die to random grunts. He calculates it will take a day to recover from the crossguard trip. He tells Gilfin to pass a message to the frog. He says Ragna will come to see him tomorrow. Incrid walks down the path alone. He knows Crace will not die just because he waits a day. People stereotype frogs as simple-minded, but this one is holding a hostage and biding his time. Incrid gives his report to the battalion commander Marcus. Marcus asks if he will join his missing platoon members immediately. Incrid bluntly states he is tired and will join them after 2 days of rest. Incrid rests in his cot covered in blankets. He wants to be in peak condition just in case he dies fighting this frog. He eats bread in the barracks to fuel up. He crawls through the snow carrying a heavy stone sack to maintain his muscles. He checks his gear. He only has 2 whistle daggers left. The Black Panther Esther leaps gracefully into the barracks with a soft snarl. Incrid gently pets the purring beast. He asks if she was bored staying by herself. He invites her to come along as long as she watches from a distance. Esther walks beside him, her blue eyes shining in the dark. Incrid looks calmly forward. He is genuinely looking forward to this fight. Back at the rustic wooden blacksmith shop, the sun is setting. The frog decides he has waited long enough. Inside the dim office, the warrior eats a plate of worms. He warns Crace that the promised challenger better show up today. Crace frantically guarantees it. Crace offers him another plate of fresh worms, hoping to buy more time. The frog smirks. He admits Crace is not half bad, and he might actually regret killing him. Crace laughs heartily and scratches his neck, pretending to be flattered. Internally, Crace is sweating bullets, completely convinced he is about to die here. The frog warrior casually chews on a red apple. He sits with his feet on the wooden desk, while Crace stands politely behind him. Crace is tense and sweating, wondering what is taking his crazy squadmates so long. The frog demands more apples. Crace shouts his compliance immediately. Crace realizes he cannot escape. The frog is barely even sleeping and watches his every move. Heavy leather boots echo down the wooden hallway. Incrid walks down the stone staircase lit by torches. He draws his 2 curved whistle daggers from his belt. The frog warrior suddenly stops eating. His red eyes lock onto the door in high alert. Incrid crashes through the solid wooden door, sending splinters flying everywhere. Crace looks back in absolute shock. Incrid enters with intense focus, a whistle dagger ready in his hand. Wood dust fills the office. Crace yells in panic, asking why the boss is here. He screams that Incrid is the weakest of them all. Incrid ignores him and lunges forward at high speed, blurring into motion. The frog warrior blocks the strike. Bright sparks explode from the clash. The frog leaps into the air to dodge while Incrid drops into a defensive stance. Incrid slides low, easily dodging a swift sweep. The frog delivers a brutal downward kick. Incrid barely manages to block it with his blade. The sheer force throws Incrid backward. He slides across the ground as the frog lands gracefully. Incrid sweats but keeps his focus absolute. The frog stares coldly with glowing red eyes. They trade lightning-fast strikes. Their weapons clash in a rapid flurry of sparks. Crace hides behind some rubble, clutching his head. He cannot believe this is really his boss keeping up with a monster. They lock blades in close quarters. Incrid analyzes the immense power pressing down on him. A novice would try to block this stupid amount of strength directly, but that would shatter his bones. He uses the flowing sword technique instead. He parries the heavy blow, sliding his blade past the defense. The blades grind against each other with a sharp screech. Incrid steps inside the guard and thrusts forward. He knows exactly what to target, the only weakness of a frog, the heart. He needs a deep stab to stop the rapid regeneration, but the gap in raw stats is too massive. The frog delivers a devastating punch straight to his face, sending a blast of wind through the room. Incrid is launched violently backward, crashing through heavy wooden chairs and tables. He slams into the wall, breaking it apart. Crace covers his head in terror. Crace screams for his boss, terrified that Incrid just lost consciousness from the massive blow. The frog walks calmly toward the rubble. He asks if Incrid really dared to go for a frog heart. The red eyes glow with murderous intent. He says his kind are called skill readers for a reason. Incrid sits on his knees in the dust, head lowered. The frog admits he cannot understand this human at all. The frog knows this kid reached his physical limits long ago. Incrid stands back up. His sword is ready, and his expression is pure grit. Our boy smiles with a bleeding chin. The deaths have paid off. A direct kick from a frog is finally bearable. The frog lunges downward, furious at the defiance. He promises to kill him right here. Incrid dashes forward to meet the attack head-on. The frog thrusts his sword toward the chest, expecting an easy kill. Incrid parries perfectly. He slides past the weapon again, locking them in close combat. He pushes his own weapon forward, refusing to back down from the heart strike. They trade another series of swift, powerful strikes, blurring into motion lines. Incrid executes a quick horizontal slash, sliding past the enemy. He lunges again, aiming straight for the chest. He knows if the frog can regenerate an arm mid-fight, he has to exploit these tiny gaps. The frog grins menacingly. He thinks he can kill an insect like this with just one arm. He delivers a brutal strike, clashing violently with Encrid. A swift kick to the wrist sends Encrid losing his grip. His weapon flies across the room with a loud impact. Encrid is thrown backward once again. The frog stands enveloped in a dark, menacing aura. Encrid hits the floor, his blue eyes wide open. He wonders if this is where the loop ends today. The warrior prepares the finishing strike. Encrid looks up calmly, accepting the reset, but the strike never lands. The frog halts mid-swing, looking confused. The frog lets out a deep growl, entirely off balance. Encrid is just as surprised. He wonders why the killing blow stopped. The frog senses it. A giant black panther silhouette with glowing blue eyes appears in the background, radiating a dark purple magical aura. Esther stands near the doorway. The frog recognizes the immensely strong spell warning him. He realizes his own life will be in serious danger if he kills this human while the beast is watching. He desperately wants to kill. Encrid stands back up, determined. The frog marks him as an unpredictable human who has surpassed his limits. The exact type that needs to be culled early. Instead of risking it, the frog turns and leaps away through the broken wall into the night. Esther looks around with a surprised expression. Encrid and Crace stare at the broken wall where the monster just escaped. The frog looks back over his shoulder from the dark. He gives his name, Merloon. He promises to kill Encrid next time. Encrid looks calmly forward, feeling the wind. He accepts the challenge. Esther bolts out through the broken wall, chasing the scent. Encrid and Crace are left standing alone in the ruined office, surrounded by splintered wood. Crace peeks out, completely drenched in sweat. He desperately asks if the monster is really gone. He walks up and asks when the boss got strong enough to fight a frog. Encrid replies that it was not strong enough. Encrid holds his bruised, swollen right wrist. The final attack did serious damage. He grips his wrist tightly. He calculates the gap in their power. He looks up at the sky with absolute resolve. He realizes he would only need 3 more loops to beat him, 3 resets to map the attack patterns and close the gap. Encrid and Crace walk down the city street with Esther. Crace complains that the rest of the squad never showed up to help. Encrid admits that part surprised him too. Crace is just glad the frog left when it did. Encrid stays quiet, trying to piece together why he survived. The frog could have easily killed them both. He looks down at the black puma walking beside him. He realizes it was her doing. He asks Esther if it was her. The puma lets out a soft creo. Crace watches, skeptically asking if his boss is talking to animals now. Graham, the first company commander, spots them and yells out, asking where Encrid has been. Graham asks if he is hurt. Encrid casually mentions he got into a fight. Graham sighs that the timing is terrible. They do not need him to fight right now, but his own company commander specifically asked for him. Encrid realizes he means the fairy elf commander. Meanwhile, on a distant battlefield under a sunset sky, the elf commander is watching a slaughter. She finally understands why everyone calls these men lunatics. Rim swings his massive heavy axe, cleaving straight through an enemy soldier in a spray of blood. He counts his kills out loud. Ragna executes a flawless vertical slash, cutting down another soldier and counting 3. Completely bored, Ragna sheathes his sword and declares that is it for today. An allied soldier panics, pointing at reinforcements, but Ragna simply repeats that he is done. The allied troops whisper in shock, realizing this is the guy they thought went missing in the last battle. Auden stands holding the severed, bloody head of an enemy commander by its hair. An allied soldier yells that they should have announced their transfer. Auden cheerfully tells him not to bother him because he is going to sleep. The soldier stares in pure terror, realizing Auden just walked into the enemy base and took the commander's head solo. Rem lifts a screaming soldier off the ground by his collar, annoyed by the noise. He decides to teach him some manners. Rem crushes the man's arm with his bare hand like a twig. He tosses the soldier aside. The allied troops are terrified, backing away from their own side. The enemies are screaming in frustration, demanding to land just a single hit on these monsters. The elf commander watches them with a cold, neutral expression. Rem walks away, completely ignoring the chaos behind him. Back at the military camp, 10th Battalion Commander Marcus notes that bringing the uncontrollable bastards here was a success. The elf leader sits at the map table. She states that bringing them was the easy part. In a flashback, she tells the lunatics she wants them to fill the shoes of their missing leader. One of the soldiers loses his temper. He screams that she took away their squad leader and now expects them to just take his place. The rest of the platoon watches from their cots, ready to mutiny. The elf leader coldly reminds them that insubordination falls on the leader. She asks if they want Encrid to pay for their disobedience. That threat works perfectly. The soldier sets a hard limit of 3 a day, no more than that. Back in the tent, the elf leader admits it is a relief they are doing at least that much. Marcus moves flags on the map. He says their forces are the tip of the spear, and this battle will decide the war. He suspects the Aspens are trying to provoke them into duels using cheap tricks since they lost in proper formations. The elf leader notes the enemy is only sending highly skilled fighters and the border guard has not won a single duel. Morale is beginning to plummet. Marcus needs strong fighters to counter this. He wishes the lunatics would just handle it for them, but getting them onto the battlefield is hard enough. Pushing them further might cause them to refuse completely. The elf leader asks if there is a way to control them. She stands up, making a decision. She will bring them their leader. Marcus mutters about the sly Aspen bastards. They were never this cunning before. He thinks about the rumors of a young blue-haired genius tactician in the Aspen army named Abner. This has his fingerprints all over it. Outside, a group of soldiers walks quickly through the snowy camp. The brown-haired platoon leader is desperately trying to keep the lunatics in line while their actual commander is missing. A soldier notices his black eye and suggests he stop dueling Rim. The leader refuses, knowing Rim would slaughter everyone if he does not burn off that murderous instinct. Plus, he admits that every time Rem brings him close to death, he can feel himself getting stronger. It is frustrating but highly effective training. The real problem is not the three lunatics keeping to themselves. A newly appointed muscular platoon commander marches up and screams at them to do their jobs properly. He accuses them of treating the war like a joke, while everyone else risks their lives. The brown-haired leader grits his teeth. He wonders if this new idiot actually wants to die provoking them like this. He stands his ground, stating only their specific commander gives orders to the independent platoon. The muscular soldier points a finger, accusing them of slacking off in the open. A shirtless barbarian wrapped in a fiery orange aura of pure rage approaches from behind. The brown-haired leader panics and grabs the idiot by the collar, challenging him to a fight just to save his life from Rim. The muscular soldier is shocked by the insubordination. The leader yells that whoever wins gives the orders. He drags the idiot away, promising to destroy him. Graham watches the entire mess and lets out an exhausted sigh. Crace walks away, carrying his gear, complaining that the fighting is boring and there is nothing fun here. Graham stands in the dark doorway of the barracks, watching the squad rest. He seriously considers quitting the military. Inside, Auden kneels on the floor praying. He thinks of his boss. Ragna stares at the ceiling. Incrid is far too late. He assumes the man is dead. Auden prays that if Incrid has returned to the earth, there is no reason for them to stay. Rem looks sideways, thinking this is all incredibly inefficient. He decides he has accomplished everything he wanted to in the army. It is time to go. The silent consensus is reached. If he does not return today, the four deadpan killers make their choice. They are leaving. Heavy armored boots run down the path outside. Inside the tent, the elf company leader tells Incrid to return to his platoon. She calls him her fiancé again. Incrid gives her a blank stare while Crace peeks from behind a partition, absolutely floored by the word fiancé. Incrid pulls open the barracks cabin door. He steps inside and calmly announces he is back. Crace looks up from across the room in pure shock. He lunges forward, throwing his arms out. He wraps Incrid in a desperate hug, crying tears of joy and screaming at him for being so late. Cries clings to his waist, sobbing about all the bullshit he had to deal with while he was gone. Rem watches shirtless from the back. Rem smiles with a warm, friendly grin. He grabs Crace by the head and peels him off, asking who the hell he thinks he is cutting in line. The entire platoon stands together outside their cabin in the setting sun, with Esther sitting nearby. Rem tells him he is late. Incrid agrees. Later that night, Crace figures out the brass only wanted him there to control the rest of the lunatics. They sit in the dim barracks. Rem suggests Crace should listen to their superiors sometimes. Rem adds that he only follows orders if he feels like it. Crace knows he cannot actually order these guys around. Rem sits up, deciding none of that matters right now. He looks dead serious and asks Incrid the only question that counts. Did he get any better? Incrid looks calmly forward, sweat on his brow. Ragna slams a wooden training sword vertically into the floorboards and demands a duel. Crace points out that Incrid has a visibly injured wrist. Rem immediately explodes at Ragna. Rem gets right in Ragna's face, screaming that he is always the first to duel the boss. Ragna dryly asks since when the barbarian cared about order. Auden steps between them with a serene smile, gently suggesting they warm up their muscles first. Rim and Auden instantly start wrestling while Ragna watches. Rim screams at the meathead not to cut in line either. Incrid deadpans at his bickering squad, telling them to stop causing a ruckus. He casually offers to take them all on in turn. Crace yells that he cannot fight while hurt. Ragna inspects the bandages. Incrid insists it is not broken, and he can still swing a sword. Ragna warns him not to ignore small injuries. Incrid admits he cannot put full strength on it, but wants to try anyway. He thinks about the battlefield in crossguard. Surviving the fight with Merlune pushed him further again. He is still far from being a true knight. The heights he must reach are towering cliffs in the dark, but he has already climbed so much, his muscle memory is stacked with hundreds of deaths. His left eye glows with sharp blue energy. He wants to show his squad exactly how strong he has gotten. Ragna analyzes him and agrees to the spar but warns that any side effects are his own burden to bear. The squad gathers in the snowy courtyard under the starry sky. Rem stands ready with his battle axe, noting the confidence radiating from Incrid. He flashes a warm battle-ready grin, eager to see the improvement. Rem lunges at high speed, swinging the heavy wooden axe. Incrid looks up calmly and simply ducks under the lethal arc. He slides low, flawlessly dodging a swift sweep. Their wooden weapons clash in a burst of sparks. Rem is highly surprised. Something is fundamentally different. There is absolutely no hesitation in the movements anymore. Incrid stands perfectly balanced. Rem realizes this is the confidence of a man who genuinely leveled up. Rem screams in primal excitement, demanding to see more. Incrid easily parries a heavy blow. Auden and Ragna watch closely. Auden notes it has only been a week, but the change is massive. Auden admits his patience is waning. He wants his turn. Ragna mentally urges the barbarian to hurry up and finish. Rem smiles widely, knowing the others are burning a hole in his back, but he refuses to end it early. Incrid lunges forward, surrounded by a bright blue aura. Later that night, the squad sits around inside the cozy barracks. Krace demands to know what happened to him. Incrid says it was nothing. He casually wraps fresh bandages around his wrist and mentions he fought a frog before coming here. Krace stares in absolute shock. Fighting a frog and living is not nothing. Rem asks for details. Krace clarifies they met the frog at the guild, and Incrid fought it alone. Auden asks about the crossguard mission. Incrid explains the trap. Krace loses his mind hearing that Incrid faced greyhounds, lycanthropes, and a mage all at once. Krace sweats in frustration. He has been trying his best to keep up with these monsters, but he cannot close the gap to his boss. Incrid pets Esther and claims he just got lucky. Incrid lies back on his bed holding the sleeping panther. He learned a lot from the spar, but he knows they were holding back because of his wrist. He rests a hand on his chest, determined to recover and fight them at full strength to see what he can draw out of them. Auden says he does not want them to lose to a frog anymore. Incrid agrees there is still much to learn. Auden preaches that training is the only way. Ragna dryly notes he can still see openings in the defense and promises to win when they fight. Rem laughs, confident he will win the rematch instead. Incrid drifts off to sleep. Rem keeps talking to the sleeping man, promising to fix his bad habits. Auden chimes in about using more senses. Incrid tiredly agrees to do it once he is healed. Incrid stares into the dark, thinking about that piece of trash frog. Rem stands by his bed shadowboxing to demonstrate how to block a frog and cave its head in. He promises to make Incrid a certified frog hunter once the wrist heals. Auden tells him he needs to learn more than just the heavy sword so his muscles do not rest while his hand does. Ragna tells them all not to get cocky. Krace finally asks if anyone is actually going to sleep tonight. Morning arrives over the mountain peaks. Incrid sits up, rubbing his eyes. He actually slept in for once. He gets dressed, noting that even Esther is sleeping late today. He walks outside and asks Krace if the men are at the front. Krace confirms all the fighters are deployed, leaving only the guards and logistics platoon at base. Incrid looks down at his bandaged right wrist. The throbbing pain is worse than yesterday. He crouches, holding it. He admits he probably should not have fought the spar, but his squad was so eager he could not let them down. Thinking about it just makes him want to swing his sword again. He draws his blade with his left hand. He drops into a balanced stance on the grass, planning to train his left side to compensate. The form feels completely awkward and pathetic, just like the first day he held a weapon, but he holds the sword vertically, determined to review everything he has learned from scratch. Thanks to the sound isolation technique, he does not lack physical strength on his left side. He swings with absolute focus. Platoon leader Vengeance watches from a distance, thinking Incrid is insane for training while injured. Incrid stops and asks why Vengeance is not at the front. Vengeance replies his platoon is on defense duty today. Vengeance walks over and grabs a leather strap. He scolds Incrid for trying to tie it one-handed. Vengeance ties the strap, securing the hilt to the left hand. Incrid thinks about how this guy used to constantly pick fights with him, and is now being weirdly nice. Incrid bluntly asks why Vengeance hated him so much. Vengeance keeps looking down and gives a single name: Jenny. Incrid repeats the name, completely drawing a blank. Vengeance loses his temper and screams that she was the herb merchant. Incrid gives him a blank stare with a giant question mark hovering over his head. Vengeance finishes the knot, shoves Incrid in the chest, and yells that he is done trying to explain. He storms off, muttering under his breath. He admits the affection was completely one-sided. The memory finally clicks. Jenny ran a herb shop at the border guard. Incrid bought from her constantly because her products were good. She developed a massive crush on him, while Vengeance watched from afar, completely heartbroken. Incrid realizes Vengeance liked her, but Incrid only ever cared about the herbs. He tells Vengeance he was only interested in the products. Vengeance stops and admits he knows that now. He knows Incrid only cares about the blade. It was just petty jealousy. Incrid finds it ironic that Jenny fell for his face when Vengeance is clearly the better-looking guy. Vengeance glares at him and clicks his tongue. He storms off to work, telling Incrid to take care of his sword. Incrid wonders how often this guy changes moods. He decides Vengeance is just an odd guy. Inside the tent, Esther yawns widely. Incrid sits on the bed, petting her, asking if she is sick. Esther looks up weakly. She mentally blames Incrid for constantly fighting while injured. She overexerted herself using her magical aura to reduce his fatigue and scare off the frog. Her magic is completely drained. Incrid tells her to rest since it is easy duty in the rear today. Outside the camp sits peacefully by the wide river bank. 2 armored guards patrol the rocky shore. A sudden splash breaks the silence. The guards turn toward the water in high alert. Before they can shout, an arrow punches straight through a helmet, spraying blood. Incrid bolts upright in bed, hearing the commotion. Outside, Vengeance raises his weapon and screams for the camp to defend against an enemy attack. Crace runs past, trying to secure supplies. Incrid sprints toward the river with his sword drawn. Crace screams at him to stay inside because he is crippled. An armored boot steps out of the river with explosive speed. Incrid holds Crace back, stepping in front of him. His blue eyes go wide. He never expected to meet this monster here. Heavily armed, dark-hooded soldiers pour out of the river. At their head walks the elite enemy commander, Mitch Hurrier. His expression is ice cold. Mitch Hurrier stops and looks at Incrid. He declares that God has finally heard his prayers. He has longed for this rematch. Incrid is surprised the man remembers his name. Mitch explains that Incrid broke his pride and pushed him to reach entirely new heights, and now he intends to end Incrid with his own hands. Incrid violently shoves Crace backward, screaming for him and Esther to run. Mitch lunges with a horizontal slash. Incrid blocks it with his left hand. A massive explosion of sparks erupts from the clash. The force is overwhelming. Incrid is thrown violently backward across the dirt. He barely keeps his feet, gritting his teeth in severe agony as his injured wrist flares up. Mitch notices the injury immediately and calls it unfortunate. He holds his sword vertically, looking down with absolute contempt. Mitch steps forward and delivers a brutal downward strike, shattering the defenses of the surrounding allied soldiers. Vengeance charges in, screaming for Incrid to run. Incrid panics, begging Vengeance to stay back because the commander is too strong. He is too late. Mitch slices cleanly through Vengeance's throat in a massive spray of blood. Incrid watches in pure horror. The severed head flies high into the air. The headless body collapses heavily to the ground. Mitch casually dismisses the kill as a small fry. His eyes glow blue with complete arrogance. The Black Panther Esther lunges forward with bared fangs, trying to protect Incrid. Crace screams, trying to call her back. Incrid reaches out desperately, but the panther leaps directly into range. Mitch swings his blade, slicing cleanly through Esther. Incrid is frozen in agony, watching his companion die. Mitch stands tall with a bloody blade while Crace falls to his knees, crying. Pure desperate rage fills Incrid's glowing eyes. Mitch steps forward and strikes down Crace without hesitation. Incrid charges, throwing himself through the air to attack. He grits his teeth, knowing that if his wrist was healed, he could have shown this monster how much stronger he had gotten. It does not matter. Mitch drives his sword straight through Incrid's chest. Death 617. Incrid lies motionless under the red sky next to his fallen squad, but the result is exactly the same. He sits on his bunk, staring at the floor. His right wrist is wrecked. He cannot output the strength needed to break Mitch's guard, and he has no one he can ask for help. The camp alarm rings out on schedule. He takes the field, swinging with his left hand. Starting from scratch is miserable, but thanks to sound isolation, his physical power is not lacking. Vengeance watches him train and immediately starts laying into him. Incrid ignores the insults and swings again. Vengeance walks up, asking if this left-handed obsession is a disease and what he expects to get out of it. Incrid looks at him calmly. He is going to get survival out of it. He swears to himself that this time he will save his squad. Then he turns to the platoon leader and apologizes about Jenny. Vengeance looks like he just got hit by lightning. He scratches his neck and awkwardly mumbles that there are women in the world who do not care about looks. He realizes what he just said and completely loses his mind. Incrid smiles as the man screams about him being a handsome bastard. The joke ends when the Greyhounds arrive. Vengeance screams for the camp to defend the base, and there he is, Mitch Hurrier, the man with the glowing blue eyes who treats killing like a casual hobby. He cleaves through a defender without breaking his stride. Incrid knows this guy is operating way above a special rank soldier right now. Their blades lock. Incrid dips low to dodge a horizontal slash. His left-handed grip is just too weak to match the raw output of Mitch's swings. The sophisticated swordplay traps him in an impossible corner. Death 618. Incrid hits the dirt, coughing up blood. Mitch looks down and notices the bandaged right hand. He sighs, saying it is a shame because he wanted to fight Incrid at his absolute peak. Then he drives his blade down. Loop 93. There is only one way to beat this monster. He has to master his left side. The grip, the stance, the swing. He runs through every basic form he learned as a kid, and every heavy strike he learned from Ragna. He refuses to waste a single second of the reset. The attack comes. Mitch glares at him across the field. Incrid lunges from a low crouch. Another death. Another loop. He takes his frustration out on the training dummy. The memories of Mitch's flawless strikes burn into his mind. He swings until his sweat hits the grass. Loop 132. 40 days spent solely on his left hand, and his trajectory is still shaking. Vengeance walks up with a wooden sword. He casually asks for a duel. Incrid stares at him. Vengeance has never once asked for a duel in the previous 40 loops. Our boy realizes the man is dead serious. He draws with his left and accepts. They square up in the center of the camp. Vengeance charges in with a battle cry. Incrid easily parries the overhead strike, but the impact rattles his weak side. The man is still a platoon leader. Blocking him is a massive chore. They trade rapid footwork across the grass. Vengeance swings wide and Incrid lands a swift counter. The platoon leader hits the dirt, groaning about how good Incrid is with his offhand. Incrid asks why he suddenly wanted to fight. Vengeance rests on his knees, admitting that watching Incrid train just made his blood boil. Incrid says he was only practicing basics. Vengeance smiles and says that is exactly why. It reminded him of the pure desire to get stronger when he first picked up a blade, but then he drops a harsh truth. He tells Incrid that his sword feels weird. He calls it the sword of the dead. Incrid freezes. Vengeance struggles to explain it while Incrid desperately analyzes the phrase. And then it clicks. He was trying to perfectly mirror the trajectory his right hand used. He was forcing a rigid dead path onto a completely different set of muscles. His left side is fundamentally different. He needs to find a natural trajectory for his left arm, not just a carbon copy of his right. He visualizes it and unleashes a brutal diagonal slash right through a fresh dummy. The cut is completely smooth. The sound is perfect. A confident smile finally breaks across his face. He thanks the thoroughly confused platoon leader. The path forward is finally open. The first step is rewiring his brain. He has to awaken the feeling in his left arm completely. He starts eating every meal left-handed. Crace asks about it, and Incrid smoothly lies that he is just resting his injured right arm. The Black Panther watches him spill soup on his own leg. He dresses with his left. He trains until he cannot breathe, and he practices drawing the sword entirely from the left side. He remembers Torres teaching him that the key to quick draws is fine minimal movements. A hidden dagger slides from his leather cuff. He draws and slashes in a single blinding blur. Incorporating the whistle daggers into his offhand will be a massive advantage. The next loop, Vengeance walks up and asks for a duel again. They clash hard. Vengeance notes that Incrid fights well, but something still feels off about his sword. Incrid knows he has not fully shed the sword of the dead yet. Vengeance charges and yelling at the top of his lungs. Loop 152, the 60th day of left-hand training. 70 days. 80 days. Incrid unleashes a flawless upward strike radiating blue energy. Vengeance barely gets his guard up in time. The impact launches the platoon leader straight onto his back. Vengeance coughs up spit in complete disbelief. He asks what Incrid is thinking so deeply about. The loss actually inspires Vengeance to train harder once he gets out of here. Incrid notes that Vengeance completely stopped bringing up the sword of the dead. The technique is finally his own. Vengeance casually wishes him luck, saying this improvement will surely make Jenny notice him. His eyes go completely white as he realizes what he just said and lunges at Incrid. Crace watches them bicker on the path. Incrid cannot help but find the daily ritual hilarious. He promises himself that he will make sure Vengeance lives to confess to Jenny. Incrid stands alone on the field, wondering what talent actually is. He pushes his body to the absolute brink. A massive horizontal slash rips through the air. Using the body is one thing, but maintaining pure unbreakable focus is another. He screams into the void, forcing his muscles past failure. He runs until his lungs burn. He grips the hilt. For the first time in his life, he is getting a taste of what it means to be talented. 100 days of isolated left arm training has finally caught up to 30 years of using his right. Day 112. Loop 204. The troops line up under the starry sky. Mitch Hurrier waits in the dark, radiating a massive purple aura. Rem screams for the camp to defend the base. Krace runs past holding the panther, begging Encrid to fall back because of his injury. Encrid ignores him and steps forward.
Thank the gods. I wanted to meet you again, Encrid.
Mitch steps onto the walkway.
You've given me an awakening in my period of stagnation. I'll try my best to destroy you and climb even higher.
Encrid actually feels a little bad for him because he has already seen Mitch's absolute best over 100 times, and he knows that in a pure battle of blades he still cannot win. Mitch lunges in with a blinding horizontal slash. Encrid closes the distance, immediately turning it into a brawl. He reaches out and locks a crushing grip onto Mitch's wrist and drives his elbow straight into the commander's face. Mitch stumbles back, completely shocked by the dirty tactic. Encrid follows up with a brutal elbow to the neck. The impact throws the elite swordsman violently to the ground. Mitch looks up, sweating and furious, screaming at Encrid for using cheap tricks. Encrid stares down at him. In every single loop, Mitch only ever used his sword. His left eye glows blue. Repeating this duel any further will not improve his left arm anymore. The sword practice was fun, but it is time to clear the wall. Mitch declares that these survival tactics are completely useless. He stands up, gripping his sword, and coldly states that he can use both arms. Encrid agrees. Starting today, he can too. His left hand slips to his waist. This fight will not be won with swords alone. It is time to use the trump card he was saving for a desperate moment, the ultimate skill of the Valen mercenary technique. His arm blurs. A whistle dagger slices vertically through the air. It buries itself squarely into Mitch's chest. Blood sprays across the grass. Mitch stares down at the handle protruding from his armor in utter disbelief. Encrid immediately capitalizes on the shock and charges back in for an all-out brawl. He throws a devastating left hook charged with sharp blue energy. The fist connects with Mitch's jaw, snapping his head to the side. Mitch spits blood, screaming in rage. Encrid ignores the sword completely and forces his way inside Mitch's guard. His only thought is to win at all costs, even if he has to tear flesh with his teeth. He tackles the commander to the ground, pinning him. He drops a massive punch directly into Mitch's face, sending shockwaves through the dirt. Mitch desperately catches the next punch with his bare hands. This is the pure chaotic essence of an all-out brawl. The commander's eyes flare with manic energy. He forces his legs up and kicks Encrid squarely off his chest. Our guy goes sliding backward across the grass. Mitch lands on his feet, brandishing his sword and demanding a serious fight. He screams for Encrid to raise his blade. Encrid drops into a low crouch, his body erupting with a bright blue aura. He roars back and obliges. Their blades meet in a blinding flash of white light. Steel grinds against steel, showering them in sparks. Encrid's left eye burns with pure focus. He has never been more serious. He steps off the line and delivers a high-speed diagonal slash. The blade bites deep into Mitch's shoulder. Mitch screams in agony as blood splatters his face. Encrid does not hesitate and follows up with a heavy downward strike. Mitch barely deflects it, stumbling backward off balance. He clutches his bleeding shoulder, realizing his wrist and shoulder are compromised. His sense of distance is already wrecked from losing an eye, and now his stamina is failing. He grits his teeth in absolute frustration. Encrid lunges in to end it. Mitch deflects a vertical slash, groaning under the immense weight of the blow. The genius swordsman stands tall, trying to hold his guard. They trade a flurry of close-quarters blows. The two of them are the only thing moving in the center of the chaotic battlefield. Mitch curses him right before Encrid breaks his rhythm. A flawless horizontal slash sweeps in. It slams into Mitch's hand, knocking the sword entirely out of his grasp. Blood and saliva fly from the commander's mouth as his defense completely crumbles. Encrid steps inside and throws a devastating right hook. Mitch is launched through the air, crashing heavily into the dirt. He lies in the mud, his eyes wide with sudden paralyzing panic. Several enemy soldiers rush toward their fallen commander in a panic. Mitch was known as the lazy genius, a man perfectly satisfied with his natural talent, but the last time they fought Encrid changed him. He had locked himself in the snowy courtyard and trained intensely for the first time in his life. He combined his immense talent with actual hard work. And yet here he is, lying defeated in the dirt. He coughs up blood, staring at the sky, unable to process how this happened. Encrid walks up and stands over him. To Mitch, this man is a despairingly high wall, the one man who gave him a rude awakening. Mitch clutches his chest, admitting that he never wanted a fight like this. The wall in Encrid's path shatters into pieces. Mitch screams in bloody frustration. He just wanted to have a proper, honorable duel. Encrid readies his blade and looks down at him. He calmly reminds him that this is war. Our boy brings the sword down in a final vertical slash. Mitch Hurrier dies in the dirt. Incrid stares at the body, making sure it is over. The Allied forces surge past him onto the battlefield. The enemy troops panic as their commander falls. An Allied officer screams for the archers to fire. The Greyhounds charge forward, slaughtering the broken Aspen forces. An enemy soldier gets a spear completely through the chest. The skirmish ends with Aspen corpses littering the grass. Incrid stands alone, catching his breath. The physical exhaustion of surviving the loop finally hits him. He looks back at Mitch's body. A blue magical ripple spreads from his boot. He promises to use the genius swordsman as a stepping stone to climb even higher. The camp secures the front line, holding off a disaster. Back in the barracks, Crace chatters about how headquarters sent archers just in time to save them. Vengeance walks in and credits Incrid for slowing the enemy down enough to survive. He tosses a sheathed longsword onto Incrid's cot. He scolds him for leaving his weapons scattered around the battlefield. Crace is confused since Incrid already has his sword on him. Incrid draws the blade, revealing a brilliant blue steel. It is Mitch Hurrier's sword. They gather around to inspect the loot. Vengeance realizes it is forged from Demp steel. Crace immediately turns into a merchant, explaining that Aspen Demp steel is way more expensive than Valyrian steel, and suggests selling it. Incrid completely ignores him and asks Vengeance if he is heading to the front. He straps the high-quality sword to his belt right next to his standard-issue blade. Vengeance warns him that it is better to stick to a weapon he is used to. Incrid grips the new hilt and says there is no reason to only use one. His left hand is finally ready. It is time to dual wield. The platoon marches out through a mountain pass. Rem whistles, casually noting that Incrid is ready for the next step. He never expected to favor a mainlander, but he admits Incrid can probably advance past the heart of the beast now. It is time to teach him the barbarian's secret technique. He plans to rebuild Incrid's entire posture so his body will not break from joint locks and heavy blows. He decides to do it one step at a time so he does not accidentally kill him. Then he completely ruins the mood by punching Auden in the shoulder. He calls the massive priest a piece of lard and tells him to pick up the pace. Auden smiles with a massive vein popping on his forehead. The two of them instantly break into a chaotic brawl on the path. Crace screams in terror as massive weapons swing inches from his face. Jackson completely ignores the violence, walking past them with a flat expression, while Rem calls him lazy. Jackson is already analyzing Incrid's new style. She knows he needs training to get his body accustomed to the second sword. He needs to control the tip like an extension of his own limb. But first she needs a nap. Ragna strolls down the path, deciding it is time to teach Incrid how to walk. He will teach him to minimize movement for maximum efficiency. Ragna reconsiders, wondering if he even needs to bother. Then he looks back at his squad of absolute lunatics brawling in the dirt. He sighs, knowing he has to set Incrid straight before he turns into one of these idiots. Up ahead, the Elven Company leader rides a white horse leading the vanguard. She throws her hand up and calls for a halt. She stares out at the valley. A bald Aspen commander named Roel stands in the field, demanding a one-on-one duel. The elf commander recognizes the cheap tactic immediately. Aspen is trying to force a duel to crush their morale. Ignoring him makes them look weak, but stepping up herself is too risky. Crace leans in and suggests sending the lunatics. They are in a good mood since Incrid came back. The commander turns to Rem, who is currently holding Ragna in a chokehold, and asks if he wants a go. Raoul looks insulted that they sent a barbarian out to face him. Rem struts onto the field with a massive, arrogant grin, deciding this will cure his boredom. The enemy troops mock him right up until he moves. Rem closes the distance in a single blinding lunging punch. He shatters Raoul's jaw instantly, sending teeth flying into the grass. The Aspen commander hits the dirt completely broken, while Rem stares down with a wild, crazed smile. His eyes glow red as he roars for the next challenger. The Allied troops are equal parts impressed and terrified. The elf commander hopes this brutal display will raise their morale, but instead of fighting, the enemy soldiers scream in terror and immediately surrender. The Allied troops start covering their eyes in disgust as Rem just keeps beating the surrendered man into a pulp. The commander orders him to stop. An Allied soldier screams for him to stop killing a surrendered enemy. Rem stands over the bloody mess, hoisting his axe high. He turns back with a maniacal grin and says he cannot hear them. His own troops are now officially terrified of him. The commander sighs. Morale has crashed right back down to zero. She realizes there is only one person who can actually control these freaks. Incrid marches stoically at the head of his platoon with Crace right behind him. Back at the camp, the commander absolutely tears into Incrid for getting more injuries instead of resting. She stands in his tent lecturing him while Jackson hangs out in the background agreeing with her. The elf casually remarks that her fiancé has a habit of playing rough. Incrid just stares at her. She hands him a small wooden container. It is fairy medicine, a rare healing ointment that money cannot buy. Jackson watches from the side, teasing that the commander really cares about him. Incrid thanks her but awkwardly asks why she is giving it to him. The commander keeps a perfectly straight face. She says they promised their future together, and she never gave him a gift. She calls it a small engagement gift. Incrid is completely stunned into silence. She turns to leave, telling him to get some rest. The second she is gone, Jackson starts roasting him. Incrid tells her to piss off. The squad laughs while Incrid sits there wondering what sick joy the fairies get out of this fake engagement joke. He will never understand elves. A few days pass on the front lines. The Aspens keep initiating small skirmishes but avoid a full-scale battle. Thanks to the stall tactics, Incrid gets time to recover. He runs through the misty training field loaded down with heavy gear. Auden approaches him shirtless and smiling, asking how his body is holding up. Incrid drops his pack, crediting the fairy cream for his rapid healing. Auden raises his fists and casually asks for a sparring match. Incrid smiles and agrees. After the spar, Incrid sits in the grass completely exhausted. Auden notes the severe contusions on his right wrist and shoulder. Auden places a hand on his back, warning him that his body is not ready for abuse, but he knows Incrid will fight anyway. Incrid confirms that as long as he can move, he will fight. Auden presses both hands against Incrid's spine. He calls him brother platoon leader. Incrid's eyes go wide as a sudden warm sensation floods his body. Auden channels a massive vortex of golden divine energy. A brilliant pillar of light erupts around them in the middle of the field. Incrid is completely shocked. This pure holy energy is divinity. The golden light pierces the morning sky. The light fades, leaving a warm magical vapor rising from Auden's hands. Incrid turns to ask what he just did, but Auden cuts him off, telling him not to say a word. The giant man looks solemn, demanding Incrid swear on the Lord to keep this a secret. Incrid stares at him in silence. Then he promises he will not tell a soul. Auden turns and walks away, calling the morning fog a blessing from God. Divinity is the hallmark miracle of the clerics who served the church. But Auden had always claimed he was a servant of God who had never once used divine power. Nobody even knew if he was a real cleric. The big man closes his eyes and prays for forgiveness. Incrid realizes Auden just broke a massive church law to heal him. He sincerely thanks him. Auden knows that if the church finds out, they will send the inquisitors after him. His heart is physically bound by glowing yellow magical chains. He clutches his chest, enduring the stabbing pain of the restriction seal. He left the church with his body bound so he could not use his powers. But watching Incrid fight gave him a new faith. He clenches his fist, resolving to act in the way he believes is right. Later, Incrid sits by the fire. Crace asks if he needs help with the ointment, but Incrid insists he has it. He carefully applies it to his shoulder, keeping Auden's secret healing hidden. Crace complains about the lack of action, complaining that both sides are just testing the waters. Over at the command tent, they review the map. Battalion Commander Marcus is blocking the flanks. The main force is waiting at Green Pearl. Incrid predicts that since Aspen brought sorcerers last time, both armies are preparing for an all-out war with full night orders. Rem complains that the one-on-one duels are boring and they should be at the main battle. Kreis rubs his chin, predicting this stalemate will not last much longer. He is right. Spears rise in the wind. A horn blasts across the field. The Aspen forces are finally moving. The lunatic squad lines up, completely dialed in for battle. Commander Marcus rides up on his black horse, but instead of a charge, a tiny squad of 3 Aspen soldiers marches into the open field. One of them screams out, calling the Greyhounds a bunch of adolescent pricks. Rem crosses his arms, complaining about the lame trash talk. Incrid wonders if their swords are just for cooking. Crace realizes it is a psychological battle of words. Both armies are evenly matched. Aspen is trying to bait them into breaking formation. The archers hold their fire. The Greyhound morale is already low, and striking first against a taunt makes them look desperate. Marcus stays silent on his horse, knowing he cannot fall for the bait. He has a countermeasure prepared, but he cannot use it here. Sending the lunatics to duel backfired last time. Crace sweats, praying that someone does something. The enemy soldier laughs hysterically, screaming that they will all die before they know the touch of a woman. Andrew Gardner starts violently shaking in pure rage. Incrid places a hand on his shoulder, telling him to relax. He tells the scout leader that he will get his chance to let his rage loose soon. Incrid gives him a friendly, supportive smile and loudly reassures him that it is perfectly okay to be a virgin. The entire front line goes dead silent. The Allied soldiers turn and stare at Andrew, struggling to hold back their laughter. Rem bursts into a massive belly laugh, asking why Andrew is walking the saintly path. Auden claps his hands in amusement while Andrew screams at them to shut up. The gossip instantly ripples through the ranks as soldiers start loudly wondering how a guy his age is still pure. Andrew turns beet red, screaming at the top of his lungs while someone offers to take him to a shop after the war. Ragna claims he only did it to keep Andrew in line, while Incrid looks genuinely confused by the reaction. Cray stares at his boss, completely sweating, wondering if Incrid is a comedic genius or just entirely clueless. Jackson smiles, realizing Incrid is a very odd man. Crace asks why he does not just respond to the enemy taunts. Incrid shrugs, saying he does not have anything to say, but he does have a plan. Crace leans in and whispers an idea. Crace crosses his arms, confident that his boss and his devil tongue can lift the army's morale. The soldiers murmur in awe as Incrid steps out of the ranks. With the lunatics backing him up, Incrid walks onto the field, ready to pave the path to victory. Crace leans in and tells him to walk right into archer range and provoke the enemy lines. Incrid marches confidently down the center of the grassy field. Rem watches his back and calls him an unlucky bastard for getting vanguard duty immediately after returning. The rest of the squad watches from behind, yelling that he is going to get shot. An Aspen soldier steps up and mocks him for being just another lame loser. Incrid asks Crace exactly how he is supposed to provoke them. He has absolutely nothing to say to these people. Crace just taps his cheek. He points out that the boss has a very specific talent for this kind of thing. The enemy soldier squints at him, asking why he looks like that. He screams across the field, asking why Incrid has the head of a ghoul. Jackson watches from the back. She assumes Incrid is doing this on purpose, weaponizing his handsome face again. The soldier starts sweating and waving his hands, apologizing for judging so quickly. Incrid rests a hand on his chin. He stares at the man deadpan and asks if his mother was a ghoul. The enemy soldier loses his absolute mind in a vein-popping rage. The entire squad bursts out laughing. Andrew Gardner laughs the hardest. He screams that the guy cannot insult anyone looking like that. The furious soldier draws his sword and demands Incrid step up so he can cut his tongue out. Incrid readies his stance. Calling for a fight after falling for a taunt means he just has to beat the man down. Rem steps right past him. Ragna points out that Incrid is still nursing an injury and cannot move at full speed. Incrid pauses, realizing that is completely fair. Rim tosses his axe on his shoulder and tells the kid to go kill him. Andrew Gardner gets completely serious. All he ever wanted was to serve his noble house, but being humiliated and called a virgin completely changed his trajectory. He grips his sword handle. He charges forward, coated in bright blue energy, absolutely desperate to prove himself on a real battlefield. The soldier screams that he wants the guy who called him a ghoul, but Gardner demands to know if he is scared. The elf commander quietly tells everyone to shut up and watch. Gardner drops a massive vertical slash to tear the man open. Sparks fly as their swords connect in the center of the field. Marcus watches from the back line, noting that Aspen soldiers are experienced and will not break easily. Gardner fights through the sweat and strain, pushing his limits. The enemy soldier forces him back with heavy, dark-armored swings. Crace smiles warmly. Our boy might not be fighting, but he completely controlled the emotional tempo of this engagement. Gardner screams as they lock blades in close quarters. He swift steps and parries hard to the side. He winds up for a massive horizontal arc with a crazed grin on his face. Flashes of his brutal training run through his head. The exhaustion, the sweat, the dirt, all those endless, grueling swings pay off right here. The enemy soldier's eyes go wide. He realizes he is entirely outmatched. Gardner slices clean through the man in one perfectly executed downward strike. He screams that the enemy is absolutely nothing. Mac realizes Andrew was always talented. He was just hidden behind the terrible soldiers of his house. The allied lines erupt in wild cheers for the virgin ghoul killer. Rem laughs and claps Incrid on the shoulder. He screams for Andrew, telling him good job. Gardner throws his head back and screams his victory to the sky. He leaps onto a rock, asking if anyone else wants some of this. Rem yells that he is being incredibly lame. The whole squad loses it laughing. Incrid looks down with a soft, genuinely proud smile. Crace realizes the boss did not even have to swing his sword to turn the tide in their favor. Marcus decides this is the perfect opening. He raises his hand and orders the heavy infantry to shatter the Aspen formation. A massive wave of armored soldiers charges the field. An Aspen soldier panics as the Naurelia border guards hit their flank out of nowhere. Swords clash along the entire line as the trap springs. The Aspen commander starts sweating and screams for the archers. The archers let loose a desperate volley. A massive dark cloud of arrows blots out the gray sky. Incrid marches his platoon right into the chaos. Later that night, back at the wooden barracks, the elf commander is completely furious. She yells at Incrid for fighting while injured, and Jackson completely agrees with her. He needs to heal. She mutters that her fake fiancé has a terrible habit of playing rough. Incrid just gives her a polite, deadpan greeting. Elsewhere, a heavy horseman reports to the Greyhound Company leader. The commander confirms preparations are complete and orders them to move out. The blue-haired Aspen strategist Abner gives a cold, mocking smirk. His plan is finally in motion. Back on the field, the Allied forces cheer wildly because Aspen is retreating. Kreis finds it highly suspicious. The tides were in their favor, but Aspen gave up way too easily. Marcus thinks the exact same thing. He raises his hand, ordering his men to hold position instead of chasing a ghost. He glares out over the field with cold eyes. He knows Aspen is setting a trap. A dark cloaked warrior approaches the Aspen command tent. It is the Greyhound leader stepping out of the night. He walks up to a wooden table surrounded by high-ranking officers. Two masked magicians sit completely silently in the shadows. A seated commander asks if the signal was given. The leader says they are standing by out of sight. Deep in the forest shadows, massive muscular beasts wait for the order to feed. The commander notes that Norelia is using the same predictable tactic of flanking and breaking through the center, but Abner has a completely different plan in mind. The Greyhound leader says Knights already proved that a small elite force can completely control a battlefield. Abner smirks, adding that an elite force does not actually need to be human to be effective. The commander vows that Aspen will be the one to walk away from this slaughter victorious. Back at the Allied camp, Kreis complains about sitting on standby for 2 straight days. He sits on a crate, thinking Aspen must be bringing in an asymmetric force. Marcus doubled the scouts looking for spellcasters, but they found absolutely nothing. Kreis squints, trying to read the enemy strategy. He wonders how the Aspen bastards can stay so unnervingly calm. Incrid stretches his bandaged arm as Kreis asks if he is finally healed. The elf commander strolls into the yard to inspect her troops. Incrid suspects she just wants to watch them fight again. He rolls his shoulders, declaring that his natural healing has finally caught up. Ragna holds a wooden training sword and asks if they are doing this. Incrid draws his steel. He tells Ragna there is absolutely no need to hold back today. Ragna says he never planned to go easy in the first place. He blasts forward, wrapped in a dark, suffocating aura. They instantly clash in a shower of sparks. Incrid watches Ragna move. The guy is a lazy genius, and his sword path is beautiful compared to Incrid's rough hacks. Ragna leaves a trail of blue light as he forces Incrid on the defensive. Incrid parries a heavy downward chop with his hilt, grinding the wood against steel. Ragna realizes Incrid is using the erratic, unpredictable Valentine sword technique. Incrid drops low for a rapid thrust to the chest. They trade high-speed blows across the yard. Ragna recognizes the heavy sword path he personally taught the man. They lock blades dead center in the field. Ragna focuses his dark eyes, reading the shift in weight. He sweeps horizontally, forcing Incrid back to create space. He blinks. Incrid is holding a second blade. Incrid stands perfectly balanced. This is the dual-wielding path he chose to overcome his ruined grip strength. Ragna smiles. 2 swords it is. He swings down again, testing the new defense structure. Their weapons meet in a massive concussive spark. Ragna tells him the fight is just getting started. Incrid smiles peacefully. His eyes glow with raw blue energy. They go right back into a high-speed horizontal clash. Rem grits his teeth so hard he might break his own jaw. He sits on his cot screaming that it is his turn to fight the boss next. Jackson watches him, thinking that against Incrid, even she might want to throw a dagger. Auden pats his bare chest and laughs, telling Rem to calm down. He promises to break Rem's joints in training next time to help him relax. Auden laughs warmly while Kreis stares at them like they belong in a padded cell. Kreis realizes this entire squad is fundamentally broken in the head. They are lunatics. The elf commander watches from the balcony, thinking they are all just kids waiting for a turn to play. She asks Kreis why the notoriously lazy Ragna only tries hard when he fights Incrid. She realizes Incrid just naturally draws people into his gravity, including her. She grips her rapier and says she wants a turn too. Kreis is horrified the sickness is spreading. Rem throws his head back and screams that he cannot wait anymore. He grabs the commander by the shoulder and threatens full mutiny if she cuts in line. Incrid breathes heavily, knowing they are all still holding back their full strength, but he can finally see glimpses of it, their raw, terrifying hunger for victory. Incrid smiles. These are the expressions he died over 700 times to stand beside. He promises he will not get tired until he fights every single one of them. The camp settles into a quiet night under the cloudy mountains. Incrid crashes face first into his pillow, completely drained. Kreis tells him to wash up, but Rem says let the man sleep. Kreis points out he fought half the squad and barely survived the training session. Incrid sleeps like the dead. Sunlight filters through a dense green forest canopy. Incrid stands alone in a misty clearing. Realizing this is a dream, there is no dark water, no ferryman telling him to get on the boat, just ruins. Flashbacks hit him hard. A soldier thrown backward in smoke, a shield wall breaking under pressure. His days as a talentless mercenary crawling in the dirt just to survive, fighting harpies while stronger men protected him. A dark-cloaked enemy stands silently over the dead. Abner grins coldly in his memory. Incrid glares forward, his blood boiling at the memory of the man who slaughtered his crew. A dark-skinned mercenary holding a shield screams for young Incrid to get behind him. A massive claw tears the man completely open. Incrid remembers how rough but kind those mercenaries were to take in a kid with zero talent. Young Incrid watches in absolute horror as his protector is struck down. Blood splatters across his young, shocked face. He screams, asking why this is happening. The dying mercenary chokes on his own blood. The mercenary boss falls into the mud while Incrid screams for him. Incrid is blasted backward by the sheer impact of the front line collapsing. The surviving mercenaries beg him to fall back and run. A spear punches completely through a man's throat right in front of him. The enemy commander steps through the smoke like a shadow of death. The strongest man on the field systematically executed every single one of his friends and tells them they all die here. Young Incrid looks up at him in pure, unfiltered terror. The commander explains he got a better offer to wipe out their ragged company. No loose ends. He smirks, admitting he was sick of hearing talentless trash talk about camaraderie. He slashes Incrid across the chest without a second thought. Incrid hits the dirt hard. His sword spins away into the sky. The commander pins him by the throat, but tells him he can live. He mocks the kid, saying Incrid will never amount to anything anyway, so killing him is a waste of energy. He slaps him across the face just to prove a point. He walks away, leaving Incrid kneeling in the blood of his mentors. Incrid realizes the only reason he survived was because of disgusting, mocking pity, because he was fundamentally weak. He was the sole survivor because he was not even worth killing. Spending his life seeking revenge just means that bastard is still controlling his fate. He stares into the mist, knowing he carried the loss of his comrades every single day of his life, but if he just had the power to change things back then, they would still be alive. The enemy commander's voice echoes in his head, asking if he wants to die this time. A sword swings through fiery red sparks. Incrid snaps his eyes open. He grips his sword in the misty clearing. The Black Panther Esther stares down at him from the edge of his cot. Incrid sits up, realizing the cat is guarding his sleep. Last time he died at the rear base, Esther absorbed his curse fatigue to keep him sane. She was powerless to help him when he actually needed her, and she refuses to repeat that mistake. Esther glares with glowing blue eyes, locked in as his protector. A war horn blasts through the center of the camp. Jackson stands by the bed. The hidden Aspen forces finally came crawling back. Rem grins. Time to go to work. They strap on their armor and grab their weapons. The squad marches out of the barracks into the yard. Crace complains about the early wake-up call ruining his skin while Esther meows at them. Incrid stays completely silent, thinking about the voice in his dream reminding him of Esther for some reason. He gives Esther a head pat and tells her to guard the tent. He steps out to face the music. The massive Allied army stands in formation under a heavy overcast sky. Rem notes that Aspen made them wait this long, so they must have something fun planned. Incrid completely agrees. They wait to see exactly what hand Aspen is going to play. Nervous Allied guards watch the tree line, sweating. The enemy commander screams for the archers to fire. A massive volley launches from behind the shield wall. A swarm of black arrows blots out the light as soldiers brace for impact. They arc high over the grassy field. A giant magical vortex suddenly rips through the sky, shredding the arrows to splinters. Incrid narrows his eyes. A towering, muscle-bound giant roars onto the field. The beast smashes into the Allied front line like a boulder hitting glass. Men are sent flying through the air like ragdolls, screaming for someone to save them. He crushes soldiers into paste, painting the grass red. He stands up to his full height, completely unbothered by the weapons bouncing off him. He laughs maniacally with glowing blue eyes. Incrid mentally reviews the creature encyclopedia. Frogs live for dreams and desires. Fairies worship nature. Dwarves obsess over metal, and half-humans prioritize breeding. Dragons walk entirely alone, but giants live for pure, unadulterated violence. They are the beasts of red blood. Cray screams that the enemy is flanking from both sides. Aspen soldiers crash into the right flank. More soldiers smash into the left. It is a perfectly coordinated pinch. Crace panics, yelling that they are going to be surrounded and butchered if they do not stop them here. Incrid looks at him deadpan and says then they just have to stop them. Crace stares at him, wondering how anyone can be this calm while staring at a giant. The elf commander pulls back her cloak. She announces that since her elven kin have appeared on the left flank, she will handle them personally. Crace asks for a good luck kiss. Incrid shuts him down immediately. The commander sighs at how cold they are and walks away. With the left flank covered, That just leaves the giant and the right flank. Rem cracks his knuckles and steps up with a wild, crazed grin. He hoists his battle axe and tells the boss to watch closely. Incrid wonders exactly what this lunatic is about to do. Rem plants his boot hard into the dirt. He walks forward, feeling like a raw recruit on his very first battlefield. He tightens his grip on the massive double-headed axe. Even before he learned the heart of the beast, Rem never flinched at a blade aimed at his neck. But he chose to master the technique for one very specific reason. His heart pumps violently, glowing bright red through his chest. Allied soldiers scream for a retreat order as the giant closes in. The beast raises a massive fist to crush a man. Rem leaps horizontally through the air with a terrifying smile. He closes the distance in a single bound. The giant looks down in mild surprise. The shield bearers brace for death. Rem brings the axe down with everything he has. It slams into the giant's shoulder with a blinding shockwave. Rem uses the momentum to literally run up the giant's back. He leaps off the shoulder, winding up for a second strike. The technique forces his blood vessels to expand, hyper-pumping his muscles to unnatural density. His heart beats like a war drum wrapped in red aura. It pushes the human body completely past its absolute limit. Rem brings the axe down like a meteor. He lands hard, kicking up a crater of dust.
Heart of the superhuman.
The clash sends a concussive blast across the entire field. Rem dodges a retaliatory strike, moving faster than the eye can track. The giant punches the ground where he just stood. Allied soldiers get thrown around by the sheer wind pressure. Krace drops his jaw. He had no idea the barbarian was hiding this. Rem drops into a low stance, his eyes glowing feral red, and slashes horizontally. The giant glares down and roars at him for being an annoying insect. He brings a fist down the size of a carriage. Rem blocks it dead on with the axe handle. The impact flashes bright white. He deflects the weight and slices the giant's forearm open. Another lightning-fast upward slash sprays blood into the air. The giant screams in pure agony. The beast staggers backward, completely overwhelmed by a guy a tenth its size. Rem lands and clicks his tongue, complaining that standard-issue weapons are too fragile. A steel spear rockets through the air toward him. Rem catches it barehanded without even looking. Ragna watches him from the ranks. Krace rallies the shield wall, declaring they are going to win this. Rem smirks back at his squad. He charges the giant again, shouting that this is actually pretty fun. Krace screams for the men to keep the lunatic supplied with fresh weapons. Rem scales the giant again while the infantry pushes the line forward. Ragna analyzes the fight. Rem is actually beating a giant in a raw contest of strength, a level of physical power completely unreachable by normal humans. Ragna smiles. He just figured out exactly what he wants to learn next. He turns to Incrid, deciding they have seen enough. Rem is just playing with his food now. The left flank and center are handled. If they crush the right flank, Aspen breaks. Incrid agrees to take the right. Krace notes the rest of the squad vanish to do their own things. Ragna decides to tag along because watching is boring. Incrid tightens his grip on his sword. This is no time to be a spectator. He needs to win this battle right here, right now. A soldier gets butchered right in front of them. Platoon leader Vengeance protects a wounded man from a hooded assassin. Vengeance bleeds from his shoulder but orders his man to stay back. The assassin laughs with glowing red eyes, asking how long the big guy thinks he can last. He lunges forward for the kill. A high-speed horizontal blur cuts through the air. Vengeance barely parries the strike, sparks flying. He claims it is just a valorous wound of honor. Incrid steps up beside him. The assassin tilts his head, recognizing the name. Incrid points his sword straight at the man's chest. His eyes widen. He knows this face. The assassin pulls back his hood and smiles. It is the ponytail traitor from his dream, the man who slaughtered his mercenary family. He asks if Incrid forgot his friend. Vengeance is incredibly confused as to why the boss is friends with an Aspen assassin. Back when he was weak, Incrid had to bow to this man's strength just to survive, but he will never accept a traitor who kills his own comrades as a friend. The only people he calls friends are the ones who risk their lives for the man next to them, the people who bled for him. Incrid sheathes his sword and states he remembers the guy's name perfectly. He looks up with eyes colder than ice and asks if his name was Bitch. The traitor is stunned. Incrid apologizes, saying that was just Bro's nickname. He draws both long swords at once and politely informs him that his actual name is Piece of Trash. The traitor loses his mind and charges forward, screaming. Incrid drops into his dual stance, ready to finish what started years ago. They blur into a high-speed exchange of steel. The traitor slashes wildly, claiming this is revenge for his dead friends. Incrid brings both swords down with absolute crushing force. The traitor scoffs at the word revenge. He assumes Incrid survived all these years just to hunt him down. Krace screams for Incrid to pull back, terrified he is going to get himself killed. He is sure the boss is walking into a meat grinder. The assassin squad they are facing is elite. They specialize in the murderous blade. Ragna watches the footwork. This isn't theoretical training. This is violence perfected in the mud. The traitor casually twirls his daggers. He never even thought about Encrid while climbing the ranks. He boasts that Aspen promised him a lordship for winning this battle. He is going to climb so high Encrid will never reach him. Encrid just stares at him and asks if that is really all the man has to say. The traitor grits his teeth. He screams that he always hated Encrid's completely unbothered gaze. He blasts forward with killing intent. Encrid blocks the strike easily, analyzing the flexibility of the blade. He recognizes it instantly. The Eastern Chi sword. The traitor drops low for a swift diagonal cut. Encrid shifts his weight and denies the angle perfectly. The traitor promises to kill him this time instead of leaving him in the dirt. They lock weapons in the heavy mist. The ghost of the past calls him a weak maggot. The traitor winds up for the execution. He brings the blade down screaming his name. Krace panics. You cannot predict the path of a Chi sword. Encrid crosses his blades and catches it flawlessly. His blue eyes remain crystal clear. There is no fear here anymore. Ragna already taught him how to dismantle this exact style. Encrid steps inside the traitor's guard, turning the man's momentum against him. The traitor's eyes widen in absolute shock as the defense evaporates. Ragna smiles. The murderous blade relies entirely on useless extra movements. If you know how to prune those movements, it is completely worthless. Encrid already knows how. Encrid slices clean through the traitor's chest, tearing him wide open. The man chokes on his own blood and stumbles back. Encrid looks down at the dying man and tells this dude he simply isn't important enough to be a life goal. The traitor collapses into the mud. Encrid stands victorious over the man who haunted his nightmares. He sheathes his sword. The nightmare is finally over. He looks up at the cloudy sky. He hopes the ghosts of the true mercenaries who died that day are watching, and that they enjoyed the show. He takes a heavy step forward. Ragna steps onto the field, drawing his own sword. He decides it is time to stretch his legs. He stands alone against the rest of the assassin squad. One of them steps up, asking who this kid thinks he is facing all of them. Ragna vanishes. He reappears behind the man, leaving a geyser of blood in his wake. The assassin falls apart in two neat pieces while his friends watch in pure horror. Ragna looks over his shoulder and asks if the guy said something. Krace points out you cannot ask a question after beheading the guy. The remaining assassins lose their minds and rush him. Ragna pivots on his heel. He deflects a strike with zero effort. A backhand swing takes another head clean off. An assassin freezes as the blade enters his vision. He gets a sword straight through the sternum. Ragna rips it out in a massive spray of crimson. Encrid watches in absolute awe. Ragna just butchered an elite squad with less effort than breathing. Every movement was minimal, clean, and devastatingly perfect. He realizes just how strong his squad really is. The surviving assassins scream for backup and scramble backwards in terror. Ragna tells Encrid to pay close attention. This is his next lesson. Encrid watches intently. Ragna drops into a two-handed stance. He takes a deep breath under the heavy sky. The desperate assassins charge him all at once. Ragna's eyes flare with sharp orange light. In a single blinding flash of steel, he slices through every remaining enemy in a 30-foot radius. Encrid's hair blows back from the wind pressure. He just watched a man break the wall of human limitation. Ragna slowly sheathes his sword. He turns back, smiling, and says he decided to name that technique Scission. Encrid just stares at him. He asks if Ragna really went with a name that lame. Meanwhile, the front line is still absolute chaos. Aspen infantry push forward, cheering that the giants are going to win the war for them. The Allied shield wall braces for a massive impact. A towering, muscular giant with glowing white eyes steps onto the field. His foot craters the earth. He sweeps his arms, crushing soldiers like dry twigs. The Allied forces look up in utter despair. But this giant isn't Aspen's. An Aspen soldier stares in horror, wondering why Norelia has a giant too. Actually, Auden is not a Norelia giant at all. He is just a very large human who happens to be calling upon the war god today. He stands there laughing while the Aspen soldiers stare up at him in sheer disbelief, screaming that he has to be lying. Auden ignores them. He tells the enemy lines he will give them exactly 5 seconds to ensure their own survival. The enemy troops freeze in absolute confusion. He readies his massive wooden club and counts down to 5. He crosses the dual clubs over his chest and calls out 4. The Aspen commander finally snaps out of his shock and screams for the unbroken spear formation to charge forward. A wall of spears thrusts directly at Auden while he calmly counts down to 3. He drops into a low, heavy stance. 2. His heavy boot comes down on the earth. The impact alone sends a massive shockwave ripping through the dirt, launching the entire front line of spearmen violently into the air. Auden follows up with a devastating horizontal sweep of his clubs, turning aspen armor into shrapnel. Blood drips from the crude wood as he announces his intent to send a few souls up to his god. A dark, ominous aura bleeds off his massive frame. His eyes glow red with manic, holy fury. The aspen survivors stumble backward in absolute terror, screaming that he is a monster. Auden lunges at blinding speed right into the heart of their broken formation. He swings again, and metal shatters like glass under the raw kinetic weight of his strikes. One soldier takes a direct hit to the faceplate. The helmet caves in instantly. Auden just laughs like a complete maniac, promising to send every single one of them to meet their maker. Meanwhile, on another edge of the battlefield, the Elven Company commander looks over her shoulder. It is customary for fairies to live in secluded forest communities, completely separated from the wars of men. But times change, and some elves change with them. A cloaked elf steps out of the shadows to confront her. For the right amount of coin, some of her kind have become wandering mercenaries, selling their ancient blades to the highest bidder. The assassin draws a slender rapier that glows with a faint blue light. He tells her he will not chase her if she chooses to run. She draws her own rapier and returns the exact same offer. He raises his weapon, calling it the Needle. He notes that her blade is the leaf sword known as Nidal, and wonders out loud which of them is superior. A single green leaf drifts slowly toward the earth between them. The moment the leaf is sliced in half, both fighters vanish into a blur of raw speed. Their rapiers clash in a blinding flurry of blue light, the impacts echoing like shattering glass. They trade lightning-fast thrusts and parries, perfectly matched in elven agility. The assassin parries a heavy strike, his red eyes narrowing as he looks for an opening. He finds one and executes a flawless counter slash, but the company commander holds her ground, grinding her teeth as she forces his blade wide. She steps cleanly inside his guard and delivers a rapid thrust. She calmly tells him that the superior sword always comes down to the superior user. The assassin stumbles backward with a scream, clutching a fresh wound on his chest. They lunge again, their blades meeting in a massive explosive clash of white sparks. She catches him off guard with a decisive left-handed punch. But it is a trap. Several enemy soldiers suddenly ambush her from behind, screaming for her head. She is completely surrounded, her back totally exposed to the trap. Then the cloaked elf drops dead in the grass, a blade driven straight through his spine. Jackson kneels smoothly next to the corpse, wiping her daggers clean. The assassin uses his final breath to realize he was outplayed. The company commander was just the distraction to get his own men to group up. Jackson stands up and admits it was a decent plan. Without missing a beat, Jackson drives her dagger deep into the back of one of the ambushers. She chains it into a second brutal slash, painting the grass red. With the immediate threat handled, Jackson looks over at the commander and asks if it is really fine to leave Encrid on his own. The elf replies that Encrid would have died long ago if a battle like this was enough to put him in the dirt. Jackson gives her a sidelong glance, noting that she clearly trusts him a lot. The commander ignores the bait, stating simply that the Allied forces finally have the upper hand. She notes that Marcus is a proper commander who actually knows how to fight, unlike the useless noble who held the position before him. Right on cue, Marcus sits atop his horse, analyzing the routing Aspen forces with cold precision. He draws his sword and orders the turtle heavy infantry to advance and crush what is left. The heavy shield bearers lock their formation, clashing their weapons against their steel shields in a deafening rhythm. The iron wall marches forward, completely unstoppable. The remaining Aspen troops lose whatever little morale they had left, screaming in panic as they break ranks and flee. Andrew charges right into their retreating backs, roaring that he will not let a single one escape. His eyes are bloodshot with battle rage. A soldier in the distance screams out in terror, calling him the Virgin Lunatic. Andrew absolutely loses his mind at the nickname, slashing a man down while screaming that he will kill them all. Platoon leader Vengeance watches Andrew fight, sweating nervously. He realizes the rookie is completely taking after Rem and the other maniacs. Incrid and Crace walk calmly through the aftermath, their armor soaked in blood but their expressions totally relaxed. Rem stands victorious with his massive battle axe, the undisputed king of the slaughter. He climbs right on top of the dead giant to claim his prize, surveying the chaotic field. Jackson and the elf commander walk back to the lines, completely unscathed. The brutal, grinding winter of this campaign has finally broken. The squad gathers together on the grassy plain, catching their breath. Incrid looks out over the bodies, his face perfectly stoic. The last remaining Aspen commanders whip their horses, fleeing for their lives across the valley. Marcus orders the border guards to give chase and finish them off. He looks out over his massive victory, quietly admitting that this entire tide was turned by one single platoon of absolute lunatics. Crace looks over at Encrid, realizing that their squad would never have fought this hard before he showed up. The influence of one incredibly stubborn, untalented man has single-handedly shifted the fate of an entire war. The elf commander watches Encrid from a distance. She smiles softly, noting that they are all completely drunk on the springtime manna. Up on the ridge, an allied soldier raises his bloody sword and screams for the army to chant the name of the heroes. The entire valley erupts. Thousands of men scream out for the lunatics, drowning out the groans of the dying. Crace scratches his head, a little embarrassed by the worship, but admits he is fine with it as long as the boss is happy. Encrid stands triumphant, his dual swords raised high as the allied flags snap in the wind behind him. He has survived the wall. The surviving Aspen commanders ride like cowards, abandoning their infantry to the slaughter. One of them screams that Abner's master strategy was completely sound. They just never expected the enemy to have someone insane enough to punch a giant to death. Another commander curses Marcus, furious that he keeps outplaying them. But mostly, he curses the dual-wielding scout who has been a thorn in their side since the very beginning. He mutters bitterly that they even lost Mitch Hurrier to that bastard. Suddenly, an arrow rips through the air, sinking deep into the neck of his horse. The blonde commander is violently thrown from the saddle, tumbling hard into the dirt. His horse collapses in a heap of tangled limbs. He crawls backward through the mud in sheer terror, screaming for the others to keep riding because the border guards have caught up. He scrambles to his feet and runs, totally abandoning any shred of dignity. A massive, spiked iron mace swings down from the sky. It crushes into his shoulder, dropping him instantly with a sickening crack. An elite border guard steps onto his chest, pinning him to the ground with the hilt of his weapon. The Aspen noble looks up, realizing with horror that he is staring at the commander of the border guards himself. The commander stares down with cold, dead eyes. He mentions that the Aspen Greyhounds always acted like elite equals, but right now they just look completely exhausted. He casually drives his blade down. The blonde commander screams in agony. He knows they lost too many men supporting Mitch Hurrier, and now they are too weak to fight a fresh unit. Another Aspen rider turns back just in time to see the slaughter, screaming in panic. He is knocked clean off his horse a second later by a heavy shield bash. The blonde commander tries to crawl away one last time, completely broken. The border guard commander ends his misery with a swift, brutal decapitation. The few remaining Aspen troops completely break, scattering into the woods like frightened animals. Marcus rides up to the carnage and asks if they should pursue the stragglers. The border guard commander shakes his head. He looks at the blood-soaked field and states that the Greyhounds are nothing but a bunch of strays now. They are no longer a threat. Night falls over the Narelia camp. They have secured a massive victory, but everyone knows this was just the opening move of a much larger war. The true, all-out bloodbath is still waiting for them in the tall grass fields. Inside the barracks, Encrid and Crace pack their gear. Crace mentions they are moving the base tomorrow to pressure the Aspens near Crossguard. Encrid reflects quietly. There is no grand feast or alcohol to celebrate, but there are heavy coin rewards for those who contributed to killing the giant. Rem lounges on his cot, bragging endlessly. He claims his reward is getting out of moving duty entirely, all because he single-handedly killed the beast. Auden cleans his weapons and calmly points out that the Aspen soldiers with the murderous blades were actually quite deadly, completely ignoring Rem. Rem instantly loses his temper, shouting at Auden to stop interrupting his bragging session. Jackson leans against the wall, quietly calling them both complete idiots. Encrid finally steps in, telling them all to shut up and go to sleep. He offers to step outside and duel anyone who still has energy to burn. Crace chuckles, noting that the boss never misses a chance to threaten them with training. Andrew looks down at his shaking hands. He admits that today was a completely new experience for him. He jumps up, shouting about the sheer thrill he felt when the lunatics spread out across the battlefield. Rem just laughs, calling him the Virgin Lunatic again. Andrew yells at him to stop using that name, and Rem immediately challenges the kid to a fight. Encrid tunes out the noise, stepping out of the noisy barracks to look out over the quiet, misty camp. He spots Henry sitting alone on a log, looking down thoughtfully. Encrid walks over and sits beside him. He asks the scout what is on his mind. He already knows the answer. He asks if it is the widowed florist back home. Henry scratches his head, blushing furiously. Henri has a simple dream to marry the florist, but Encrid knows that dream will die in the mud if Henri stays on the front lines. He asks Henri directly if he wants to go home. Henri admits he would be lying if he said no, but the scout looks down, ashamed. He says he cannot just abandon the squad when everyone else is still risking their lives. Encrid thinks back. The squad has avoided death dozens of times purely because of Henri's brilliant pathfinding. It was Henri who navigated them out of the tall grass fields when they were completely surrounded. It was Henri who spotted the snake ambush under the stones. He has already done more than enough to earn his life. Encrid stands up, resting his hand on his sword hilt. He turns and walks away without another word, leaving Henry utterly confused. Incred decides right then that his men need to start living for their own dreams, not just his. Henri watches him go, sweating nervously, wondering if he just insulted the boss. The next morning, the Elven Company commander calls Henri into her office. She looks at him coldly and tells him he has been granted a special honorable discharge. He is to get on the wagon with the injured leaving today. Henri is completely stunned. He stammers, asking what is going on. The elf sighs, telling him he has his incredibly stubborn platoon commander to thank for this. Henri realizes Incred used his massive reward from the battle to buy his scout a ticket out of the war. A heavy pouch of severance pay sits on his cot, right next to his packed gear. Back in the tent, Mac watches Henri pack, asking if he is really leaving. Auden offers a holy blessing for his future. Rem wraps his bandages, openly jealous that Henry actually gets to sleep in a real bed from now on. Crace pats him on the back, telling him he did a great job surviving among a bunch of lunatics. Andrew waves goodbye, telling him to get home safe. Henri smiles warmly, truly touched by the rough farewell. He turns around and freezes in surprise, and Incred is standing by the wagon, waiting for him. Incred knows Henri never quite fit in with the bloodthirsty killers of the platoon. He was a survivor, not a soldier. Incred reaches out and places a firm hand on his shoulder. He gives the scout a rare, genuine smile and tells him he hopes he wins the florist over. Henri's eyes well up with tears. He bows deeply, thanking his boss for absolutely everything. The wooden wagon rolls down the dirt path, carrying the first member of the squad to actually make it out alive. The elf commander steps up beside Incred. She asks if he saw his boy off. He nods, thanking her for granting the sudden request. She smiles and says she would do anything for her fiancé. She leans in teasingly, asking when they should officially hold their betrothal ceremony. Incred looks at her completely deadpan and suggests they wait about 10 years. She scoffs, crossing her arms and stating she is absolutely not into old men. Incred does not miss a beat. He replies that if they are listing things they are not into, he is not into fairies at all. She stops dead in her tracks, staring at him. She asks if he ever worries that his incredibly blunt words might actually hurt someone's feelings. Incred looks right back at her and states as a pure fact that she is not hurt in the slightest. She clicks her tongue, smiling softly as she turns away. He saw right through her. She tells him to walk with her for a bit before they head back to the command tent. A little later, Marcus takes a sip of warm tea from a delicate cup. He looks at Incred with a serious expression, stating that he has been looking for him. Back at the barracks, Crace had warned Incred this would happen. Infiltrating Crossguard, crushing the Greyhounds, leading the charge. Crace knew the higher-ups would want to transfer Incred into a pristine elite unit. Incred walks up the hill to meet the commander at a private field table. Marcus holds his cup, looking perfectly relaxed. He offers Incred a drink. Incred politely declines. Marcus chuckles, asking if he is keeping Incred from the heavy labor of moving camp. Incred replies that thanks to his reward, he does not have to pack anything. Marcus laughs out loud, impressed that the stoic soldier actually knows how to suck up to a superior. Incred states he is only telling the truth. Marcus drops the smile. He leans in and states that it is also true Incred has achieved an unbelievable amount in a short time. Incred does the math. Marcus is trying to poach him right in front of his direct superior. That means Marcus is willing to bypass all protocol just to get him. Marcus notices his calm demeanor and assumes Incred already knows the offer is coming. He asks for the answer. Incred looks him dead in the eye and refuses. Marcus blinks, genuinely surprised. He rubs his chin, noting that he knows Incred has rejected other officers before, but he stresses that an offer from the Supreme Commander is fundamentally different. It guarantees a fast track to power and safety. Incred looks down. He simply says he has a dream. The sun begins to set over the snowy mountains, casting a golden light over the camp. Marcus stares at him, thrown off by the raw sincerity. Incred stands tall in the fading light. He declares that he will become a knight. Marcus is completely speechless. He looks at the talentless soldier and realizes a man with a true dream shines incredibly bright. He remembers he used to be exactly like that. Decades ago, he trained every single day with the singular goal of becoming the absolute sword of the crown. But as the years passed, politics and reality ground him down. He compromised, settling for a boring, stagnant life of pure survival. Marcus smiles solemnly. He realizes that a dreamless life is just a chain that prevents a man from growing. He looks down at Incred with deep, profound respect. Incred bows perfectly to the commander, having said his piece, and turns to leave. The elf commander walks up to Marcus, watching her incredibly stubborn subordinate walk away. Marcus asks if she thinks Incred will actually pull it off. She shrugs, saying that is entirely up to him. Marcus turns back toward his tent. He mutters that fairies are way too honest, and it is both their best and worst trait. As he walks under the setting sun, Marcus decides he is going to start chasing his own dreams again too. Now Aurelia is commanded by royalty, but recently corrupt nobles have grown in power, strangling the military with their politics. Marcus used to play their games just to keep his position secure. He pulls out a sealed, highly classified letter. He crushes the wax seal, deciding he is completely done playing it safe. The next day, the massive logistics train of the army begins to roll. The base relocation takes from sunrise to sunset. By the time the wagons stop, the men are completely exhausted. Rem lies flat on his back in the grass, laughing about how great it is to be exempt from heavy lifting. But 5 minutes later, he complains that doing nothing is incredibly boring. Auden immediately steps up, shirtless and flexing, demanding they start training right now. He preaches that muscles only grow when subjected to relentless, punishing torment. Ragna groans from his blanket, completely ignoring Auden. He tells Rem that if he wants to dual-wield properly, he needs to fix his center of balance first. Rem yells at him for bringing a blanket to a war zone. From somewhere deep in the tree line, Jackson's voice drifts over, telling Encrid to focus on his senses. Encrid stares into the woods. He asks if having her shout at him from 50 yards away is actually part of the training regimen. Crace kicks a rock in absolute frustration, yelling at all of them to piss off. Rem ignores the rat. He stands up, looming over Encrid with a manic gleam in his eye. He asks if Encrid remembers the promise. He grins like a feral beast, ready to teach him the heart of the superhuman. The elf commander walks past, glaring at the noise. The logistics crews are struggling to raise the new tents because the squad is completely blocking the construction zone. She steps up, her green eye glowing with sheer annoyance, and orders the lunatics to leave immediately. Jackson watches from the trees, noting that the commander definitely has them completely whipped. The squad shuffles away. Rem complains that Auden takes up too much space. Auden tells him he is just passing the blame. The two immediately start wrestling in the dirt while Crace watches in despair. Crace whines to Andrew, wondering why they got kicked out when they were just standing there. Andrew points out that the elf commander is honestly just as crazy as the rest of them. Crace sweats, hoping nobody heard the new guy casually insult their terrifying boss. Crace wanders off toward a pile of ruined dirt mounds. He notices the plains look unnatural. He realizes this entire area was used as an enemy base camp before the front line shifted. Encrid follows him, asking what he is doing. Crace explains that soldiers always bury their valuables before a big battle. Finders keepers. Encrid is skeptical, asking how Crace could possibly know where an enemy soldier buried a stash in a massive empty field. Crace taps his head. He says you just have to think like a terrified grunt, trying to hide his life savings. You hide it somewhere easy to recognize, even if the entire camp gets burned to the ground. He crouches next to a massive, incredibly ugly tree root. It is the only unique landmark in the whole field. Encrid watches him dig, genuinely impressed. Even in the middle of a war, Crace sees the tactical big picture, purely out of greed. Crace claims it is just a survival instinct, but Encrid knows this rat is genuinely smarter than most royal tacticians. Crace hits wood. He pulls out handfuls of gold krona, laughing like an absolute maniac with dirt all over his face. But underneath the coins, he finds something much better, a tattered parchment map. He runs back, waving it frantically. It is a highly detailed Aspen supply map. Rem just rolls his eyes at the excitement. Reem turns to Encrid, asking if they are really going to babysit the rat all day. Encrid checks the sky. There are still a few hours before it gets totally dark. Since the logistics crews are still raising the tents, they have time to kill. Encrid looks at Rem, reminding him about the technique he was bragging about earlier.
Heart of the superhuman.
Rem explains that he created this technique to forcefully draw out the hysterical strength a human body only taps into during near-death emergencies. He suddenly gets dead serious. He warns Encrid that forcefully pumping the heart this fast puts a massive strain on the body. You can easily die just trying it once. Encrid does not even blink. He calmly states that death will not stop him. Rem stares at him, completely misinterpreting the line. He thinks Encrid is just incredibly stubborn and willing to risk his life for power. Rem grins, showing all his teeth. He loves a greedy predator. He reaches out and grabs Encrid's wrist in a brutal iron grip.
Good. Let's blow up our hearts then, eh?
Encrid's blue eyes lock on, completely fearless. He is ready for the pain. They sit opposite each other on the grass. Rem explains that the key is learning to manually trigger the adrenaline flood without actually being in danger. The rest of the squad watches quietly from a distance. Rem stresses that pure concentration and physical sensitivity are the only things keeping the heart from tearing itself apart. Auden watches Rem place a hand squarely on Encrid's chest. Auden figures that since Encrid survived training with the slacker, the cat, and himself, He can probably survive a little heart trauma. Rem tells him he just needs faith. The goal is to blow the heart up just enough so that it balloons with power, but stops right before it literally bursts. Incrid repeats the instruction, trying to visualize blowing up his own organ. He focuses inward, trying to feel the blood pumping through the dark void of his chest. Rim activates his own technique first to show him. Incrid feels Rim's heart instantly accelerate to a terrifying violent rhythm. It feels like a caged animal trying to smash through Rem's ribcage. Incrid can feel the raw vibrations through his fingertips. Incrid smiles slightly, realizing exactly what the technique demands. It is raw, mechanical overdrive. Rem warns him to start slow. Try to match just a quarter of the speed. He repeats the warning, push it too fast. The heart pops, and you drop dead immediately. Incrid looks down, entirely unbothered. He thinks about how Rem died using a flawed version of this exact same logic. Incrid's eyes widen. He focuses every ounce of willpower on forcing his own heart to accelerate. The squad holds their breath, waiting for the massive surge of energy. Rem presses down, waiting to feel Incrid's pulse spike. Rem blinks, thoroughly confused. Nothing is happening. Incrid's pulse is perfectly, infuriatingly normal. Rem groans. It is exactly like before. Incrid learns like an absolute genius for 5 minutes, and then hits a brick wall on the easiest step. Rem asks if Incrid is just messing with him on purpose to waste his time. Auden and Ragna nod in agreement. The boss really does have a bizarre habit of failing basics after mastering advanced moves. Incrid looks down at his hands, genuinely frustrated. He cannot figure out how to manually command an involuntary muscle to just speed up. Rem yells that he is trying his best to teach here, and Incrid needs to meet him halfway. Night falls completely. They try again, and again, until the sun starts coming up over the camp. Rem stands over him, screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if Incrid is even trying. He yells at him to just do it. Force the blood. Rem's screaming echoes across the entire camp under the moonlight. Crace yells from his tent for them to shut up and let people sleep. Rem rips the tent flap open and barks right back at the rat. Crace rubs his eyes and asks where the boss went. Rem grumbles that Incrid is outside stubbornly swinging his sword at the air. Auden cleans his blade, casually suggesting that Rem's technique is just useless trash and Incrid should let Auden train him instead. Rem glares daggers at the giant, telling him to wait his turn in the training rotation. Ragna yawns from his cot, adding that if it is not a motivation issue, the teacher must just suck. Crace loses his mind, screaming at all 3 of the massive warriors to take their argument outside before they crush the tent. Rem steps out, clutching his own chest. He knows this technique is brutal. Usually, a shaman needs a spell to kickstart the heart the first few times. But without a spell, Rem cannot figure out how to force Incrid's body to understand the trigger. Rem remembers his own tribe. Even the veteran spellcasters usually died accidentally while trying to learn this exact control. Rem sighs. He decides he will just take his time. Incrid seems eager, so they will practice safely, and if it fails, they will just give up. Rem finally lies down on his cot, deciding there is no rush to get this done in one night. He rolls over, cursing under his breath as he falls asleep. Outside, Incrid stands alone under the full moon, holding his sword. Sweat pours down his face. He is completely exhausted, but his mind is racing. His eyes are wide awake. He refuses to hit a wall he cannot break. The next day, Rem places his hand on Incrid's chest to try again. The rest of the squad gathers to watch the failure repeat itself. Rem lets out a massive, tired sigh. He tells Incrid they are done for the day. It is obviously not going to happen, and there is no point forcing it. Incrid reaches out and grabs Rem's wrist in a vice grip. He says they are doing more. Rem tries to pull away, but Incrid refuses to let go. Rem tells him gently that he respects the hustle, but grinding against a wall that will not move is just stupid. Incrid grits his teeth. He orders Rem to use his own magic to forcefully stimulate Incrid's heart from the outside. Rem freezes, completely horrified by the request. Rem warns him that a foreign magic surge will literally pop his heart like a balloon. It is a guaranteed death sentence.
Are you asking me to kill you?
Incrid stares back with absolute, terrifying determination. He tells Rem to just do it. Rem is stunned silent. He tries to process the insanity. If he does this, Incrid will not learn the skill. He will just die instantly. And even if he miraculously survives, he will be crippled for life. But looking into Incrid's eyes, Rem realizes he absolutely cannot deny the request of a fellow warrior willing to go that far. Rem slams his palm flat against Incrid's chest. He decides to test just how incredibly stupid his platoon commander really is. Rem channels his aura, flooding his raw magic directly into Incrid's chest cavity. The heart inside Incrid suddenly violently spasms, glowing with an explosive red energy. Rem pushes the magic deeper, forcing the muscle to accelerate past its physical limit. Incrid's eyes bulge out of his skull. Every blood vessel in his body screams in pure agony. Blood instantly spills from his chin. He gives a weak, bloody grin, realizing that this intense pressure is exactly the right path to learning the skill. Rem sees the smile and is completely bewildered. A second later, the heart literally tears itself apart under the strain. Incrid coughs up a massive geyser of dark blood. He collapses forward like a puppet with cut strings. Rem catches him, cursing in absolute panic. Incrid's hand weakly grasps at the grass as his nervous system shuts down. Auden rushes over, towering over the bleeding body in sheer disbelief. Ragna loses his usual lazy demeanor, screaming at Rem for actually doing it. Auden shakes the corpse, roaring at his brother to explain what he just did to their boss. But Incrid is already gone, his dead eyes staring blankly at the dirt. Death 730. The shattered heart stops entirely. The chaotic noise of the camp instantly fades into the dead silence of the dark water. The ferryman glides forward on his wooden boat, looking down at Incrid in genuine confusion. He does not understand. The pale entity knows perfectly well that today was a peaceful camp day. There was no enemy. There was no wall to overcome. Incrid kneels on the glowing blue rings of the water. He looks up calmly and states that he chooses his own walls. The ferryman stares at the stubborn human, wondering just how deeply broken his mind has become to kill himself purely for practice. Incrid smiles. He explains that he simply used the one method he knows best to force his body to learn a new skill. He opens his eyes in the camp, one day before the wall. Loop 205. He places a hand over his perfectly intact chest, feeling the steady beat. He remembers exactly what Rem's forced magic felt like. He knows the threshold now, but he still cannot trigger it manually. Rem tells him not to force it, completely unaware that he just murdered his boss a few minutes ago in a different timeline. Incred stares at him, analyzing the problem. He realizes that if he gives up now, it means he is satisfied with the strength he currently has, and he is absolutely not satisfied. The solution is obvious. He needs a method that fits his complete lack of talent. When Ragna taught him to focus his sword, it only clicked when he was staring death in the face. He realizes the heart of the superhuman is the exact same. He cannot learn it in a safe, peaceful camp. He needs real, lethal danger to force his brain to break the limit. The memory of his heart literally exploding flashes in his mind. The memory of Ragna screaming at Rem plays out like a phantom echo. The memory of Cray sobbing over his corpse, and the ferryman's mocking voice asking if dying to his own squadmate is really all he can do. The ghostly figure hovers over his corpse in the void, asking if he plans to just keep dying of an exploded heart over and over again. Incrid explains his logic to the void. The technique draws out hysterical strength that only appears in life or death situations. Therefore, he simply needs to force a life or death situation to make the skill easier to activate. The ferryman smirks, realizing the human has completely lost his mind. He asks if Incrid has considered the sheer agony of rupturing his own organs dozens of times. Back in the waking world, Incrid steps forward. He mutters that he can take the pain. He drops into a balanced stance, stating that the pain is perfectly fine as long as it lets him keep walking forward. The sun rises over the forest on a brand new attempt. Rem sits on the grass, shaking his head. He tells Incrid it is not happening today. Rem tells him to wash up and go to sleep before he hurts himself. Incrid looks down. It is the 27th loop of this training arc. He still cannot do it alone. He looks at Rem and casually asks him to press harder. Force the magic in. Rem looks completely horrified. He asks if Incrid is literally asking to be killed. Incrid nods and says yes. Rem grits his teeth in pure disgust. He turns his back and walks away, refusing to be dragged into his boss's suicidal insanity. Incrid blinks in surprise. Rem actually walked away. Rem storms over to Ragna, complaining about the crazy aristicide. Ragna warns him to watch his mouth. Incrid watches them, wondering why Rem reacted differently this time. In the first loop, Rem pushed the magic without hesitating. He sits under the starry sky, analyzing the variable. If he cannot convince Rem to kill him, he cannot train the skill, and the day will just end naturally. Normally, a day ending is fine because he can just try again tomorrow, but he needs to know why Rem refuses to listen. He decides to brute force the dialogue tree until he figures it out. Loop 245. 40 times he asks Rem to press his heart. 40 times he dies or gets rejected. Loop 255. 50 resets. He tells Rem to do it again. Incrid stares at him, his voice completely dead, demanding that he just push the magic. Rem sweats, extremely uncomfortable with the psychotic pressure. Incrid's blue eyes lock on, leaving absolutely no room for debate. He tells Rem to trust him and issues it as a direct military order. Rem freezes, his eyes widening. He slams his hand into Encrid's chest without another word. The heart ruptures immediately. Encrid dies, but he finally understands. 60 repetitions in, he sees the pattern perfectly. Rem, the wild barbarian who hates authority, only actually listens when Encrid speaks to him like an absolute commander giving an order. Encrid reflects on his squad of misfits. They all ended up in the penal platoon because they violently refused to follow orders from weak nobles. Encrid had never ordered them around because he assumed they would just ignore him too. But as he led them through the winter meat grinder, something fundamentally shifted. They actually started treating him like a boss. They want to be commanded, but only by someone who bleeds exactly like they do. Encrid straps on his dual swords. The leadership lesson is noted. Now, it is time to get back to blowing up his own heart until he masters the skill. The cycle begins. Force the heart, pump the blood faster, expand the vessels. A dark aura envelops his heart. It tears. He dies. Reset. Command Rem. Feel the muscles activate beyond the limit. He orders Rem to do it again. Rem grits his teeth, obeying the command. The heart glows with explosive energy. It pops. Death. Reset. Massive gush of blood. Death. Reset. Rem pushes the magic. Encrid's chest caves in. Death. Encrid screams Rem's name in pure agony as his nervous system catches fire. Rem panics, cursing as he watches his boss literally tear himself apart from the inside. Encrid collapses, blood pouring from his mouth in a thick torrent. Another dead Encrid in the dirt. Another reset. Another burst heart. A beating red heart in the dark void. Slowly, agonizingly, learning the rhythm of the breaking point. In the waking world, Rem stares up at the sky in sheer disbelief. He asks how Encrid managed to learn complete heart control in a single day. Encrid stands fully armed, totally relaxed. 100 loops later, death 830, loop 305. After dying to his own squadmate over 100 times, Encrid's body finally perfectly memorized the threshold. He can trigger it on his own. He draws his sword. The steel gleams with terrifying raw power. He stands on the cliff overlooking the camp, ready to test the results of 100 lifetimes of agony. Rem, Krace, Auden, and Ragna watch from below, waiting to see what he is doing. Rem senses the mana pooling around Encrid and starts sweating profusely. It is completely insane. Encrid drops into a low, coiled stance. His muscles hyperpump, expanding with unnatural density. His eye tracks the ground below. His heart pulses once, flooding his entire body with the raw, hysterical strength of a dying man. He swings the sword down in a devastating vertical strike. The blade doesn't just hit the earth, it completely obliterates it. Dirt and shattered bedrock explode upward in a massive kinetic blast. A shockwave tears a massive trench through the field, leaving a crater where Encrid struck. The squad stares at the devastation in absolute silence. He surpassed the wall he built for himself. Rem swallows hard, admitting that it is incredibly strong. Rem steps forward, looking at Encrid with a deadly serious expression. He says he needs to ask two things. First, he wants to know if Encrid is secretly from the West. And second, he points a finger right at his chest, demanding to know if Encrid is actually a once-in-a-generation genius masking his talent. Encrid looks right back at him, entirely deadpan, and says neither. He actually did it. He successfully acquired the heart of the superhuman, but unlocking a giant killing technique in a talentless body comes with a massive receipt. The side effects hit him immediately. He is lying sideways in the dim barracks. Sweat coats his face. He cannot move a single muscle. His nervous system is completely fried. He is trapped face down on his cot. He asks Rem if total paralysis is normal. Rem tells him his baseline physical stats are just too low to handle the overload. Auden steps up. He explains that pushing muscles past their absolute limits for the first time in a human life always results in this kind of catastrophic failure. Encrid lets out a miserable groan. The pain is blinding. The muscle fibers feel like they have been replaced with broken glass. The heart of the superhuman is a miracle technique. It allows a regular person to temporarily shatter their biological ceiling, but the recoil is immense. The thing is, real knights do not even need a technique like this to achieve that kind of power. They are just built different. Knights walk around in human skin, but underneath they have the raw kinetic output of a giant. They have the explosive leg strength of a frog beast and the precision of an elf. Encrid realizes just how incredibly far he still has to climb. He groans into his pillow. Auden tells him he needs at least a full day of bed rest. Then Auden leans over the cot with a very calm, extremely threatening neutral expression. He offers to help him rest. Auden drives both thumbs directly into the most inflamed knot in Encrid's calf. He applies the kind of pressure usually reserved for crushing rocks. He calls this particular method blood, sweat, and tears. Incred looks back over his shoulder. His eyes are wide with pure, unfiltered terror. Auden leans his entire massive body weight into his bandaged thumbs. Incred screams into his pillow. The pain is completely unmanageable. He starts hyperventilating. He genuinely thinks Auden is going to kill him. This is worse than any battlefield wound. It feels like a brand new wall engineered by the ferryman himself just to spite him. Auden ignores the screaming entirely. He tells Incred to memorize exactly where he is pressing down. Auden explains that this is a specialized recovery skill used to manually force muscle knots to dissolve. It is officially known as the Balaf-style massage technique. Even through the blinding agony, Incred's brain starts working. A new technique. If he learns this, his downtime between grueling training sessions drops significantly. He decides to endure it. He grits his teeth so hard they might crack. He refuses to pass out, even as tears start welling up in his eyes. Rem starts screaming at Auden from across the room, telling the big guy he is going to actually murder their squad leader. Auden just keeps pressing. Hours later, his calf is covered in deep purple bruises. He nearly went back to the void thanks to Auden, but the result is undeniable. The muscles feel significantly looser. He sits on the edge of the cot. Esther the panther rests on his lap. He was ordered to do absolutely nothing today, but sitting still makes him feel like he is wasting his time. He decides he can at least maintain his gear. He pulls out a cloth and grabs the hilt of his sword. Auden suddenly materializes directly in his personal space, smiling warmly. Auden holds a massive hand out, blocking the sword. He reminds Incred that he said do not move a single muscle. Incred tries to argue that polishing steel barely counts as moving. Crace spots an opportunity. He steps between them and smoothly confiscates the weapon, offering to handle the maintenance himself. Incred narrows his eyes. He knows exactly how Crace operates. He asks if Crace is actually doing a favor for free. Crace looks incredibly offended by the concept of free labor. He demands 20 coppers. Incred counters with 10. Crace drops to 18. Incred asks if he is joking. Crace settles on a hard floor of 17 coppers, claiming the premium price is justified. Crace runs the cloth over the steel, noting that the blade is extremely high quality. It requires professional care. Then Crace holds his other hand out. He reminds Incred that he uses 2 swords now. He needs the other one. Crace heads outside with both blades. Incred watches him go. The realization slowly sets in. He announced he was going to dual wield, and nobody tried to stop him. He looks around the barracks. Rem is lying down. Jackson is whittling. Ragna is sleeping. They all just accepted it. Dual wielding is notoriously terrible. Even master swordsmen avoid it. The sheer mechanical difficulty and the massive defensive risks completely outweigh the benefit of an extra edge. Just holding a second sword steady throws off a fighter's center of gravity without years of dedicated training. Worse, splitting focus means you cannot put your full body weight into a swing. Every strike becomes functionally weaker. It is an objectively bad choice for a guy who already lacks baseline strength. Incred finally asks the room out loud, why is nobody telling him this is a stupid idea? The squad looks at him like he just asked why water is wet. Auden smiles and turns the question right back around. Jackson does not even look up from carving her piece of wood. She says it is because he is incredibly stubborn. Auden laughs out loud. He points out that Incred is being stubborn right now just by refusing to accept their answer. Incred looks down. He says he is not trying to be difficult on purpose. Auden asks if there is a real, tactical reason for the dual wielding. Incred answers with total conviction. He is doing it simply because he wants to. It is not a strategic choice. Using 2 swords at once just felt right in his hands during the last fight. It clicked. It is the exact same logic that keeps him walking into the meat grinder every single day. A memory flashes of the old mercenary camp, the men singing a mocking song about Sir Peacemaker. The younger Incred had stared into the fire, completely serious about a dream everyone else thought was a joke. The older mercenaries had laughed in his face. They told him he was pathetic. They told him singing a song would never make a talentless grunt into a knight. They were right about his talent, but they were entirely wrong about his persistence. He remembers dragging his boots through the dirt of 100 different battlefields. He remembers bleeding out in the mud under countless sunsets. He looks up. His eyes are clear. He states that he will never give up on becoming a knight, and he will not give up on using 2 swords either. He is going to force the world to accommodate his choices. Jackson stops carving. She looks at him quietly. Rem stares intensely from across the room. He processes what Incred just said. Rem knows guys who were born with everything and threw it away. Then there is this guy, a man who started with nothing, fighting with a standard issue blade, just refusing to stop climbing. A slow, proud grin spreads across Rem's scarred face. Rem stands up on his cot. He points right at Encrid and loudly declares that this absolute insanity is exactly why he likes him. Ragnar props himself up on an elbow, looking bored. He mutters that Rem has terrible taste in people. Rem immediately fires back that he hates the rest of them. Ragnar smiles slightly. He admits the feeling is entirely mutual. Jackson nods in agreement without looking up from her knife. Auden laughs warmly. As a man of God, he loves all creations, but he admits he has limits when it comes to this specific platoon. Rem starts shouting insults at Ragnar. Encrid watches his squad bicker with a completely deadpan expression. He notes they actually get along surprisingly well. Ragnar finds that insulting. Jackson holds up a handful of smooth, flat throwing stones. She says if they are all done wasting time, they should train. Encrid reminds her that Auden explicitly forbade him from moving. Jackson tells him he does not need to move his body. He just needs to use his eyeballs. She announces the next phase of his curriculum, dodging sense. Encrid zeroes in. The blue glow returns to his eye. The pain fades into the background. Outside, Crace is putting the finishing touches on the steel. Crace holds the freshly polished blade up to the bright sky. He admires his own handiwork, fully satisfied with the easy money. Nearby, regular soldiers are gossiping. The main battle lines have stalled. The war is dragging on longer than anyone projected. Crace listens in. He mutters to himself that neither army is willing to yield an inch of ground. The situation is tense. Commander Marcus cut off the enemy supply lines, but the Aspen Kingdom is adapting fast. Crace realizes the enemy camps have brought in a specialized unit, the exact same unit that retreated after their last skirmish. His business sense starts tingling. This shift in enemy tactics smells dangerous. Crace sheathes the sword. The lazy merchant act drops. He needs more raw intelligence on the ground immediately. He stares out at the horizon. The Aspens are absolutely planning a countermaneuver. Far away, an Aspen officer quietly drafts those exact plans under a dim blue lantern. Back in the camp, Encrid sits on a crate. Jackson stands 10 paces away. She explains that dodging is not just about moving fast. It is about actively processing the threat before it arrives. She holds up 2 smooth stones. Pushing physical reflexes to the absolute maximum is only half the job. The other half is dynamic visual acuity, the ability to read high-speed data mid-flight. Encrid focuses entirely on her hands. Jackson whips a stone past his head. It moves so fast it leaves a blurred trail in the air. Encrid just sits there. His face is completely blank. He saw absolutely nothing but a gray streak. A question mark floats near his head. Jackson sighs and readies another rock. They go again. Another stone rips past his ear. She demands to know what was written on it. Hours pass. Day turns to night. The stones keep flying. He fails to read a single one. Between sessions, Auden continues the brutal muscle therapy. Encrid screams as his calves are forcibly tenderized again. It works. Auden gives him a thumbs up. The paralysis is gone. Encrid can finally move again without his nerves screaming. He lies in bed. A stone suddenly flies out of the darkness and nearly takes off his nose. His eyes track it perfectly. Jackson stands in the doorway. She asks for the letters. Encrid sits up, a sweat drop on his temple. He asks if she deliberately waited for him to lower his guard just to throw a rock at his face in bed. Jackson tells him the battlefield is never going to wait for him to be ready. Meanwhile, at the front gates, 2 sentries stand watch under a heavy gray sky. The thick green bushes just beyond the tree line rustle quietly. A dark silhouette crouches in the foliage. A single blue eye glows in the shadows. Suddenly, a massive flat stone rips across the grassy field at terminal velocity. Encrid's eyes snap wide open. His visual acuity spikes. The heavy stone blurs toward him with incredible force. He drops into a combat stance effortlessly. The stone crashes into the dirt a few feet away. He turns his head. He actually saw the letters this time. Before he can speak, the camp erupts. Sentries start screaming. Weapons are drawn. An ambush is called out. Encrid and Jackson stand their ground. The alarm bells ring across the base. Amidst the total chaos of a military attack, Jackson casually asks him what the letters were. He cannot believe she is still prioritizing the training, but he answers with total confidence. He read the letters C and R. Jackson smiles. She seethes her daggers. She congratulates him on finally getting it right after she had to carve that exact same sequence into 40 stones. He wonders if that was actually a compliment. Boots pound the dirt. The soldiers rush toward the perimeter to meet the ambush. Rim charges past them, screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding to know where the enemies are. He wants blood. Encrid and Jackson watch him go. Jackson asks if Rem has finally snapped entirely. Encrid explains the barbarian is just suffering from severe withdrawal because Jackson has been injured and Rem has had nobody to duel. A soldier is knocked into the dirt nearby. Rem's frustrated rampage is leaving collateral damage inside their own camp just trying to find a target. The squad gathers up, waiting for the massive clash of armies. Rem stands in the empty field, furious. There are no giants. There is no enemy infantry. He screams for something to kill. Two veterans look completely confused. They realize the enemy shot exactly one arrow and instantly vanished into the woods. The regular troops relax. They figure the border guards will chase down the lone sniper. It is not their problem. A bearded veteran stares up at the tree line. He knows the border guards are not going to catch this guy. Incred walks over. The veteran points to the single piece of evidence left behind. An abnormally long arrow is buried in the dirt. The fletching is glued on backwards. The veteran explains it requires a highly specialized bow to fire from extreme distances. The veteran looks dead serious. He names the sniper, the fingernail of the hawk. Incred crosses his arms. He asks what kind of hawk has fingernails. The veteran backpedals, guessing maybe it was the teeth of the hawk. Incred confirms it is definitely not that either. The veteran complains about Encred's terrible memory. For Encred, the previous battles were just weeks ago in his endless loop. For everyone else, it has been years. But the memory finally clicks. He remembers the timeline where he was knocked unconscious by the giant frog warrior and woke up in the medical tent. In that loop, a specific enemy archer was absolutely devastating the Nerelian front lines. Incred remembers a soldier named Bell barely managing to save him from being pinned to a tree by one of those arrows. He remembers the sound of the heavy impacts hitting Bell's metal shield like cannon fire. The system text from that failed loop burns in his mind. The correct title is The Claw of the Hawk. Back inside the large striped tent, the commanders realize they are being harassed. Incred returns to his barracks. Ragna is still exactly where he left him. Incred asks how Ragna managed to sleep through an entire ambush. Incred looks at Ragna's perfectly rested face and realizes the lazy genius just ignored the alarm completely. Ragna sits up. He completely changes the subject, saying he was thinking about the dual-wielding problem. He tells Incred his body is fundamentally rejecting the second weapon. Incred asks for the solution. Ragna tells him it requires a total lifestyle change. Ragna holds up two fingers. He tells Incred that from this moment on, he has two girlfriends. Rim overhears this from his cot and immediately starts teasing Incred about what his rich fiancé will think. Incred flatly states she is not his fiancé. Ragna explains the method. Eat, sleep, and breathe with both swords on his person at all times. Force the brain to accept the dead weight as a permanent extension of his arms. That night, Incred follows orders. He sleeps clutching both steel longswords under his blanket. Esther the Panther hops onto the edge of the bed. She looks at the cold metal taking up her designated sleeping spot with profound disgust. She steps right onto Incred's chest. She thinks the man has lost his mind, treating his weapons like stuffed animals. Incred's newly trained dodging sense flares up in his sleep. He jolts awake, violently punching the air. Esther shrieks and backflips off the bed just as another alarm bell rings outside. Crace sits up across the room, incredibly annoyed by the panther noises and the camp alarms. He yells at them to just call the border guards and goes back to sleep. Esther climbs right back onto Incred. She raises a heavy paw. She starts aggressively swatting him. Incred tries to block the panther strikes with his blanket, begging her to just go to sleep. Ragna watches a grown man lose a wrestling match to a cat in the dark. He has absolutely zero reaction. Jackson stands by the window. She notes a second attack has started. The guerrilla harassment becomes a daily routine, and so does the training. Jackson yells out warnings as they walk through the camp. The Claw of the Hawk keeps firing pot shots, forcing everyone to stay hyper-vigilant. A training stone flies at Incred's head. He ducks smoothly. Jackson reads out the letters written on it. Bay-R. Somewhere else in the camp, a real arrow finds a target. A soldier drops in a panic. Rem spits on the ground. He tightens his grip on his battle axe, getting increasingly frustrated by an enemy he cannot hit back. Another training stone whips past Incred. Another arrow strikes deep in the camp. The casualties are light, but the psychological damage to the troops is massive. That night, Esther stands on Incred's chest again, hissing at the swords. The routine is setting in. By day, the high-speed rocks keep coming. Jackson asks for the final sequence of letters. Incred catches his breath. He reads the final piece perfectly. I-A-N. He puts the syllables together. The message Jackson carved over 100 stones spells out crazy barbarian. Rem happens to be standing right behind them. He hears the phrase. He immediately threatens to turn Jackson into mincemeat. Jackson calmly points out that Rem has been starting way too many fights lately. Jackson walks away lazily, completely ignoring the massive barbarian threatening her life. The tension in the camp reaches a boiling point. The regular infantry are losing their minds trying to catch a sniper who leaves 0 tracks. A red-haired squad mate paces anxiously. He realizes it is literally impossible to track the hawk down through conventional means. The constant daily attacks are breaking the platoon's morale. The command tent is doing nothing to stop the bleeding. The scout sighs heavily. He hates volunteering for dangerous missions, but doing nothing is going to get them all killed by attrition anyway. He spots Incrid walking past. He calls out to his boss. The scout looks Incrid in the eye. He says he has an idea and asks if Incrid has enough pull to get a meeting with the brass. Inside the main command tent, the leadership is falling apart. The officers are screaming about the Aspen Kingdom, teasing them. Half of them want to order a full frontal assault just to stop the sniper fire. The rest argue that a blind charge into enemy territory is exactly the trap the sniper is trying to bait. There are a lot of loud voices and 0 useful tactical opinions. Commander Marcus sits at the head of the table. He rubs his chin in deep frustration. He is a warlord, a man built for frontline slaughter. Dealing with ghost tactics and asymmetric warfare is entirely outside his wheelhouse. The blonde elven company commander finally steps into the war room. Marcus demands to know why she is late. She explains that Incrid, the leader of the lunatics platoon, requested temporary operational control to execute a countermeasure. Marcus is highly skeptical that Incrid could invent a working strategy. The elf clarifies the actual logistics of the plan came from his squadmate Crace. The officers lean in over the tactical map. Marcus asks for the details. Marcus listens quietly from his desk as the plan is laid out. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across his face. He actually loves it. Marcus stands up. His red cape billows as he slams his hands down. He approves the operation immediately. He orders the main army to prepare to march, and he officially deploys the lunatics platoon to go hawk hunting. Back at the barracks, the squad gears up. Rem is wearing a massive pack, thrilled at the prospect of hunting. Ragna admits the mission actually sounds entertaining. They fall into formation, a small, hyper-lethal strike team heading straight into hostile territory. As they march up a grassy mountain path, Andrew questions the logic. They are supposed to be hunting a sniper, but they are walking deep behind enemy lines in the wrong direction. Crace explains the con. They are not going to waste energy tracking down the claw of the hawk. They are going to make the hawk come to them. The lunatics will operate as a rogue guerrilla force. If they cause enough catastrophic damage to the Aspen rear echelon supply bases, the enemy command will be forced to respond, and the most logical asset for Aspen to send after a small, highly mobile Naurelian squad is their own elite sniper. Even if the hawk ignores the bait, they still burn down half the enemy's logistics. It is a win either way. Andrew complains that the plan is incredibly convoluted. Crace pats him on the shoulder and tells him to just accept it, since Andrew is simple and stupid. Crace flashes a toxic smile. Andrew instantly loses his temper and steps up to fight. Before Andrew can swing, Rem drops out of the sky and pins Crace to the dirt. Rem is casually holding a bottle of alcohol, looking completely bored. Rem tells Crace to watch his mouth. Crace sits in the grass, sweating bullets, realizing he just provoked the craziest man in the army. Incrid ignores them. He walks up to the new addition to their squad, a short-haired female ranger. He asks for an ETA to the target. Pin smiles and points over the ridge. They are almost there. Incrid knows this plan hinges entirely on mobility. They need to strike hard, burn everything, and vanish before heavy reinforcements arrive. To do that in uncharted mountains, they need a native pathfinder. Pin was requisitioned directly from command to fill that exact role. She is the only reason they are moving this fast without triggering patrols. Pin glances back at Incrid. She asks why she was permanently assigned to his platoon instead of just a temporary contract. Incrid replies he has his reasons. Pin sighs. She points out that getting lumped in with the notorious lunatics puts a massive target on her back. She demands he make it up to her. She leans in close, flashing a very specific smile. She tells him to repay her in the future. She winks, telling him to make it good. Rem marches right behind them. He loudly warns Incrid to remember his rich fiancé back home. Incrid sighs and repeats for the 100th time that she is not his fiancé. They reach the summit. Below them sits a massive Aspen supply camp, completely unaware of the threat. Pin stands on the rocky ledge, mapping out the entry and exit routes. She orders the squad to stay low. She reminds them her job is strictly navigation. If the raid goes badly, they are to leave her behind to secure their own escape. She starts detailing a stealth approach. Rem completely ignores her. He leaps directly off the high cliff, his eyes glowing bright red with manic fury. He screams at the top of his lungs, welcoming the fresh blood. Rem dive bombs the camp, threatening to kill his own teammates if they get in his way. Incrid watches his subordinate ruin the stealth approach instantly. He calmly notes that nobody is going to get in Rem's way. Ragna draws his sword. He decides to use this live combat scenario to test how stable Encrid's dual-wielding form is holding up. Encrid processes the situation. There is no panic, just another opportunity to grind his stats. Encrid and Ragna leap down the cliff face together. The training never stops. At the edge of the camp, two Aspen guards jump as a voice calls out to them cheerfully. Rem saunters out of the shadows, waving happily with his free hand while dragging his heavy battle axe with the other. The guards are completely bewildered. They ask each other if this smiling giant is a new transfer. Rem spins on his heel, generating massive torque. The axe comes down in a blinding arc. He obliterates the first guard instantly. Blood sprays across the tents. The second guard screams in absolute terror and finally sounds the alarm. Encrid and Ragna hit the ground running, bypassing the frontline slaughter to push deeper into the camp. A heavy boot plants into the dirt. The shockwave of a massive strike blows the dust away. Rem swings horizontally, carving a path of total destruction through the scrambled Aspen defenders. Encrid watches the devastation from a distance. Something catches his eye. Rem's initial charge was faster than anything Encrid had ever seen him do. It was unnatural. Rem is hiding advanced techniques. Rem drops from above, crushing another soldier. Encrid decides right then that he is going to learn that explosive movement. The camp is in total disarray. Aspen soldiers realize the legendary Norelian lunatics are inside the wire. Having dealt enough structural damage to secure the bait, Encrid orders the immediate retreat before the enemy can establish a defensive line. He points out he did not even need to draw his sword. As they pull back, Jackson runs alongside him. She calmly evaluates his reaction time to a stray attack during the chaos. 0.4 seconds. Meanwhile, Andrew is fighting for his life in a sparring drill against Jackson. She casually tells Encrid he needs to drop his reaction window down to 0.1 seconds to master the dodging sense. Andrew screams as he is hit again. Andrew blocks desperately, sweating through his gear. He cannot believe she is accurately counting fractions of a second while dismantling him. Jackson sweeps Andrew's leg, dumping him into the grass. She casually reminds the boys to focus on the actual combat mission. The squad sprints out of the burning camp. The Aspen forces are right on their heels. Rem notes the pursuit. Encrid is satisfied. The bait is taken. They vanish into the dark, rain-soaked forest. The enemy screams blindly into the trees behind them. Two Aspen soldiers collapse against the trunks, panting heavily. They cannot comprehend how a squad carrying heavy gear can move so fast. Deep in the woods, Auden is carrying Andrew over his massive shoulders without breaking a sweat. Andrew realizes his worries about the lunatics failing the mission were completely baseless. Rem suggests they just turn around and slaughter the search party. Encrid rejects the idea. They need the survivors to report back to command. Encrid takes point. Ragna tries to wander off down a shortcut, but Encrid aggressively corrals him back into formation. He is managing a team of apex predators like a shepherd. Andrew watches from Auden's shoulder. He is stunned by how perfectly Encrid controls these monsters. This is not the disorganized mess he expected. They finally stop to rest under a massive tree. The pursuit has officially lost their trail. Encrid sits on a rock, catching his breath. Ever since he survived the 100 deaths required to learn the heart of the superhuman, his sheer presence commands more respect. It is getting easier to lead them. He thinks back to Rem's explosive charge. Rem has been highly cooperative lately. Encrid wonders if the barbarian will just hand over the technique if asked directly. He walks over to where Rem is resting. He asks about the mechanics of the charge. Rem cuts him off immediately. Rem stares up at the canopy. His expression is deadpan. He tells Encrid to think very carefully before asking for the answer. Encrid is genuinely confused. Rem has never refused to teach him a trick before. Rem closes his eyes. He says wanting to learn is a good trait, but Encrid has forgotten a core tenet of getting stronger. Encrid stays silent. The realization hits him. He has not actually tried to deconstruct the technique himself. He just saw something shiny and asked for it. He realizes he has gotten too comfortable relying on his squad to hand-feed him solutions. Growth given by others is superficial. If he wants the power to stick, he has to earn the underlying logic himself. Rem tells him to put his brain to work first. The lesson will carve itself deeper into his muscles if he solves the puzzle on his own. Encrid crouches in the dark forest. He zeroes his focus. He begins dissecting exactly how Rem moved. The next morning, boots tear up the grassy mountain path. The squad is moving at a brutal pace. Andrew is bent entirely forward, gasping for air. The non-stop high-speed jogging through rough elevation is destroying his stamina. He feels like his lungs are going to burst. He looks up. The rest of the lunatics are casually jogging up the steep incline like they are on a morning stroll. Even Crace the merchant is keeping pace effortlessly. But what shocks Andrew the most is Encrid. He is leading the pack, completely unfazed by the strain. Andrew sweats profusely. He remembers when he first met Encrid. The man was practically fragile. The sheer volume of hidden progress Encrid has made defies logic. Andrew refuses to be the weak link. He forces oxygen into his burning lungs. He straightens his posture, bites down on his pride, and pushes his burning legs to keep moving. Mac runs right behind him. The older veteran watches Andrew push past his limits with a solemn sense of pride. Mac remembers holding Andrew when he was just a child. After the fall of House Gardner, Mac swore to protect his dead friend's son at all costs. He always viewed Andrew as a boy playing at war, but watching him march through the pain today, that illusion breaks. Mac stares ahead. He can feel the winds shifting. The boy is finally forging himself into a real soldier. At the front of the column, Encrid pulls up next to Rem. He announces he solved the puzzle of the explosive charge. It was the heart of the superhuman. Rem didn't use it on his arms to swing. He hyper-pumped the blood vessels in his legs to generate a massive burst of forward momentum. Rem beams with pride. He praises Encrid for using his brain. He tells him to go ahead and try it out. Encrid agrees, stating he will master it on his own time. They reach the edge of a high cliff. Crace suddenly throws his hand up, ordering a full halt. Down in the rocky ravine below sits a small aspen military encampment. Crace analyzes the topography instantly. A base wedged tightly between two sheer cliff faces. A natural choke point where an escape route can be instantly cut off. Crace calls it out. It is a textbook ambush location. The fact that it is left so obviously exposed means the enemy wants them to avoid it. The enemy plan is to bait the highly mobile Neuralian squad into taking a longer, safer detour, funneling them straight into a real kill zone. Crace warns that the Claw of the Hawk will be waiting at that detour. He looks around. Nobody seems to be listening to his tactical breakdown. Rim yawns. He asks if they really have to play this stupid psychological game. He suggests they just dive straight into the obvious trap and butcher everyone inside. Encrid completely agrees. Encrid logic is simple. If they destroy the bait, the Hawk will have to show himself faster to salvage the operation. He issues the orders. The frontline fighters are going straight down the middle. He tells Crace to stay back on the cliff. Pin, Andrew, and Mac are assigned to guard the merchant. Crace lets out a massive sigh of relief at not having to fight. The rear guard acknowledges the order. Encrid, Rem, Auden, and Ragna do not bother finding a path. They just leap straight off the edge of the cliff into the ravine. Down in the camp, an Aspen commander patrols the grounds. He wears heavy armor and a dark cloak. He stews in his own anger. He is a commander of the Greyhounds, Aspen's most elite shock troops. Being relegated to rear guard duty just to hunt down a few Neuralian rats is a massive insult to his pride. He grits his teeth, trying to swallow the humiliation of babysitting a bait camp. An alarm shatters his thoughts. A sentry screams that the Neuralian forces are attacking from the sky. The commander is stunned. The trap was incredibly obvious. He cannot believe these idiots actually jumped straight into a fortified choke point. Encrid hits the ground running. He tears through the camp, his eyes locked onto the highest value target. The Aspen commander draws his sword. He glares at Encrid, recognizing his face immediately from the frontline reports. Encrid tilts his head. He has absolutely no idea who this guy is. Mid-charge, Encrid casually asks Rem if they know this man. Rem tells him to check his own terribly damaged memory. The Aspen commander boils over with rage at being ignored. He swears it does not matter if they remember him. He lunges forward, executing a massive, perfectly formed slash. He promises to bury them all right here in the dirt. He brings his blade down with crushing force, intending to use their corpses as a stepping stone to restore the Greyhound's honor. Encrid draws his primary longsword. The blades collide. Sparks explode from the heavy impact. The commander's eyes lock onto the steel in Encrid's hand. He instantly recognizes the craftsmanship. He names the sword. It belonged to Mitch Hurrier, a fellow Greyhound officer. He realizes Encrid is the soldier who guarded the flag during the Fog of Annihilation and killed Mitch. The personal connection fuels his rage. He strikes harder, screaming for vengeance. Encrid smoothly parries the heavy blow, redirecting the kinetic energy. Encrid's eyes are cold. An elite armored commander like this used to be an insurmountable wall, a threat he could only run from. Now, they are trading high-speed strikes on equal footing. Encrid decides this man is the perfect measuring stick for his recent stat gains. Across the camp, an Aspen heavy infantryman readies a spiked club. He realizes his commander has a personal vendetta against the Neuralian leader. A full squad of heavily armored Aspens charge forward, raising their clubs to crush the rest of the Neuralians while their boss handles the duel. Rem, Auden, and Ragna just stand there, completely relaxed, watching the heavily armed men run at them. The lead Aspen soldier screams in fury, insulted by their total lack of defensive posture. Auden steps forward. He throws a bare-knuckle punch that completely shatters the Aspen soldier's steel helmet like an eggshell. He politely asks them to be quiet. Jackson stands with her arms crossed. She tells the dying Aspens they are trying to watch something important. Back in the duel, the swords clash in a blinding flurry. Incrid's blue eye flares. His focus reaches absolute zero. The commander throws a heavy counter. Incrid ducks cleanly under the steel. He drags his blade across the commander's chest plate, drawing first blood. Up on the cliff, Jackson evaluates the sequence. Incrid read the commander's muscle tension and dodged the counter in exactly 0.1 seconds. She nods. He finally passed the baseline. The commander stumbles backward, clutching his bleeding chest. His pride is shattered. He screams like a madman. Incrid's left hand drops to his hip. He draws the second longsword. The commander charges. Incrid brings both blades up, crossing them to catch the heavy overhead strike. Ragna watches the block closely. Incrid managed to unsheath and guard simultaneously. The dead weight of the second weapon is finally feeling natural in his hands. The commander roars, pouring every ounce of his superior physical strength into the lock to crush Incrid's guard. Incrid holds the line. The crossed blades absorb the massive kinetic force perfectly. A memory flashes, Ragna warning him that his baseline strength was too low to parry heavy attacks with one hand. The second sword was the structural solution. Incrid drops his center of gravity. The two swords hold steady. The commander winds up for a lethal thrust, screaming insults at the pretentious Narillion. Incrid's eyes narrow. Rem smiles a wide, bloodthirsty grin. He knows exactly what is about to happen. Incrid activates the heart of the superhuman. His chest glows red as his heart forcefully expands, hyper-pumping blood into his arms and core. He lunges forward with terrifying speed, tearing through the commander's guard with a devastating horizontal slash. The commander's eyes bulge in pure shock. The raw physical power behind the strike is impossible for a man of Incrid's build. Incrid sweeps low, bringing both swords around to intercept the commander's desperate block. The immense force completely shatters the commander's premium steel weapon into pieces. Incrid does not pause for even a fraction of a second. He smoothly transitions the momentum into a rising vertical strike. The blade shears cleanly through the commander's neck. Blood erupts in a massive arc. Incrid lands gracefully in a low crouch as the headless body hits the dirt. The remaining Aspen guards stare in absolute horror at their elite commander bleeding out in the mud. The morale breaks instantly. They scream in terror, unable to comprehend how their strongest fighter just got butchered in single combat. The squad celebrates. Rem shouts that the heart of the superhuman suits him perfectly. Ragna admits the dual-wielding form was actually decent. Auden claims God is smiling on his progress. Rem turns his attention to the terrified Aspen heavy infantry. He points his battle axe at them and demands they step up. He charges into the remaining forces, declaring his axe wants to celebrate the victory by tasting fresh blood. The cleanup operation begins. Two Aspen soldiers are instantly blown backward by a massive, invisible slash of kinetic energy. The Aspen officers scream for their men to hold the line and fight to the end. Rim throws a haymaker. He has fully abandoned his weapons. He tells the Aspen soldiers he is sending them to meet God as a reward for their bravery. Auden caves in another steel helmet with a bare fist. Blood detonates from the impact point. Auden moves like a wrecking ball, casually dropping heavily armored men with single punches to the chest. Up on the cliff, Andrew watches in sheer disbelief. He cannot fathom how a man can block steel weapons with his bare forearms and take absolutely zero damage. He wonders what Auden's muscles are actually made of. Hin smirks. She points down at the slaughter, noting the massive priest is more than pulling his weight. Rem gets bored of punching. He picks his battle axe back up and starts swinging it with the velocity of a windmill. He cleaves straight through a heavy tower shield, sending the soldier behind it flying. Ragna and Auden wade deeper into the chaos, dropping bodies left and right in a perfectly synchronized dance of violence. Rem screams at Ragna, accusing the lazy swordsman of purposefully steering an enemy attack toward him. An Aspen soldier tries to backstab Ragna. Ragna smoothly parries without even looking, deadpan claiming Rem was just unlucky to be in the way. Ragna follows up with a blinding downward stroke, dropping the ambusher instantly. Rem catches a spiked club with the haft of his axe. The enemy curses at him, threatening to crush his skull. Rem laughs directly in his face. He reverses the grip and brings the massive axe head down, slicing the spiked club and the man holding it cleanly in half. Ragna stands over a trembling survivor, mocking the man for hesitating after talking so much trash. The battlefield falls quiet. Rem laughs heartily, telling a dead soldier to say hi to God for him. Auden politely corrects him, stating God just told him he does not want these guys. Cray screams from the cliff for them to stop doing stand-up comedy and finish the job. A final squad of elite Aspen spearmen surge forward, attempting to surround the Norelians while they are distracted by their own banter. The lead spearman's throat is suddenly opened from behind. Jackson moves like a ghost through their ranks. 4 men drop dead before they even realize she is standing behind them. She flicks the blood off her daggers, quietly calling them idiots. Incrid surveys the carnage. The trap is completely broken. He orders the squad to stand down and spare the wounded. They have done enough damage to send a message. Deep in the tree line above the camp, a small glint of light flashes. Jackson's eyes narrow instantly. She catches the reflection, an arrow with blue fletching tears through the sky. It slams into the dirt right between Incrid and Jackson. They stare at the unusually long shaft and the reversed feathers. Jackson confirms their target has finally arrived. Incrid nods. The claw of the hawk took the bait. Rem crouches over the embedded arrow. He looks up at Incrid and asks if he knows the fundamental difference between a sharpshooter and a hunter. Incrid looks back calmly. Rem explains that being a hunter is infinitely more fun, especially when the prey is shooting arrows and the hunter is carrying a battle axe. Rem pulls out a throwing knife. He smiles viciously, stating it is time to return the gift they just received. Without waiting for orders, Rem sprints up the rocky path toward the sniper's vantage point. Jackson yells at him to stick to the formation, but he is already gone. On the cliff, Pin panics. She asks Crace if they are really just going to let the crazy guy charge an elite sniper solo. Crace shrugs. He knows Rem is practically unkillable in a forest environment. Crace turns to Incrid. He points out they need to evacuate immediately. The hawk is a spotter. If they stay in the open, heavy reinforcements will box them in. Incrid agrees. They are going to make a massive distraction and pull the sniper's attention away from Rem's flanking maneuver. 10 minutes later, the entire Aspen supply camp is engulfed in towering orange flames. The squad sprints away from the inferno. Incrid casually notes that burning down enemy bases is becoming a recurring habit for this platoon. Pin questions his sanity. High up on a ridge, the claw of the hawk looks down at the blazing ruin of the camp. The thick black smoke is ruining his line of sight. His spotters report they have lost visual on the Norelian squad. They ask for orders. The hawk is furious. He orders a full pursuit. The Norelian squad scales a sheer rocky cliffside under a darkening sky. Incrid knows Rem going rogue was not part of the plan, but it works tactically. Rem is hunting the claw, and the claw is hunting them. By acting as highly visible bait, they keep the sniper's eyes pointed in the wrong direction. Taking this specific route forces the sniper to follow them into rough, elevated terrain. It removes the hawk's range advantage by blocking his sightlines with heavy rocks. Auden hauls himself up the rocks effortlessly, noting that the climb is actually quite comfortable. Deep in the forest, Rem is in his absolute element. His eyes glow with a primal red aura. He moves through the brush without making a single sound. He smiles. The damp earth and the scent of prey take him straight back to his childhood. A memory surfaces. A young Rem sitting on a high ridge, watching his tribe below. He was born a prodigy, an apex predator that his people expected to lead them. This pathetic sniper is nothing compared to the beasts he used to hunt, but it is enough to satisfy the itch. He stalks 3 Aspen scouts through the dense timber. He has been waiting to get his hands on this coward since the arrows first started falling on their camp. He locks onto their backs. The lead scout complains about the terrible terrain. He swears the Norelians are just delaying their inevitable deaths, boasting that he never loses a target. Reem drops from the branches directly behind him. The massive axe takes the scout's head off before he finishes his sentence. The second scout screams in terror as the blood hits his face. Rem charges him, laughing like a demon. The raw bloodlust paralyzes the man. Rem's face contorts into a mask of pure, joyful violence. The third scout tries to draw his sword in a blind panic. Rem crushes the man's helmet and skull with the flat of his axe. The claw of the hawk stands paralyzed. He has his specialized bow drawn, but he cannot comprehend what is happening. He never heard a single footstep. A massive barbarian just materialized out of thin air. Rem swings the heavy axe straight at the sniper's chest. The hawk barely manages to bring his reinforced bow up to block. The hawk grits his teeth, his arms shaking wildly under the immense weight. He screams that he is supposed to be the one hunting. Rem steps into the guard, forcing the blade deeper. He calmly informs the sniper that the one doing the hunting is always him. The axe bites deep into the specialized wood of the longbow. The fibers snap violently. The weapon shatters into 100 pieces. The hawk collapses backward, screaming as the splinters tear into his arms. Rem stands over him, completely unimpressed. He tells the sniper to stop crying and get back up. Rem rests the bloody axe on his shoulder. This is his first real hunt in months, and the prey broke instantly. He complains that this is entirely too boring. The hawk stumbles to his feet, spitting blood, his eyes wide with terror. Rem drops the axe. He steps inside the sniper's reach and delivers a devastating right hook directly to the man's jaw. Rem looks down at the broken body twitching in the dirt. He sighs in profound disappointment. He picks his axe back up and drives it cleanly through the hawk's chest, ending the threat permanently. He admits he wanted to drag the suffering out longer. He pulls the blade free. It was a pathetic fight, but it was enough to dust off his hunting instincts. He pauses. A strange realization hits him. The cold, analytical way he just dissected the sniper. He sounded exactly like his boss. He walks back toward the rally point. He realizes he has been subconsciously absorbing Incrid's mannerisms. Incrid is completely talentless, yet he constantly deconstructs his own weaknesses, finding new, brutal ways to improve himself. A gentle smile crosses the barbarian's face. He realizes that mentality is actually infectious. The willingness to accept his own limits and immediately get to work breaking them. Rem steps over the roots, feeling lighter than he has in years. He doesn't know where following this stubborn, untalented man will lead him. It might lead to a quiet death in the mud, but as he looks up at the bright morning sky, Rem decides he is perfectly fine with that, as long as he gets to see how far the boss can climb. Out in the tall grass fields, the plan falls perfectly into place. Naurilia knights carve through the scattered aspen lines. The heavy infantry pushes forward under the sunset sky. A knight glowing with a pink aura charges into the fray. Blades of grass and blood fly through the air. Helmets lock onto their targets. Horizontal slashes tear the aspen defense completely apart. Incrid watches the distant carnage with absolute calm. Crace points out that the main forces are finally clashing down in the valley. A fight between squires. Incrid admits to himself that he really wants to watch and take notes. Rem asks if he wants to get closer. Incrid declines. Achieving victory comes before feeding his own curiosity. According to their plan, the decoy force should be arriving at the enemy fortress any minute. Under the cover of night, Marcus leads the cavalry directly to the gates of Crossguard. The Aspen guards panic at the sight of an entire army on their doorstep. Inside the command room, the Aspen leader loses his mind, demanding troops be pulled back from the main battle to defend the city. He screams at his lower officers to follow orders. Lord Abner watches in complete silence. He knows exactly what is happening. Pulling even a few knights away from the main field shifts the balance of the entire war. He quietly tells his own men to pack up. The war is over. They are going back to the capital. Up on the battlements, the Aspen guards squint into the darkness. The massive Naurilia army that was just on the hill has completely vanished. Hooves pound against the dirt road heading away from the city. Marcus rides at full speed. The feint worked perfectly. The Aspen forces divided their strength, and now the Naurilia knights are taking full advantage. Allied heavy infantry cheer as the enemy lines crumble. The knights slaughter the divided forces on the smoky battlefield. Marcus smiles. One tactical feint secured a massive victory, and it was entirely thanks to the lunatics platoon clearing the sniper. Spring arrives. The cherry blossoms bloom. Having lost too much to continue, the Aspen Crown requests an armistice, surrendering the tall grass fields as compensation. The heavy iron gates of Border Guard are raised. Soldiers march through the stone city square. Red petals fall over the massive army returning home. Incrid and Ragna march in silence under the shower of flowers. The long grinding war against Aspen is finally over. 10 days pass. Most soldiers lose their discipline entirely, sinking into drinking and resting. Incrid is not most soldiers. He swings his blade on the practice field until it leaves a trail of white light. He has hundreds of failed fights to review and new mechanics to polish. Peace is just an extended training arc. A lower-ranked soldier named Paul approaches him and bows, asking for lessons. Incrid recognizes him as one of the few guys who actually stayed on the training grounds instead of hitting the tavern. The kid looks dead serious. Incrid warns him he has never taught anyone and cannot give good pointers, but Paul begs him anyway. Absolute passion burns in the kid's eyes. Incrid sees a bit too much of himself in that stare. Our boy smiles softly. He cannot turn that down. He draws his sword and tells Paul to come at him. Paul lunges with a vertical strike, screaming at the top of his lungs. Incrid parries it like swatting a fly and steps inside his guard. A simple push sends Paul flying back in shock. Sitting in the dirt, Paul immediately asks to go again, while Incrid tells him his legs need more strength. Ragna watches from a distance, amused that his student is taking on students of his own. But the lazy genius notices something else. Incrid is getting sloppy with the basics. Sparks fly as Paul aggressively trades blows with Incrid. Incrid remembers an old instructor telling him that to improve you must first know exactly where you stand. Facing someone significantly weaker finally gives him the perspective he lacked. He visualizes his own path stretching out under a starry sky. He realizes he has been too obsessed with flashy techniques and surviving death loops. He let his foundation slip. He corrects his posture and delivers a flawless textbook vertical slash. Ragna raises an eyebrow. Our guy realized his own mistake and fixed his pose mid-swing without needing a lecture. Seeing that kind of relentless self-correction actually inspires Ragna to want to train.
Rem scratches his neck and asks what the swordsman is mumbling about.
Rem tells Auden that Ragna is clearly possessed. Auden suggests he was praying. Rem asks what God told him. Auden politely tells the barbarian to piss off. The two immediately start wrestling while Encrid sighs and asks his squad to refrain from idiotic violence. Jackson casually appears beside Encrid, noting that his squad is a rowdy crowd. Encrid worries they are drawing too much attention. Jackson tells him he needs to train his senses better. The eyes are not on the bickering idiots. Encrid looks back confused. Jackson points past the barracks. The entire camp is watching him. Soldiers whisper among themselves, jealous of Paul for getting a duel. Seeing the platoon leader train this hard makes them feel guilty for resting. From the squad leader of the losers to the platoon leader of the lunatics, his sheer stubbornness has become infectious. Later, a soldier in a red cape walks up the stone steps of a raised stage. A massive crowd of soldiers gathers in the square. Encrid is now a recognized war hero. Marcus addresses the assembly of nobles and soldiers, announcing it is time to reward the key contributors of the war. He shouts that anyone who does not know whose contributions were the most impactful is using their head as a helmet stand. The nobles grumble at his lack of manners. The soldiers go absolutely wild. They know exactly who he means. Marcus calls out for the man who led them to victory. He summons platoon leader Encrid to the stage. Encrid steps onto the wooden stairs under a shower of falling petals. He remembers climbing this stage once before when everyone looked at him with scorn. Now there is only a reverent silence. Marcus tells him he thought long and hard about what a soldier like him would actually want as a reward. He gestures to an officer carrying an ornate wooden chest. The officer opens it. Encrid stares in surprise. Inside rests a beautiful royal dagger with a golden hilt. Marcus explains it is a ceremonial blade bestowed for great service to the royal family. It is proof of ultimate honor, but more importantly, it grants the holder the right to be received as a guest of the royal household at any time. Encrid looks down at it. It has zero value as an actual weapon, but the access it grants is massive. A whisper starts in the crowd. The whisper turns into a shout. Thousands of soldiers raise their fists and chant his name over and over. Encrid looks out over the sea of men who used to think he was a joke. He tightens his grip on the chest. A true knight must build honor upon skill. He raises his fist to the sky, claiming the moment. He promises himself that this is what will define him. His blue eyes glow with intense focus. This is the stepping stone for his knighthood. Down in the crowd, Rem screams that he did stuff too. Auden smiles like the gods themselves are singing. Ragna yells, asking if they can finally go back to the barracks now. Andrew and Mac cheer until their throats hurt. Walking off the stage, Marcus says he is glad the reward suits his taste. Then the commander leans in and whispers that he prepared a personal gift for him too. He tells Encrid to look forward to it. Encrid blinks, completely caught off guard. That night, the wagons roll in, carrying the finest wine the army could source. The camp erupts into a massive banquet. Encrid holds his wooden chest, thinking about the feast. Tables are packed with laughing soldiers drinking until they drop around roaring campfires. Rem laughs like a maniac, pouring an entire wooden bucket of wine over his own head. Ragna refuses a drink, claiming his palate is too refined for cheap swill. Rem immediately dumps a bucket of wine directly over the swordsman's head. He grabs Ragna by the collar, screaming at him to stop being picky. As the two inevitably start wrestling, Auden calmly picks up a massive wooden barrel. The giant dumps Rem upside down into the sticky wine while Crace cheers him on. Sitting comfortably on the sidelines, Encrid pets Esther the panther. He notes that Jackson is missing, but a loud party was never her scene anyway. Honestly, he would rather be doing sword forms than sitting here himself.
Pin walks up holding 2 cups of wine, teasing him for thinking about training again.
She sits right next to him, pressing close, and tells him to loosen up and drink with her. A pristine white leather boot steps silently onto the grass. The surrounding soldiers instantly go dead silent. Jackson and Pin freeze as the elf company commander looms directly behind them. The elf glares at Encrid, acting dramatically betrayed that he has another woman beside him. Encrid looks at her with absolute deadpan exhaustion and tells her to go to hell. The soldiers gasp in shock at how heartlessly he treats a gorgeous officer. The elf looks down with a genuinely wounded expression. Encrid argues he literally did not do anything. Pin nervously points out that elves just naturally have sparkly eyes. The elf commander narrows her eyes at Esther, realizing he is flirting while she is working hard to turn the panther back into a human. Her blue eyes glow with intense jealousy. Esther instantly bares her fangs and growls viciously, forcing the elf to step back. From a nearby table, platoon leader Vengeance mutters that Encrid's charm crosses the boundaries of species. Then the massive Aspen officer stands up, drawing his sword in a drunken rage. First he lost Jenny, and now he has to watch this. He screams that he will show Encrid what he is made of. Sweating profusely, Vengeance points his sword, completely terrified of his own challenge. Encrid smiles softly. A fight is exactly what he wanted. Vengeance tries to back out, but Ragna shoves him violently onto the field, telling him a man never takes back his word. The crowd goes wild, throwing down bets on how fast Vengeance will get destroyed. The elf commander places a hand on Encrid's shoulder as a tall, gray-haired battalion commander approaches them. The elf tries to introduce Encrid to one of the big names in the army. The gray-haired man says he wanted to meet the famous border guard. The elf sighs and tells him he came at the wrong time. In the background, Encrid effortlessly parries Vengeance and slams him face first into the dirt with a sickening crunch. The soldiers boo, demanding their money back from the weakling. Encrid stands in his sparring stance, completely unsatisfied. He glares at the elf commander, hungry for someone actually strong to fight. The elf looks down calmly, ignoring the bloodlust. Vengeance hiccups from the dirt, regretting every choice in his life. A silent soldier watches the chaos. Jackson tells a very nervous Andrew Gardner that not everyone is crazy enough to duel a monster. The gray-haired commander asks Andrew if he is really going through with this. Andrew says yes. He stares forward with an unwavering gaze. This is how he proves himself. Rem grips his battle axe, sensing the shift in the air. Encrid steps out onto the training grounds, adjusting his grip. He stares down the new challenger under the soft night sky. Andrew draws his sword, the blade glinting with a bright blue light. Andrew thinks about the stubborn, untalented man standing across from him. He considers Encrid a role model and someone he deeply respects. He formally requests a duel with platoon commander Encrid. He shouts that he has been training too and will not fall behind. Encrid looks down calmly, letting the challenge hang in the air. The spring breeze carries mana through the quiet camp. Encrid looks up at the sky and smiles. It truly is a perfect night for a fight. He draws his sword and accepts. His eyes glow with intense focus as he promises to face Andrew with everything he has. Andrew smiles confidently, ready to measure his own growth. A sword cuts through the air. Encrid asks if Andrew remembers the first time they did this. The two clash in the center of the training yard. Encrid quotes Andrew's arrogant challenge back to him verbatim, making the noble blush bright red. Andrew swings hard, trying to bury his embarrassment in the sparks of the clash. Encrid notes that Andrew is completely different now. Andrew shouts that of course he is, and winds up for a heavy strike. Rem screams from the sidelines, telling his boss not to go easy on the persistent virgin squad leader. Andrew's youthful arrogance has been burned away. He fights with caution and genuine experience now. His blade cuts a fast horizontal path. He lunges forward, eyes wide, with absolute focus. Encrid watches the strike come in, deeply impressed by the kid's growth. But growth is relative. Encrid grips the hilts of both his long swords. He executes a blindingly fast dual sword strike that slams into Andrew's defense with explosive force. Andrew chokes on his own breath, barely holding the block. His boots skid violently backward through the dirt. Encrid drops a second rapid strike, forcing the noble down to his knees with a massive impact. Dust blows across the quiet field. Andrew gasps for air, drenched in sweat, entirely defeated. A gloved hand extends into his vision. Andrew looks up in shock. Encrid smiles gently and tells him he is going to leave now. His hair falls over his eyes, looking completely at peace. Andrew grabs his hand and stands up, deeply moved. He promises that when House Gardner rises again, Encrid is welcome at their estate. He stammers that Encrid could just go to the palace with his new royal dagger, but the offer stands. Encrid reaches out and playfully pats the noble on the head. He smiles warmly and says he looks forward to it. Andrew looks down, his face slightly flushed. Then he beams with pure emotional joy. Ragna watches from behind while Crace asks if Mac is leaving with Andrew. Mac is sobbing, uncontrollably overwhelmed by how much his young lord has grown. Auden forcefully scrubs Mac's face with a towel while Crace laughs at the mess. Rem charges in, screaming at Crace for bullying Mac, sparking another ridiculous brawl. The feast carries on late into the night. The squad drinks until they cannot stand, making sure there are no regrets. The lanterns burn out under the full moon. At sunrise, Andrew and Mac board a wagon heading back to the capital. They are both completely hungover, resting their heads against the rocking wood. Encrid waves them off, casually deciding it is not bad to send a future patriarch noble off looking like a wrecked mess. A blade cuts the crisp morning air. Even after drinking all night, our guy does not skip morning training. It is a promise to himself. Marcus approaches, smiling warmly. He is impressed Encrid actually came out here. Encrid turns in surprise to greet the commander. Then he sees what Marcus brought with him. A tall, slender, green-skinned frog warrior stares at him. Marcus gestures to a fully armored knight standing next to the frog. This is the personal present he promised. Without a single word, the knight's blade swings down, leaving a sharp motion trail. The knight charges, executing a massive vertical slash. Incrid's eyes widen in sheer panic. A horizontal slash cuts through the air, leaving a bright red crescent trail. Incrid desperately throws up both longswords, catching the strike in a shower of sparks. The frog warrior watches in complete shock. Incrid grits his teeth under crushing pressure. The knight asks how he blocked that. The knight raises her blade, demanding to see what else he can do. She delivers a downward strike, engulfed in blinding pink motion lines. Incrid's eye twitches. His brain instantly processes the threat. A flurry of pink and black trails swallows his vision. Countless blades reach out across the field. In his mind, his thighs are stabbed. A pink trail splatters his blood as his arms are dismembered. A final strike decapitates him entirely. His brain simulates hundreds of brutal deaths from the knight's aura in a fraction of a second. Every blade tells him the exact same thing. The knight looks down menacingly. She tells him to stand back and live, or stand his ground and die. He has died physically 830 times. A mental illusion is not going to make him flinch. He chooses death. Incrid leaps directly into the aura, executing a vertical slash. Engulfed in the pink motion lines, he refuses to let his dream remain a dream, even if he has to die 1,000 times for it. He screams and drives a diagonal strike forward. The knight blocks it, sparking a massive collision of force. The frog warrior's eye widens in absolute disbelief. White and black light explodes across the training yard. Marcus steps in and shouts for them to stop. The dust settles over the three of them. The knight touches her helmet, admitting she has never seen anything like him. He withstood her pressure without knowing how to manipulate it himself. Marcus checks on Incrid, warning him that standing there any longer would have killed him for real. Incrid catches his breath, drenched in sweat, and demands to know who the hell she is. The knight removes her helmet, revealing a red-haired woman named Azia.
Red Cape Knight Order, Proto-Knight Aacea.
Incrid sheathes both of his longswords, completely exhausted. He immediately collapses. Rem and Auden rush onto the field to catch him. The rest of the platoon sprints up, looking ready to murder the Proto-Knight for attacking their boss. They form a protective wall. The frog warrior squints at the angry squad. The frog blinks her glowing yellow eyes, trying to comprehend the sheer concentration of talent standing in front of her. She analyzes them instantly. The barbarian, the silent giant, and the greedy scout are all insanely gifted. But the swordsman in the back is something else entirely. Blonde hair and red eyes. He looks like he just rolled out of bed, but his stance is flawless. The frog smirks. Marcus tells the platoon to stand down. Izia notes that the lunatics really do seem insane. Rem snarls, asking what she just said. Isia ignores the barbarian and turns to the frog, asking if she honestly thinks Incrid can become a knight. Rim freezes, sweating slightly. Ragna watches calmly, silently repeating the word knight. Frog eyes possess a supernatural ability to determine whether someone is talented or not. Marcus brought her here to evaluate Incrid. That was the actual present, to see if he had what it takes. But the frog shakes her head. She calls it impossible. She declares Incrid's physical limits are obvious, and it is honestly a miracle he even made it this far. She turns her attention to someone far more interesting. She looks directly at Ragna and asks if he is interested in being sponsored. Ragna waves his hand dismissively and flatly refuses. The frog is amused. Refusing an offer from the Red Cape Knight Order just to stay with a talentless leader is fascinating. Isia tells Marcus she considers her favor repaid and prepares to leave. The frog starts to follow her, then stops and says she will be staying here a bit longer. Marcus is surprised but agrees to arrange lodgings. Isia assumes the frog is just trying to recruit the blonde swordsman, but as she looks back, her green pupil narrows. She watches Ragna carry the bleeding Incrid away. She remembers Incrid's boot stepping forward into the crushing pressure of her aura. She has never seen anyone withstand it, let alone advance. She realizes he would be an absolute monster if he ever unlocked that power. But unlocking it without talent is a pipe dream. She turns her red cape to the wind and walks away. Later, Crace walks past the wooden barracks. He looks completely bewildered, having heard the verdict on Incrid's future. The camp is quiet under the setting sun. Everyone in the battalion knows Incrid dreams of being a knight. He never hit it. That is exactly why Crace is worried. He always stood tall against mockery. But hearing an actual knight tell him his dream is physically impossible has to be devastating. Even for someone as stubborn as Incrid, that kind of absolute rejection breaks people. Crace reaches the barracks entrance, bracing himself for a miserable atmosphere. Rem greets him from the door, calling him the guy who got rejected for being too ugly. Crace yells at him to drop the nickname. Rem points inside with a serious look. Crace peers into the tent and his jaw drops. The frog is sitting right next to Incrid's cot. The frog casually says, "Excuse me." Rem confirms that is indeed a talking frog. Crace sweats profusely, wondering why his squad acts like this is a normal Tuesday. Rem knows Incrid's dream was just shattered. He assumes the boss is going to wake up devastated. Rim sits whittling wood while Ragna rests, preparing for the worst. On the cot, Incrid finally stirs. He sits up and stares blankly at the frog warrior sitting beside him. She casually greets him. Rem immediately starts taunting Krace, singing that Incrid will never become a knight to test the waters. Krace screams at him. Krace yells that there is not a single chance in hell. The two start wrestling to distract from the tension. Incrid looks at them and asks if that is true. Krace begs Incrid not to act like he is okay, while Rem curses the frog for ruining the mood. Incrid's blue eyes are perfectly clear as he asks what they are talking about. Krace looks completely dumbfounded. Incrid ignores the pity party, stands up and calmly tells Rem he is going to train. He explains he missed morning training because he passed out, so he has to make it up now. Ragna sits up yawning, asking if he already left. Rem drops the act and says he is going too. Luagarn watches them leave, highly amused by the entire dynamic. Krace clutches his head, wondering how Incrid is so calm about his dream being crushed. Rem scratches his neck and points out the obvious. The man is stubborn. Ragna wraps bandages around his wrists, grinning. He knows Incrid would act exactly the same even if the king himself told him to quit. Ragna corrects himself. Put nicely, he is persistent. No defeat, no despair, no giving up. The swordsman wipes sweat from his brow, feeling stupid for even worrying about him. Rem asks Krace if he is coming. Krace steals his resolve and follows, refusing to lose to a guy with no talent. Outside, Incrid stands in the snowy yard holding his sword ready. He analyzes the power of a proto-knight, the illusion of a flurry of blades. He remembers the pink trails. That was not regular murderous intent. Luagarn approaches him on the field, asking if he is curious about what Azia showed him. Incrid asks if the skill is called intimidation. The frog steps onto the grass. She explains that intimidation is what separates knights from regular soldiers who have merely surpassed their physical limits. She tells him only 1 in 10,000 can learn the mysterious power. She admits she thought showing it to him would make him give up, but Incrid just demands to know what the power is. The frog blinks in surprise. Incrid's determined gaze pierces right through her. She smirks. She explains that intimidation is just a small part of it. It is the broad designation of all powers used by knights to become superhuman. Reem listens closely as the frog reveals the true name. It is called will. Luagarn explains that will is the power of volition, the greatest feat a human can achieve, but to use it you first have to face your limits and overcome them. Ragna nods thoughtfully, implying he understands exactly what that means. Incrid asks Ragna if he actually knows how to use it. Ragna dodges the question, saying he cannot say yet. Luagarn explains that will manifests differently for everyone. The method to realize it is entirely unique. Ragna chuckles that it is a meaningless conversation for someone who has not even broken through his baseline limits yet. Incrid accepts the roast and asks what he needs to do to overcome his limits. Luagarn tells him only he will know. You cannot know your limits until you crash directly into them yourself. Incrid lowers his sword, absorbing the lesson. He resets his stance, holding both long swords. The frog smiles quietly, noting that in her professional opinion it will never work. A frog's ability to discern talent is instinct built on experience. She has seen countless humans and knows better than any other frog how to read them. The first requirement is pure physical talent. The second is the will to carry on. Normally, if they lack the first, she never even considers the second. Incrid delivers a heavy diagonal slash. The frog watches in awe. His will is stronger than any other human she has ever seen, a conviction like no other. He defies the rules of talent entirely. A frog lives to satisfy their carnal urges. Some dedicate their lives to absolute strength. Some fall into love. What Luagarn truly desires is to study the unknown. She introduces herself officially and says she will be in his care. Incrid asks for her name. She tells him it is Luagarn. The talentless soldier and the frog who studies mysteries stand together under the bright sky. Sunrise hits the military camp. Word spreads instantly. The soldiers gossip that the lunatic's platoon somehow acquired a frog. Krace asks Rem if he knows anything about her staying. The other platoons freak out over the new addition. The soldiers swarm around trying to get a look at the rare amphibian. Ragna clicks his tongue, calling them uncultured. Rem points out the irony of that statement. The soldiers run away from the chaos inside the barracks. Luagarn calmly assesses the platoon. She has already mapped their talent levels. All 4 of Incrid's subordinates have surpassed their limits. They are insanely talented. If they realized their will, they would have all become knights, but will requires luck too. Krace eats with Incrid, asking why he is not stopping his men from fighting. Incrid says they will tire themselves out eventually. He casually eats his meal, trusting they are close enough not to actually kill each other. Krace screams that they literally just brought out the axes. Incrid ignores the brawl and asks Luagarn where she plans to stay. she says, preferably next to him. A training axe swings down violently in the background. A stray weapon flies inches past Encrid's face. Rem screams at Auden for coveting his spot while Luagarn notes they really are all crazy. Pin laughs and says she forgives the frog because frogs appreciate good looks. Crace instantly agrees. Luagarn smirks and tells Encrid he gets a pass too. She can forgive rudeness for a handsome face. She asks if he has any questions for her. Encrid smiles softly and asks her for a duel. Pin is shocked, asking why he wants to spar after training literally all day. Encrid says he will duel and then train again. Pin tells him he is the most insane one here. Encrid looks genuinely confused by that. Luagarn notes that a normal person would be exhausted, but his mentality is completely fractured from reality. She wonders what kind of monster he would become if he actually realized his will. She grips her wooden training sword tight, knowing she never wastes time on someone without potential. She warns him she will not go easy on him. Encrid's blue eyes shine. That is exactly what he wanted. Meanwhile, in the Principality of Aspen, the sunset paints the fortress red. In the command room, Administrator Atkins stews over their total defeat. He never expected an outright loss with all the preparations they made. He clenches his fist in pure frustration. The cascade of their failure began the moment Mitch Hurrier died. Then the taunts failed and the giant was slain. And at the center of every single disaster was the soldier named Encrid. Lord Abner looks out at the sunset. The war is not over. Aspen will make its move again once the armistice expires, but Encrid remains a massive problem. He remembers the Greyhounds sending an assassin after him once. He thought it was weird to waste resources on a low officer at the time, but now he writes on a parchment scroll, realizing it is the only logical solution. He calls upon the swamps of Monterre, the Royal Assassins Guild of Aspen that has never failed a request. Abner seals the document with red wax, ordering the hit in the name of the crown. The order is simple. Kill the soldier called Encrid. Back at the snowy military camp, the sun rises. A dark, cloaked Aspen assassin perches on a branch looking down at the barracks. Through the window, he watches Encrid practicing his sword forms, completely unaware. The assassin confirms the target. Then a voice calls out from behind him. Jackson stands on the branch, completely silent until she speaks. She points her daggers at the assassin's throat. The hitman turns in pure shock, realizing he was hunted before he even drew his blade. Back in the capital, the leader of the Monterre Assassin Guild slams his desk in a blind rage. They have lost contact with 5 of their best men. He refuses to let a request from the Aspen Crown ruin their reputation, and dispatches the Locks brothers, the absolute best they have. But back in the fortress city, Encrid is oblivious. He is just trying to buy supplies. The citizens swarm him like a returning hero. They shove fish and fresh boots into his hands, grateful for the lives he saved during the Aspen War. He politely declines, completely unaware of the masked killer perched on a balcony above him. The assassin watches the crowd, waiting for the perfect angle. He draws a circular throwing blade and lets it fly straight for Encrid's back. But before it can even cross the street, another blade violently swats it out of the air. The assassin flinches. Encrid hears the spark and looks over his shoulder, confused. Up on the balcony, Jackson has already dragged the first brother into a vicious headlock. The second brother drops from the roof with his dagger drawn. Jackson parries the strike without even looking, throwing the man backward into the wood. The Locks brothers, the supposed pinnacle of the Monterre Guild, are neutralized in exactly 4 seconds. One panics and tries to sprint down the alley to salvage the mission. A throwing knife buries itself in the post right beside his head. Jackson drops down from a support rope, landing quietly in the street just as Encrid walks by. He spots her hiding behind a beam. She points casually at the 2 unconscious hitmen lying in the alley, claiming she just moved some drunkards out of the street. Encrid sniffs the alcohol she poured on them and buys the lie completely. Our boy really does not have the best situational awareness when he is off the clock. Jackson walks beside him, her eyes scanning the rooftops. She knows he needs peace to train. She will not let Aspen's trash get in his way. Later that night, Jackson slips into a cozy tavern. She enters a private room where Leona, the blonde heiress of the Roguefried Trading Company, is waiting. Jackson reports the incident. Leona connects the dots to the Monterre Guild, asking how they should respond. Jackson tells her to handle it their way. Then she simply drops out the window, leaving Leona sighing at her complete lack of manners. A few days later, a wooden coffin is delivered to the Monterre Guild. Inside is one of the Locks brothers. The guild leader screams to send a warning back, but Jackson has already ordered her own underground contacts to slaughter them all. Back in Aspen, a terrified subordinate kneels before Lord Abner. He reports that their targets are guarded by monsters who completely outclass the local assassins. Abner grits his teeth, realizing he cannot solve this with quiet knives. He cancels the request, deciding he will just have to kill Encrid on the battlefield. 3 months pass at the border guard camp. Summer arrives, bringing heat and peace, but Encrid has not stopped swinging his sword for a single day. His squad watches him from the shade. They murmur about how he must have gotten incredibly strong by now. Rem laughs in their faces. He points out that Encrid has not improved at all, not one bit. Cray scratches his head, genuinely confused because he taught him perfectly. Luagarn watches with glowing yellow eyes, her frog instinct confirming that the man still possesses absolutely zero natural talent. She calls out to him, assuming he must be in a terrible slump, but Encrid smiles. In his mind, he is taking massive, invisible steps forward that nobody else can see. But long before our guy finds himself staring up at that sheer drop in the dead of night, he has to actually secure the mission that takes him there. And that story starts miles away, deep in the quiet safety of the military camp. Inside the dark wooden barracks, a warm glow spills out from underneath a heavy wool blanket on one of the corner cots. Crace is huddled up in his bed with a single flickering candle. He is stressing out over an ancient parchment map he looted back at the abandoned Aspen camp, muttering to himself as he tries to make sense of the faded ink. He is so focused on the treasure that he does not notice the hulking shadow looming right behind him until it is entirely too late. Luagarn rips the blanket away. Crace recoils in absolute panic, letting out a stifled scream as the massive blue frog warrior stares down at him. She is completely unbothered by his heart attack. She calmly looks down and asks what he is mumbling about at this hour. Crace holds out his feather pen, his hands still shaking. He points to the weird symbols on the parchment, absolutely stunned when the giant frog actually recognizes the letters. By the time the sun rises behind the distant mountain peaks, the rest of the camp is finally waking up. Encrid snaps awake with a sudden gasp. He sits up straight on his cot, immediately greeted by the glowing yellow eyes of Esther the lake panther. His face is completely serious. Loop 507. 1,135 deaths. The numbers are carved into his brain, but right now, there is only one thing on his mind. It is time for morning training. He straps a massive stone cargo rig to his back and takes off sprinting across the frost-covered field. He uses Odin's bare body training to heat up his muscles in the freezing air, while Rem watches from a distance. The rest of the squad sits together on some wooden crates, watching their fearless leader push his physical limits until his muscles scream. But they notice something strange. Ragna points out that his actual sword skills are not improving at all. Jackson agrees. She notes that our boy has to know he is stuck in a massive slump right now. But Rem leans forward, resting his chin on his hand. If he is in a slump, why does he look so incredibly happy doing it? Encrid strains under the crushing weight of the heavy stone blocks. He is not slacking. He is forcing his physical vessel to catch up to the mental growth translation he earned in the dream void. Rem squints at him, deeply thoughtful. He knows his boss is not a fool. There is a method to this madness, even if the barbarian cannot quite see the grand design yet. The grueling workout is finally interrupted when Battalion Commander Marcus steps onto the field. The warmongering gray-haired veteran asks for a moment of his time. Back inside the command tent, Marcus sits at his heavy wooden desk. He slides a rolled-up document across the table. It is a direct mercenary request. He tells Encrid to take out a monster colony that has set up camp near a distant frontier town. Marcus notes that the areas outside the city walls get incredibly dangerous at this time of year. As summer sets in, the heat draws out massive swarms of beasts and ghouls. They sprout up across the dark foggy plains like weeds, driven by pure violence. Normally they are just a nuisance, but once they gather enough numbers and a dominant leader emerges to take control, that roaming pack officially becomes a colony. Marcus explains that a particularly large colony has been sighted near the frontier. He is giving Encrid full command of the town defenses, ordering him to take his squad and wipe the monsters out before they breach the walls. It is exactly the kind of high-risk meat grinder Encrid needs right now. Word spreads through the rustic wooden village quickly that the platoon leader is packing up to leave. Inside the dim barracks, Encrid starts laying out his gear on a wooden table. Crace notes that this feels exactly like their old days back at Crossguard, while Jackson points out just how much heavy equipment this dude insists on carrying. Luagarn holds up the parchment request, agreeing with his preparation. It is a large colony, and even mindless ghouls become a serious threat when they swarm in massive numbers. Encrid stares down at his supply spread, his expression deadly serious. He is thinking about his loadout. What he really needs for this mission are more whistle daggers. Those beautiful throwing blades have a circular hole in the center that creates a high-pitched sound, completely hiding the visual of the throw. They are impossible to dodge unless the target is explicitly watching the thrower's arm, but he knows there is no way to get more. He only has the ones he looted from the Aspen assassin on day 561. Jackson sits quietly on her bed nearby, listening to him mutter about his supply shortage. Suddenly, Crace lets out a wild gasp. His eyes go wide as saucers as he stares down at the translated map in his hands, realizing the coordinates match their mission perfectly. Incrid glances back over his shoulder, a little surprised by the sudden screaming. Crace completely loses his mind. He leans in incredibly close to Encrid, his eyes literally sparkling with pure unadulterated greed. He grabs Encrid by the shirt and starts shaking him violently, begging to go on the mission. Encrid tells him to get off, completely deadpan as Crace screams that this is the chance of a lifetime. Crace slams his hand down onto the map, pointing frantically at the destination. He reveals that there is a legendary hidden treasure vault located in the exact same frontier town. He is grinning from ear to ear, explaining that it is the lost riches of the legendary trader Dolph, hidden away over 100 years ago. Incrid looks thoughtful. He recognizes the map. It is the same one Crace found hidden under a tree root during the Battle of the Fog. He flashes back to the moment Crace came sprinting through the abandoned enemy camp, waving the dirty parchment in the air with a massive smile on his face. Crace explains that the legend of Dolph is famous among the criminal underworld. The treasure has been locked in an ancient dungeon for so long that the traps probably do not even work anymore. All they have to do is walk in and claim it. But Crace admits he was completely stuck earlier because the map was written in some kind of ancient, dead language. Luagarn smirks quietly from the corner of the room. She proudly announces that she was the one who translated it for him. She strikes a confident, muscular pose. She reminds them that she studies the unknown. Deciphering old-world scripts is basically a hobby for her. Crace looks extremely skeptical, sweat dripping down his face. A massive, battle-hungry frog warrior claiming to be a scholar is not exactly a common sight. Luagarn just tells him not to generalize people. Knowing the destination is secure, Crace throws his fists in the air and shouts in total triumph. Encrid calmly agrees to check it out, as long as the detour does not take up too much time. Encrid turns to address the rest of the room. He tells the squad they are setting out tomorrow morning, and orders everyone to get their gear ready. But Auden just sits on his bed, looking incredibly solemn. He quietly states that he is not going. God is not showing him the path for this journey. Ragna stands perfectly still, calmly wrapping white bandages around his wrists. He chimes in, saying he plans to just sleep in. Rem is lying comfortably on his cot with his hands tucked behind his head. He casually mentions that he has some personal things to take care of. Jackson stands with her back to the room, smoothly sheathing her twin daggers. She echoes Rem, saying she is busy too. Rem and Jackson casually stroll out the wooden door, leaving Crace completely bewildered. He wonders what is wrong with them, since they usually follow Encrid around like lost puppies. Encrid does not say a single word. He just watches them leave with a calm, knowing look. Crace starts to panic, asking if they really have enough manpower to survive a large monster colony. Luagarn sits on her cot next to the sleeping Black Panther. She volunteers to go, completely unfazed by the lack of backup. She stands up with a confident smile. She states that there is absolutely no reason for her to stay in this camp if Encrid is not here. That is all Crace needs to hear. He pumps his fist in excitement, completely thrilled to have a powerhouse frog warrior acting as his personal bodyguard. He shouts for everyone to start packing. The camera pans up to the wooden ceiling as Crace and Encrid begin stuffing their canvas bags with rations, rope, and survival gear for the long trip ahead. Encrid stares straight ahead, his eyes locked in intense focus. He knows exactly what this mission really is. It is not about saving a town, and it is certainly not about finding some dead merchant's gold. It is about hitting the next wall. Outside, the sun begins to set, casting a beautiful twilight glow over the jagged mountain peaks and the tall wooden watchtowers of the camp. Luagarn stands by the open door, fully geared up and ready to move. She calls out for the boys to hurry up. Crace instantly recoils in absolute terror. Esther the Lake Panther bares her fangs and lets out a vicious snarl right in his face. Crace mutters that the giant magical beast really does not like him. Before they can step outside, Jackson walks back into the room. She quietly calls out to her boss. She holds out a heavy leather wrap bound with thick cord. Encrid accepts the heavy package. Looking down at it in genuine surprise, he pulls back the leather flap. Inside is a perfectly forged, pristine set of whistle daggers, the exact weapon he was just wishing for. Jackson keeps her expression completely neutral. She tells him she has her ways of getting things done, hinting that this is what she was busy doing all day yesterday. She looks at him with deep respect. She knows he is throwing himself into a meat grinder, and tells him he is going to need all the help he can get to survive it. Later that night, the rest of the squad remains in the barracks, Rem lies awake in the dark, staring up at the wooden beams in deep thought. Ragna rests quietly under a wool blanket, while Auden sits perfectly still on the edge of his cot on the other side of the room. The silence is heavy. They are all thinking about Encred. They all noticed his sudden lack of progress, but more importantly, they all noticed the absolute certainty in his eyes. Auden speaks up, breaking the silence. He tells Encred that he knows exactly why he is doing this alone. Encred just smiles, a soft, incredibly confident smile. He knows his squad understands him perfectly. He hoists his heavy canvas bag over his shoulder and steps out into the crisp night air. He tells them he will see them when he gets back, and promises that things will be much more fun then. Jackson stands silently in the doorway, watching his silhouette disappear into the mist. Rem looks up, a sharp grin creeping onto his face. He wonders out loud what exactly goes on inside that man's head. He points out that Encred has shown zero signs of getting any stronger lately, but Jackson quickly reminds him of the pattern. Every time Encred stagnates, it is always followed by a period where his skill level suddenly explodes into a completely different tier. Ragna sits up, his long blonde hair tied back. He stares calmly across the room and simply states that he believes in the platoon leader's confidence.
He will surprise us this time, how much stronger he will become.
Rim grips the wooden handle of his massive battle axe. His knuckles turn white. He calls Encred an odd man, but the respect in his voice is undeniable.
Ragna, let's fight. With, say, about half of our lives on the line.
Ragna slowly raises his heavy training sword. He accepts the challenge immediately, telling the barbarian not to blame him if he ends up dead. Auden strips off his shirt, his massive scarred muscles tensing in the cold air. He asks to join the brawl, and Jackson pulls her blades, agreeing to play along. Rem's face twists into a terrifying, battle-crazed smile, surrounded by a dark aura of pure murderous intent. He thinks to himself that this training better be fun. He hoists the massive iron axe over his shoulder, his eyes burning with absolute resolve. If their boss is going to come back a monster, they have to prepare themselves just to keep up with him. Far away, Encred marches toward the bright horizon, flanked by a greedy scout, a magical panther, and a giant frog warrior. The frontier town is waiting, and he has a massive wall to climb. Out on the road, the journey to the frontier town is an absolute nightmare. They are swarmed by wave after wave of four-eyed beast wolves. Hin, the recon leader, pants heavily, swearing she took the safest route, even guiding them through hidden thorny paths. The monster density is completely unnatural. Another pack of wolves howls and charges down the cliff. Luagarn notes that this goes far beyond a normal beast migration. Encred agrees. This feels like a sliver of Devil's Gate, the mythical source of all monsters. He gets a deeply unsettling feeling as he cuts down another beast. When they finally reach the spiked wooden walls of the town, the local leader greets them. Encred states his business, demanding the specifics on the colony, but a massive, eye-patched guard steps in front of the leader. Deutsch Fullman, the head of the town watch. Hin glares at him, immediately suspicious of the man's rigid posture. Fullman bluntly tells Encred that his mercenary watch has already slaughtered the colony. He points to the masterfully engineered wooden ramparts, claiming no beast could ever breach them. He orders the border guard to turn around and leave. Encred stares him down with absolute icy calm. He tells Fullman that he is the commander here, and he will decide when they leave. Crash quickly steps in with his cheerful merchant smile, begging for lodging so they can rest. Fullman clicks his tongue and orders his subordinate, Hugo, to show them to a room. As Hugo smiles gently, Luagarn stops in her tracks. She whispers to Crace that she wants to beat the man to a pulp. Her frog's intuition senses a disgusting, familiar energy radiating off of him. She tries to brush it off as a coincidence. Inside their quarters, Crace suggests Fullman is just fiercely territorial over his command. Encred strips off his shirt, asking if anyone actually believes the colony is gone. Luagarn confirms it is impossible given the numbers they fought on the road. Encred does not care about the politics. He straps on his heavy training stones, preparing to do the work regardless. Crace and Jackson go to bed, leaving Luagarn to watch Encred grind. She knows he is repeating these brutal exercises precisely because he has zero talent. Yet as he lifts the stones, sweat pouring down his face, he smiles. It reminds her of the pure, unwavering spirit he showed when he was younger, a spirit that forces even a cynical frog warrior to respect him. She watches him drop the weights. She realizes her mental bond with him is completely unchanged. She asks if throwing himself against a wall like this is actually fun. He answers with a warm, genuine smile. She falls silent, staring at the only man she has ever truly believed in. Up on the walls, the town leader paces nervously. A guard reports that the beast hordes are still massive, begging to accept the border guard's help. Fullman refuses, declaring this is their town, built to escape the corrupt nobles. They will not let outside military forces gain a foothold here. The town leader agrees, trusting Fullman's new recruit, Hugo, to hold the line. Fullman smirks, praising Hugo's specific set of skills. Up on the watchtower, Hugo checks in with the guards. Fullman smiles coldly. The acting is over. He orders the plan to begin. In the dark forest beyond the walls, dozens of glowing yellow eyes snap open. A massive, sharp-clawed paw slams into the mud. Incrid's left eye glows blue as he draws his sword in his room. The colony is here. A ravenous pack of four-eyed gnolls roars down the canyon, sprinting straight for the town. Luagarn screams in pure purple-tinted rage. Her instincts were right. Hugo and Fullman are not mercenaries. They are cultists of the Holy Devil's Gate. The chaos hits the frontier town like a tidal wave. The guards on the ramparts do not even have time to raise the alarm. Incrid is halfway through his floor push-ups when the screaming starts. The scent of blood washes over the peaceful village in an instant. He stands up, his expression hardening into stone. A guard violently rings the bronze alarm bell just as the wooden walls shatter. The beast pack floods through the breach, tearing into the fleeing citizens. Krace kicks the door open in a panic, but Incrid is already fully armed. He orders Luagarn to help stop the breach. She refuses. Her body erupts in dark magical energy. She swore to slaughter the cultists who killed her lover, and she violently launches herself out the window to hunt Hugo down. A rabid gnoll lunges straight for Incrid's throat. He cuts it in half before its feet touch the floor. He snaps orders, pinned to the walls. Krace and Esther stay on his flank. They charge out into the streets, weapons leaving white trails in the blood-soaked dirt. Incrid pivots hard. He drives his blade straight through a gnoll's ribs. His mind flashes back to his past loops. He has survived dense monster packs before. Keep dodging. Create a path. He weaves through the snapping jaws, his blade precise and lethal. He leaps into the air, bringing a heavy downward strike onto a beast's skull. The skull caves in with a sickening crunch, but then a shadow falls over the street. A giant, heavily armored mutant gnoll steps into the firelight. It swings a spiked club, throwing Krace backward like a ragdoll. Incrid looks up at the ridge. An entire army of mutant gnolls is pouring over the cliff. They are larger, faster, and wielding massive iron weapons. The town guards are completely butchered. Deutsch Fullman watches his men die, screaming in absolute horror. The cultists summoned a horde they could not control. The town built on hope is wiped out in minutes. A giant mutant drops from the sky, its club aiming directly for Incrid. He tightens his grip on his hilt. His heart pulses with the red aura of the beast, and he meets the massive club with high-speed strikes. Across the town, Luagarn realizes she cannot wipe out a horde this size without returning to her human form. Krace is grabbed by a gnoll, but Esther the Panther rips its throat out just in time. Incrid knows they are going to die if they stay. He orders them to fall back and escape. Meanwhile, Hugo sprints down a burning hallway, thinking his sabotage was perfect. A massive blue hand reaches out of the dark. Luagarn slams him through the wooden floorboards with an explosive burst of purple magic. She towers over him in her full muscular warrior form, her eyes blazing with hatred. She is going to tear the cultist apart with her bare hands. Back in the streets, Incrid is losing. His body is covered in deep gashes, blood blinding his vision. He can barely raise his arm as he parries another crushing blow. He stands alone among the dead soldiers, fighting entirely on sheer stubborn will. Then, his eyes lock onto a new threat. The heavy clopping of hooves echoes through the burning town. The mutant gnoll leader arrives on horseback, glaring down at him from the ramparts. A terrified child cowers nearby. Incrid knows he cannot run. The gnoll leader lunges off the ridge at blinding speed, drawing a longsword. Incrid raises his blade to block the overhead execution. The impact is absolute devastation. Incrid is blown backward, coughing up blood as his defense crumbles. His left eye flares blue. He tries to recover, but the leader is already above him. The longsword drives cleanly through Incrid's chest, pinning him to the dirt. His pupil dilates. The pain is absolute. The gnoll leader looks down at him, speaking in perfect human language. Incrid collapses, realizing too late that the blade was coated in a violent paralytic poison. He bleeds out in the mud, death number 831, but the agony does not stop. He is paralyzed, drowning in his own blood as the gnoll leader watches him suffer. He violently coughs, a massive spray of dark red coating the grass. The leader is enjoying the show. It refuses to finish him off quickly. Incrid grits his teeth. He has to kill this specific gnoll to break the colony, but it is faster than anything he has ever fought. If that poisoned blade touches him even once, the run is over. His vision fades to black. Loop 306. He climbs down the ladder in the dim barracks room. He draws his sword, strapping on his gear hours before the attack. Last time, he ordered his squad to hold the line and they all died. This time, Luagarn wakes up and asks why he is fully armed so early. Incrid looks at her completely deadpan and asks if she knows anything about the cultists. The frog warrior freezes. She clenches her fist, explaining that the Church of the Holy Devil's Gate are absolute lunatics who worship the Demon of Sixes. She asks how he could possibly know they are here. Incrid just says he has a bad feeling. He knows the town guards are compromised. He sheathes his sword, his mind working out the exact puzzle of the siege. He needs Luagarn's raw power on the front line, not off hunting Hugo in the back alleys. So he tells her the cultists summoned the gnolls. Her rage ignites instantly, redirecting her fury exactly where he needs it. He steps out into the dirt, waiting for the breach. When the giant mutant gnoll swings its club, Incrid is already there to meet it. He steps inside the ark, letting the heavy weapon smash into the empty ground. The town guards stare at him in pure awe. He is saving lives that were lost seconds into the last loop. He drives his sword straight into the beast's chest. No wasted movement, just perfect memory. Krace runs up to Fulman, demanding orders, but Fulman is frozen, realizing his cultist sabotage is failing because one single border guard is holding the entire breach. Incrid leaps into the fray, his blade moving in a flawless rhythm. He triggers the heart of the beast, supercharging his blood vessels to match the mutant's raw strength. He layers it with Jackson's dodging sense. He leaps over a sweeping strike, drawing a whistle dagger in midair. He throws it silently, severing a gnoll's neck before it can roar. Pin holds the flank, swinging her weapons with terrifying speed, but the mob is too thick. A claw rakes across her back. She collapses, screaming as a spiked club comes down to finish her off. A flurry of daggers intercepts the blow. Jackson is there. The squad did not abandon him after all. Incrid focuses Ragna's single-point concentration, filtering out the screams of the town. The wolf pack roars, trying to overwhelm him with numbers, but the guards are no longer breaking. They drag their wounded back while Incrid holds the vanguard. He locks blades with a massive mutant, sparks flying in the dark. With a brutal upward slash, he slices its chest wide open, sending black blood into the night sky. The chaotic battle slowly turns into a unified defense. A father and daughter look at Incrid like a god of war, crying in pure relief. Even Deutsch Fulman realizes he has to fight alongside the man if he wants to survive his own botched scheme. Fulman screams for his mercenaries to form a phalanx around Incrid. They charge forward with their spears, pushing the horde back out of the streets. Jackson covers the right flank, her daggers moving in a blinding blur of cuts. She drops 2 mutants without breaking a sweat. Up on the ridge, the mutant gnoll leader realizes its army is losing ground. It glares down at the humans, drawing its poisoned sword. It lunges at Jackson first, but she blocks the heavy blow with crossed daggers. Krace and the spearmen brace the line. Incrid locks eyes with the leader, his pupil glowing with an intense, icy blue magic. Deep in the dark void of his mind, the ferryman scoffs. He tells Incrid that this is useless. This is his limit. Incrid's heart pulses with absolute crimson fury. He remembers the promise he made to himself as a child. He will never stop. But stopping is not on the menu today. He slides backward across the grass, kicking up dust as his open wounds bleed out. A wolf beast lunges fiercely downward from the sky, its sharp claws fully extended for the kill. Incrid screams out in raw exertion, pushing his battered body to pivot off his leather boot. He slashes the beast cleanly in half, sending a heavy spray of crimson across the grassy field. A fresh pack of gnolls charges down the path, their yellow eyes glowing in the twilight. He trades rapid strikes with a massive mutant gnoll, his body moving on pure muscle memory. He delivers a brutal horizontal slash, the white trail of his blade cutting the monster down instantly. But there is always another wave. A massive army of them surges toward him across the plains. A sharp spear pierces cleanly through his thigh, tearing muscle and bursting vessels. Incrid howls in pain. The mutant gnoll leader sits atop its beast, driving the blade deep into his leg on the chaotic battlefield. Around him, the town defenses completely collapse. A guard takes a spear through the spine. Watch leader Deutsch Fulman gets his throat violently opened by a fast slash, blood gushing out into the dirt. Incrid stands panting heavily, clutching his ruined thigh as the world ends around him. He glares up at the massive enemy commander with a weary, broken posture. Sweat and blood drip down his chin as he mutters that the bastard is cunning. The wolf leader looks down calmly. It asks if Incrid really thought it would fight fair. It specifically waited for him to be crippled. Incrid ignores the pain and lunges forward, swinging both swords with everything he has left. It is not enough. The beast grazes his cheek, moving with terrifying, flawless speed. He gets thrown violently backward across the grass, coughing up blood. He realizes the monster genuinely enjoys watching him suffer. The leader stands over him on horseback, totally unharmed and completely dominant. The killing blow comes downward, ending the loop in a massive geyser of red. He snaps awake, gasping for air, a bloodshot eye staring up at the ceiling of the barracks. The third loop. He goes right back to the meat grinder. Loop 20. Loop 40. The massive pack roars and charges forward down the mountain path day after day. Incrid waits in his dual sword stance, watching the oncoming horde of monsters without a shred of fear. He realizes the core problem. No matter how perfectly he fights, the leader absolutely refuses to enter the battle until Incrid is critically injured. He executes a vertical strike, gritting his teeth. He wonders if he should just let himself get injured early to bait it out. He scrapes that idea immediately. Panting in sheer exhaustion with a bleeding temple, he knows the leader moves as fast as a proto-knight. He cannot dodge its blade if he is already crippled. There has to be another way to surpass this wall. The memory of Jackson echoes in his head, telling him his dodging sense is only halfway there. It is not just about watching and moving. He sits up on his cot in the dead of night, while the rest of his squad sleeps unaware. He needs perfect coordination. He has to reduce the thinking time required between seeing an attack and moving his body. The morning bell rings, vibrating through the camp. Another reset. If what he currently has is not enough, then he has to try something brand new. The horde of four-eyed gnolls charges down the path, kicking up massive clouds of dust. The guards and monsters clash in a massive wave of violence on the field. Incrid parries an incoming spear with his sword hilt, causing sharp sparks to fly as he forces his mind to stop hesitating. He engages a mutant gnoll, their swords clashing with bright flashes of light. His boot pivots firmly on the grass, drilling the exact optimal movement into his muscle memory. From the wooden ramparts, the enemy leader glares down menacingly at the slaughter below. Incrid delivers a powerful upward slash, leaving a sharp white light trail through the air. The beast is sliced cleanly across the chest, sending a spray of blood into the sky. He tells himself to repeat the motions until they are permanently engraved into his body. Proper coordination only happens when the mind, the muscles, and the raw strength completely align. He drives his sword straight through a gnoll's chest with a brutal, unhesitating thrust. He fights and fights until his stamina breaks, and then the leader on horseback finally comes down for him. The giant beast lunges forward at high speed, sword drawn. Loop 100. He gets launched violently backward across the blood-splattered field, ribs cracking on impact. The mutant leader stabs downward, causing a violent geyser of arterial spray. Loop 101. He screams in pure agony as his neck is opened from the side. Loop 102. He delivers a powerful upward slash and tells himself to just keep going. His blue eye glows with intense energy. He just needs to last a little longer, until his body fully understands the dodging sense. An allied warrior executes a fast horizontal slash, trying to hold the line against the endless monsters. Deutsch Fullman leads his guards, screaming battle cries to protect the townsfolk. Suddenly, the watch commander stops, staring forward with a grim, totally baffled expression. Pin and Cray stand with their weapons drawn, wondering what the hell their platoon leader is doing. Incrid is completely out of his mind. He is standing in the middle of the horde, barely moving, just swiftly ducking beneath thrusting spears. Panting in sheer exhaustion, he forces himself to use only the bare minimum amount of movement to not tire out early. He predicts their attacks, sliding low to dodge an incoming strike before it even launches. He parries a downward blow with his shield, sparks flying from the high-speed impact as he stays one step ahead. He leaps backward away from a charging beast, parrying a spear with his hilt. He looks calmly forward, blood dripping down his cheek as his mind processes the entire battlefield at once. He drives his sword straight through a chest cavity with a brutal, clinical thrust. The field becomes littered with multiple fallen monster carcasses, all dropped with zero wasted energy. Once again, his stamina runs dry, and the mutant leader descends from the ramparts. The massive sword pierces straight through Incrid's chest, injecting him with lethal venom. He coughs up a massive gush of blood, but after dying so many times to this exact poison, he knows a neat trick to skip the pain. He executes a rapid downward strike with both hands, intentionally getting himself killed faster. It is much better than writhing on the ground. He wakes up, climbs down the wooden ladder inside the dim room, and gets ready for another day of purely training his dodging sense. Luagarn asks why he is fully armed so early in the morning. He looks at her solemnly. Across all these loops, she has never changed one bit. She chases after the cultists and never returns. She sits on her cot, explaining that the cultists commit atrocious acts for their false god, sacrificing humans in summoning rituals. There is a rumor that they summoned a salamander that spews flames from its entire body, and she saw it with her own 2 eyes. The conversation is cut short. The monsters attack at daybreak, exactly on schedule. His leather boot steps firmly on the grass. A massive horde of gnolls with countless attack patterns descends on the town. He looks focused and resolute. He finally knows how to move. Loop 170, loop 180, loop 190. He engages a mutant gnoll, blades clashing, continuing to repeat the motions exactly as his senses dictate. The beast is sliced across the chest. Incrid slides low, dodging an incoming strike with millimeter precision. Dodge, block, or counter. Choosing the best option in a fraction of a second comes down to trusting his instincts entirely. Jackson blocks a heavy attack with both daggers in his memory, reminding him to never hesitate. His hand grips his sword hilt with immense resolve. He executes a vertical strike, face locked in intense grit. A hand tightly holds a sharp throwing dagger, then launches it to cut through the neck of an oncoming beast. The town is engulfed in flames at night, but he keeps fighting. The sun sets over the distant mountains, marking the end of another brutal day. He engages another gnoll in a shower of bright sparks. The sun sets again. He stands ready in his dual sword stance. The sun sets again. The guards successfully push back the gnolls under a twilight sky. Incrid stands looking up at the giant crimson moon in the dark sky, completely exhausted but alive. The key to this technique is not just noticing and moving out of the way quickly. Blood drips onto the grass as his mind visualizes water ripples radiating outward in a dark blue pool. The dodging sense requires the body to react automatically, without a single conscious thought. His side profile is calm and serious, reflecting on everything he has absorbed. Deep in the dark blue cosmic void of his mind, the ferryman speaks up. The mocking spirit tells him that he must know by now that simply bearing the pain is not enough to win. Incrid's face zooms in, his eye glowing with intense blue energy. He sits up in his cot inside the dim barracks room, looking perfectly calm. He smiles confidently to himself. Of course he knows that. He has a plan. Day 200, the 200th morning since he started this specific grind, the day he finally withstands the entire invasion without dying once. Pin lies fast asleep on her cot, wrapped tightly in a blanket. Incrid stands calmly beside her, waking the entire barracks up early. He tells Pin and Esther to get ready to move out with him immediately. Crace wakes up looking completely shocked and drenched in sweat. Incrid tells him he needs a special favor, while Luagarn sleepily asks what the matter is so early in the morning. Incrid stands proudly holding his longswords, his expression dead serious. The gnoll hordes will be here at sunrise, and they need to finish preparing before then to finally smash this wall. He tells them he remembers something from a previous loop. Luagarn confirms her gut feeling was right about the cultists hiding in the town, asking if his memory is really that flawless. He looks forward with absolute intensity, stating that nobody alive has a better memory than him. He decides he will go see the watch commander immediately. Luagarn never returned before, but he sent her off early this time, completely changing the board state. He orders Crace to bring Deutsch Fullman to him, taking the mayor hostage if necessary. Crace panics at the blatant treason, but Incrid just ignores him and tells Pin and Esther to follow. They run quickly through the misty night streets, leaving speed lines in their wake. They need to secure the town walls right now. The wooden spikes of the wall loom under the dark sky. There is no way a defensive structure like this should fall so easily to beasts. The giant, heavily armored mutant gnolls could never climb it with their stubby little legs. The only answer is that the gates were intentionally opened from the inside. Pin died on this wall in the very first loop because the cultists were right beside her. Two guards in brown armor stand on the wooden walkway, looking back in surprise as our boy approaches. Standing at the top of the wall under the cloudy sky, Incrid announces that the command of this sector now belongs to his platoon. He looks at them with perfectly clear eyes. Every man on this wall will listen to his commands, and disobedience will result in immediate execution. The guards look at each other, completely baffled and furious at his arrogance. He ignores their yelling and walks right past them. In previous loops, the alarm bell always rang when the monsters attacked, meaning at least one watchman here is innocent. He spots the man from the 200th loop and charges forward with his sword raised. A cultist guard lunges down with a spear to assassinate the innocent watchman. The watchman screams in panic as the blade comes down. Incrid leaps off the upper platform, swinging his sword to deflect the lethal strike right on time. A pair of blue glowing claws slash through the darkness. Esther the Black Panther pounces on another cultist guard, tearing into his shoulder with a vicious roar. Pin tackles a third guard to the wooden ramparts with a heavy slam. Incrid stands holding his sword ready as the first rays of morning light break over the horizon. A scenic view of the vast grassy plains is revealed under the bright rising sun. The gnolls are here. Down below, a senior watchman checks the main gate and screams in absolute panic. He stares in shock at the thick wooden support beams holding the town together. A massive crack has been intentionally carved straight through the timber. Out on the plains, a large mutant gnoll on horseback charges through the grass, kicking up dust to lead the siege. Pin shouts from behind the wall that the colony is approaching fast. The senior watchman frantically grabs a heavy plank to repair the sabotage. Pin wrestles with a cultist guard who tries to channel purple magical energy from his hands. Esther pounces on the magician from behind, just as Incrid screams a command to push the bastards over the edge. Two cultists are thrown violently backward off the high wooden walkway by a massive blow. They fall heavily onto the dirt below, screaming as their bones shatter. The horde arrives. A beast stands at the partially opened wooden gates, baring its fangs as the watchman desperately tries to push it shut. A massive army of monsters throws their combined weight against the splintering wood. Krace finally arrives, dragging Deutsch Fullman and several other loyal guards to the scene. Krace grabs the town leader by his collar, shouting that he did exactly as his boss ordered. Fullman steps forward, drawing his sword with a grim expression as the gates groan under the pressure. Incrid stares him down with perfectly clear blue eyes. He declares this an emergency and takes total command of the watch. Fullman yells in fury, demanding to know who this kid thinks he is. The wooden gates violently splinter, throwing the senior watchman backward with a terrified scream. Incrid barks back, asking if the man is blind to what is right in front of him. He orders the archers to knock their arrows immediately. Swallowing his pride, Fullman orders his men onto the walls to shoot everything that moves. A massive volley of arrows rains down over the clashing horde, but Incrid knows the loop mechanics. Even if the gates hold, as long as the colony exists outside, this day will never end. He finds a narrow side gate and casually asks the terrified watchman to open it just a crack. The man pushes against the heavy timber, screaming that they are pushing through. Incrid screams for his pet panther. Esther leaps down into the choke point with glowing blue eyes, shredding the first gnoll that tries to squeeze inside. The beast is slashed open in a shower of blood, clearing a tiny window of opportunity. An allied guard draws his bow, shouting that he sees an opening. Incrid stands in a combat stance, looking out through the crack at the endless sea of fur and fangs. He is going to make his way through the entire pack and take the leader's head himself. A glowing-eyed mutant charges the gap, but Incrid simply blocks its downward strike and lunges past it at blistering speed. Fullman watches in absolute shock as the lunatic runs straight into the impossible odds. He desperately screams for his men to provide cover fire. Incrid charges alone into the massive army, a single man against a sea of monsters. Allied archers line up along the cliffside, raining arrows down onto the horde while screaming not to stop shooting. One of the archers yells in panic that there are too many and they are running out of ammo. Fullman grits his teeth in sheer stress. Pin climbs up a wooden ladder, screaming to Kryze that Incrid is trapped outside. Kryze stares down in sudden panic, knowing the wall is slowly falling apart. He grabs his head in frustration, closing his eyes before forcing himself to get a grip. He trusts his boss has a plan. Turning to the town workers, he screams that if they are out of arrows, they should drop boulders from the quarry instead. He points forward, mobilizing every single able body in the town to the defensive line. Down in the meat grinder, Incrid grips his sword with calm focus. His goal is simple: draw as much attention as possible. He delivers a devastating horizontal slash, striking down several beasts with a wide spray of blood. Esther pounces on a straggler, crushing its neck in her jaws. Incrid walks calmly forward, focusing their entire front line on himself to exploit the slightest openings. Up on the walls, Krace yells the command to throw. Massive rocks are heaved over the wooden ramparts. The falling boulders crush dozens of gnolls at the base of the wall, flattening them into paste. Incrid's eyes dart across the chaos. He finds his perfect path and orders Esther to take care of the rest. He runs forward in a low posture, slipping beneath the brutal melee while his panther distracts the vanguard. He easily ducks under a lunging strike, moving with incredible, terrifying agility. Esther and a mutant lock in close quarters combat, snarling as massive rocks continue to rain down around them. Kryze watches from the top of the wall, holding a heavy rock and wondering where the hell his boss just vanished to. Deep in the forest undergrowth, Incrid's hand pushes aside a thick path of thorny, blood-stained branches. He hid his presence by covering himself head to toe in gnoll gore. He crawls through the mud, bypassing the entire army completely unseen. He uses the terrain to conserve every last drop of his stamina. He finally understands the true intent of this wall. The loop wanted him to kill the leader while dodging the poisoned blade, all while critically wounded. With his newly perfected dodging sense, that was technically possible. but our guy has zero interest in playing fair. He runs quickly through the dark mist, his left eye glowing a brilliant blue. He breaks out of the tree line and stares up a steep rocky cliff, locking eyes with the mutant leader standing proudly at the top. Without a word, he throws a whistle dagger at blinding speed directly up the rock face. He is going to kill the boss right now. Entirely fresh and completely unwounded. The leader's golden eye narrows. It easily deflects the projectile with a lazy swing of its broadsword. Incrid charges up the incline, screaming with fierce intent. The monster's side profile is suddenly enveloped in a reddish magical aura. The surrounding monster guards turn in surprise at the sudden ambush, but Incrid is already past them. As he expected, the creature only appeared when he was wounded to flaunt its power. Against a fresh target, its speed is suddenly manageable. They engage in close quarters combat, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. Incrid easily slides low to dodge the leader's swift strike, his 200 days of pure dodging practice paying off perfectly. They trade lightning-fast slashes, locking weapons in a desperate test of strength. Incrid pivots his leg and executes a devastating horizontal slash, his blade leaving a blinding white trail. The leader looks down in absolute shock as its chest is torn wide open. Incrid's intensely focused face is splattered with blood as the monster guards recoil in horror. Down on the wall, Krace looks up at the distant cliff, his eyes going wide as he whispers for his boss. The giant mutant collapses to the earth, its sword falling from its lifeless fingers. Incrid sheathes his weapon victoriously. No matter how fast it was, or what poison it used, against an uninjured man it was just another animal. Seeing their invincible commander fall, a beast on the cliff throws its head back and roars in sheer panic. The entire army in the valley instantly shatters, scattering into a terrified rout. Hin screams from the wall that the horde is going crazy and losing control. She urges the defenders to push out before they regroup. Incrid stands on the grassy field, looking up at the clear sky as the remnants of the army vanish into the distant forest. Back at the town, the massive wooden gates are finally thrown open. Deutsch Fullman screams for his men to push forward and clear a path to their stranded savior. Incrid runs back toward them, holding his sword ready with perfectly clear blue eyes, a glowing red heart pulsing with dark aura in his chest. He charges across the battlefield, executing a fast vertical slash to execute a fleeing straggler. He drops into a balanced stance, then cuts another monster down with a brutal horizontal strike that sends it screaming. The vast field becomes littered with the bodies of fallen gnolls. Fullman charges into the fray, yelling for his men to strike now while the beasts are terrified. Incrid leaps forward, a trail of white light following his blade as he carves a path through the chaos under a gorgeous sunset. Krace and Pin watch from the top of the wall, highly alert as their leader slides low to dodge a desperate spear thrust. Satisfied with the slaughter, Fullman yells the command to fall back. The guards retreat behind the safety of the heavy timber doors. The heavy gates slam shut, blocking out the frantic, disorganized remnants outside. The defenders hurl final volleys of heavy stones from the ramparts, telling the beasts to piss off and die. A boulder strikes a monster directly in the skull with a wet crunch, driving the disorganized pack away for good. Inside the walls, citizens and guards collapse to their knees, completely exhausted but alive. A watchguard raises his fist to the sky, screaming at the top of his lungs that the colony has been defeated. The townspeople hug and sob in pure joy, cheering that they actually survived the impossible siege. Incrid sits exhausted on a wooden staircase. Fullman watches him from behind, quietly realizing this temporary recruit just single-handedly saved a town that meant absolutely nothing to him. Sweat runs down Incrid's cheek. He looks at the commander and says he is ready to give him answers. Fullman tells him to get a doctor first, then walks away to let the hero rest. Later that evening, inside a large wooden building, the town leadership gathers around a table in total shock. Fullman cannot believe he had cultist sleeper agents inside his own watch. Krace points out that a colony of 1,000 armed monsters is entirely unnatural. It was clearly orchestrated by the fanatics to expand their hellgates by turning the town into a beast kingdom. The guards stutter in panic, hoping that since the monsters are dead, they are finally safe. Incrid leans on the table and shatters that hope immediately. Killing the Gnoll leader broke his time loop, but the real mastermind is still out there. He reminds them that the man named Hugo has been missing for days. He is obviously the cultist leader who planned the entire siege. Incrid states calmly that Luagarn is currently hunting him down. They just need to wait for the frog to do her job. Out on the plains, Luagarn runs through the tall grass at blinding speed, her body wreathed in dark magical aura. She chases the cloaked man named Hugo, who screams at her to give up and die. She leaps forward, grabbing the frantic cultist by his hood with her webbed hand. She glares at him with disgust. The man relies on the authorities of the cultist, a cheat code that grants dark powers and is the sole reason these lunatics always find desperate new recruits. She punches him directly in the face, a massive flash of energy throwing him violently backward across the grass. She mocks him, saying he must be running completely out of power to fuel his little tricks. But Hugo smirks. A pack of gnolls with glowing purple eyes suddenly emerges from the brush, bearing their fangs. Luagarn curses in annoyance. Hugo uses the distraction to sprint into the thick forest, disappearing into the twilight on a trail of purple magic. Back at the town, Incrid turns as Luagarn walks back through the gates empty-handed. She plainly admits she lost him. Pin and Crace instantly start screaming at her for being a totally useless frog. Incrid tells them to shut up. Luagarn explains that the man used his authorities to literally morph into a gnoll leader and blend into the retreating pack. Cultists are worse than cockroaches. He will absolutely come back to finish off the town. Pin groans, realizing they have to fight more of those damn dogs. Incrid steps onto the grass, picking up a bundle of rope. He says it is actually not a bad thing. A dispersed colony is still a massive threat, so they have to wipe them out anyway. Now they can just take out the cultist along with the remnants. Crace stares at him in horror, realizing his boss wants them to hunt down 1,000 monsters led by a shape-shifting fanatic. Incrid smiles. It is a perfect target practice. They cannot anticipate what monsters are thinking, but they can easily predict a desperate human. The squad walks together through the quiet streets under the red moon to plan their counteroffensive. Out in the dark, the cultist Hugo glares back at the town, totally unaware of what is coming for him. But Hugo has already sent his message. By the time the sun goes down, the watchmen see exactly what they feared. Another gnoll pack is massing outside the walls. The town devolves into pure panic. They barely survived the last wave. A second one, led by a cultist, is a death sentence. The town leader tells Deutsch Fullman that reinforcements from the nearest Viscount are at least a week away. Deutsch grins his teeth. They just have to hold out. Crace steps up with a grin. He tells them it will not take a week. As long as their plan works, they can end this tonight. Incrid steps past the stunned watch leader. He tells Deutsch that he will not let a bunch of beasts destroy the home these people built. The heavy gates are slammed shut. Incrid and the blue-skinned frog warrior Luagarn stand on the wooden ramparts, watching the horde approach. The gnolls are charging, and they are carrying ladders. Crace and Pin stare in absolute disbelief. The beasts slam the heavy wood against the spiked walls and start climbing. Incrid is almost impressed. Hugo managed to teach giant feral dogs the concept of siege warfare in a single afternoon. Luagarn notes the man is a better teacher than a fanatic. Crace starts screaming orders. If those things get over the wall, the town falls. Incrid looks to the frog warrior. She nods. It is time. Incrid draws his twin longswords and drops directly into the horde. Out in the trees, Hugo watches with a cold smirk. He thinks these idiots just threw their lives away by coming outside. He is wrong. Incrid slips under a spear thrust like water. Up on the wall, Luagarn and Crace monitor the field. The plan is simple. If they just kill the mutant leader, the pack will scatter and remain a lingering threat. So they have to call the numbers first. Down in the mud, Incrid tightens his grip on both hilts. He moves with a singular purpose, severing a gnoll in a flash of white steel. A massive beast charges him, jaws snapping. Incrid opens it from shoulder to hip. He uses the siege structures to launch himself. A cross/tears through 3 gnolls at once, spraying the grass red. Hugo's smug grin shatters. Luagarn watches in quiet awe. When she heard Incrid took out the last leader alone, she thought it was an exaggeration. His progress had seemingly flatlined over the last few days. She saw no signs of him improving. Incrid guts another beast without breaking stride. He stands on a mountain of corpses. Luagarn realizes he is fighting with the sheer destructive output of a proto-knight. The guards on the wall rally behind him, hurling boulders down on the climbing gnolls. Luagarn feels her heart pound. She leaps into the fray, her whip sword lashing out and shredding the monsters. She clears a path, completely fascinated by the human mystery fighting beside her. Incrid brings his blade down, cleaving another skull. Hugo starts panicking. This lunatic has butchered over 100 monsters by himself. At this rate, the cultist will lose his entire army. He screams for the horde to fall back. Incrid lowers his sword, sweat pouring from his chin. As the monsters retreat, Incrid collapses. Luagarn catches him while Pin screams for a medic. Crace yells that he overdid it. Hugo watches this display from the tree line and smirks. Inside the barracks, the real strategy meeting plays out. Crace and Deutsch are setting the hook. Hugo is smart. He will not show his face if he thinks he can lose, but men like him have fatal conviction. Once they believe something, they cannot unsee it. The cultist now believes Incrid is too strong to fight head-on, but he also believes Incrid has 0 stamina. So what does Hugo do? He decides to wear him down. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, Day 4. Every single day, Hugo sends a wave of gnolls. Every day, Encrid slaughters them and then collapses from exhaustion. It is a perfect performance. By the 4th day, Encrid is panting, leaning on his sword, looking completely spent. A boot steps onto the dirt. The bait is taken. Hugo steps out from the shadows, convinced his prey is finally helpless. The cultist lunges, summoning a dark magical vortex in his hand to end it. Encrid casually sidesteps and parries the spell with his sword hilt. Sparks fly. Hugo's arm is slashed wide open, blood spraying across the grass. The cultist stares in pure, uncomprehending shock. Encrid does not even look tired. He just notes that acting is harder than fighting. This was Krace's trap all along. Feed the fanatic exactly what he wanted to see. Let him sacrifice his own monster army, just to tire Encrid out. Krace knew the cultist would throw away his fodder to secure a clean kill, and when he finally stepped out to claim his prize, he would be completely exposed. Hugo clutches his bleeding arm, screaming in absolute fury at the deception. Luagarn walks up beside Encrid and sighs, asking if this is his fault. Up on the wall, Deutsch orders the archers to take aim. Encrid tells the cultist there is no escape. Hugo grits his teeth, realizing he wildly underestimated this border guard. But fanatics do not surrender. He believes he was chosen to create a new holy land. He reaches his bloodied hand out and screams that this is not over. Dark, viscous magic drips from his fingers as he offers his own life to the Devil's Gate. A massive vortex of purple energy erupts around him. Luagarn shouts a warning. It is a summon. The Dog of Huaran. Hugo orders the giant black beast to tear him apart. The monster charges, glowing red eyes locked on Encrid. Luagarn leaps in and lashes out with her whip sword. The beast takes the strike directly to the face and completely ignores it. It phases right through the steel. Luagarn stares in shock. She realizes the cultist did not summon a physical beast. It is an evil spirit. Physical strikes are useless. She ignites her weapon with bright blue magic, turning it into an anti-spirit tool. Encrid asks if her whip is a magic item. She tells him she has hunted cultists for a long time. She came prepared. The blue magical trail carves through the air. She trades rapid magical strikes with the shadow beast. This time, the monster actually roars in pain, but Hugo just laughs. The dog is a distraction. The real threat is the second summon. The sky tears open. A massive, muscular dark arm coated in purple magic descends from above. It is an absolute killer. It bypasses all physical armor to instantly crush the target's heart.
Arm of the warrior.
Hugo coughs up blood, the spell tearing his own life force apart, but he refuses to stop. The giant magical hand slams down toward Encrid. Encrid moves to dodge. Luagarn screams for him to get out of the way, but the spirit tracks its target. It phases through the ground, adjusting its trajectory. The fist detonates in a massive pillar of purple energy. Hugo screams in victory. Up on the wall, the Black Panther Esther watches calmly, her aura flaring blue. Down in the dust, a sword blade ignites with blinding white light. Encrid is still standing. The magical arm has been completely severed. Hugo's jaw drops. Encrid looks at his own weapon in surprise. It is glowing. Esther scoffs from the ramparts. She knew this idiot would get himself into trouble. The night before, she quietly imbued his standard-issue longsword with a massive dose of her own mana, a parting gift for feeding her. Hugo screams in absolute terror, demanding to know what that sword is. Encrid just shrugs. He honestly has no idea. The fanatic loses his mind. Encrid silences him with a clean downward strike, tearing through flesh and bone. The backlash of the destroyed spell had already ruined Hugo's heart. The cultist stumbles backwards and collapses lifelessly in the dirt. Encrid lowers his glowing blades. Luagarn pauses as the giant dog spirit suddenly evaporates. With the caster dead, the summons dissipate. The fight is over. Encrid confirms the fanatic has stopped breathing. The remaining gnolls snap out of their brainwashing in a panic. The horde immediately turns and scatters into the distant forest. Up on the ramparts, Deutsch screams at the top of his lungs. It is a total victory. He orders the watchmen to hunt down the stragglers so they never threaten the town again. The watch leader climbs down and approaches the man who just saved them all. Encrid brushes it off. He carried out the contract, and they provided the information. That is all there is to it. He turns to Luagarn, ready to finish cleaning up the stragglers. Later, as the dust settles, Deutsch and his men inspect the damage. The gnolls are no longer a threat. The frontier town survived, but the wooden palisade took a severe beating during the siege. Deutsch notes they need to build a proper fortified wall if they want to grow into a real city. The town leader smiles. When they build that new wall, they should give it a proper title. Deutsch agrees instantly. There is no better name. They will name it after the man who held the line against 500 monsters. The workers cheer, raising their tools into the air, and so, the frontier town begins its reconstruction.
Incred's wall.
Heavy wooden mugs smashed together, sloshing beer everywhere. The entire town throws a massive night banquet to celebrate their survival. Crace is in his element, laughing and drinking like a king. The locals absolutely refuse to let them leave without a feast. Crace complains they are just using it as an excuse to party, but he is not exactly turning down the free alcohol. Every family brought their best food out of sheer gratitude, including a rare apple liquor. Crace takes one sip, his eyes turn into literal gold stars, and he immediately starts calculating how much he could sell it to the border guard for. Encred pours a bowl for Esther. He feels slightly guilty that they are eating through the town's winter reserves. Crace tells him to shut up and enjoy it. Luagarn agrees. He earned a night off. Nearby, the town elders are already plotting to marry their daughters off to the new hero, completely ignoring that the girls are 5 years old. Kids run around screaming that they want to be his disciple. The watchmen just laugh. Meanwhile, Crace has cornered the master brewer and is aggressively pitching a franchise deal. The guards are literally discussing creating an annual Encred Day. Encred listens to the noise, staring down at his drink, and for once he actually smiles. It is a nice feeling. Over the last 4 days of faking exhaustion, he pushed his physical limits further than ever before, but he also realized the hard truth. Without will, his raw power has a strict ceiling. He can pump his heart to near bursting, but it is not enough. Luagarn watches him and asks the million-krona question. How exactly does one awaken will? She asks if he is curious. Encred reminds her that she previously told him he would find out when the time comes. Luagarn looks up at the sky. She admits she does not think he is that far off anymore. She holds up her fingers. Proto-Knights can only use will for specific, isolated movements, like the overwhelming aura of intimidation that Asiya projects, or channeling it entirely into the legs for an explosive forward dash. True Knights can maintain will constantly. Proto-Knights are just a stepping stone. She warns him that some awaken their will but never manage to cross that final threshold. Most fail. She asks if he still believes he can do it. Encred looks up at the stars. He says it with absolute, unshakable certainty. He will become a knight. Luagarn stares at him. He spoke casually, but the sheer weight of his conviction hits her like a physical blow. She breaks the silence, telling him that once they leave this town, they will part ways. Her people have a covenant that overrides personal desires, so she cannot stay. Encred nods. He thanks her for staying this long. He tells her she does not need to be so polite with him anymore. Luagarn frowns. She tells him she actually dislikes being treated politely by someone she likes. Then she drops it on him. If he becomes a knight, she will fall for him. For a frog warrior, mental love is entirely disconnected from reproduction. It is a profound, pure fondness, and a human earning that admiration is incredibly rare. Encred just stares back and tells her to go ahead. Luagarn slaps her forehead, sweating profusely. She realizes this dense idiot completely misunderstood the weight of her confession, but looking at him under the twin moons, she admits she is even starting to find his denseness charming. Days later, a fully armored cavalry unit rides into the valley. Viscount Ventra's reinforcements finally arrive. They find the townsfolk singing happily while digging massive graves. Deutsch is barking orders, using the butchered gnolls as crop fertilizer. The Viscount's commander is thoroughly confused. He was told there was a massive monster invasion, but these people are just doing landscaping. The town leader rushes over to greet them. He sheepishly apologizes for wasting their time. They already wiped out the colony. The commander asks how a frontier town managed to survive a cultist-led horde. The town leader beams. The hero Encred handled it. The commander assumes he must be a legendary free knight or a mercenary king. The leader corrects him. He was just a border guard platoon leader. The commander stares blankly. He asks to meet this supposed hero, but the man has already left. Mission accomplished. On to the next one. The commander scoffs. He orders his men to turn around. The threat is gone. As they ride back, his subordinate asks if the story was real. Did one guy really kill 500 monsters alone? The commander dismisses it instantly. Peasant memories are incredibly unreliable, especially after a panic. Since they already buried the bodies, there is no proof. He assumes they killed 50 gnolls at most, and blew it massively out of proportion. The commander sneers. It is a fabricated number to boost a mediocre soldier's resume. He thinks Encred is just a con artist inflating his own reputation. He decides that if they ever cross paths, he will teach the fraud some manners. Meanwhile, miles away, Crace is holding up his tattered map like a holy relic. He screams in joy. It is time to get paid. They finally reach the coordinates of the legendary trader Dolph's treasure dungeon. Encred notices Luagarn followed them and asks if she is leaving. Crace cuts in. He says he decided to delay his exit just to see what kind of treasure they dig up, considering he was the one who deciphered the map. He acts annoyed about splitting the cut, completely lying about his own greed. Luagarn explains she tagged along because even ancient, 100-year-old traps can still be lethal. She is acting as hazard insurance. Cray scoffs at the newbie treasure hunters. He tells them to shut up and follow the master. He proudly declares he will show them some real professional techniques. The squad marches through the lush forest toward the rocky ruins. Crace is sweating, silently praying the treasure is totally unguarded so he can get rich with zero effort. Incred dryly notes he is quite materialistic. Crace finds a large gray boulder marking the entrance on the map. He shoves it aside, revealing a dark stone staircase leading underground. He wipes his brow. Pin asks where he is going, since the stairs are right there. Crace taps his boot. He explains a high-level technique developed by thinking treasure hunters. He pulls out a shovel and starts digging near the stairs. He claims this bypasses the trapped entrance to drop them straight into the vault. He calls it backdooring. Incred watches him huff dirt for 10 minutes and calls it a cheap trick. Crace insists it saves time. 5 minutes later, Crace collapses in exhaustion while having achieved absolutely nothing. Pin sighs. Luagarn notes the sun is setting, so they should head inside anyway. Crace recovers his greed instantly, but Pin drops a rope to scout ahead first. The scout hits the stone floor and peers down the dark corridor.
She finds a large wooden chest in the center of the room with an old sword driven into a pedestal nearby.
Pin shouts up to the others. The coast is clear. The squad drops down. Crace immediately asks if she found traps. Pin shakes her head. Pin and Luagarn discuss it. To hide a trap from a scout, it would require incredibly high-level enchantment, which seems excessive for a dead merchant. Esther drops down and starts sniffing the floor. Crace sprints straight for the chest, completely blinded by dollar signs. Incred asks why he is so obsessed with Krona when he already has plenty. Crace yells that his dream salon will not just be in the capital. He is building a continent-wide franchise. But his real reason is darker. Salons make money, and money is the only thing that actually protects your life in this world. Esther suddenly stops. The scent is incredibly faint, but something is very wrong. Crace throws open the chest. A swirling teal mist erupts around him. Pin screams at him to get back. Crace freezes in confusion. His hand is suddenly locked onto the chest lid with a loud click. A massive, impenetrable dome of teal magic snaps into existence, trapping him inside. Crace stares at the barrier in absolute terror. Pin and Luagarn bang on the magic wall, but their hands slide right off. Esther bolts toward the dome. Because she is fundamentally made of mana, she passes right through the energy field. She lands smoothly inside the barrier with Crace. Incred reaches in and pulls her back out before the barrier solidifies completely. Incred looks at Pin. He thought she said there were no traps. Pin defends herself. It is pure magic. She cannot detect that. Luagarn admits this is a serious problem. Incred pets Esther, asking if she is okay. Esther realizes she messed up. The trap is so ancient the scent had faded. She knows she can break it, but it will take her 2 full days to gather the strength. Inside the barrier, Crace is having a complete meltdown, not because he is trapped, but because the chest is totally empty. Pin peers through the magic dome and spots a piece of parchment inside. She reads the note. It states that only those who find the treasure can leave. The note also mocks anyone who tried to bypass the entrance, revealing that this is literally the only trap in the entire dungeon. Crace's backdoor digging was entirely pointless. Crace screams at the ceiling. The chest is empty, so what treasure are they supposed to find? Incred points calmly to the corner of the room. There is exactly one item here. The ancient sword resting in the stone pedestal. Crace sighs. It looks like rusty junk, but it is his only ticket out. He reaches out and grabs the leather-wrapped hilt. A massive shockwave of blue energy violently pulses through the room. Crace blinks. The room is gone. He is standing in a void, and a towering, ghostly armored knight with glowing blue eyes is staring down at him. The ghost raises its massive blade. Crace screams in terror. Back in the real world, Crace is violently thrown backward across the stone floor. Pin rushes to check on him, asking what happened. Crace points wildly at the pedestal, yelling about a lunatic with a sword, but the room is empty. Pin assumes he is just being dramatic. She walks up to the pedestal. The second she touches the hilt, the giant knight appears before her too. She is instantly launched backward, cursing loudly. Crace yells that he told her so. Luagarn steps up to try. She grips the hilt, a faint magical mist surrounding her blue skin. She pulls with all her strength, grunting in frustration. Incred watches. He knows frog warriors have naturally slippery skin. That is why their custom weapons have finger holes. This ancient sword has a completely smooth handle. She cannot get a grip. Luagarn sighs in defeat, finally realizing what the sword-swinging man was about. Incrid notes that this acts like a demon sword possessed by an evil spirit. Luagarn deduces that to break the barrier, they have to defeat the spirit inside the sword and claim it. Kreis panics, asking if they can just yank it out without fighting. Pin bluntly tells him the ghost will split his head open before he manages it. Incrid stares at the weapon, calculating. You cannot fight spirits with physical attacks. You need holy divinity or magic. But he steps forward and grabs the hilt anyway. The blue shockwave ripples out. Incrid remembers how the lingering mana from Esther allowed his normal sword to kill Hugo's summon. He wonders if that will work here. He finds himself in the white void, facing the threat. The massive ghostly knight looms over him. It immediately drops a devastating overhead swing. Incrid leaps back, barely dodging the lethal edge. He catches the next strike with his own blade. Sparks fly. Incrid is stunned. His physical weapons are actually making contact. The giant ghost glares down at him. Incrid clashes with the spirit in the glowing white hall, steel ringing against steel. He slides forward, dual wielding. This is not an evil spirit. It is something he can actually fight. He pumps the heart of the superhuman, his chest glowing red. He drops into his stance, ready to end this quickly. But the ghost is impossibly fast. It lunges forward with a perfect direct thrust. Incrid parries, the impact sending blue sparks flying. The sheer force behind the blow forces him to grit his teeth as he slides backward. The knight lands gracefully, and immediately follows up with a massive horizontal sweep. Incrid ducks under the heavy steel, the ghost's blue eye tracking his every movement. They trade rapid, blistering strikes. Until Incrid makes a single mistake, his eyes go wide. Back in the real world, Incrid stumbles backward, blinking. Pin and Kreis ask what happened. Incrid clutches his neck. He feels the phantom pain of decapitation. He definitely just died to the spirit, but he did not loop back to the morning. He asks Kreis how much time passed. Kreis shrugs and says maybe 5 seconds. Incrid realizes he fought for over 20 seconds in the void. Time moves differently when holding the hilt. Touching the sword transports the mind into a separate space. He calmly informs the group that he just died. Kreis and Pin shriek, pointing at him and asking if he is a ghost. Luagarn checks his shoulder. He is physically unharmed. Whatever happens in the void stays in the void. Incrid explains what he saw. He crossed swords with the spirit, but it completely read his movements. It was a master of the righteous sword path. Luagarn pieces it together. This is not just a cursed weapon. She looks at the pedestal. It is a tutor sword. In the past, a genius mage used a spell to bind a master swordsman's soul into the blade to pass on their techniques to future generations. The person inside had their mind split, leaving them with only the pure instinct to teach and fight. It is a lesson that never ends. No matter how many times the holder dies in the mental space, they just wake back up. The only way to free the trapped soul and claim the sword is to surpass the tutor in combat. Kreis realizes Dolph's legendary treasure is not gold. It is a sword technique. Luagarn warns them to give up. The human mind cannot handle the psychological trauma of repeated deaths. It will break a normal person and turn them into an unredeemable lunatic. Incrid tilts his head. Kreis drops to his knees in despair, blaming himself for trapping them. Pin nervously suggests the barrier might just fade over time. Pin offers to take responsibility since she missed the trap. Incrid steps forward, his boot planting firmly on the stone. He rests his hand on the hilt and tells them he will just do it. Luagarn grabs his arm to stop him. She knows he is determined, but this is not a joke. She tells him she refuses to lose her future lover to a torture device. Incrid looks back at her, his left eye glowing with terrifying focus. He can do this. He grips the leather handle. The blue shockwave triggers again. Incrid is back in the white hall. The ghost knight instantly lunges with a vertical slash. Incrid meets the strike head-on. He blocks the heavy steel and asks the spirit if it has been waiting for him. The ghost answers with another brutal swing. Incrid blocks it with both swords, realizing his tricks are useless. His sixth sense and hyper-focus do not work against a purely technical master. The clash lights up the void. They engage in a blindingly fast exchange of blows. The ghost sweeps through his guard, slashing his chest wide open. Incrid ignores the blood. If he dies, he just wakes up. It is a lesson he can take as many times as he wants. The ghost delivers the final vertical slash, severing Incrid's neck. But as his head falls, Incrid smiles, a wide, manic grin. This is incredibly efficient. He realizes this immortal tutor is the absolute best training tool he has ever found. Back in the tomb, Incrid snaps awake. Pin calls him a fool. Luagarn mutters that even zealots who worship the god of suffering fail this trial 9 times out of 10. Pin assumes he is taking all the pain on himself to spare their minds. Incrid just grabs the hilt again. He stares straight ahead, completely calm. muttering that the swordplay that took his arm was amazing. He tries to physically replicate the ghost swing in the real world, but sighs. He did not quite get it right, so he tells them he is going back in to watch it again. Pin stares in utter bewilderment. Crace laughs nervously, saying he thinks their boss is getting the hang of the pain. Pin realizes her boss might just be crazy. Pin whispers that they should just leave him to his madness and go eat. Luagarn watches Incrid intently. She cannot understand it. Does it not hurt? She asks how he can casually accept dying hundreds of times to beat this. Incrid simply replies that it is not a real death. His blue eyes flare. He asks why pain even matters. Luagarn stares at him in silence. He is not just tolerating the suffering, he is actually enjoying the process of being cut to pieces to learn. Incrid steps back up to the pedestal. No matter how much it hurts, he will extract every ounce of knowledge he can. He grabs his swords. It is the only way slow learners can catch up to geniuses. Luagarn shakes her head in disbelief. He truly is a complete lunatic, but she steps up beside him and points at his legs. She corrects his stance, telling him his right foot needs to be further forward for the move he is trying to copy. Incrid looks at her and notes she is a good teacher. Luagarn smiles. Teaching is actually her specialty. She cannot teach him her own sword techniques due to her covenant, but she can coach him on what he is learning. Incrid realizes what she is offering. Luagarn smiles gently. If he is going to throw himself into the meat grinder anyway, she will spot him. She promises to help him overcome the tutor. Loop 506. The sun sets over the grassy hills outside the hidden dungeon, but down in the dark dirt, time might as well not exist for our boy. He is currently stuck in a mandatory tutorial boss fight of his own design. The stone corridor is completely quiet, save for the faint shifting of dust and the heavy breathing echoing off the ancient walls. Crace is flat on his back on a pile of blankets, entirely checked out of this relentless training montage. Pin sits guard nearby in the dim light, watching the absolute madness unfold. Off to the side, Esther the cursed lake panther is glowing with a faint blue magical energy. The humans are completely oblivious to her power building up. Esther realizes she is gathering mana much faster than she expected. She calculates that she actually has enough raw power to brute force the magical trap holding them in this room right now. Her glowing blue eye narrows as she weighs her options, trying to decide if breaking the trap would ruin Encrid's intense focus. Back on the pedestal, Luagarn physically guides Encrid, holding his sword to adjust his stance. She tells him his angle is all wrong, and forces him to raise his arms higher to correct his center of gravity. Incrid looks up, his face covered in sweat. He does not complain about the grueling physical correction. He simply asks to run it once more. Esther watches him train, looking slightly concerned by his manic energy. She wonders what has him so happy, and debates whether she would be getting in his way if she shattered the dungeon barrier right now. She ultimately lies down on the cold floor, resting her heavy head and deciding to just let the human do his weird sword ritual. Luagarn steps back and lectures him. She points out that he relies entirely on the heavy sword taught by the elf commander, but reminds him that all 5 major sword styles originate from a single source. Incrid stares forward, completely dialed in. Luagarn insists that since they all come from the same root, he needs to learn every single one of them to truly call himself a master. She explains that while it is important to throw his entire body weight behind his actions with the heavy sword, the righteous sword requires a completely different mindset. Luagarn breaks down the core philosophy of the righteous sword. It is not about overpowering the enemy. It is about predicting their exact intent and trapping them inside his own movements, turning their momentum into a cage. She tells him to predict and respond. He needs enough battlefield experience to perfectly read his opponent. If he can flawlessly replicate the fluid movements of the tutor, he will master the righteous path. Incrid grips the leather handle of his sword. He does not need battlefield experience. He has an infinite save state. A massive shockwave of blue magical energy sweeps across the stone room. Incrid is violently pulled right back into the white void for the 100th time today. There is absolutely no hesitation. Incrid leans his body weight forward and swings his blade with blinding speed through the glowing white space, aiming straight for the heavy armor. The ghostly knight meets him in the dead center of the arena. Their blades collide with immense force, sending a massive burst of blue sparks and jagged light flashing across the mental plane. Incrid grinds his blade against the ghostly knight's heavy steel, testing the phantom's raw physical resistance. He remains entirely calm behind his guard. He reads an upwards diagonal slash coming and knows that if he creates distance here, the knight will just trap him in a combo string. The ghostly knight stands ready, while Incrid drops into a low crouch. Our guy decides that instead of backing off, he needs to dig his heels in and completely stuff the attack. Incrid lunges forward, executing a vicious vertical slash aimed right at the center mass to disrupt the knight's balance. The phantom blade cuts through the air, leaving a sharp blue trail of displaced magic in its wake. Incrid perfectly parries the diagonal slash with his sword hilt. Sparks fly from the high-speed impact as he forcefully denies the knight any forward momentum. They immediately break into a rapid exchange of high-speed strikes, turning the white void into a blurry storm of swinging steel. Incrid gets his sword violently deflected, and his eyes widen in surprise. The Phantom actually praises the attempt. Back in the real world, Luagarn offers immediate feedback. She praises the attempt, but criticizes him for being far too defensive with his block in that exact moment. Incrid tightens his grip on the hilt. He is downloading the patch notes directly into his muscle memory. He throws himself back into the void, lunging forward at top speed. He mentally notes that closing the distance was correct, but blocking was a mistake. He slides extremely low to the ground, slipping right under a devastating horizontal slash. He decides to bypass the guard entirely and go straight for the ankles. Incrid sweeps his blade at the ghostly knight's legs, but the Phantom just casually leaps over the strike. Incrid calculates that the boss is off balance and moves to capitalize. He pushes his attack, fully expecting to have the upper hand, but the ghostly knight completely breaks the rules of physics and executes a lightning-fast counter-thrust while mid-air. The ghostly knight effortlessly sweeps through his guard, executing a vertical slash that carries the weight of a falling tree, a clean decapitation. The ghostly knight takes Incrid's head off with a horizontal strike so fast it barely registers on the retinas. Blood sprays into the white void as the tutor dryly calls it a body slash. Incrid gasps and wakes up in the stone room. He is not traumatized by having his head removed, he is just taking notes. He mutters that it was a body slash, quietly filing the information away. He grips his sword again. He realizes the tutor is incredibly quick to adapt to any changes in rhythm. That is the true essence of a perfect righteous sword. He goes right back in. The ghostly knight lunges forward at high speed, immediately executing a lethal vertical slash to test his reaction time. Incrid barely manages to dodge, his eyes blowing wide in sudden shock as the heavy steel grazes past his nose. He stumbles backward, gritting his teeth in severe effort as he desperately tries to regain his footing before the boss can follow up. Incrid is forced entirely on the defensive, desperately blocking a continuous, relentless flurry of sword slashes. He realizes this Phantom is the ultimate combat simulator. The ghostly knight stands with his heavy sword resting vertically, staring coldly from behind the dark steel visor. He is a walking textbook of flawless technique. Luagarn continues to guide him from the outside. Incrid realizes he has found an excellent teacher who perfectly explains every single mistake by punishing it with instant death. Incrid breaks into a manic grin, his blue eyes clear and full of absolute joy. This is fun. How could learning be so effortless? Incrid and the ghostly knight trade high-speed slashes across the void. Our guy cheerfully admits that listening to Craze and coming down here for the treasure was the best decision he has ever made. Time marches on outside the dungeon. The warm sunrise breaks over the grassy hills, completely ignoring the absolute bloodbath happening inside Incrid's brain. Down in the cold stone room, Crace and Pin sit exhausted on the floor, while Esther the Panther sleeps peacefully right next to them. The two humans stare blankly at Incrid, who is still violently swinging his sword on the pedestal in the background. They watch him from behind, completely baffled by how a human body can sustain this level of unbroken physical exertion. Grace leans forward, looking absolutely hollowed out and exhausted, while Pin watches him complain. Pin notes that Incrid has been at this for an entire day without stopping. Grace asks if the guy even sleeps. Pin just sighs, finally accepting that their captain is completely insane. Grace sits on his bed, looking highly annoyed as he yawns. Pin mocks him for losing all interest the moment he realized there was no physical treasure. Grace complains that he cannot sell a sword technique to a merchant. Pin looks completely serious. She tells Crace that while she understands his greed, she actually gets why Incrid is doing this. Pin watches Incrid running his endless loops on the pedestal. She realizes that people who have the sheer will to move forward will always find a way. They simply refuse to be bound by the limits set by normal people. Her blue eyes widen as she watches him swing. Seeing his absolute refusal to stop has genuinely changed her entire perspective on what is possible. Luagarn watches from the side, deeply thoughtful. She notes his strong will that does not falter, no matter how painful the mental deaths are. She knows he has died hundreds of times in that void. Incrid is grinning like an absolute maniac with phantom blood dripping down his face, his left eye glowing with intense energy as he praises how efficient this torture is. He lunges forward at high speed, executing a fast diagonal slash. Luagarn watches the sheer speed of his progression and starts to question her own understanding of reality. Incrid and the ghostly knight trade high-speed sword slashes, their blades moving faster than the eye can track. Luagarn's yellow eyes widen in profound shock. She had personally determined Encrid's physical limits with her own eyes just a few weeks ago. The speed at which he is currently learning should be biologically impossible for him. Encrid stands in the white void, firmly gripping both of his swords. He is finally putting all the puzzle pieces together. He looks down calmly, processing his own growth. When he first used his dodging sense against the gnolls, he had to figure out what he could not understand by repeatedly throwing his body into the meat grinder. He explains that once his muscles got used to surviving the skill, his brain finally began to understand the underlying theory, allowing him to utilize the technique even better. He forced his body to teach his mind. His hand clenches into a tight, white-knuckled fist against the sword hilt. He realizes that gifted people, the ones who can quickly and easily learn complex skills, do this sequence naturally. Encrid stares forward with absolute clarity. Through sheer, unrelenting repetition and hundreds of brutal deaths, he is finally beginning to simulate what the rest of the world casually calls talent. Luagarn tells Encrid honestly that his fortitude completely bypasses human limits. She admits that his psychotic dedication is honestly frightening to witness. Over in the corner, Pin aggressively whispers that an evil spirit definitely possessed their captain. She asks Krace if they should drop by a temple before they return to camp. Encrid loudly rejects the idea without looking away from his training. Luagarn looks dead serious. She tells Encrid that this is enough practice. He has memorized the mechanics. It is time to go beat the tutor for real. Encrid stands holding both swords, his expression completely calm and devoid of the manic grin. It is time for the final boss run. He looks forward with a hyper-focused, determined expression, his blue eyes glowing with the culmination of hundreds of failed attempts. The massive shockwave of blue magical energy sweeps across the stone room as he enters the space one last time, but something immediately feels off. The ghostly knight stands with his heavy sword resting vertically. He asks why Encrid is just standing there, telling him to attack like he always does. The phantom is completely used to our boy charging in recklessly. The knight stares down at him, admitting that he has never seen anyone like this human before. Encrid looks up in genuine surprise. He completely drops his guard and asks if the knight could talk this entire time. The two of them stand awkwardly in the combat void. The knight casually replies that of course he can talk. He was a human before he became a magic sword tutor. The knight looks down calmly. He formally acknowledges Encrid's terrifying passion to become stronger. He explains that this psychotic grind actually managed to reawaken his dormant consciousness, and then he completely abuses the mid-dialogue distraction to lunge forward at top speed and execute a lethal vertical slash. Encrid barely gets his swords up in time, his eyes blowing wide as the heavy steel crashes into his hasty block with a massive shockwave. Encrid recovers his footing instantly. His blue eyes glow with absolute focus as he shouts for the phantom to bring it on. The real fight starts now. Encrid stares through his guard, intensely focused. After dying to this guy hundreds of times, he has completely downloaded every single frame of the tutor's attack patterns. The ghostly knight lunges forward at high speed, executing a massive vertical strike and screaming in battle rage. The knight prepares a direct thrust. Encrid carefully analyzes the micro-movements of the armor. He sees a stab aimed at his chest, but quickly corrects his read based on the subtle angle of the elbow. The boss is going for the head. The heavy sword thrusts violently forward, but Encrid is already gone. He ducks low, letting the massive blade carve through the empty air right where his skull used to be. He seamlessly transitions his dodge into a block parry, catching the backswing on his own blade. They trade high-speed slashes across the void. Every impact sends a shower of sparks into the air. Encrid is no longer just surviving. He is dictating the pace of the exchange. Encrid looks completely calm as their blades lock. He flatly informs the ghost that he knows all of his tricks now. Encrid leaps aggressively forward, bringing his sword down in a punishing vertical slash. He declares that the tutor is going to start playing by his rules. The ghostly knight is forced to block the heavy strike, completely taken aback by the sudden shift in raw power and technique. They lock swords in extremely close quarters, grinding their edges together in a pure test of leverage. They break the lock and exchange rapid slashes. The knight shouts in genuine respect, noting that Encrid's swordplay has become incredibly elaborate since Loop 1. Their blades meet in a dynamic clash mid-air, creating a bright, blinding burst of blue sparks and magic light that illuminates the entire void. Encrid fluidly parries a lethal diagonal slash with his sword hilt. The tutor shouts that the human's battle reading and sword handling have reached the absolute peak of what this style can offer. The high-speed clashes continue, blue magic flaring with every parry as the tutor praises his perfect fundamentals. Encrid remains intensely focused. He is completely ignoring the dialogue and just waiting for the final opening in the boss pattern. The ghostly knight suddenly shifts his stance. He stands tall in his heavy plate armor, looking down menacingly as he announces a final test. The dark visor stares coldly. The tutor declares that despite all this growth, Encrid still leaves critical gaps in his defense. The boss lunges forward at terrifying speed, executing his ultimate vertical slash. Encrid perfectly blocks the vertical slash. He calmly replies that those gaps are not mistakes, they are a trap. The righteous sword philosophy applied flawlessly. The ghostly knight sweeps through, trying to execute a punishing vertical slash to break the trap, but he swings right into empty air. Encrid has already slid incredibly low to the ground, completely bypassing the boss's guard and slipping right into his blind spot. The ghostly knight tries to recover, looking down at Encrid, who is already coiled in a low crouch right at his feet. The phantom realizes he has been completely outplayed. Encrid pivots his boot firmly on the invisible floor, transferring every ounce of kinetic energy from his legs straight up through his core. Their eyes meet in intense focus for one final microsecond as they cross blades in extremely close quarters. Encrid stares forward with absolute confidence. He thanks the tutor for serving him well, acknowledging that he has drained every single drop of knowledge this phantom had to offer. The ghostly knight's glowing blue eye widens behind the dark visor as he finally sees the lethal strike coming. Encrid executes a devastating downward slash, carving cleanly through the center of the ghostly knight's supposedly impenetrable armor. The final clash of swords creates a massive, blinding burst of blue light that completely swallows the mental arena. The ghostly knight's heavy plate armor begins to crack and violently shatter, surrounded by swirling bands of collapsing blue magic. The phantom completely collapses to the ground, his ancient armor breaking apart into worthless scrap metal. The tutorial boss is finally dead. Encrid looks down calmly, catching his breath. After hundreds of brutal, agonizing decapitations, he has finally overcome the ultimate wall. He steps heavily onto the stone floor back in the real world, feeling the new, hyper-refined muscle memory settling into his arms. He wonders exactly how much stronger he is now. He walks calmly forward, leaving the shattered, empty armor of the tutor lying in the dust behind him. A split screen flashes through his mind, showing his past rivals, Rem, Ragna, and Mitch Hurrier. He realizes he needs to return to camp immediately and test this new firmware against the real monsters. He suddenly turns in surprise as the broken armor of the tutor begins to violently glow with a bright blue light, loudly thanking him. A massive glowing blue wolf spirit emerges directly from the scrap metal, speaking to a completely startled Encrid. It explains that before it lost its mind and became a cursed item, it had a singular goal. The blue spirit shifts into the form of a long-haired man made entirely of blue fire. He smiles softly, explaining that his dream was to piece together his family's lost sword technique. He asks Encrid how long this process is going to take. Encrid looks forward calmly, utterly confused by this ghost demanding a time limit on a conversation. He just stammers out a confused noise. The spirit rapidly floats around him, demanding he keep it short. He gives Encrid exactly 30 seconds to finish this interaction because he is in a massive hurry. The spirit smiles warmly, perfectly content with his rush. The spirit drops into a meditative pose, surrounded by blue light. He explains that by fighting Encrid thousands of times, he finally completed the lost sword technique. His centuries-long dream has been fulfilled. The blue spirit shatters into thousands of glowing particles that stream directly into Encrid's chest. He announces that the entirely perfected sword technique has now been fully transferred to the human. The spirit grins happily, completely relieved that this nightmare is over. He admits that watching Encrid come back again and again was the most traumatic experience of his afterlife. Encrid just tilts his head in absolute confusion. The ghost confirms that seeing a human repeatedly slaughtered only to wake up smiling and ask for more is genuinely terrifying to a normal soul. The blue spirit completely vanishes, leaving behind a few trails of magic inside the stone archway. His final words are a desperate, heartfelt plea to never ever see Encrid again. The ghostly, spectral man fades away entirely, begging to be left alone for the rest of eternity because Encrid is an absolute psychopath. Encrid stands in the stone room, watching the light fade. He quietly realizes that this terrified ghost was the exact same entity that has been brutally decapitating him for the last 30 hours. Up near the ceiling of the dungeon, the magical wards begin to violently hum and destabilize. Crace and Pin scramble back on the stone floor, looking up in shock as the magical barrier keeping them trapped inside the room completely dissipates into thin air. Luagarn watches Encrid cleanly sheath his sword. She asks if he finally managed to clear the curse. Encrid looks down calmly. He confirms that the human soul trapped inside the tutor is completely gone. His hand grips the handle of the old weapon. He realizes that without the soul powering the mental death loop, the legendary artifact is just an inanimate object. He stands holding both swords, his expression completely calm and deadpan. He informs the squad that the legendary magic weapon is now just a completely regular, slightly rusty sword. Krace completely ignores the sword downgrade, screaming in joy that they can finally leave this horrible basement. Pin shuts him down, pointing out that it is the middle of the night and they should just camp here. Luagarn sighs near the exit hole, complaining that the tutor really did waste her time. Krace looks over, entirely out of the loop, asking if something happened with the sword while he was napping. Esther the Panther stares intensely at Encrid. She is completely baffled by how a human with zero magical ability managed to shatter a high-level soul-binding curse. Back in their temporary wooden barracks, Krace and Encrid quietly pack up their gear, preparing for the long journey back to civilization. The soft sound of a heavy padded paw echoes on the floorboards as Esther approaches the cot. The massive Black Panther stands silently over the sleeping Encrid, her blue eyes glowing in the dark room. She leans down and gently licks his face, casting a subtle spell on the exhausted human. Encrid suddenly finds himself asleep in a completely different mental space, a cosmic blue void filled entirely with glowing purple flowers. His eyes violently snap open. His left eye flares with raw blue energy as he wakes up in a sheer panic, expecting another phantom sword to take his head off. He sits up in the flower bed, looking around in surprise. He realizes this strange floral void feels incredibly familiar. A pair of bare feet steps softly into the flowers. A voice commends him for purifying the cursed tutor through sheer brute force without using a single spell. A beautiful, black-haired girl wearing a dark cloak stands over him, looking down calmly. She notes that no human magician could ever achieve a feat that utterly ridiculous. Her glowing blue eyes stare right through him. She asks if he even understands the massive magical implications of what he just did by headbutting a curse until it broke. Encrid sits on the grass, totally unbothered. He asks if it was really that big of a deal. The girl just sighs, confirming that he is entirely clueless about his own achievements. Encrid just shrugs, perfectly happy to remain ignorant as long as his sword swings faster. The beautiful girl looks back over her shoulder, her dark hair blowing in a non-existent wind. She sincerely thanks him, revealing that she was able to preserve her own powers specifically because he shattered the dungeon's mana drain. The vision fades. Encrid lies completely still on his cheap military cot, his head tilted back in deep, dreamless sleep. He breathes slowly, his face completely relaxed for the first time in over 500 loops. Esther the Panther watches him sleep for a moment longer, her blue eyes shining with a deep, silent gratitude. Her feline face looks surprisingly thoughtful, recognizing that this weird, stubborn human might actually be something special. She gently rests her massive, lethal paw against his cheek, making sure he sleeps peacefully through the rest of the night. The dark night gives way to a bright morning. The sun shines warmly through the light clouds, signaling the start of a completely normal day. Encrid sits up on his cot, groaning groggily as his body remembers the physical toll of swinging a heavy piece of steel for 24 hours straight. Krace stands nearby, packing the last of the rations. He looks over and asks what the boss is planning for the morning. Encrid calmly sheathes his sword, his face deadpan and entirely serious. He walks straight out of the barracks into the freezing morning air, loudly announcing that it is time for morning training. Krace stares at his back in complete, exhausted silence. Krace and Pin stand in the doorway, watching their captain immediately start running drills after clearing a legendary death dungeon. Pin looks out over the sunlit hills. She sighs, muttering that the lunatic is exactly the same as ever.
To be continued.
The sky finally clears, letting the bright sun bake the green trees around the dungeon entrance. Krace yells for everyone to pack it up and get moving. Encrid and Luagarn stand together in the stone corridor, looking back up the path as Pin completely loses her patience with Krace. Krace drops to his knees on the stone floor, sobbing dramatically. Pin tells him to stop whining, but Krace cries that his dream of striking it rich has been ruthlessly crushed because the treasure room was totally empty. Encrid ignores the tantrum and looks over at the broken wooden chest on the floor. He asks when the box got smashed up. Krace sniffles, guessing it cracked from the shockwave when the magic trap broke. A bright, blinding gold light suddenly glints from a deep crack hidden inside the shattered false bottom of the heavy wooden chest. Krace goes completely wide-eyed. Sweat runs down his face as the golden glow perfectly illuminates his greedy little face. He wildly tears the wood away, uncovering a massive pile of glowing ancient gold coins hidden entirely off the books. He screams in absolute joy, declaring that legendary traitor Dolph was not a terrible person after all. His hands tremble as he tightly grips the heavy brown leather pouch, stuffing it full of enough gold to buy a small town. Krace sprints excitedly down the grassy trail, hugging the heavy pouch of gold for dear life. Luagarn watches him go, calmly noting that she has zero interest in human wealth. Krace immediately demands that they give him all of their shares. Encrid effortlessly agrees. Luagarn points out that it is only right to divide the loot fairly, but Incred genuinely does not care about money. Crace yells back that the captain actually took the single most valuable item in the entire dungeon, so the gold is just fair compensation. As they walk through the grassy plains under a clear blue sky, Crace insists that the legendary Tudor sword would fetch an astronomical price at auction. Incred flatly refuses to sell it, causing Crace to ask if he is just a lunatic obsessed with swords. Incred shoots back that the lunatic obsessed with Krona has clearly been satisfied. Incred rests his hand on the hilt of his newly acquired, completely mundane sword. He explains that his standard-issue blades got heavily damaged fighting the Knoll Horde anyway, so this ancient steel will serve as a perfect replacement once he polishes it. At the crossroads, Luagarn turns back and casually announces that her contract is officially over, and she will be taking her leave. The frog warrior walks away down the dirt path, casually waving her hand without even bothering to look back. Crace yells for her to take care. Luagarn walks alone through the massive grassy field, her blue cloak fluttering lightly in the wind. Her webbed feet suddenly stop dead on the dirt path. She looks back over her shoulder, her yellow eyes incredibly thoughtful as she reflects on the stubbornly untalented human who shatters curses by dying. She mutters to herself, wondering if Incred's ultimate goal is truly just to become a knight. She questions why a man with that kind of terrifying willpower would ever chain himself to a rotting country like Aspen. Her words echo conceptually over Incred's serious, thoughtful face. Why serve a kingdom that doesn't respect you? Luagarn turns back around and continues her long walk, disappearing into the horizon under the clear blue sky. Incred stands entirely still in the grass, lost in deep thought. Crace yells from the distance, asking why their captain is just standing there staring at the dirt. Incred jogs forward to catch up with his comrades. He silently admits to himself that when he first harbored this grand dream as a child, he completely lacked any real understanding of what a country actually was. He walks quietly behind Pin and Crace, his head lowered as he ruthlessly deconstructs his own childhood motivations. Growing up in the blood and mud of mercenary camps, he realized that a knight bound to a specific nation by a rigid oath of loyalty was vastly different from the romanticized heroes he had dreamed of becoming. The politics ruin the purity of the blade. As the trio walks along the mountain path under the bright sun, Incred quietly asks himself if there is another path to glory that does not involve licking the boots of cowardly nobles. His mind flashes back to the raw, untamed power he witnessed at camp. A dark hand clad in steel plate armor raises a heavy sword, glowing with a fierce, unstable blue light. He remembers Rem delivering a devastating training axe swing, casually telling him to put half his life on the line just to land a hit. He remembers Rem and Ragna sparring so fiercely on the grass that it looked like an actual death match between two rival warlords. He recalls Crace and Auden training, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks that forced everyone else to step back. He pictures Jackson leaping silently through the air, her daggers drawn to strike from behind with lethal precision. Back at the camp, two normal soldiers stand watch near the training grounds, absolutely terrified. One asks if Squad 444 are just total monsters. The other admits he is too scared to even walk into the dirt arena. A young, short-haired blonde soldier named Paul stands nearby, looking down at his cheap wooden training sword in profound depression. He wonders what the point of even trying is. Paul drops his wooden sword into the grass. He completely gives up, muttering that a normal guy like him would never stand a chance among freaks of nature like that. Paul peeks from behind a tree, watching the high-level players spar under a sunset sky. He suddenly gets furiously angry at his own lack of determination. Paul climbs a steep dirt cliff, his face burning with intense motivation. Watching those monsters fight completely rewired his brain. He declares that he has been reborn as a highly motivated soldier, ready to grind. The squad continues to terrorize the camp. Crace delivers a powerful, bone-breaking upward kick during a casual training session. Reem completely shatters a wooden target with a massive, over-the-head heavy axe strike. Auden violently wrestles a massive beast to the ground using purely his bare hands and raw muscle mass. Jackson leaps 30 feet through the air, completely ignoring gravity as she prepares to sink her daggers into a sparring partner. Inside a quiet wooden office, the blonde elven commander officially requests the battalion commander's permission to build an isolated training ground exclusively for the squad of lunatics. The battalion commander takes a sip from his cup, looking dead serious. He admits that he has heard the rumors going around the unit. The local NPCs are getting completely demoralized watching the high-level players spar. The old man agrees that separating the freaks entirely is a viable solution to maintain camp morale. He approves the construction, but the elven commander hesitates before leaving. The battalion commander stares her down, He notes that the camp rumors also claim the refined elven commander herself has been jumping into the dirt to fight these barbarians. A flashback shows the supposedly elegant elf violently leaping through the air to strike with her rapier, her entire body surrounded by a blindingly bright blue magical trail. She violently clashes weapons with Rem, sending a massive shockwave of sparks flying from the high-speed impact of their blades. Rem sits on the grass, complaining that company commanders are supposed to be busy doing paperwork. He asks if it is really okay for her to be out here playing in the mud with the grunts. The elven commander smiles softly. She tells Rem that based on her experience, if her fake fiancé has been quiet for a while, it means he is about to return with something incredibly surprising. She executes a punishing high-speed downward slash that forces Rem to actually defend himself. A majestic visualization shows the elf standing under a full moon, her blonde braids blowing in the wind. She calmly states that just sitting around waiting to be protected is not the duty of a proper lover. Back in the present, Rem, Auden, and Ragna stand together in the camp, bickering loudly. Ragna notes that it is about time Encred finally returned from his mission. Rem grins wildly, vibrating with anticipation. Rem screams at the absolute top of his lungs, his mouth wide open. He promises that if Encred comes back from this dungeon with nothing new to show for it, he will personally beat him half to death for wasting his time. Late that night, Encred officially returns. He stands before the commander's office, formally announcing that independent platoon commander Encred and his 3 squadmates are reporting for duty. He stands at perfect attention inside the dim office, respectfully saluting the old man to confirm they survived the frontier town mission. The battalion commander reviews a scroll on his desk. He confirms that Luagarn returned to her post and that he received advance notice that the request to clear the cultists was completed safely. The commander looks up, noting that he actually received 2 wildly conflicting reports about exactly what happened out there. Encred just stares blankly, waiting for the punchline. The commander points a gloved finger at the documents. The town watch leader claims Encred slaughtered 1,000 gnolls like a hero, but Viscount Vantra's arrogant commander sent a warning, claiming Encred is aggressively exaggerating the kill count over a mere 50 monsters. The battalion commander's green eye glows with intense, crushing authority. He asks Encred directly which of the 2 reports is the truth. The old man stands up behind his desk, leaning forward in the candlelight and demanding Encred tell him the truth face to face. Encred looks down calmly, entirely unbothered by the intense pressure radiating from the seasoned veteran. He looks back up and delivers his answer with absolute deadpan seriousness. He tells the commander to believe whichever report he wants to believe. The commander stares at him in silent surprise. Encred internally reasons that the words of a lowly platoon leader hold exactly 0 political weight anyway. If this guy is high level enough to run the battalion, he already knows the nobles are lying. The commander strokes his bearded chin, letting out a quiet, incredibly satisfied chuckle at the sheer audacity of the response. The commander smiles proudly. As of this moment, the independent platoon has been promoted to a company. Continue to fulfill your duties, company commander. Encred looks completely stunned, staring with a blank, hollow expression as his brain tries to process how refusing to answer a question just got him promoted. Encred immediately argues that his platoon does not even have 10 members. He bluntly states that promoting a 6-man squad to a full company makes absolutely no logistical sense. The commander brushes off the logic. He proudly declares that he is the man in charge of this city, so whatever he says makes sense. Encred is visibly losing his mind at the terrible management structure. The commander stares intensely into his soul, dropping the jokes entirely. The old veteran just wants this uniquely stubborn, incorruptible soldier to actually love and protect this city, and he is fully willing to bend the military structure to make it happen. Encred looks away, deeply thoughtful. The old man's genuine sincerity hits harder than any political threat ever could. Later that night, Encred walks back into his camp. Krace is standing on a wooden platform, wildly waving and yelling that command actually built them their very own private training ground. Rim immediately wraps a massive arm around Encred's shoulder, smiling warmly. Encred casually drops the bomb that they are a company now. Krace short circuits. Rim completely ignores the military logistics and asks how the fights were. Ragna sits up on his cot, completely baffled by the company promotion. Auden checks Encred for broken bones. Pin just sighs at the chaos. Auden jokes that their new brother company commander is small and fragile, so they need to be gentle with him. Encred just catches his breath, completely unfazed by the roasting. Encred looks at his squad, his face calm, but internally processing the sheer amount of genuine camaraderie he has stumbled into. Rem leans heavily on his shoulder, asking what is so funny. Encred brushes it off, saying it is nothing. He looks out over the campfires under the dark night sky. He realizes that a few months ago, he never would have felt this kind of warmth towards a military unit. His blue eyes suddenly glow with absolute, hyper-focused battle lust, He turns to the group and casually asks if anyone wants to spar. The entire squad reacts with sudden, violent excitement. Krace yells that he hasn't even unpacked his bags yet. Ragna immediately accepts. Rem laughs, noting that Encrid must be feeling incredibly confident to issue an open challenge. Rem pulls out his battle axe, breaking into a fierce, genuinely terrifying grin. He admits that this is exactly what he has been waiting to hear all week. The barbarian and the untalented grinder stand ready on the dirt field, weapons drawn. Rem promises to test exactly how much fun Encrid has become since they last fought.
To be continued.
The steel blade reflects a bright white light under the starry sky. Encrid quietly reflects that at some point during his endless grinding, Rem accidentally became the baseline standard for his own strength. Encrid stands holding both swords, staring at Rem's massive back. For over 500 loops, this barbarian was the insurmountable wall he used to measure his progress. Rem stands in his winter combat gear, his long curly hair blowing wildly in the wind. Encrid genuinely wonders where he stands on the tier list right now. Is he weaker? Are they equal? Encrid's blue eyes glow with intense focus. He realizes there is only one way to find out if he has finally surpassed the tutorial boss of the camp. Auden, Jackson, and Ragna line up in the background under the dark night sky, completely silent as they watch the two heavy hitters prepare to clash. Rem does not wait for a signal. He lunges forward into battle, his expression dropping all the jokes and shifting into pure, lethal focus. Rem opens with a devastating downward swing of his heavy battle axe. Encrid does not even try to block it. He ducks low, letting the massive blade carve through the empty air right where his head used to be. They instantly close the distance, their weapons violently colliding in a massive shower of sparks that illuminates the entire dirt arena. Rem grins wildly as their blades lock. He is genuinely impressed by the sheer physical pushback coming from the supposedly fragile human. A dark magical aura suddenly envelops Rem's massive body. He laughs, noting that Encrid is coming on way too strong from the very first frame.
If you do not take this seriously, you are going to get pushed back.
The red aura of the heart of the superhuman flares to life right inside Encrid's chest, matching the barbarian's raw output. Rem's face breaks into a proud, deeply satisfied grin. He absolutely loves the sheer arrogance of Encrid matching his ultimate buff with the exact same technique. Rem lunges forward, executing a massive vertical axe swing. He roars at Encrid to show him what he learned in that dungeon. The battle axe swings with such intense speed that it physically distorts the air around it. Encrid catches the heavy downward strike on his dual blades. The weapons clash in a blinding burst of orange and blue sparks, digging craters into the dirt beneath their boots. They break the lock and immediately trade a high-speed flurry of lethal slashes, turning the friendly spar into a high-stakes deathmatch. Encrid swings his sword with absolute gritting fury. His eyes glow as he pushes his artificially dense muscles to their absolute breaking point to match the barbarian's natural strength. Rem swings his axe with terrifying speed, his eyes wide with completely unrestrained battle lust. He is finally fighting someone who does not break on the first hit. The weapons meet perfectly in the center, causing a massive, explosive shockwave of blue and orange magic to ripple outward across the entire camp. Rem leverages his massive weight advantage, delivering a powerful downward strike that physically launches Encrid backward across the dirt. Auden watches from the sidelines, thoroughly impressed. He notes that even though Encrid is cheating his physical stats using the barbarian heart technique, his baseline stamina to support it is completely unnatural. Jackson narrows her eyes, intensely analyzing the footwork. She realizes Encrid has perfectly mastered his dodging sense. He is predicting strikes before Rem even fully commits the muscle fibers to the swing. Ragna watches the swordplay with absolute awe. He realizes Encrid did not just learn the righteous sword half-baked. For the first time, Encrid is flawlessly blending it with the heavy sword technique, switching between the completely opposite styles in a totally natural sequence. Encrid charges right back into the meat grinder. His left eye flares with intense blue energy as he seamlessly shifts his momentum into an offensive rush. The steel blade cuts a flawless arc through the night air, aiming directly for the barbarian's vital organs. Rem violently intercepts the strike. The heavy clash sends another blinding shower of sparks raining down on the dry grass. Rem lunges to execute a swift diagonal slash, but realizes something is horribly wrong. His chaotic, overwhelming rhythm is not breaking Encrid's guard at all. Rem mentally calculates the shift in power. Before this trip, Encrid was just a fun toy that he could casually play around with without using his brain. Rem's face tightens into a deeply serious, highly motivated glare. He realizes he is surging with genuine bloodlust. He actually has to try to win this. Encrid flawlessly blocks another heavy downward strike, redirecting the massive kinetic energy into the dirt instead of his own arms. Rem grits his teeth, completely losing control of his adrenaline. He realizes that if he doesn't force himself to stop right now, he is going to actually murder his squad leader. Incred slides incredibly low to the ground, perfectly dodging an incoming decapitation strike that Rem threw entirely on primal instinct. They engage in a brutal, zero-distance close-quarters brawl. Rem is completely lost in the sauce, desperately wanting just one more clean hit to test the limit. Rem brings the axe down again, fully intending to shatter Incred's defensive block and everything behind it. Incred catches it again. The weapons grind together, showering them both in burning hot sparks. Rem begins laughing maniacally, his eyes glowing a deep, demonic red as he completely surrenders to his violent instincts. He rips the axe back and executes a devastating diagonal slash, putting his entire soul into the heavy steel. The blade connects. Incred is violently thrown backward across the field, a massive spray of blood erupting from his shoulder as the axe completely tears through his guard. Incred hits the dirt hard. Rem freezes, immediately snapping out of his bloodlust and staring in complete horror at the damage he just did. Rem breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing Incred couldn't get his guard up in time. It is far too late to pull the heavy axe back. He just crippled his company commander. A heavy steel gauntlet suddenly clamps down on Rem's massive bicep, physically arresting his forward momentum. Jackson stands on the field, her grip like a vice on Rem's arm. Auden stands completely still nearby, ready to intervene if the barbarian snaps again. Rem lets out a massive, exhausted sigh, completely dropping his battle stance. The adrenaline crash hits him instantly. Jackson glares up at the giant, completely unamused. She coldly asks if he was seriously trying to kill the captain the absolute second he got back from a mission. Rem immediately gets defensive, aggressively arguing that he totally had it under control and would have stopped his swing cleanly on his own without her butting in. Auden just smiles warmly, completely diffusing the tension. He gently tells Rem that everyone understands exactly why a warrior like him couldn't stop himself against an opponent that good. Ragna looks on, incredibly serious. He admits he is genuinely surprised. He knew Incred was grinding steadily, but this level of mechanical perfection is absurd. Incred sits entirely exhausted on the wooden stairs of the barracks, clutching his heavily bleeding shoulder. He survived the ultimate stat check, but barely. The squad gathers around him on the grass. Ragna admits that before they even realized it, the talentless grunt completely closed the gap. Krace runs up in a total panic, yelling at Incred for pushing himself so hard and begging him to just go to sleep. Incred stubbornly refuses, claiming it is way too early for him to collapse from a little shoulder wound. Incred looks up, his blue eyes still burning with absolute psychotic dedication. He ignores the bleeding entirely and asks who wants to fight next. Auden immediately volunteers. Krace stares at the massive, muscle-bound priest in complete, speechless horror. Krace is completely drenched in nervous sweat, realizing his entire squad is completely out of their minds. Ragna impatiently tells Auden to hurry up and get on the field. Rem stands quietly in the back, his face deeply thoughtful. He genuinely wonders when exactly this completely talentless kid managed to get this terrifyingly strong. The next morning, the bright sun shines over the wooden barracks, illuminating the quiet aftermath of the chaotic night. A flashback hits Rem's mind. A young normal guard is violently thrown backward into the dirt, screaming in panic as he takes a massive blow to the chest for absolutely no reason. Rem stands behind the fallen guard, grinning widely like an absolute menace while the other soldiers watch in terror. The guards whisper that it's the reject squad causing trouble again. The victim begs to know why he was attacked. Rem's face splits into a wild, sadistic grin. He bluntly admits that he attacked the guy purely because he was bored. His massive fist clenches tightly, entirely ready to beat the rest of the normal soldiers into the hospital ward just for looking at him funny. He delivers a crushing downward strike, instantly knocking another terrified normal soldier flat onto the dirt without a second thought. Rem sighs loudly, completely exhausted by how pathetic everyone in this camp is. He demands to know who the new guy standing in the doorway is. A completely unimposing, standard-issue Incred steps forward carrying a large bag of heavy gear. He deadpans that he is their brand new squad leader. Rem remembers that every single bastard who came to lead Squad 444 before Incred was a complete half-witted idiot with a massive ego. The first squad leader was a generic, arrogant fool who aggressively screamed at Rem to show him more respect simply because of his rank. Rem immediately knocked that guy to the dirt right in the middle of the camp, completely unbothered by military hierarchy, while Ragna and Jackson watched the assault. The second squad leader was an overly enthusiastic tryhard who raised his sword and yelled for the squad to follow his lead into a completely avoidable meat grinder. He immediately got stabbed clean through the chest on his very first deployment, instantly proving Rem's point about weak officers. The third squad leader was an older, cocky veteran who grinned confidently and challenged the reject squad to see who was actually better at fighting. Auden flawlessly beat him into a bloody pulp in under 10 seconds. The priest stood over the unconscious officer, peacefully praying for his soul while the watch guards panicked. The normal guards screamed for the medical team, terrified that the giant priest had actually killed their commanding officer during a friendly spar. Crace sat on his bed later that day, highly annoyed. He complained to a shirtless Rem, asking if every single one of those idiot officers got their brains completely roasted in their skulls. Crace counted his meager coins, reasoning that the commanders just wanted to make a name for themselves. Since the reject squad is incredibly lethal, any officer who successfully managed them would get a massive promotion. Rem sat on his cot, staring blankly at the wall. He scoffed, noting that these completely weak bastards sure have wild, delusional dreams. So when Encred first showed up holding his sword, Rem fully expected the exact same routine. He figured Encred was just another idiot who was going to bark orders without knowing his absolute bottom-tier place in the food chain. Rem aggressively pinned Encred to the dirt on day 1, screaming in his face to see how the new reject squad leader would handle a total lack of subordination. A high-ranking company commander rushed over, pointing his sword at Encred and screaming at him to get his rogue squad member under control immediately or face a court-martial. Encred, currently pinned to the dirt by a raging barbarian, looked completely calm. He just sighed and said fine. Encred lazily pointed his finger at Rem and told him to go ahead and do whatever the screaming officer said. He completely abdicated all leadership responsibility on the spot. Encred calmly sheathed his sword, absolutely refusing to engage in the pointless dick-measuring contest. Rem let him go, staring in pure shock. Rem stared at the weak, completely untalented squad leader with profound confusion. He realized this guy was entirely different from the rest of the arrogant fools. He genuinely did not care about his pride. Rem's flashbacks dig deeper. He remembers watching a younger, vastly weaker Encred fiercely clashing swords in a desperate battlefield brawl, screaming at the top of his lungs just to survive. Encred was heavily sweating, gritting his teeth in severe effort as his completely average muscles failed to keep up with his raw ambition. He desperately defended himself on a chaotic, smoke-filled battlefield, relying entirely on basic fundamentals because he possessed absolutely zero natural talent. Another mercenary violently shoved Encred aside in the middle of the fight, screaming at the kid to get the hell out of the way before he got them all killed. Encred collapsed face down in the mud, panting heavily. He was completely outclassed by everyone around him. Rem sits in the barracks, reflecting deeply on those early days. He realizes that from the very beginning, Encred was a completely hopeless case. He watches the memory of Encred swinging his sword until his arms gave out. He bluntly states the undeniable truth of the world. The kid was utterly talentless. Young Encred screamed passionately into the empty air as he trained, completely refusing to accept his biological limitations. He practiced his basic sword strikes next to a large tree for hours under the hot sun. Rem watched him, completely baffled by why someone with no potential would subject themselves to this torture. The faint light of the sun shines through the clouds as the heavy sound of Encred's exhausted breathing echoes across the empty field. Rem stared up at the bright sun shining through the clouds. He finally broke the silence and asked Encred why he was pushing himself so incredibly hard for absolutely zero visible gain. Encred collapsed, resting flat on his back in the soft grass. He looked up at the sky, his face completely calm and entirely at peace with his exhaustion. Rem stood over the resting boy. He pointed out the obvious reality, asking what Encred planned to do if he just died out here swinging a piece of iron at a tree. Encred calmly replied that if he died, then that was simply the end of his story. Rem argued that dying for nothing is the exact reason he should stop. Encred just stared up and asked if there always had to be a grand reason to try. He was simply doing what he could. Encred looked up with a serene, quiet expression, his blue eyes entirely clear of doubt. He had completely accepted the grind. Rem stared down at him in profound, quiet reflection. That exact moment completely changed how the barbarian viewed the weak human. Rem finally admits the truth. Encred may be entirely talentless and mathematically guaranteed to fail, but he is impossible to hate. Rem smiles softly, acknowledging that pure, unadulterated stubbornness commands its own kind of deep respect. Back in the present, Rem sits on a wooden stool, talking to the heavily bandaged Encred who rests on his bed. Rem remembers the day he finally offered to teach the weak squad leader a real way to get stronger. Rem originally offered to teach him the heart of the beast. For a very long time, Encred did not improve a single inch no matter how many times Rem aggressively beat the lessons into his completely uncoordinated body. The Nourelian army marched on with their flags raised. Time moved forward, and Rem internally began to give up on the kid ever actually learning the technique. But then, after countless unseen deaths and brutal resets that Rem would never know about, the squad leader completely changed. He suddenly started dodging strikes he had never seen before. Young Encred swung his sword with a sudden, gritting fury in the grass, his muscle memory perfectly retaining the ghosts of 100 failed timelines. Reem realizes that whatever mental wall Encred broke through, the guy is now growing completely endlessly. He is a monster forged purely out of time and pain. Encred lies resting on his back on his cot inside the wooden barracks, entirely unaware of Rem's deep philosophical monologue. Warm sunlight streams through the open door, lighting up his heavily bandaged chest. He stares blankly up at the ceiling, completely zoning out as he processes the new righteous sword firmware he just installed in his brain. Rem sits on his stool right beside the bed, looking down with a highly suspicious, friendly smile. He casually asks if the captain is finally awake. Encred sits up slowly, wincing as the bandages pull tight across his chest. He stares at the grinning barbarian, immediately incredibly suspicious of why Rem is staring at him like a proud father. Rem leans forward, his smile widening. He casually asks if Encred caused a major accident while he was out clearing the dungeon. Encred just stares blankly, completely lost. Rem presses further, asking if Encred murdered or crippled someone out there. Encred deadpans, asking what possible answer Rem expects him to give to a question like that. Encred stares coldly, completely unamused by the interrogation. He refuses to entertain the barbarian's weird hypotheticals. Cray sits on his cot in the background, completely dazed by the conversation. Rem laughs, noting that Encred just mentally hacked him to pieces with that deadpan stare. He drops it, assuming the captain kept his hands relatively clean. Rem's face shifts into a serious, nostalgic expression. He randomly reveals that the very first weapon he learned to use when he was a kid wasn't actually an axe. It was a spear. Rem sits quietly on his stool, telling the bandaged captain that his father personally taught him the spear back in the Western tribes. Encred looks forward calmly, completely missing the emotional weight of the confession. He just bluntly states that he is pretty good with basically any weapon you hand him. Rem completely loses his temper, yelling at Encred for immediately trying to brag and completely ruining the heartfelt backstory. He orders the captain to shut up and just listen. Rem regains his composure. He explains that when he was about 15 years old, the massive Western War broke out, and he made quite a brutal name for himself on the front lines. Encred's eyes widen slightly. The Western War is a massive piece of historical lore that completely reshaped the continent. Rem's mind flashes back to the chaos. Several Western tribal warriors violently clash in a dusty field under a cloudy sky. Rem explains that the bloody conflict was also called the War for the Throne. A fully armored imperial knight stands proudly over the fallen tribal warriors. Rem bitterly admits that because the entire western region completely devastated itself in a civil war, they were ultimately effortlessly subjugated by the Empire. The flashback shows a 15-year-old Rem violently wrestling a massive wolf monster to the ground with his bare hands. Encred internally sweats, realizing that at that exact same age, he was desperately struggling just to survive as a lowly mercenary grunt. Rem stands up in the dim barracks. He looks down at Encred and says that despite everything that happened back in the West, there is one major thing he needs to ask him right now. Rem locks eyes with him, completely serious. He asks if Encred still genuinely intends to become a knight of this corrupt, failing kingdom. Encred looks back calmly. He doesn't hesitate for a single second. He confirms that he has never once planned to give up on that dream. The two men sit in complete silence in the sunlit wooden barracks, the weight of Encred's absolute certainty hanging heavily in the air. Rem turns away, staring out the window in quiet reflection. He has completely made up his mind. He turns back to Encred and casually drops a massive bombshell. He announces that he has decided he will also become a knight. Rem watches Encred's face, fully expecting the human to point out the absolute absurdity of a giant tribal barbarian trying to join a polished royal knight order. Rem expects Encred to throw his own words back in his face, or just ask if he has completely lost his mind. Instead, Encred just looks forward with absolute, unwavering calm. He simply repeats the words, accepting Rem's new goal without a single ounce of judgment. Encred stares forward with a serious, determined expression. If Rem wants to be a knight, then they will figure out how to make him a knight. It is that simple. Rem breaks into a huge, proud grin. He absolutely loves this guy. Encred sits up, completely ignoring his agonizing shoulder wound. He pulls on his black tunic and casually asks if they are still sparring later. Rem laughs, noting that it is completely obvious they are.
These mainland bastards think there is only one path to becoming a knight, but reality is different.
Rem grips his training club, completely fired up. He realizes that if he wants this absolute blast of a rivalry to continue, he cannot just let Encred outscale him. He completely rejects the strict, rigid mainland definition of knighthood. He knows there is another way to reach the absolute peak of power. He explains that back in the West, there are beings who command the exact same respect and raw power as true knights. Named after the ancient legend of the warrior who pioneered the continent, they are simply called warriors. A muscular, bare-chested tribal warrior raises a spear atop a mountain peak. Rem proudly declares that before he left the West, he was actually the absolute best among the hero candidates for that title. Rem stares forward, his eyes burning with renewed purpose. He quietly wonders if it is finally time to go back home and reclaim the destiny he left behind in the dirt. Far away from the muddy training camps, bright sunbeams filter through the massive arched windows of the grand stone cathedral in the capital. A long-haired blonde bishop walks calmly down the pristine stone corridor, his immaculate white robes flowing silently behind him. He is the architect of the chaos out on the frontier. The bishop's expression is entirely cold and calculating. The holy facade completely hides the deep corruption of the cultists. A lower priest in white and gold robes sprints frantically down the corridor, shouting in sheer panic to get the bishop's attention. The blonde bishop stops and elegantly turns around. He casually reprimands the priest for running in the sacred hallway, completely ignoring the man's absolute terror. The priest gasps for air in the empty stone corridor, desperately trying to explain that this is an absolute emergency regarding the frontier town operation. The bishop's eyes narrow into a dangerous glare. He demands to know how their massive, highly funded operation to capture the frontier village completely failed because of a single, completely unknown platoon commander. The bishop questions if they are absolutely certain this Encrid person is not a hidden member of the Royal Knight Order. The terrified priest swears that Encrid is just a completely normal grunt. The bishop processes the failure. He explains that they specifically targeted that town because Aspen has absolutely no resources to operate a Knight Order privately in that region. Between the border wars and the demonic realm monsters, the kingdom is stretched entirely too thin. He points out that the few true knights Aspen does have are completely bogged down just trying to prevent major internal collapses. The current kingdom is the very embodiment of structural chaos. It was the perfect target. A flashback shows the massive pack of mutant gnolls violently invading the town. The bishop angrily states that the cult poured a massive amount of capital and magical resources into artificially expanding that specific gnoll horde to wipe out the village. He clenches his jaw. If they had successfully captured the frontier village and converted it into a demonic realm, it would have become a massive holy land for their cult. The bishop stares silently from beneath his white cowl, his face completely shadowed with rage at the absolute waste of resources. He forcefully completely suppresses his anger, forcing a calm smile. He refuses to believe that ruining a plot this massive was the work of a mere platoon commander. He assumes Encrid got incredibly lucky. The bishop turns and continues walking down the hallway, stating that the cult has far too many future tasks to dwell on a single failed operation. The priest frantically asks what they should do about the anomaly. The bishop's polished boot steps heavily onto the stone floor. He coldly decides that while they cannot dwell on it, they absolutely cannot let someone who defied the will of their god continue to breathe. The priest's face completely drains of blood. He breaks into a terrified sweat as the bishop casually orders him to deploy their ultimate weapon to clean up the mess. A massive, tattered black manticore with glowing yellow eyes roars fiercely in the darkness. The priest stammers in absolute horror at the sheer overkill of sending a legendary beast to kill a grunt. The bishop remains entirely calm. He declares that since coincidences do not repeat themselves, the natural order dictates that this completely nameless platoon commander must be violently erased to correct the timeline. The giant black monster growls viciously, entirely ready to hunt down the anomaly who ruined their Holy Land project. The massive horned lion beast with a lethal scorpion tail roars into the dark blue night sky, carrying a cloaked assassin on its back. The cultists are sending their absolute best, entirely unaware of exactly how many times Encrid is willing to die to download its attack patterns.
To be continued.
The border fortress of Aspen stands tall under a peaceful blue sky. It is a quiet morning, but that peace is a fragile illusion. Deep inside the Grand Stone Conference Hall, the highest-ranking military officers are gathered. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a sword. A bald officer leans forward over the heavy wooden table. He demands to know why Commander Marcus called an emergency meeting when they were not scheduled to convene. Marcus sits at the head of the table holding a small metal cup. He rests his chin on his gloved hand with a grim expression. He drops a massive political bomb. The neighboring city of Martai has officially declared war on the border guard. The room immediately erupts into absolute chaos. The officers jump from their seats in shock. Their soldiers are completely exhausted from the grueling war with Aspen, and a second war is a death sentence. Marcus narrows his sharp green eye. He silences the room with a single look. The map of the region reveals the problem. Martai is a highly contested territory situated between Nadrilia and the eastern domains. It is a blood-soaked land where territorial disputes break out constantly. Right now, Martai is ruled by a ruthless warlord simply known as the General. He is aggressively expanding his influence and turning the region into a massive city of cutthroat mercenaries. The Elven Company commander stands quietly behind Marcus. She knows exactly what the general wants. Border Guard is a wealthy military city with active trade routes. Martai intends to occupy it and use it as a strategic stepping stone. Marcus stares down at the table. If Martai takes this city, they will have enough resources to threaten the entire kingdom. The bald officer waves his hands in panic. He insists that it is completely impossible to face the larger army of Martai with their depleted forces. A dark-haired officer stands up and suggests they send out immediate requests for support to the surrounding noble territories. But he quickly realizes his own plan is foolish. He sits back down, admitting that the neighboring lords would never actually send help to Border Guard. Vice Baron Vancento smiles with a smug and greedy expression. He points out that the surrounding territories are just as eager to swallow up Border Guard as Martai is. They would likely just join the enemy and split the loot. Vancento leans back in his chair. He addresses Marcus with a sinister tone. He claims that relying on nobles who might stab them in the back is a terrible idea. He suggests a much safer and darker option. Vancento grins like a snake. He says he has a very capable partner in mind. He wants the official military to form a formal alliance with the Black Blade Bandits.
Let us ally with the Black Blade Bandits.
The table explodes into outrage. The officers slam their hands down and shout in furious protest at the sheer insanity of teaming up with criminals. The dark-haired officer points an accusing finger directly at Vancento. He screams that their own citizens are already suffering from bandit raids. Vancento yells back, telling them to think about the long-term survival of the city. Marcus violently slams his metal cup down onto the table. The heavy impact sends liquid splashing everywhere and instantly kills the argument. The high-ranking officers all freeze in terror and slowly sit back down in total silence. Marcus looks at his men with stern and absolute resolve. He reminds them that the soldiers of Border Guard are not weak cowards who need to rely on criminals. He declares that they will not request outside help from anyone. They will fight the Martai army, and they will win using only their own overwhelming strength. Vancento stares at the table with a highly displeased scowl. His grand plan to gain political power through the bandits has just been completely crushed. Vancento clenches his jaw in silent fury. The room feels like it is bathed in red light as his hatred for the commander boils over. The meeting adjourns. The officers file out of the grand hall in a long line while whispering anxiously among themselves about the impending war. The elven commander watches them leave. She calmly notes that Vancento is getting dangerously worked up. Marcus agrees. He saw the murderous look in the noble's eyes and honestly expected the man to try and strike him right there. She shakes her head. She states that Vancento would never be reckless enough to challenge a man nicknamed the Warmonger. She then asks Marcus who actually gave him that terrifying nickname. Marcus smiles and admits he gave it to himself. She calls it clever and he happily accepts the compliment, but his smile fades quickly. He narrows his eyes and brings the conversation back to the treacherous noble. Out in the city streets, Vancento walks aggressively through the market. He is followed closely by a heavily cloaked bodyguard. Marcus knows this noble does not even bother hiding his corruption anymore. That guard is definitely a Black Blade spy. The elven commander asks if Marcus plans to deal with the traitor directly. Marcus sighs. He explains that even though he hates the man killing a noble without hard evidence is still a massive crime. However, Marcus is a tactical genius. He knows that Vancento is stupidly flaunting his illegal connections. He decides to just wait for the perfect opportunity to catch the traitor red-handed. Down in the busy marketplace, the sunset paints the castle town in warm orange light. The citizens go about their day completely unaware of the political war brewing above them. Vancento throws a massive temper tantrum. He viciously kicks a wooden crate of apples, sending the fruit flying all over the cobblestone street. An old merchant couple cowers in fear as they scramble to pick up their ruined merchandise. Vancento ignores them entirely. He mutters furiously about how Marcus needs to stick to roaming the battlefield instead of playing politics. Vancento leads his cloaked spy down a narrow alleyway. He realizes that Marcus must have some secret military force he is relying on to be so confident about fighting Martai alone. He guesses it must be the lunatic squad. Vancento grits his teeth in pure anger. He specifically hates Encrid. He calls our boy an unlucky fool. He knows Encrid was promoted to company commander purely because he slaughtered 1,000 gnoll monsters at the frontier village. Vancento is completely blinded by his own arrogance. He assumes Encrid is just a lowly peasant faking his achievements. He steps around a wooden post entirely distracted by his own rage. He walks right into Encrid. Their shoulders collide with a heavy thud, and the frail noble stumbles backward. The cloaked spy quickly catches Vancento before he hits the dirt. Vincento instantly explodes into a screaming fit, demanding to know who dared to touch him. Incred stands calmly in his dark casual clothes. He stops and looks back over his shoulder without a single trace of fear. He gives the furious noble a flat, neutral stare. He casually apologizes for not seeing him and leaves it at that. Incred turns around and simply walks away. Vincento glares at his back with absolute venom, feeling completely disrespected by a common soldier. Vincento spits on the ground. He complains to his spy that he has no idea why Commander Marcus tries so hard to protect a lowly peasant like that. The spy asks if that man was the famous Incred. Vincento nods. He states that if it was not for Incred providing so much military strength, Marcus would have been forced to accept the alliance with the bandits. Down the street, Incred crouches quietly to help the old merchant couple pick up their spilled apples. He is a terrifying warrior on the battlefield, but he still respects the common people. The cloaked spy looks grim under his dark hood. He suggests a very simple solution. If Incred is the only reason Marcus refused the alliance, then killing one soldier solves their entire political problem. Vincento touches his glasses and thinks it over. His grand plan is to conquer the entire Nauerlia kingdom, starting with this city. He decides he cannot afford to hesitate over the life of a single commoner. A cold, sinister grin spreads across his face. He orders his spy to send a direct message to the Black Blade leadership. Later that night, the bright full moon illuminates the towering stone walls of the fortress. Vincento orders the bandits to send their 9 absolute best elite assassins to do the job. A heavily armed group of cloaked bandits creeps silently through the dark forest, approaching the outer walls of Border Guard. 2 of the assassins whisper to each other in the shadows. They are insulted. They are the proud elites of the organization, and they believe any one of them could easily kill a normal soldier. They do not understand why leadership hired an outside mercenary to tag along. One of them points deeper into the woods where a lone figure sits under a tree. He asks why they need the extra help. The bandit leader explains that the noble paying them wants absolutely guaranteed results. He says the mercenary might be a foul-smelling beastman, but she is a highly lethal fighter who has made a huge name for herself in the underworld. The young female beastman mercenary leans against a tree trunk. She stares off into the darkness with a cold, predatory expression. Her wild white hair blows in the night wind. Suddenly, her animal instincts flare up. She takes a deep breath and sniffs the cool night air. Her glowing golden eyes snap wide open. Her pupils dilate into sharp vertical slits. She smells the overwhelming scent of a terrifying beast approaching them. She instantly draws 2 wickedly curved daggers and leaps forward at extreme speed, disappearing into the brush. The bandits flinch in shock at her sudden movement. The leader yells at her, asking what she is doing. She calmly replies that something massive is coming right at them. She drops into a low animalistic combat stance with her blades crossed. She warns them that whatever is out there is dangerously strong. The bandits panic. They draw their swords and form a tight defensive circle, staring nervously into the pitch-black tree line. A massive, horrifying shadow looms over the tall pines, completely blocking out the moonlight. A giant clawed paw the size of a carriage stomps heavily onto the grass. The sheer force of the impact shakes the earth. A legendary high-tier monster steps into the clearing. It is a massive horned manticore. It has the muscular body of a lion, brutal fangs, and glowing yellow eyes that promise violent death. The bandits wince in absolute terror. They recognize the beast immediately, but what scares them more is the cloaked figure standing casually on its back. Taming a high-tier monster is impossible for normal men. They realize he must be a dark cultist. The hooded cultist looks down at the terrified assassins. His eyes glow with a sickening purple magic as he holds the heavy metal chains attached to the beast. The bandit leader demands to know who he is. The leader tries to stay calm. He identifies his group as the Black Blade Bandits and asks why a cultist is blocking their path to the city. The cultist ignores their titles entirely. He states he is only here on a holy mission to punish a massive anomaly that defied the will of his dark god. His purple eyes flare with fanatic energy. He declares that he has come to violently erase a specific platoon commander from the border guard. He is here to kill Incred. The bandits lower their swords in complete surprise. They cannot believe a dark cultist and a legendary monster are hunting the exact same common soldier they are. A cunning grin slowly spreads across the bandit leader's face. He realizes they just won the tactical lottery. He steps forward and places a hand on the tense beastman mercenary, telling her to stand down and lower her weapons. He looks up at the cultist and laughs. He explains that they are completely unrelated factions, but they share the exact same target for the night. The bandit leader smiles smugly. He knows Border Guard is heavily defended, but with a manticore on their side, breaking in will be a joke. He loudly proposes a temporary alliance. He suggests that if the bandits and the cultist work together, they can guarantee that Incred dies before morning. The cultist stares down in silence. His glowing purple eyes show absolutely no emotion, but he considers the violent proposal. Meanwhile, inside the safety of the fortress, the wooden cabins of the military camp rest quietly under the full moon. The soldiers are fast asleep, entirely unaware of the nightmare gathering in the woods outside. But Incred is not sleeping. Our boy is out in the training yard, completely drenched in sweat. He is jogging laps under the moonlight with a massive boulder strapped to his back, pushing his body to the absolute breaking point. Incred pants heavily. The sound of his exhausted breathing echoes through the empty training yard. He refuses to stop, even as his muscles scream in agony. He continues his slow, brutal march under the moonlight. The massive stone pack on his back is meant to simulate carrying wounded soldiers while fighting. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from the shadows, noting his intense focus. Incred stops and looks back over his shoulder. He immediately recognizes the massive muscular frame of his squadmate Auden standing nearby. Auden walks up and smiles. He gently suggests that Incred has done enough self-torture for one night. The giant former Inquisitor asks his commander if he would like to go on a quiet night patrol around the walls together, just to take a breather and clear his head. Incred wipes the sweat from his chin. He looks at Auden with a determined gaze and decides a walk might actually do him some good. The two warriors walk side by side along the high stone ramparts of the fortress. The bright full moon casts long shadows over the sleeping city below them. They pass by two regular city watchguards who immediately flinch in surprise. The guards whisper about why the crazy company commander is wandering the walls so late. Incred tells them to relax and pretend they are not there. Auden smiles warmly as they walk. He mentions that it has been a long time since they had a casual stroll like this. He points out that since Incred was promoted, he was officially exempted from all night guard duties by Marcus. Incred humbly replies that the privilege was entirely unnecessary. Auden laughs. He notes that despite being excused from work, Incred is literally always doing physical conditioning or brutal sparring matches. He jokes that Incred seems to enjoy torturing himself more than actual duty. Incred stares out into the dark mountains. His voice drops into a serious tone. He states plainly that he cannot afford to waste a single second of his time. His heavy boots step firmly onto the stone. Every step is driven by the phantom memories of 1,000 brutal deaths. Auden nods, acknowledging that diligence is a virtue, but warns that it can also become a poison. Auden stops walking. He looks at Incred with genuine concern. He warns his friend that his obsession with progression is becoming worrying. Auden looks up at the starry sky and quotes the Holy Scriptures. He recites a verse that claims a well-built day of steady progress is far more valuable than a single day of reckless overexertion. Incred stares forward deep in thought. The words strike a nerve. He knows exactly why he is pushing himself so recklessly. His sharp blue eyes reflect the moonlight. He mentally reviews his own insane progression. By dying over and over, he forced his body to acquire talents he was never born with, and he finally caught up to the monster that is Rem. He looks out over the valley. He felt himself advancing at terrifying speeds for months, but now he has hit a wall. The time loop mechanic will not let him progress until he breaks through his current limit, and he admits he might have gotten slightly impatient. Incred takes a deep breath and lets go of the tension. He promises Auden that he will keep the holy advice in mind. Auden smiles, pleased that the lesson landed. Incred smirks and points out a funny contradiction. He reminds Auden that during their bare body training, Auden literally forces him to surpass his physical limits until his muscles tear. Auden shamelessly claims that is just the appropriate baseline for strength. Auden casually mentions that Incred could actually handle a little more weight during their next session. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest below the wall, the leaves begin to rustle violently. The Black Blade assassins move swiftly through the trees. They are led by the massive manticore whose heavy paws snap branches with every step. Two of the bandits whisper their battle plan in the dark. The primary objective is to breach the main gate. The secondary objective is to cause a massive distraction at the wall. The bandit leader issues the final orders. He tells half his men to draw the guards' attention to the ramparts while the other half sneaks down to rendezvous with the spy they planted inside the city. The cultist stands on the edge of the tree line holding the heavy chains. He releases the lock and commands the manticore to attack. The massive beast leaps forward into the moonlight. It roars with terrifying fury, baring its razor-sharp fangs as it charges the stone wall. Up on the ramparts, the two city watchguards lean on their spears, completely relaxed and entirely unaware of the monster flying through the air toward them. The manticore clears the high stone wall in a single incredible leap. Its massive silhouette blocks out the moon as it descends on the walkway. The beast lands with a deafening roar, its jaws snapping wildly as it prepares to slaughter the first humans it sees. The impact alone violently knocks the two guards backward off their feet. They slam hard onto the stone floor, screaming in absolute terror. Further down the wall, Auden and Incred whip their heads around in sudden alarm. The peaceful night has just been violently interrupted. The manticore stands over the groaning guards, completely dominating the narrow walkway. One of the guards screams desperately for reinforcements. The guard scrambles backward on his hands and knees, screaming that a high-tier monster has breached the wall and begging someone to call the main company forces. The manticore ignores his screams and swings its massive heavy claw down to crush his skull. The beast stomps forward, fully intending to turn the poor guard into paste. Down in the dark forest, the beastman mercenary waits in the shadows. Her yellow eyes glow brightly as she listens to the screams above. Suddenly, Auden lunges across the walkway with terrifying speed. He ignores his weapons completely and grabs the charging manticore directly by its upper and lower jaw with his bare hands. The massive monster thrashes wildly, trying to bite down, but Auden locks his arms and absolutely refuses to let its mouth close. The manticore roars in furious confusion. It has never met a human with enough raw physical strength to hold its jaws apart. Auden plants his heavy boot firmly into the stone, cracking the floor beneath him. The guards watch in pure awe as the giant man wrestles a legendary monster like it is a house cat. Auden calmly calls the beast a noisy kitten. A confident grin spreads across Auden's face. He lectures the struggling monster, reminding it that it is polite to speak quietly at night, so people can sleep. Down in the lower courtyard, the Black Blade bandits stare up at the wall in absolute shock. They scream in disbelief at what they are seeing. One of the bandits yells that the man holding the monster must be a bear in disguise. Their entire master plan relied on the manticore being an unstoppable distraction, but it just got instantly halted by one guy. Meanwhile, at the heavy wooden main gates, the inside spy desperately tries to undo the massive iron locks. The bandits outside whisper aggressively for him to hurry up and open it before the guards notice. Two regular watchguards stand at their post, entirely unaware that a dozen assassins are waiting right on the other side of the wood. The spy steps out of the shadows. His eyes glow with the sinister purple magic of the cultists. He has completely abandoned his disguise. He draws his sword and viciously slashes one of the watchguards across the neck from behind. A massive spray of blood paints the wooden gate. Before the spy can finish off the second guard, Incrid drops from the high rampart. He lands in the courtyard with a heavy crash, kicking up a cloud of dust and instantly startling the remaining guard. Incrid draws his long sword in a fluid motion. He looks up at the wall where Auden is still wrestling the beast. He calmly notes that they have multiple enemies tonight. Auden smiles and asks if Incrid can handle the gate alone. Auden completely ignores the lethal monster trying to eat his face. He casually tells his commander to go ahead and have fun. Incrid does not waste a single second. He sprints across the wooden walkway at blinding speed, keeping his sword low and ready for an instant strike. The purple-eyed spy stands over the bleeding watchguard, raising his sword for an execution strike. The guard looks up in sheer terror, demanding to know why a fellow soldier is doing this. The spy coldly tells him not to take it personally. The spy swings his blade downward, declaring that the guard's death will serve as the bloody foundation for the new Black Blade Kingdom. Incrid slides low across the stone floor, completely dodging the spy's peripheral vision. He executes a flawless rapid thrust aimed directly at the traitor's side. The blade cuts clean through the spy before he even realizes he is under attack. A massive splash of blood erupts as Incrid's sword finds its mark. The wounded watchguard stares in absolute shock as the traitor collapses dead behind him. Incrid casually steps over the body and looks down at the guard's bleeding stomach. Incrid does some quick mental math. After dying over 1,000 times to every weapon imaginable, he knows exactly what a fatal wound looks like. He has felt this exact stomach stab before. It hurts, but it will not kill him today. He tells the guard to stop crying and walk to the medical barracks himself. The guard screams in protest, pointing out that he has a hole in his stomach. Incrid bluntly replies that if he has enough energy to yell, he has enough energy to walk. The guard dramatically groans, asking Incrid to pass his dying words to his little sister. Incrid rolls his eyes and repeats that the man is not going to die. The guard sits against the wall, clutching his bleeding side. He curses under his breath, realizing he is too weak to help lift the heavy wooden gate bar. Suddenly, a bandit in dark armor charges around the corner with a spear. He screams in panic, trying to run past Incrid to save himself. Incrid does not even blink. He parries the desperate spear thrust with a minimal flick of his wrist and executes a brutally fast counter slash. The bandit is thrown backward onto the grass, screaming in agony as a fresh spray of blood paints the courtyard. Incrid calmly sheathes his sword. He looks back at the wounded guard and orders him to watch the bleeding bandit and make sure he does not crawl away. Incrid walks silently toward the heavy wooden gate. He presses his ear to the timber and uses his wide area sensing. He maps the sound waves outside and counts roughly 10 highly skilled presences waiting for the door to open. His blue eyes are sharp and clear. He analyzes the tactical situation. If these assassins are desperate enough to force a frontal assault, they will eventually find a way in, even if the gate stays locked. He decides playing defense is a waste of time. Incrid grabs the heavy iron handles and pulls. The massive wooden gate groans open with a loud creak. The bandits outside immediately sigh in relief, thinking their spy finally succeeded. The moonlight catches the sharp steel edge of Encrid's longsword as he steps directly into the opening. The assassins recoil in absolute shock. Instead of their spy, they are staring face to face with the exact man they were sent to assassinate. Incrid stands casually in his dark armor, holding his blade in a relaxed guard. He decided the most efficient way to protect the fortress was to simply step outside alone and fight them all at once. He walks out onto the grassy path completely unfazed by the 10 armed men surrounding him. The bandits draw their weapons in a panic. The leader points his sword and yells that the target actually walked out on his own 2 feet. Incrid tilts his head, maintaining a perfectly calm expression. He asks if they know him. Internally, he evaluates their stances, recognizing that every single man here is a highly trained elite killer. His gaze drifts to the back of the group. The Beastman mercenary stands quietly in the shadows, radiating an intense predatory aura. Incrid immediately flags her as the biggest threat. He notes her wild posture and the way she holds her curved daggers. He silently admits she looks incredibly strong. The Beastman mercenary glares back at him with fierce, wild eyes. She takes a deep breath through her nose and instantly smells the truth. A Beastman's keen sense of smell acts as a supernatural radar, allowing them to instinctively gauge an opponent's exact power level. She smells the blood of 1,000 deaths on him. The foolish bandits ignore her hesitation. They raise their swords and charge forward as a group, screaming for Encrid's head. The first bandit lunges aggressively, aiming a heavy vertical slash directly at Encrid's skull. Encrid barely shifts his footing, preparing a simple block. He easily parries the heavy strike, deflecting the momentum harmlessly to the side and instantly opening the bandit's guard for a fatal counter. Blood splashes into the grass. Incrid drops into a flawless combat stance. His movements are so precise and deadly, they leave speed lines in the air as he prepares to slaughter the rest of the squad. The Beastman mercenary completely freezes. Cold sweat pours down her face, and her yellow eyes widen in absolute primal terror. She realizes they made a massive mistake. Incrid stands calmly in the moonlight, surrounded by a terrifyingly bright red aura of pure murderous intent. The Beastman whispers in horror that this man is extremely dangerous. A blinding flash of steel rips through the dark sky, accompanied by a deafening crash as the battle at the wall escalates. Inside the fortress, 3 more watchguards finally realize what is happening. They scream in panic at the sight of the manticore and scramble to reinforce the walls. A flock of dark bats scatters wildly through the night sky, leaving faint blue trails as the monstrous roar shakes the ancient stones. A veteran guard sprints along the walkway, waving his spear. He orders all units to battle positions, screaming that they are facing a high-tier monster and must be fully prepared to die defending the city. A giant hairy claw swings down with terrifying speed, threatening to crush everything on the narrow stone path. Auden effortlessly leaps backward, kicking up a cloud of stone dust as the massive claws slam into the spot he just vacated. Down below, the entire courtyard is watching. The guards on the walkway form a desperate line behind Auden, staring in horror at the thrashing legendary beast. The manticore snaps its terrifying jaws wide open and lets out an ear-splitting roar that vibrates right through the soldier's armor. The veteran guard stands behind Auden, sweating profusely. He repeats his order for everyone to prepare for death. Auden calmly looks over his massive shoulder and tells the man that dying tonight is completely unnecessary. Auden steps forward toward the raging monster, completely unarmed. He rolls his broad shoulders and casually quotes a holy scripture, noting that having different beliefs is not the same as walking the wrong path. The manticore crouches low to the stone floor, growling fiercely. It prepares to pounce and tear this arrogant human to shreds. Auden does not wait. He lunges forward at the exact same moment the beast leaps. Their massive bodies blur into motion lines as they collide in midair. The monster's razor-sharp claws swing down in a lethal arc, but Auden ducks underneath the strike with shocking agility for a man his size. He plants his feet and delivers a devastating right hook directly into the manticore's jaw. He politely tells the beast to turn back to God and wash away its sins. Before the monster can recover, Auden drives a second brutal punch into its cheek. The impact sounds like a cannon firing and sends monster blood spraying across the stone. He tells it to seek forgiveness for its filthy soul. Auden leaps up and slams both of his heavy fists downward, driving the manticore's skull violently into the floor with earth-shattering force. He tells it to seek forgiveness again. The legendary high-tier monster lies groaning pathetically on the stone walkway, its head resting in a growing pool of its own blood. Auden screams at it to seek forgiveness one more time. Auden grabs the massive beast by its thick horns. With a terrifying display of raw superhuman strength, he lifts the multi-ton monster completely over his head. With a final mighty heave, he forcefully throws the giant beast completely off the high stone rampart, sending it plummeting into the darkness below. The remaining Black Blade bandits in the courtyard look up just in time to see their unstoppable siege weapon falling directly toward them. They scream in pure terror. The massive manticore crashes heavily onto a tiled roof, completely shattering the structure into dust and splinters with a deafening impact. Auden stands near the edge of the wall, looking down completely unfazed. The city guards behind him scramble excitedly, grabbing ropes and ladders to secure the massive monster's highly valuable carcass. Auden's face falls into a serious shadow. He knows that high-tier monsters are incredibly intelligent. A wild manticore would never willingly attack a heavily fortified human castle, and it certainly would not fight to the death when cornered. He stares out into the dark tree line beyond the walls. He spots a faint silhouette retreating into the woods. He realizes someone was actively controlling the beast. Deep in the forest, the cultist Hugo sprints frantically through the trees. His mission is an absolute failure, and he curses loudly as he runs for his life. Suddenly, Auden leaps directly off the high wall. His massive muscular body is completely engulfed in a blinding blue aura of divine magic as he plummets like a meteor, declaring that he has found the cultist servant. Hugo pants heavily as he tears through the thick brush, desperate to escape the monster of a man chasing him. The cultist looks back over his shoulder and screams in sheer terror. He cannot believe this lunatic is hunting him down bare-handed without a weapon. Hugo's eyes widen in absolute horror as the sky above him completely lights up. A massive vertical beam of glowing white holy magic erupts in the middle of the dark forest, completely incinerating the shadows. Auden charges forward at unbelievable speed. He clasps his massive hands together in a gesture of holy prayer as his divine energy reaches a boiling point. The few surviving bandits in the woods scatter like rats, completely abandoning their mission to flee from the glowing giant. Auden closes his eyes as the brilliant blue light surrounds him. He casually drops a massive piece of lore. He used to be a holy inquisitor for the church whose entire job was hunting down heretics, demonic beasts, and cultists. He leaps effortlessly over a fallen log, moving like a glowing missile through the misty woods. He admits that while he lost his official title as an inquisitor, his holy duty remains. He stares fiercely into the dark woods. He has absolutely not lost his spirit. Auden lunges high into the air, coiling his massive arm back to deliver a devastating downward punch right at the fleeing cultist. His fist glows with highly concentrated divine magic. He politely asks God to watch over the heretic's soul. Auden's heavy fist connects directly with the cultist's face. The sickening crunch of bone is drowned out by a massive explosion of holy energy. A terrifying shockwave of blue magic blasts completely through the forest path, instantly leveling the surrounding trees. A huge explosion of dirt debris and divine light erupts into the night sky, signaling the absolute end of the cultist's assassination attempt. The smoke clears. The defeated cultist lies completely motionless in the center of a smoldering crater while a pool of blood slowly spreads beneath him. Back on the fortress wall, Rem stands entirely shirtless, holding his massive battle axe. He whistles casually at the destruction in the woods, complaining that Auden should have called him if there was a fun fight happening. Rem leans on his axe, surrounded by Krace and Ragna. He yells down into the crater, calling Auden selfish for hogging all the action. Auden casually walks out of the ruined forest, brushing dust off his shoulders. Krace stands nearby, holding Esther, the sleeping Black Panther, like a baby. Auden asks why they are all awake. Krace explains that Esther started whining in her sleep because Encred was missing. Rim turns around, grumbling loudly. He complains that the stupid panther only hates him. Auden ignores the barbarian and asks where Encred went. Jackson steps out of the shadows on the wall. He points toward the main gates, noting that the captain is already wrapping up the trash down there. Outside the gates, the forest clearing is painted in blood. Several elite Black Blade assassins lie completely dead in the grass. One of the survivors curses in disbelief. The wounded bandit struggles to his knees, clutching his sword. He stares in absolute terror at Encred, wondering how the noble could possibly describe this monster as just one regular soldier. The Beastman mercenary stands silently behind him. Encred stands calmly in the moonlight. He has drawn his second blade. He dual wields his long swords, completely surrounded by a chilling blue magical aura, while fresh blood drips slowly from both edges. The Beastman mercenary stares at him with glowing golden eyes. Cold sweat drips down her face. Her animal instincts scream the brutal truth. They absolutely cannot beat him. She grits her sharp teeth, suppressing the overwhelming urge to turn and flee into the dark. She looks up at the moon. Her eyes are wide with a heartbreaking mixture of fear and absolute determination. She accepts that she is going to die tonight. She stands alone in the misty woods, tightening her grip on her daggers. She mutters that her entire miserable life has been spent half expecting a violent death anyway. Her golden pupils narrow into sharp slits. She locks her gaze entirely on Encrid, deciding that if she has to die, she could do much worse for a final opponent. She admires his overwhelming skill and casually notes that he is not bad to look at either. She raises her curved daggers, crossing them in front of her face. A bright blue magical aura flares around her body as she prepares for her final suicidal charge. She decides this forest is a good place for a warrior's grave. The wounded bandit looks up at her, completely confused by her sudden insane rambling. The Beastman mercenary ignores him entirely. She explodes forward at extreme speed, closing the distance to Encrid in a fraction of a second and executing a blistering fast dual strike. She delivers a rapid downward slash. Her heavy daggers violently clash with Encrid's crossguard, sending a bright spray of sparks and blood into the air. Encrid does not even blink. His blue eyes remain perfectly calm and sharply focused as he effortlessly halts her full momentum. He casually calls out to her. She stands in the darkness, her body radiating a frantic dark blue aura. She tells him to stop holding back and fight her for real. Encrid stares right through her. He begins a cold, calculated lecture on biology. He explains the fundamental difference between true beastmen and beast-type monsters like lycanthropes. He states that if human traits are added to a beast, it is classified as a monster. But if beast traits are added to a human, it is a beastman. The mercenary roars furiously, baring her sharp, elongated fangs, trying to push her blades through his defense. Encrid calmly notes that a beastman's fangs only grow slightly longer when enraged. He points out her thick, wild white hair blowing in the wind, noting that normal beastmen only grow slightly more fur. He watches her sharp, monstrous claws grip the dagger hilts with terrifying strength. He states that a normal beastman's appearance only changes slightly in combat. Encrid maintains his perfect parry. He looks at her fully monstrous form and states that, for a beastman to transform this drastically, she must be incredibly desperate. The mercenary stands in her fully transformed state. Her white fur is thick and wild, her muscles bulge with unnatural strength, and her golden eyes burn with savage fury. She snarls viciously, admitting that even she has never seen another beastman transform this deeply. But she does not care about biology right now. She uses the locked blades to vault backward, leaping high up onto a steep rocky cliff face. She kicks off the stone and dives down at Encrid with her daggers raised for a lethal plunge. She lunges forward at blinding speed, screaming that even if she has fully accepted her own death, she absolutely refuses to just hand over her life without a fight. Encrid stands his ground, perfectly balanced. His eyes glow with intense blue energy as he raises his long swords to intercept her desperate falling strike. They collide with explosive force. Their weapons crash together, generating a massive blinding shower of sparks that illuminates the dark forest. Encrid parries both of her heavy daggers simultaneously, using his dual-wielding technique, effortlessly managing her wild animalistic strength. The steel blades grind against each other with a sickening screech as blood from her previous wounds splatters across the metal. They lock weapons in a pure test of strength on the grassy path, glaring into each other's eyes. The beastman's wild fury meets Encrid's cold, calculated experience. Encrid intensely focuses on her footwork, perfectly predicting her center of gravity as he prepares a devastating counter-maneuver. She releases one dagger and violently reaches forward with her bloody razor-sharp claws, aiming directly for his throat. The fully transformed beastman roars with everything she has left. Her yellow eyes glow brightly through the blue magic as she screams her final vow to fight and die proudly as a true warrior. A deafening bang echoes through the night as the sheer force of their clash completely shatters the stone ground beneath their boots. The beastman mercenary throws a blisteringly fast hook, but Encrid casually steps off the center line, letting her heavy fist sail harmlessly past his face. She refuses to stop. She roars fiercely and lunges forward, turning her entire body into a wild blur of motion, completely abandoning all defense for pure offense. Encrid grits his teeth as her snarling face gets dangerously close to his own. He realizes she is trying to drag him into a messy, chaotic brawl. Encrid does not flinch. Instead, he weaponizes his own skull. He steps into her guard and delivers a devastating headbutt straight to her face. The beastman reels backward, screaming in pure agony. Blood instantly pools in her mouth as her vision completely whites out from the brutal impact. Encrid does not give her a single second to recover. He instantly follows up the stun by driving a heavy punch directly into her staggered ribs. He drops back into a perfectly balanced stance, holding both swords at the ready. He just executed the Valen mercenary headbutt technique. He learned this dirty trick by dying to it in past loops, and now he serves it right back. The beastman mercenary is running purely on instinct now. She drops terrifyingly low to the ground and charges forward on all fours like a rabid animal. She lunges upward from the blind spot, aiming a desperate sweeping cut at his legs with her curved dagger. She roars furiously with her golden eyes wide. Incrid analyzes her movements, noting that she is rapidly mixing trained combat techniques with wild beast-like attacks. Incrid effortlessly parries her wild horizontal slash with the flat of his blade, sending another shower of sparks into the night. He realizes she is fighting completely recklessly. They trade blindingly fast blows on the grassy path. Incrid easily deflects every single frantic strike, but he is deeply puzzled by her strange obsession. She snarls like a cornered animal, completely ignoring the blood splattered across her face. She has fully abandoned any hope of winning and only wants to land a single hit. She throws her head back and lets out a massive, wide-mouthed roar, completely lost to her own wild desperation. Incrid watches her through his sharp blue eyes. He has fought hundreds of men who wanted to survive, but the look in her eyes is different. It is the tragic look of someone desperate to die correctly. Incrid steps inside her wild guard and delivers a brutal bone-crushing punch directly to her snout, ending her screech instantly. She stumbles backward, completely dazed. Incrid smoothly advances, raising his sword for the final execution strike. He stares coldly at her terrified face. He finally understands that desperate look. She is actively trying to get herself killed in combat to satisfy some tragic religious belief. Her golden eyes widen in absolute panic as the lethal steel descends. She lunges desperately forward, throwing her entire body weight behind her daggers for one last suicidal parry. Incrid meets her strike head-on. His blade grinds against hers, creating a sharp shower of blinding white sparks that illuminates her terrified face. She locks daggers with him and screams her final prayer into the night. She calls out to Krimhalt, the sole god of the beastmen who presides over reincarnation. Incrid ignores her prayer and executes a blindingly fast horizontal slash, leaving a sharp white trail of light that perfectly cuts through her final defense. The immense physical power of the blow completely shatters her stance and throws her violently backward through the air. She twists mid-air, desperately trying to land on her feet to dodge the inevitable follow-up strike. She snarls as she hits the ground, her face completely twisted in pain and exhaustion. Her muscles are failing and her wild energy is entirely spent. Incrid aggressively pursues her, swinging his sword in a flawless, relentless rhythm. She desperately raises her daggers, completely overwhelmed by his impossible speed. A massive dynamic clash of steel creates a bright, explosive burst of sparks, completely illuminating the dark forest path. She roars one last time, clashing her daggers against Incrid's longsword, screaming her religious dogma. She yells that any beastman who dies proudly as a warrior will live on in an eternal holy vortex. She is literally begging him to kill her in combat. She screams in pure physical agony as Incrid's overwhelming strength slowly crushes her guard, pushing her blades back toward her own chest. Incrid delivers the final decisive strike. His sword blurs into a sharp motion line, easily cutting right through her broken defense and ending the duel instantly. The beastman mercenary collapses heavily onto the dirt grass. A massive spray of blood erupts from her side as the flat of his blade violently strikes her down. She lies completely defeated in the dirt, bleeding heavily. She looks up at the dark sky and silently wonders if she finally earned her place by her god's side. As she bleeds out, her tragic memories flash before her eyes. She remembers being a small child abandoned in a dusty wasteland, forced to wander alone without the protection of her beastman tribe. She remembers standing in a dirty human village, treated like a monster by the local guards. She became a mercenary just to prove her worth with a sword, but even that miserable life ended in failure. Thick tears stream down her face. Her glowing golden eyes widen in absolute crushing despair as she realizes she failed at everything. She buries her face in the dirt and lets out a massive soul-crushing roar of pure sorrow. A massive explosion of dust and wind erupts around her as she violently punches the ground, shattering the dirt in complete frustration. She screams at the night sky, completely broken. She demands to know why the universe singled her out for such a miserable, lonely existence. Incrid stands calmly over her howling form, holding his sword at the ready. He does not attack. He just watches her break down. His sharp blue eyes observe her complete emotional collapse. He knows exactly what it feels like to be completely abandoned by talent and pushed to the absolute edge of despair. The beastman pants heavily, her blood-stained snout practically touching the dirt as she lowers her head in total submission. Incrid stands tall, holding both of his swords, while the defeated mercenary kneels completely exhausted at his feet. The fight is entirely over. She cries silently, blood dripping steadily from her nose and mouth. She internally curses her horrible luck, asking why she was the only one forced to live like this. She tightly grips her broken daggers, weeping bitterly over a life filled with absolutely nothing but violence and rejection. Incrid looks down at her with a completely flat, neutral expression. He listens to her sob for a moment before making a cold, tactical decision. He stands over her kneeling form and loudly demands to know if she actually wants to live. She snaps her head up. Her wide tear-filled golden eyes stare at him in absolute shock. She fully expected him to execute her on the spot. Rem suddenly speaks up from the shadows. He walks out of the trees and casually asks if Encrid is seriously going to spare an assassin. Encrid looks back completely unfazed by Rem's sudden appearance. He asks how long his squad has been hiding there. Rem bluntly replies that they watched the entire fight from the moment the wildcat jumped him. The rest of the lunatic squad gathers around the defeated mercenary. Crace squints at her trying to figure out if she is a monster or a person. Auden confirms she lacks demonic energy, so she must be a beastman. Rim steps forward and immediately demands to know what faction she works for. Rim brutally pokes the bleeding mercenary with a wooden stick. She growls weakly. Rim tells her to stop whining and demands an answer, insulting her by asking if she grew up eating curses instead of meat. The mercenary snaps her jaws violently, trying to bite the stick. Rim laughs, calling her an ugly freak, which instantly sets off her wild temper. She yells in absolute fury, completely offended by the disrespect. She bares her bloody fangs and screams at the barbarian, demanding to know who he thinks he is. Rem does not hesitate for a microsecond. He violently swings his massive fists, tackling her to the dirt and pinning her to the ground with a loud bone-rattling impact. Rem stares down at her. His single blue eye glows with terrifying murderous intent. He coldly asks who she thinks she is hissing at and threatens to kill her right there. Incrid and Crace watch the brutal suppression. Crace nervously begs Rem not to hit the prisoner while the beastman groans in pain, completely pinned under the giant's weight. Incrid stares down at the pathetic scene, analyzing the situation. He knows every single assassin he killed tonight was at the level of an elite special grade fighter. To find out who has the money and power to hire a squad like that, they absolutely need to keep this one alive for questioning. He looks at the pinned beastman with a cold, commanding gaze. He strictly orders her to spill absolutely everything she knows about her employer. The beastman looks down at the dirt with a sad, defeated expression. She realizes this man is offering her a genuine way out. A single thick tear rolls down her cheek. Her golden pupil reflects the moonlight as she softly accepts the deal, realizing her miserable life has just been extended for a little while longer. She completely collapses, going limp in Rem's grip as all the adrenaline finally leaves her battered body. A few minutes later, she sits on her knees, completely bound by heavy, thick ropes, utterly humiliated and entirely defeated. Incrid stares at his new prisoner with a serious, calculating expression, verifying the ropes are tight. Satisfied, he turns his back on the assassins and begins the long walk back up to the main fortress. From high on the wall, the guards watch in awe as Incrid calmly leads the bound beastman into the city. Esther the Black Panther walks proudly behind him, growling at anyone who gets too close to her master. Inside the wooden barracks, Crace holds the massive panther, trying to calm her down. He complains to Encrid that the beast threw a massive noisy tantrum the entire time he was fighting outside. He asks if Encrid is finally going to sleep. Encrid enters the room smoothly, sheathing his bloody sword. He orders Crace to go back to bed, but Encrid does not sleep. He walks straight to the commander's office to deliver his report. Marcus sits behind his heavy wooden desk, raising an eyebrow as he realizes his crazy platoon commander completely subdued a special-grade assassin in the middle of the night. Incrid stands at perfect attention, reporting that he brought one of the attackers back alive for interrogation. Marcus sighs heavily, pinching the bridge of his nose. Marcus touches his chin with a highly serious expression. He bluntly states that he does not even need to interrogate her to know the truth. He knows this entire clumsy assassination attempt is the work of Vice Baron Vancento. Marcus stares down at his desk. He admits he knew the corrupt noble would try something eventually, but he never expected the idiot to show his treacherous tale this quickly. A proud, vicious smile spreads across the commander's face. He looks up at Encrid and praises him, calling him the Mad Company commander. Marcus leans forward with absolute ruthless determination. He declares that because Encrid captured a live witness, they finally have the perfect legal justification to violently purge the treacherous noble from the city. Encrid stands silently in the dark shadows of the office. He realizes Marcus intentionally let the political situation escalate just to catch Vancento in a trap. The commander is terrifyingly smart. Encrid's blue eye glows in the dark. He realizes the political war is going to be settled very quickly now, but he silently wonders what Marcus plans to do with the captive beastman. Deep in the dungeon, the bound beastman sits quietly inside a dark wooden cell, completely at the mercy of the men she was hired to kill. Incrid finally returns to his dark barracks. Esther sleeps peacefully on his cot while Crace, Ragna, and Auden watch him from their beds. Crace asks if the report went well, and Incrid nods tiredly. Incrid sits heavily on his cot, Krace groans and begs him to finally go to sleep. Incrid stubbornly mutters that he still needs to mentally review the combat data from the fight. Ragna aggressively complains that none of them can sleep with his lamp on. Incrid defensively mumbles that getting attacked by assassins was not exactly his fault. Realizing he has outvoted Incrid, lets out a quiet sigh and lies back onto his thin pillow. He compromises by deciding to just review the fight mechanics in his head while lying in the dark. Incrid closes his heavy eyes, utterly exhausted from the brutal physical training and the midnight duel. His thoughts immediately begin to drift. The entire squad watches from their cots as their insane captain instantly falls asleep. Krace sighs in relief. Auden shakes his head, muttering that Incrid seriously needs to learn how to properly rest. Rem loudly complains about the training addict. Esther the Panther opens her glowing blue eyes, completely agreeing with Jackson, who whispers that Auden's advice was incredibly necessary. Incrid sleeps peacefully, his face completely relaxed for the first time in hours. But his mind is far from resting. A single drop of water hits a vast dark blue pool, sending glowing ripples radiating outward across an infinite void. Incrid sits perfectly still, meditating deep inside his own dream void. A faint blue magical aura surrounds his mind as he completely reconstructs the Beastman's agile movements and flexible combat responses. His blue eyes snap wide open inside the dream. He deeply analyzes the psychological state of his enemy. She fought like a cornered animal, completely prepared to die, but in the end she wept because she actually wanted to live. The phantom image of the fully transformed Beastman materializes in the glowing blue void, holding her spectral daggers ready to fight him all over again. Inside the dream, Incrid and the phantom Beastman clash at blistering speeds. Their ghostly blades strike each other, leaving trails of bright blue light as he forces his sleeping mind to grind for even more combat experience. The phantom mercenary lunges forward with a wild, silent roar. Incrid moves at impossible speeds, effortlessly dodging the lethal daggers inside his own mental simulation. They collide in a massive shower of blue sparks, perfecting his parry timing against her wild, unpredictable beast style.
You are training even in your dreams now?
Incrid stops and looks back, completely unfazed by the sudden intrusion. He calmly greets the beautiful woman standing in his void. Esther stands tall in the starry void. She is no longer a panther but a stunning woman with long black hair. She sighs and tells him it is absolutely no wonder he can never get rid of his physical fatigue. She walks slowly alongside him through the starry expanse, teasingly calling him a very high-maintenance man. Incrid stares at her, completely stunned by the massive lore drop. White petals begin to fall around them. He looks at her thoughtfully and asks if this beautiful human shape is actually her original cursed form. Esther looks forward with glowing blue eyes. Her long black hair blows gently in the phantom wind, completely ignoring his question. Suddenly, a pack of massive ghostly dream wolves roars out of the darkness and lunges at them. Both Incrid and Esther instantly drop into combat stances, ready to fight the mental intrusion. Esther simply raises her elegant hand and smoothly snaps her fingers. A massive explosion of pure blue magical energy completely obliterates the dream wolves, sending their shattered phantom bodies flying into the void. Incrid watches calmly as the white petals fall. Esther coldly orders him not to act like he knows her true human form when they wake up in the real world. She turns her back and walks away, fading slowly into the dark void. Incrid watches her depart and quietly agrees to keep her massive secret. Incrid watches the magical petals drift through the sky. He finds it incredibly ironic that she is ordering him around when she is the one who illegally entered his dream in the first place. The sun finally rises over the stone walls of Border Guard, bringing a bright and peaceful morning to the exhausted city. Back in the real world, Esther the Black Panther lies completely relaxed on Incrid's bed, purring happily in her beast form. Krace kicks the barracks door open, looking at Incrid, who is already awake and sitting on his bed. Krace asks where the captain disappeared to so early in the morning. Krace excitedly rattles his coin pouch, explaining that he just watched the Gilfin Guild haul away the massive manticore carcass. He happily notes that a high-tier monster's hide and innards are worth an absolute fortune in pure krona. Incrid smiles and praises his greed. Incrid's face turns completely serious. He brings the conversation back to the assassins, explaining that the attackers were Black Blade mercenaries who likely targeted the city to take advantage of the chaos with Martai. Krace nods, agreeing with the tactical assessment. Incrid then asks Krace if he has heard any updates on what the Martai army is actually doing. Krace relays the terrifying rumors. The Aspen Knights have supposedly already organized their massive army and completely finished their preparations to march on the border. A brutal territorial war is basically right around the corner. Krace notes that Commander Marcus will absolutely not overlook the Black Blades for pulling a stunt like this right before a major war. he casually assumes the captive beastman will be executed very soon. Incred stares down at the floor with a deeply solemn expression. He knows the beastman is just a pawn in a much larger political game. Deep underground, a metal torch flickers against the damp brick wall of the fortress dungeon. A heavy iron-barred gate blocks the end of the dark stone corridor, trapping the prisoners in absolute misery. The bound beastman sits alone inside the freezing stone cell. Heavy iron chains wrap tightly around her ankles, keeping her securely fastened beneath a tiny barred window. She looks down at the dirty floor, her white hair completely matted with dried blood. Suddenly, Vincento walks up to her bars, pinching his nose and loudly complaining about her awful stench. Commander Marcus walks casually down the stone corridor right beside the corrupt noble. Vengeance silently follows a few steps behind them, ensuring the trap is fully set. Vincento nervously asks Marcus what they are doing here. Marcus stops with his back to the noble. He casually explains that the beastman in the cell is one of last night's attackers. He lies smoothly, stating that during the interrogation she completely confessed to being a mercenary hired directly by the Black Blades. Vincento breaks into a highly panicked sweat as Marcus repeats that she was hired by the bandits. Marcus continues his brilliant trap. He states that a spy inside the city hired her specifically to assassinate a soldier named Incred. He notes that since she is just a hired sword, she does not actually know the true identity of the spy who opened the gate. Vengeance steps forward, pointing his gloved hand toward a wooden table. He adds that he tried to interrogate the actual spy they caught at the gate to get the name of his employer. The scene shifts to a dead guard lying face down in a pool of his own blood on the cold stone floor, while the other officers look on in surprise. The dark-haired officer turns to the absolutely shocked noble and explains that the spy committed suicide by biting his tongue before they could properly interrogate him. Vincento's eyes widen in pure terror. He recognizes the dead man instantly. It is the exact same spy he personally ordered to open the gates yesterday. The dead spy lies completely motionless, taking Vincento's massive treason to the grave. Marcus turns to Vincento with a perfectly innocent expression. He asks the corrupt noble what he thinks about all this, especially since Vincento was the one who loudly suggested allying with these exact same bandits yesterday. Vincento sweats profusely. His mind races in absolute panic, terrified that his entire political career and his life are about to end on the gallows. He realizes he has to smooth things over immediately. Vincento grits his teeth, desperately trying to invent a lie that will save his neck. He completely panics. He violently grabs the iron bars of the beastman's cell and begins screaming at her like a madman, desperately trying to look innocent in front of Marcus. The chained beastman looks back at him completely unimpressed as he screams, asking if she is really from the Black Blades and demanding to know how a filthy mercenary dares to spout such lies. The beastman stares up at the screaming noble with a perfectly calm, neutral expression. She easily recognizes the pathetic desperation of a cornered rat. Vincento turns back to Marcus, waving his hands frantically. He screams that the entire attack is obviously a setup and swears on his life that he is completely innocent of any involvement with the bandits. Marcus stares at him from the shadows. His face is dead serious. He coldly asks Vincento if he really thinks the commander doubts his innocence. Vincento freezes, completely stunned by the unexpected lifeline. Marcus smoothly continues his trap, stating that if this attack was truly the work of the bandits. Marcus walks right past the dumbfounded noble. He loudly declares that there is absolutely no way a proud noble of Border Guard would ever choose to ally with such a pathetic, incompetent organization. Vincento lets out a massive, pathetic sigh of relief. He forces a weak, nervous laugh, entirely believing he just dodged the executioner's axe. Marcus completely ignores the laugh and states he is deeply disappointed by the incident. Marcus stops in the corridor and faces the corrupt noble. He solemnly admits that Border Guard's military strength is definitely lacking, just like Vincento claimed yesterday. Marcus stares directly into Vincento's eyes with a deadly serious expression. He announces that he has decided to follow Vincento's brilliant suggestion. He is going to send an official request for cooperation to the Black Blades. A look of absolute sickening greed spreads across Vincento's face. He thinks he just won the entire political war. Vincento bows so deeply his face almost hits the floor. He excitedly screams at Marcus to leave the diplomatic envoy mission entirely to him, fully intending to run straight to his criminal friends. Inside the dark cell, the Beastman mercenary listens to the entire exchange. She frowns, wondering why a military commander would ever send an envoy to a group of criminal assassins. Her sharp, tactical mind tries to piece the puzzle together. She realizes something massive and deadly is going on behind the scenes. She lets out a heavy sigh, rattling her chains. She decides to stop worrying about human politics. As far as she knows, she is going to be executed soon anyways, so none of it matters. Up on the surface, the bright morning sun shines through the clouds. The dark-haired officer scoffs, calling Vincento a completely shameless fool for actually believing Marcus thought he was innocent. Marcus walks through the bustling city square with his second-in-command. He casually states that today is the absolute last time they will ever have to look at Vincento's ugly face. He orders the entire military force of border guard to mobilize immediately. Marcus stares ahead with a cold, ruthless gaze. He intends to march his entire army directly to the Black Blade hideout, arriving right behind Vincento. He plans to violently show them the price for daring to attack his city. The second-in-command bows deeply, completely understanding the brutal trap. He loudly accepts the order to wipe the bandits and the traitor off the map. Marcus stands alone, looking up at the sky with his hand resting heavily on his sword pommel. He lets out a tired sigh, wondering why his city is entirely surrounded by enemies, from the bandits to the Martai army. He looks down at the busy marketplace. He knows the city is currently crawling with Martai spies, desperately trying to gauge his military strength before the war starts. It is the exact reason the enemy finished their march preparations so quickly. A slow, confident smile spreads across Marcus' face as the warm sunbeams light up his beard. He realizes the spies are underestimating him. His green eyes sharpen with intense, absolute focus. He knows that if the enemy army completely underestimates his forces, he can easily use their arrogance to secure a massive strategic victory. He narrows his eyes, deciding on his final tactical play. He knows exactly how to ensure Martai walks blindly into a slaughter. Across the camp, Encrid walks casually down the path, carrying a towel over his shoulder, completely unaware that his battalion commander is deliberately hiding him as the ultimate trump card to win the upcoming war.
To be continued.
Back in the wooden barracks of the Neurillian camp, Krace looks like he just swallowed a lemon. He stares at Ragna and Rem, completely stunned by the morning briefing. The squad has just been ordered to act as an escort. Encrid confirms the absurd details. It is a direct command from the battalion commander. They are to escort a delegation straight to the Black Blade bandits. Krace points out the glaring issue. The Black Blades literally just tried to burn their city to the ground. Encrid cuts him off. His green eyes are calm, devoid of any naivety. He knows exactly what this mission actually is. It has absolutely nothing to do with diplomacy. They are an execution squad. The escort target, Vice Baron Vincento, is a suspected collaborator who sold out the fortress. They are marching him out to his own grave. Rem cracks a massive grin. Krace figures killing corrupt nobles must be a barbarian specialty. Rem corrects him immediately. Killing his own allies is where he truly shines. He swings his heavy battle axe straight down at the floorboards, screaming that it is time to show off his absolute favorite hobby. Ragna watches the chaotic display and questions the unnecessary theatrics. If they know the Vice Baron is a rat, they should just put a sword through his neck in his sleep and save everyone the walking. Encrid explains the frustrating reality of border guard politics. Outright assassinating a titled noble inside the city walls is a massive crime. It would cause a bureaucratic nightmare that Marcus cannot afford. They have to physically remove him from the jurisdiction to dispose of him. Plus, the camp is currently crawling with Martai spies. Hiding their true intentions under layers of red tape is their only tactical advantage. Having successfully delivered the morning lecture, Encrid politely asks Rem to release Krace, who is currently turning purple in a brutal barbarian headlock. Rem finally lets the scout breathe. He points a massive finger toward the courtyard outside the window, curious about a sudden new addition to their travel roster. Standing out in the dirt is the captive beastman mercenary, her arms bound tightly in heavy ropes. She keeps her head down, awaiting the execution she was promised. Encrid casually mentions that he put in a special request to requisition her for the trip. Rem immediately smirks. He asks if our boy is just taking his new dog out for a morning stroll. Krace clutches his bruised chest and coughs dust from his lungs. He assumes the absolute darkest outcome. Since she is scheduled to hang anyway, he figures Encrid just brought her along to toss her in the same unmarked ditch as the noble. Encrid does not bother to correct them. He keeps his actual motives locked tightly behind a calm, impassive profile. The beastman just waits under the cold morning sky. She expects nothing but pain, violence, and an unceremonious death. It is the only life she has ever known. The fake delegation hits the road. A heavy wooden carriage rolls down the dusty mountain path, pulled by two sturdy horses. Encrid and Rem walk alongside it on foot, playing the role of dutiful bodyguards perfectly. Inside the cabin, Vice Baron Vincento glares out the window. He is deeply insulted. He complains bitterly that an important man like him is being escorted by a trashy braggart and two unwashed barbarians. The man throws an absolute temper tantrum in the safety of his wooden box. He screams that he deserves proper respect, cursing them as lowly peasants unfit to breathe his air. Rem drops his hand down to the grip of his battle axe. His eyes narrow into a lethal glare. Before he can chop the carriage in half, Ragna calmly grabs his wrist to stop him. Ragna speaks a single word to keep him in line. Rem huffs, hoisting the massive weapon back over his shoulder, muttering about Ragna and his uncanny ability to ruin his fun. Trailing behind the group, the bound beastman mutters quietly to herself. They are already deep into the wilderness. If this is an execution run, there is no tactical reason to drag the journey out any further. Vincento spots her walking in the dust. He leans his head out the window, a sickeningly smug grin spreading across his aristocratic face as the light catches her features. The corrupt noble decides to grant her the supreme honor of visiting his private carriage tonight. His intentions are blatantly vile. She recoils in utter disgust. Her mind races, piecing together a grim conclusion. She assumes this is the exact reason she was kept alive. If her new captain just wanted her body, this would make horrible sense. But then she looks forward and completely short-circuits. Incrid is not acting like a lecherous captor. He is currently marching down the road with a massive, crushing iron bar draped across his shoulders. He lets out a deep, steady breath, using the grueling hike as a makeshift strength conditioning exercise. Every single step is calculated to push his physical limits just a little bit further. Rem watches him pass and asks if this is his morning routine. Incrid casually replies that since they deployed at dawn, he missed his daily reps. He has to make up for the lost muscle conditioning on the move. Ragna reminds him not to neglect his swordsmanship forms either. Incrid promises he will not. It is a completely surreal conversation to have while marching a man to his death. The beastman stares at him, sweat dripping down her face. She immediately scraps her earlier theory. This dude is a certified battle maniac. He is practically married to the grind. There is absolutely no way he spared her for anything physical. Her golden eye widens in genuine, profound confusion. If he does not want to use her, and he does not want to torture her, then why on earth did he pull strings to halt her execution? Up front, Crace pokes his head out of the carriage window. He asks the cloaked coachman how much further they have to travel before they reach the drop point. The bearded driver keeps his eyes locked solemnly on the dirt road. He confirms they have just passed the designated geographical marker. Inside the cabin, Vincento smiles with a cold, sinister grin. He has absolutely no intention of reaching the border. He plans to slaughter his escorts right here in the woods and defect to the enemy. As the carriage rolls past a dense cluster of trees, the beastman suddenly freezes. Her sharp eyes catch a detail hidden in the bark. It is a freshly carved symbol, a territorial scratch mark. She instantly recognizes it as the signature ambush marker of the Black Blades. The trap is already set. Night falls over the forest. The squad sets up a small camp in a clearing, tying the beastman to a sturdy tree trunk on the perimeter while a small fire burns in the center. Vincento continues to be an absolute nightmare of a human being. He kicks his wooden crate, screaming that the dry camp rations are an insult to his palate and barely fit for pigs. Rem and Ragna do not even blink. They sit quietly on the grass, completely ignoring the man and his tantrum. Ragna already looks half asleep. Incrid acts like the designated squad dad. He hands a wooden plate of soup and bread to the lazy swordsman, reminding him to finish his calories before he passes out. Ragna instantly faceplants into the grass, resting his chin on his arms. He sleepily suggests they just make the barbarian eat it instead. From her spot tied to the tree, the beastman watches the entire chaotic display. She is sweating nervously. They are entirely too relaxed. If they keep acting like this, the Black Blades are going to butcher them in their sleep. Suddenly, a plate of bread and warm soup is held out directly in front of her face. She flinches in surprise. Incrid stands there in the dark, his expression completely neutral. He offers her the food without a single hint of malice or expectation. She turns her head sharply away. She grits her teeth, stubbornly refusing the charity of an enemy soldier. She tells him she is fine. Incrid does not push it. He just sits down in the grass beside her and starts eating his own meal, telling her the plate is there if she changes her mind. She looks at him, caught in a brutal mental dilemma. Should she warn them about the ambush? Before she can make a tactical decision, Incrid casually asks why she hasn't bothered to run away yet. He drops the question with the casual tone of someone asking for the time. The beastman stutters, completely thrown off guard. Run away. She is tied to a tree surrounded by elite soldiers. Incrid looks at her like she missed a very obvious joke. He asks her why she thinks he went through all the bureaucratic hassle of bringing her out to the middle of nowhere. Her golden eyes dilate in sheer, unadulterated shock. The realization hits her like a physical blow. She gasps, her mind fracturing under the weight of the truth. He brought her all the way out here specifically to give her a chance to vanish into the woods. She cannot process why a human would do this. Incrid gives her the simplest reason in the world. He saw that she desperately wanted to live. For a man who has died hundreds of times in brutal, agonizing loops, The sheer raw desire to survive is something he respects on a molecular level. He remembers her crying on the battlefield, trapped by circumstances she could not control. Her thirst for life was so vivid, so violently real, that he simply could not ignore it. She stares at him, her brain failing to compute the mercy. He asked absolutely nothing of her. He demanded no secrets, no servitude, and no transaction. He just wanted her to be free. She bares her fangs, struggling to hold back a sob. In her entire brutal existence as a discarded mercenary, this is a completely alien concept. Not a single living soul has ever shown her this kind of pure, untainted kindness. It completely shatters her worldview. Ingrid stands up to walk back to the fire. Panic seizes her chest. She desperately calls out to him, completely forgetting her loyalties. She violently spills the truth. She warns him that the black blades are already in the trees, preparing to wipe the entire camp off the map. Ingrid pauses and looks back over his shoulder. She frantically explains that she saw their operational markers on the tree line. The noble in the carriage is setting them up to be butchered. Right on cue, the trap springs. A jagged blade violently punches straight through the back of the cloaked coachman, spraying hot blood into the night air. The driver screams and collapses off the carriage in a lifeless heap, revealing a hooded assassin standing directly behind him. The silent strike was supposed to be the opening move of a massacre. The beastman looks on in absolute terror. Ingrid just stares at the corpse with a completely flat, unimpressed gaze. Ragnar does not even bother lifting his chin from the grass. He sleepily notes that the guy finally made a move. Rem stands up, absolutely dripping with lethal intent. He is fully armored and gripping his heavy axe. He is deeply offended that these bastards threw their table manners to the dogs and interrupted his rest. Ingrid does not look surprised. He just notes that the enemy acted slightly earlier than their projected timetable. The hooded bandit leader freezes. Sweat beads on his forehead as his brain connects the dots. This was never a diplomatic escort. The kingdom soldiers knew about the trap from the very beginning. Realizing he just walked into a counter-ambush, the assassin curses violently. He abandons the stealth mission entirely and vaults onto his horse. He spurs the mount into a desperate gallop, fleeing into the dark tree line to group up with the main ambush force waiting in the deeper woods. Rem watches him ride off, resting his battle axe lazily over his shoulder. He asks Ingrid if they are really just going to let the bait escape. Ingrid confirms the guy is just leading them straight to the nest. He turns to the beastman and calmly credits her for the early warning. Rem chuckles, noting that she just earned her keep for the night. Ingrid locks his eyes on the dark forest path. He draws his longsword. It is time to go hunting. The beastman absolutely loses her mind. She screams at him that she gave them the intel so they could run away and survive, not willingly walk into a numeric slaughter. Ingrid looks back like she just asked why water is wet. A confident, adrenaline-fueled smile spreads across his face. He is chasing them because he wants to fight. That is the entire point of being out here. Her golden eyes widen in sheer disbelief. She cannot comprehend this level of sheer martial lunacy. Ingrid steps forward, completely ignoring her shock. He smoothly slides his blade under her thick binding ropes and slices them clean through. He sheathes his weapon and delivers his final order. She is officially a free woman. She can run into the night, vanish into the mountains, or do whatever she wants. Her fate is her own. She stands frozen in the grass, staring at the severed ropes at her feet. The weight of her sudden freedom anchors her to the spot. She looks up at his retreating back, deeply confused by this strange, terrifyingly kind human. Was his desire to fight a horde of assassins really supposed to be an obvious outcome? The hunt is on. Ingrid, Rem, and Ragna sprint effortlessly through the dim, moonlit forest, tracing the fleeing assassin's path with terrifying speed. Rem effortlessly keeps pace with Ingrid, flashing him a massive, knowing grin. He claims he finally understands why the captain went out of his way to bring the prisoner along. He leans in, completely ignoring tactical discipline, and asks if beastmen happen to be Ingrid's specific romantic type.
Ah, is that why you didn't accept the ferry? Makes sense, eh?
Ingrid shuts down the barbarian's wildly incorrect matchmaking theories instantly, calling it complete bullshit. He has absolutely zero interest in romance. His only true love is extreme physical violence. He plants his boot firmly into the dirt, killing his momentum as he snaps a command to focus on the mission at hand. Up ahead, the fleeing bandit has finally stopped. The squad crouches behind a thick tree trunk, silently observing the clearing. A heavy broadsword has been driven vertically straight into the back of a fallen carriage driver, leaving a massive pool of fresh blood in the dirt. The hooded bandit turns to face them. A creepy, desperate grin stretches across his sweating face. He mocks them for blindly following him into the dark, claiming they have just walked past the point of no return. Ingrid steps out into the open, completely unbothered. Ragna lazily agrees that it is too bad. Rem cheerfully adds that it is entirely too bad for the bandits, not for them. The enemy mocks their confidence. He promises that their little act of bravado ends right here in the mud. A massive, muscular Black Blade commander steps out from the tree line, crossing his thick arms. He is not alone. The shadows are crawling with killers. The trap snaps shut. A massive ring of heavily armed Black Blade assassins steps out from the foliage, completely encircling the 3 Neurilian soldiers. The commander smugly advises them to drop their weapons and start begging for a quick death. Incred stands dead center in the kill zone. He does not even blink. Instead, he delivers a completely flat, deadpan performance, sarcastically gasping at the sheer surprise of being ambushed. The sarcasm is physically painful. The muscular bandit leader immediately pops a blood vessel. His smugness vaporizes into sheer, violent rage. He screams the order to butcher them. The entire perimeter collapses inward. Dozens of assassins charge forward through the dark woods at high speed, weapons drawn and eyes locked on their prey. Incred drops his center of gravity, sliding flawlessly into a low combat stance. The endless repetitions of his death loops have forged his reaction time into pure instinct. Miles away, the newly freed beastman is running in the opposite direction. She tears through the forest at extreme speed, her heart pounding with a wild, intoxicating thrill. She is finally free, her sharp fangs bare in a feral grin. All she has to do is keep running, vanish into the mountains, forget the war, and simply survive. She pushes her agile body to its absolute limits, her golden eye wide with the sheer adrenaline of self-preservation. She can finally escape the endless cycle of violence. But as the dark forest blurs past her, a sudden heavy question anchors itself in her mind. Why is she actually doing this? Her thoughts snap back to the clearing. She remembers Incred standing before her, his sword drawn, charging willingly into a death trap simply because he wanted to fight for what he believed in. She skids to a sudden halt, shock washing over her face. In a world full of cowards and opportunists, this strange human possesses a spirit that burns brighter than any warrior she has ever met. A buried memory violently surfaces. She recalls kneeling alone on a barren, dusty plain under a blood-red sky, the shadow of her ancient tribal teachings washing over her. A tribal elder, draped in a heavily tasseled ceremonial hood, had once prophesied her destiny. He told her that when she finally reached the point where she wished for death, her true life's guide would appear by her side. She stares blankly into the dark woods, the pieces locked together with terrifying clarity. Incred saved her at the exact moment she had accepted the hangman's noose. He gave her back her life without asking for a single drop of blood in return. That means he is the guide the ancestors promised. The survival instincts vanish, replaced by absolute conviction. She pivots on her heel, her bare feet digging violently into the dirt, and launches herself back toward the battlefield. Tears of sheer, overwhelming purpose stream from her golden eyes. She is not running away. She is running home. She vaults through the canopy with terrifying momentum, her claws fully extended, clearing massive gaps between the ancient trees in a single bound. Using a thick branch as a pivot, she aggressively swings her weight forward, turning her body into a high-speed projectile aimed directly at the ambush site. Her sharp claws slice through the cold night air, vibrating with lethal intent. She is fully prepared to rip out throats to protect the first person who ever showed her grace. She hits the grass with a fierce, feral grin. A wild, primal thought crosses her mind. If she survives this, she wants to bind her life to his entirely. She lets out a massive, blood-curdling roar, baring her fangs to the moon. She wants to officially become a part of his pack. A blinding flash of magical light detonates in the clearing ahead, cutting through the shadows. The battle has already begun. She lunges out of the tree line, roaring a war cry, determined to throw her life away to save her new captain from the overwhelming enemy horde. She lands directly on a Black Blade bandit, her claws sinking deep into his chest, carving him open in a massive spray of crimson blood. But as the body drops, she looks around the clearing in absolute, paralyzing confusion. The rescue mission hits a massive logic snag. The bandits are not slaughtering the Neurilian soldiers. They are actively screaming in mortal terror, crawling over each other to escape the center of the ring. Ragna glides across the grass like a ghost, casually removing an assassin's head from his shoulders with a flawless, effortless slash. The blood arcs beautifully under the moonlight. His blade leaves a bright, lingering trail of compressed energy in the air, severing steel and bone without a hint of resistance. He rests his pristine sword over his shoulder and looks back at Incred with a lazy, arrogant smile, offering the devastating strike up as a live training demonstration. Incred instantly mirrors the technique. He seamlessly pivots and opens a bandit's chest with the exact same economy of motion, casually noting that Ragna's edge alignment is a great reference point. The beastman stands completely frozen in a puddle of blood. Her jaw hits the floor. What kind of monstrous freaks use a lethal ambush by an elite assassin guild as an impromptu study group? She ducks behind a tree, sweating bullets. She knew our guy was strong, but these guys are treating seasoned killers like literal training dummies. Rem, Ragna, and Encrid stand entirely unharmed amidst a growing pile of dismembered bandits. Their eyes glow with predatory intent. The ambush has rapidly devolved into a one-sided culling. Rem stares down at the trembling survivors. A terrifying, sadistic smirk slowly spreads across his face. He is just getting warmed up. He flexes his massive calloused hand, the tendons popping as he prepares to crush skulls bare-handed. He flashes a manic, bloodthirsty grin at Crace, asking if the scout wants to tag in for a few kills. In the shadows, the beastman watches with wide, terrified eyes. She is starting to realize that the humans she just swore loyalty to might actually be demons wearing armor. Crace violently declines the offer from the safety of the rear line. Rem sighs in genuine disappointment, complaining that wiping out this many enemies is entirely too anticlimactic. The beastman realizes she is completely out of her depth. She nervously steps out of the bushes, trying to get their attention before they murder everything in a 5-mile radius. Rim casually lifts a grown man entirely off the ground by his collar, dangling the terrified bandit in the air with one hand while he waits for his turn to speak. The surviving assassins stand in a tight huddle, shaking violently. They have completely forgotten their mission. They just want to go home. Rem and Encrid turn around, blinking in surprise at the sudden interruption. They had completely forgotten she existed. The terrified bandits scream out, demanding to know who the hell these absolute monsters are. Ragna dryly notes that they stole his line. The beastman points a trembling finger at the bleeding assassins. She drops a massive piece of tactical intel. These are not standard grunts. Based on their gear, these guys are the elite main force from the Black Blade's heavily fortified headquarters. The bandit leader sweats profusely, confirming the worst. The fact that the main force is out here pulling ambush duty means something catastrophic has happened back home.
Black Blade Bandits Naurelia branch headquarters.
Miles away, the impenetrable fortress of the Black Blades is currently experiencing a rapid, violent renovation. The entire brick watchtower is engulfed in massive, raging orange flames. A wounded bandit boss drags his mutilated body across the burning floorboards, coughing up thick wads of blood. He curses the kingdom's soldiers, swearing this is not the end. He glares up through the smoke, screaming a final desperate threat. The Black Blades span the entire continent, and they will return to salt the earth. The heavy mace of a border guard elite violently caves his skull in, instantly cutting off the monologue. The dark-haired second-in-command wipes the gore from his visor and turns to his superior. He reports directly to Battalion Commander Marcus, confirming that the entire bandit stronghold has been completely wiped off the map. Marcus latches onto a slight hesitation in the report. The officer sweats nervously, admitting that in the chaos of the purge, a small handful of elite remnants managed to slip through the dragnet. Marcus walks calmly through the burning ruins of his enemies. He dismisses the failure completely. It is entirely too late to worry about a few stray dogs. The political objective is already secure. The officer looks confused. He assumes the battalion commander is going to rip his head off for leaving survivors, completely unaware that Marcus factored the escapees into his master plan from the very beginning. Back in the forest, the missing puzzle pieces finally click together. Encrid stares at the surrounded elites. The headquarters was purged, and these guys are the desperate survivors trying to salvage a win. He takes a firm step forward, his boot crushing the grass. He casually informs the bandits that they must have come out here to meet their fallen comrades.
I'll let you meet them in heaven.
The remaining assassins snap, driven to absolute madness by fear and rage. Their eyes glow white with murderous intent. They abandon all tactics and charge the Norelian soldiers in a final suicidal wave. But before they can even reach Encrid, they look back in sheer comical panic. A golden-eyed blur is already rapidly descending on their blind spot. The beastman violently inserts herself into the melee. She slashes cleanly through a bandit's spine, whispering to herself that these humans are absolute madmen. She grits her teeth, the blood spraying across her face. They are insane, suicidal, and terrifying. But if she wants to stay by Encrid's side and survive this brutal world, she has to adapt. She twists her body mid-air, bringing her claws down in a devastating overhead strike that shatters a bandit's guard completely.
Become a madman.
Her golden eyes widen with wild, manic determination. If she has joined a pack of monsters, she has to become a monster herself. Encrid and Ragna watch her rip the bandits to shreds from a safe distance, completely undisturbed by the gore. Ragna casually points out that she is actively slaughtering her former employers. Encrid deadpans that killing allies must be her specialty too. He watches her fight with a serious, calculating gaze. She has raw talent, lethal instincts, and a desperate drive to prove her worth. She is exactly what his unit needs.
To be continued.
The beastman throws her head back and howls violently at the moon, fully embracing her new life as the lunatic company's newest, deadliest recruit. The beastman mercenary Dunbechel lunges through the dark forest, letting out a feral roar. Her claws are fully extended, gleaming like razors in the moonlight. She tears straight into the remaining Black Blade bandits, slashing one directly across the face. Blood sprays into the night air as the man collapses. Another bandit swings his sword wildly, screaming in rage and calling her a treacherous bastard for turning on them. She does not even flinch. She ducks under his wild swing, planting a heavy, brutal kick square into his chest that launches him completely off his feet. She moves with desperate, explosive speed. Leaping high into the air, she comes down with a crushing overhead strike. That strike is followed instantly by a rapid dual slash. Her claws move so fast, they leave glowing trails of white light in the dark. She stands panting heavily over the fallen bandit on the blood-soaked grass. She is completely covered in sweat, adrenaline pumping through her veins. The ambush is broken. From the tree line, Rem watches this entire display of violence. He is absolutely furious. He screams at her for stealing all of his prey, complaining loudly that she cannot just bust all their heads open before he even gets a chance to swing his axe. Incred watches quietly from behind as Rem continues to throw a temper tantrum about kill stealing. Dunbachel just stands there, her chest heaving as the fight slowly drains out of her. She breathes heavily under the cold starlight. The immediate danger is gone, leaving only the terrifying reality of what comes next. Incred calmly sheathes his sword and walks up right behind her in the dark. She flinches, looking back over her shoulder with wide, startled golden eyes. He looks at her calmly and asks her a single, simple question. He asks what it is she wants to do now. The fight is over. Her employers are dead. Her hands clutch at her torn clothes. Her voice drops to a desperate whisper. She admits that even if she runs away tonight, she has absolutely nowhere left in this world to return to. So what does she do? The emotional dam breaks. Tears start pouring down her face as she looks up at him and screams. She begs him to take her in. She pleads to be his subordinate, desperate for a place to belong. Incred looks down at her. His expression is completely unreadable. Without hesitation, he says yes. Just like that. Internally, he rationalizes the decision by noting the company is currently short on manpower anyway. But as he looks closely at her, a piece of trivia surfaces in his mind. Those glowing golden eyes. He remembers hearing an old beastman legend about warriors born with golden eyes possessing some kind of ancient, terrifying significance. She beams at him. Her fangs show through a massive, relieved smile, tears of pure joy streaming down her face. She cannot believe he is actually accepting her. Incred turns and starts walking back to camp. He decides the legend is not that important right now. Back at the temporary camp, the new dynamic is already causing friction. Ragna complains out loud that he hates it when beastmen shed their fur everywhere. Dunbachel immediately shrieks at him, fiercely demanding they stop treating her like an animal. She yells her proper name at the top of her lungs, fiercely defending whatever shred of dignity she has left. Incred just looks back over his shoulder and calmly agrees to call her Dunbachel. He falls into step next to Rem, telling the squad it is time to pack up and head back to the city. Hearing those words completely shatters her. She stands frozen, tears of pure, overwhelming relief welling up in her eyes. For the first time in a very long time, she finally has someone to tell her to head back with them. She looks down at the dirt, clutching her chest, completely overwhelmed by the feeling of belonging. She finally has a pack. That deeply sentimental moment lasts exactly until they hit the road. Down the dark dirt path, Rem leans halfway out the carriage window, screaming like a drill sergeant. He yells that a garden slug could pull them faster, asking if she plans to sleep on the road. Dunbachel is outside, sweating bullets, literally dragging the massive, fully loaded wooden carriage on her back like a draft horse. Crace casually leans out and explains that the carriage simply got too heavy after they gathered all the bandit loot. She stares ahead in total shock. They are treating her exactly like a beast of burden again. Inside the carriage, Crace watches Rem laughing like an absolute maniac. Crace knows the barbarian was secretly deeply disappointed when Andrew left the squad, so having a new recruit to torment is exactly what Rem needed. Crace had been worried since they originally met the beastmen as an enemy, but the dynamic seems perfectly fine now. Ragna is sound asleep in the corner, earning more of Rem's screaming. Despite the brutal hazing, Crace realizes she is going to fit right in with the rest of the company. Outside, Dunbachel keeps dragging the heavy wheels over the rocks, deeply questioning her life choices. The rocky mountain path stretches on under the vast, dark sky. A blazing metal torch lights up the darkness ahead, guiding them home. They finally reach the towering wooden gates of Border Guard in the middle of the night. The city is on absolute high alert. the walls lined with armed soldiers. The news hits them the second they arrive. The city of Martai has officially begun their military advance. Inside his candlelit office, Commander Marcus lays out the grim timeline. They have exactly 5 days before the enemy army reaches the front lines of border guard and begins their siege. The streets inside the walls are pure chaos. Civilians from the outer territories are flooding into the city, carrying whatever bags and supplies they could grab before fleeing. The carriage rolls slowly through the crowded, panicked streets. Incrid looks out the window, confused by the massive surge of people moving at this hour. Pin explains the mass evacuation. The impending territory war is no longer a distant threat. It is happening right now. They pull into the military courtyard, where Crace runs up excitedly to welcome the captain back from his scouting mission, but his massive smile vanishes instantly. He recoils in absolute horror, sweat dropping down his face. He and Pin aggressively pinch their noses. Dunbachel is collapsed on the grass, completely exhausted from pulling the carriage, and she smells like a wet dog that just ran through a swamp. Pin crouches next to her, looking slightly annoyed. Incrid orders Pin to take the new recruit away and get her washed up before she clears the entire courtyard with her stench. Incrid turns back to his men, ordering them to sort the loot. He needs to report to the battalion commander immediately, but a familiar voice cuts him off. The Elven Company commander steps into the courtyard, her pristine white armor gleaming in the light. She tells him to save the report for the upcoming strategy meeting.
Officers are required to attend. I have awaited your return, my fiancé.
They walk together through the bustling yard. Incrid, forever practical, questions if the commander of a unit with fewer than 10 members even counts as a real officer. She replies that headcount does not dictate importance. She leans in close, her voice dropping to a dangerously quiet tone. She notes that he has been so busy playing war with his little company that he has completely neglected his lover. She looks up at him with sharp green eyes, saying she waited for him night after night. She demands to know exactly when he plans on visiting her. Incrid stares straight ahead, completely missing the romantic or threatening implication. He simply suggests they have a sparring match sometime soon. The elf commander just stares at him. She realizes our guy truly knows absolutely nothing but training, violence, and war. She turns and walks away, her blonde braids swaying behind her. She tells him she will look forward to it. Incrid just stands there looking confused, trying to figure out what just happened and if he passed a test or failed one. Inside the massive conference room, the top brass of border guard are gathered around a long, heavy wooden table. A dark-haired officer delivers a critical report to Marcus. He explains that following the late Vice Baron Vancento's proposal, they sent a delegation to form an alliance with the Black Blades bandit group. But they discovered the bandits were secretly preparing to attack the city behind their backs. Because of this treachery, Border Guard withdrew the alliance and purged the bandit headquarters instead. The officer admits that a few remnants managed to slip away during the purge. Incrid instantly speaks up from the side of the room, casually mentioning that his squad took care of them. The officer is stunned they went that far out. Marcus seizes the moment with terrifying political precision. He pieces the narrative together out loud for the entire room to hear. He declares that Incrid's failure to protect Vice Baron Vancento must have been due to a sudden, tragic ambush by those exact escaping remnants. Incrid blinks, surprised. Marcus is handing him the perfect alibi on a silver platter. Incrid plays his part perfectly, confirming they were targeting Vancento from the start. Marcus acts suitably outraged that mere bandits would dare target a noble of their city. Marcus looks down, his face a flawless mask of solemn grief, praising Vancento as someone who truly cherished Border Guard. He calls for a brief moment of silence for the late Vice Baron. The officers bow their heads. Someone clears their throat awkwardly. Incrid keeps his head down, reading the room perfectly. Marcus continues, his voice hard. He reminds them that this city has many enemies, both approaching from the outside, like Martai, and festering on the inside. He clasps his hands together. He states clearly that Vancento's death is a warning. Those who act out of unnecessary greed will die because of it. Incrid understands exactly what is happening. The commander is silently endorsing the assassination. Vancento was a corrupt liability to the city's survival, so his death is officially a tragic bandit ambush. Marcus looks up, his gaze intense and absolute. His only loyalty is to this city, and he will bury anyone who threatens it. Incrid watches him, deeply respecting the ruthless pragmatism it takes to command a war. Becoming a true knight is an incredibly high wall. The sheer political, physical, and mental weight of the title is crushing. Marcus lays out the brutal reality of their situation. Martai is a city that inherits the blood of the Eastern mercenary king. Their military might is already overwhelming, but if they have the backing of unknown external forces as well, the odds of Border Guard surviving this siege are impossible to predict. The chances of living through the next few weeks are less than 1 in 10,000. But Marcus knows how modern wars are actually won. It is not just about massive armies clashing on an open field. Victory or defeat is determined by small elite strike teams spearheaded by a true knight. Out in the city, workmen haul heavy logs to reinforce the barricades, the entire population bracing for the end. Incred reflects on his own journey. He thinks about his fated dream of reaching that impossible peak, the dream he chased even if he had to drag his meager, talentless body through the mud to get there, even if he is torn apart trying. Marcus looks down the table, his voice cutting through the silence. He announces that right now, Border Guard possesses a company that showcases the exact unique strength needed for that small elite unit. Out on the training field, Ragna, Rem, and Auden are already sparring under the bright sky, pushing each other to the absolute limit. The elven commander and the rest of the officers sit in complete silence, listening to Marcus make his final move. Cray stands at attention, knowing exactly who Marcus is talking about. Later, Encred sits calmly at his desk in the barracks, staring at his orders. Marcus had asked him what he would do. His answer was simple. He will become the knight who puts an end to this war. He will use every single loop, every single death, and do whatever he possibly can to break the enemy lines. Marcus's final command rings clear in his mind. To the lunatic company commander, he officially grants full, independent operational authority. The sun begins to set over the massive stone walls of the fortress, casting a blood-red light over the courtyard. An entire army of soldiers marches out under the fading light, their flags raised high against the coming slaughter. Rem and Crace stand together, smiling with absolute unhinged confidence. They are ready to go wild. Ragna sheathes his blade, his usual lazy demeanor entirely gone. Hin and the rest of the scouts lock their shields into place, their faces hardened for battle. Esther the Black Panther paces the stone walkway, radiating silent, lethal magic into the evening air. Dunbachel looks up, her glowing golden eyes shining with purpose. She finally has a pack to fight for, and she will tear apart anyone who threatens them. Incred stands silhouetted in the massive wooden city gates. The golden light beams in, catching the scarred edges of his armor. He stares straight ahead, his eyes locked on the horizon with cold, unbreakable resolve. He has a wall to climb, he has a war to win, and marching right behind him is the most dangerous squad in the entire territory. The lunatic company steps out into the golden sunset. Only 6% of you are actually subscribed. If you enjoyed this, consider liking and subscribing. It is free and you can change your mind whenever you want.